Age of Elves-I can eavesdrop on the voices of Elves-51-100. Chapter 51-outrage. Beedrill was slashed by Ditto, triple axe. Feng Che watched Chief Beedrill's eyes turn scarlet. Suddenly, the body of the leader of Beedrill swelled a little. What's the matter? Feng Che saw that the aura of the leader of Beedrill suddenly skyrocketed. Its level was suddenly raised 10 levels. The state also suddenly changed to outrage. This is the leader of Beedrill, shouldn't he be stimulated to awaken the outrage state? I remember Beedrill could learn outrage. A Beedrill that knows outrage, but it has extremely high research value. This Beedrill should be sent to Team Rockets for a lot of points. Feng Che thought to himself. He made up his mind to capture the Beedrill. But this Beedrill looks rather ferocious. But Feng Che could see that this Beedrill had no potential and no value for cultivation. Child tits, dodge Beedrill's attack and hold on for a while. Feng Che felt that Beedrill, who had entered the outrage state, was an excellent sparring partner for young tits. Although the baby tit was not familiar with Beedrill's attack frequency at first, but soon the baby tit caught up with Beedrill's attack rhythm. Feng Che watched the young tits dodge Beedrill's attack with ease. Feng Che wondered why Beedrill kept using the bee gun to attack and not using other skills. Feng Che observed that the Beedrill's abdomen began to grow, several times more bloated than before. Be careful, baby tit, step back, this Beedrill is going to use the poison sting skill. Feng Che's voice fell, Beedrill pouted his ass, and Beedrill released the stingers one by one, exuding a purple-black cold light. Arbok, use Iron Tail now. Juvenile tits obviously couldn't dodge in time, just as juvenile tits were about to be poisoned by Beedrill. A silver-white tail blocked Beedrill's sting. These bee stings were knocked down into the grass, and the green grass instantly turned yellow. Child tits, you are really a reckless guy, and you rushed so close. If you're accidentally stabbed by a stinger, you're probably going to burp on the spot. Since Arbok has shot, you can watch Arbok's attack. If you are stronger, after your evolution, you will have the steel attribute, and you will not be afraid of the poison-type Pokemon's poison-type skills. Feng Che took the young tit in his arms and watched Ditto do it. Arbok, use Iron Tail. Beedrill raised his guns to block Arbok's Iron Tail. The collision between the two sides produced countless Mars. Just then, the sun gradually climbed to the top, and the thick fog began to dissipate. Oops, the fog is starting to clear, Arbok, quick fight. Use continuous Iron Tail. At this moment, the momentum of the leader of Beedrill stagnated. Its level was also instantly reduced from level 25 to level 15. Losing Outrage's status, the Beedrill boss is clearly no match for Arbok. Arbok's first Iron Tail interrupts the Beedrill leader's bee gun. The second Iron Tail pierced the head of the leader of Beedrill. Operator, oh Operator. Quote. Feng Che was about to arrest the Beedrill leader, but the Beedrill leader couldn't hold up Arbok's two axes. Forget it, Ditto, just swallow this Beedrill's body. It's also nice to get the outrage skill from Beedrill. Feng Che saw Ditto transformed into Arbok and directly devoured Beedrill's corpse. Ditto continued to digest Beedrill's corpse with his stomach pressed, unable to move for a while. Baby tit, come with me, there should be something good in the hive. Before the thick fog dissipated, Feng Che boarded the hive. The hive is not big, only about 2 cubic meters. Beedrill's Pokemon egg inside has already been released from Shell Smash and turned into Weedle to move around the hive. Only Beedrill can enter and exit freely, neither Weedle nor the iron-hued Chrysalis has this qualification. The honeycomb exudes a sweet aroma. I found it. Feng Che saw a saffron-colored amber-like thick liquid. This is Beedrill's unique honey. This Beedrill's honey is rich in nutrients and able to speed up Pokemon's growth. Beedrill buzzing and beating his wings could be heard not far away. Children, let's go. Feng Che jumped off the hive in 3 or 2 strokes, and quickly ran through the bushes. Feng Che came to the place where he made an appointment with Alice. Here, Feng Che saw 2 beedrills standing on the ground beside Alice, unable to move. They have obvious bullet holes in their bodies. Feng Che suddenly felt that Alice was really sassy, and she was able to subdue Pokemon with her bare hands, which is no one else. Sorry, did you get the key successfully? Alice asked with concern. Everything went well. The beedrill leader was killed by Arbok. It's a beedrill with outrage, it's a shame to be killed by Arbok like that. But who made it out of outrage the moment Arbok used Iron Tail, so it was headshot by Arbok's Iron Tail. Feng Che briefly explained what happened. At this time, EPUB also sprang out of the bushes with its little friends. They successfully completed the tasks Feng Che had given them. Feng Che gave EPUB a generous reward. A bunch of good quality berries and special notes of berry juice. Alice watched EPUB leave. Aren't you going to take it away? Alice asked suddenly. No, I know it can't bear its companions. It was with me that it bound it. Then I might as well give him freedom. Feng Che saw it very clearly in his heart. Not every Pokemon he meets, he has to conquer. Sometimes it's just a good encounter. I'm going to get you a fire-type Pokemon instead. Right now you're only dealing with level 10 Pokemon, so you're fine with the Desert Eagle. In case you encounter a Pokemon with a high level and a strong defense, it is estimated that you will be cold. Feng Che suggested. Let's see if there's anything suitable. Alice did not refuse. Chapter 52 Houndour Strikes _ Begging for V collection, begging for flowers, begging for a reward, the poor helpless little fluttering on the street begging for data _. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the grass with rolling and crawling. Kong Jian, it's me, Jade Tianchen, I finally found you. Wait, it's not the time to catch up. Run, there's a bunch of Houndours in the back. Jade Tianchen said to Feng Che breathlessly. Feng Che looked at this unkempt Jade Tianchen. God knows what he went through. Come on, let's hide in the tree first. Houndour's sense of smell is so sensitive that you'll be able to smell them even if you're hiding in a tree. Jade Tianchen explained quickly. Luckily I'm still able to use teleport with Drowsy. It's a pity that I'm not far from Drowsy teleport, so I was easily found by Houndour. Feng Che took Jade Tianchen and Alice to hide behind the big tree. He pulled out a small spray bottle from his wristband. There's a perfume made from the eucalyptus grass that I collected in it, and as long as it gets on you, Houndour won't chase you anymore. Houndour is extremely disgusted by the smell of eucalyptus. As long as there is a place where eucalyptus is located, it is almost impossible to find a Houndour. After Feng Che sprayed perfume on his body, he handed the small spray to Alice. Real or fake? Jade Tianchen smelled the very pleasant smell of the wind heron grass, which was a bit like a faint orchid fragrance. It's true, Pokemon's sense of smell is not the same as that of humans, and they will think the aroma of sagebrush is a stench. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the grass. At the same time accompanied by a low roar. A dozen Houndours sprang directly from the grass. Houndour looks like a black German shepherd. It has 2 bony objects on its back, orange belly and muzzle, 1 bone-like object on each of its ankles, and a stubby tail. The lead Houndour has a strong body. A brass-colored key hangs around its neck. Snarled with a fierce look on its face, trying to find the trace of Jade Tianchen. Jade Tianchen hurriedly sprayed perfume on his body. He was lying directly on the branch, not daring to take a breath. Alice, do you have any thoughts on the Houndour Pokemon? I look at the lead Houndour very well. Feng Che lowered his voice and said to Alice. I think so, but I have to take Houndour in my own way, I can't use your Pokemon. Otherwise, even if Houndour were subdued, Houndour would not recognize me as a trainer. And there are so many Houndours, there's no way I can take Houndours. Alice said something to Feng Che. I have a way. Feng Che took out something like a dog's tail grass from the bracelet. The plant is called dog grass. Please forgive me for selling out the specific effects. Children, please help me throw this dog grass in front of Houndour. Feng Che asked the childish tits. The juvenile tit grabbed the dog grass and flew it out of the canopy. It threw the dog grass directly in front of Houndour. Houndour seems to smell good. They gathered around and sniffed the dog grass. While, these Houndours were like drunks. Walking staggering and staggering. If you've ever had a Pokemon like Meowth or Skitty, you know there's something like catnip. This dog grass works just like catnip. This dog grass works well with canine Pokemon like Poochyena and Growlithe. So, at this time, these Houndours will be extra docile. Feng Che jumped directly under the tree and walked in front of Houndour. Unfortunately, none of the Houndours here have excellent qualifications, and the qualifications of the best Houndours are probably just excellent. Houndour is also a very loyal Pokemon. Once a trainer is identified, it will not change trainers for life. When a trainer dies in an accident, Houndour still guards the trainer's grave. Alice, this Houndour has good qualifications, you just need to take it. With this Houndour, you must be able to protect yourself. Feng Che said to Alice. Okay, then I owe you a favor. Alice is not hypocritical. She directly took out a Pokeball and threw it at the Houndour leader. But the leader of the Houndour suddenly seemed to regain his sanity, and his eyes showed shrewdness. It just dodged the Pokeball. I didn't expect to be deceived by your acting skills. Feng Che smiled coldly. To have such a powerful control. Alice, it looks like I can only defeat it first, and then you can conquer it. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Houndour close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Characteristic, intimidate. Open black lens bracket level, 15 close black lens bracket. Attribute, evil plus fire. Skills, ember, howl, roar, mist, smell detection, fire fang. Status, inhaling a little bit of dog grass, the state is unstable. I thought you really smelled dog grass, so you're pretending. A huge Audiobooks slid down a tree. It spat red snake letters at Houndour. The pattern on its neck became particularly hideous. Houndour took 2 steps back, not expecting a saffron-colored arc to swim across it. Very well, Audiobooks, you have been very successful with glare. Feng Che taught Ditto to use the serpent glare as soon as he saw the enemy in Audiobooks' form. Sure enough, Ditto managed to put Houndour into a paralyzed state. Houndour isn't a pedantic Pokemon. When it can't beat the opponent, it will use its flexible skills to escape directly. Audiobooks' serpent glare successfully paralyzed the Houndour and successfully slowed the Houndour down. Houndour opened his mouth and growled in a low voice. There was a flash of fire in its mouth. This is its ember trick. A cloud of flame spewed from Houndour's mouth, but was easily dodged by Audiobooks. Then Audiobooks opened his mouth and spewed dense poison sting from the inside. When Houndour was about to dodge, he suddenly felt numb and couldn't move. Houndour could only watch as he was hit by the poison sting. Countless poison stings are pierced into Houndour's body, and Houndour looks like a hedgehog. At the same time, Houndour's face was livid. Houndour entered a state of poisoning and paralysis at the same time, and its heart was extremely broken at this time. Chapter 53_ Leave the team. Alice, take this opportunity and throw the Pokeball. Feng Che suddenly turned his head and said to Alice. I am sorry, Houndour, I'll have a showdown with you in the future. Alice threw the Pokeball directly at Houndour's head. Houndour turned into a red light and was subdued by Pokeball. The Pokeball swayed a few times, then stopped completely, and 3 stars flashed across the Pokeball. She succeeded in subduing Houndour. Fine, I've taken Houndour. Alice picks up the Pokeball on the ground. At the same time, Alice handed the Pokeball to Feng Che. I am sorry, Sokumi, Houndour is still asking you to help with the treatment. Let's go back to the capsule house first, where I'm helping hand Houndour. Feng Che immediately agreed. After returning to Alice's capsule house, Alice unleashes Houndour. At this time, Houndour was sluggish, and his body was constantly twitching. Especially the poison sting, whose whole body is covered with dense clumps, looks even more intimidating. Don't worry, Alice. These poison stings just punctured the Houndour's epidermis, not the dermis. And Houndour won't be broken either, don't worry. Feng Che first prepared some medicines for detoxification and detoxification. Feed Houndour first, and Houndour's complexion improved. The breath gradually became stable. Then Feng Che took out the disposable gloves, and easily pulled the poisonous thorn off Houndour's body by the roots. At the same time, Feng Che also ground some medicinal materials into ointment with a pot. Come on Alice, it's a way to boost your goodwill. Feng Che put the ointment in a transparent glass bottle and handed it to Alice. After Alice took the ointment, she carefully applied it to Houndour. Houndour's eyelids twitched, and it opened its eyes to see the red-haired girl carefully applying the medicine. It took this feeling into his heart, and then Houndour fell into a deep sleep. Alice, with this Houndour, your defenses will be greatly enhanced. Feng Che said to Alice. Next I want to leave the team for a while, after all the three of us are together and the amount of resources we get has not improved. It dropped quite a bit instead, which is not good for our Pokemon breeding. And we have to act separately if we want to get enough points. Jade Tianchen suddenly felt tears streaming down his face. He finally found a chance to hug his thighs, but he spread his wings and flew solo. Yes, with your current strength, the supply depot is not very useful to you at all. It's better if you go it alone. Alice nodded. Kong Jian, I owe you 2 favors. When we pass this assessment, you can make a request at any time. Alice is very satisfied with Feng Che. Regardless of the knowledge learned from Pokemon or the way people behave, they all have an appetite for Alice. Moreover, Alice felt that Feng Che was a golden scale, not a thing in the pool, and he would turn into a dragon in the event of a storm. Kanjian, I finally got in touch with you, and you're going to go out on your own again. I am so miserable. Jade Tianchen said with snot and tears. But I have all the backpacks of the 4 people who are going to deal with you. They should only use Pokemon on you. Jade Tianchen took out 4 backpacks from the space equipment. The backpack contains a lot of explosives and heavy weapons. Thank you, Jade Tianchen, I owe you a favor. Feng Che was a little scared when he saw so many explosives. Although he was not afraid of conspiracy nasty plot, so many explosives directly blew himself up to the sky. In the world of Pokemon, there is no chance of resurrection from the save. The 2 of you are together and take care of each other, so there shouldn't be any problem. Fletchling is in charge of the reconnaissance. Drowsy is in charge of the escape. Houndour is responsible for the attack. And then Alice has very good fighting and shooting skills. Jade Tianchen has psychic, there is no problem with the 2 of you being safe together. If you are in danger, just make a code, raise a lot of smoke, or carve a code for Q on the tree. Feng Che suggested. Don't be so troublesome, I have a GPS communication phone here, you can just take it with you. Jade Tianchen took out a communication device from the space equipment and handed it to Feng Che. I have set up a small group of 3 people in it. If you have any questions, just send a message directly in the group. Guardian Tianchen really deserves to be the rich N generation of the Guardian family, and it is a communication device as soon as it is shot. Okay, it's just noon now, so I'll set off directly. Alice, when Houndour wakes up, the injury should be almost healed. The key on Houndour will be given to you. Feng Che opened the door of the room and walked straight out. The other side of Dead Island. Damn, I've been looking for a few days and haven't found the figure of that kid. Is the meal ready? I'm hungry. Qingtai muttered loudly. It'll be ready soon, Mrs. Qing. Please wait a moment. The short man is grilling a rabbit. The rabbit's grease constantly seeped from its skin and landed on the campfire, making a chee-chee sound. You said that the Island of Death is so big. So far no one has encountered it, but Pokemon has encountered a lot. Fortunately, we caught a lot of Pokemon by relying on the cloned Pokemon, otherwise we would be blinded by the death of the cloned Pokemon. Chapter 54_ Explore Dead Island's plans and Saffron's insect repellent. This assessment rule requires us to conquer Pokemon. We finally found a treasure chest, but found that we still need a key. It's really enough, Qingtai complained. Then he grabbed the perfectly roasted rabbit, tore off a thigh and ate it. Boss, we just need to complete your mission and assassinate the first person. At that time, Captain Yajiro will take us in. It should be a lot easier for us at Team Rockets when we have backers. As far as Yajiro can come up with so many Pokemon at one time, we should not be short of Pokemon in the future. The short man said with humiliation. HMPH, do you think that person will let us go back? Don't turn around and kill us, I'm not that stupid. They treat us as one-off tools. What do you think we've been posing in the jungle these days looking for that kid? I'm just trying to find out if anyone is spying on us. Qingtai sneered, a stern look flashed in his eyes. What's going on here, Mrs. Qing? The short man asked in confusion. So, fat man, little man, tall man, why am I the eldest of the four of us? That's because my mind is flexible. Qingtai pointed to his big shiny head and said. They didn't plan to let us go back at all if we shot that number one. I can guarantee that someone will definitely look into this. I don't dare to tell anyone else, but that Augustus will definitely look into it. At that time, we are the best candidates to throw the pot. The Pokemon that Yajiro gave us are cloned Pokemon, and after 10 days they will turn into pus, so that all evidence of incrimination is gone. Qingtai analyzed. Then why did Squadron Captain Yajiro give us heavy weapons? The short man's brain capacity is a little small, and he looked at Qingtai with a confused expression. If I'm not mistaken, this heavy weapon should have a self-destruction mechanism. Qingtai said solemnly, and there was an unnatural look on his face. At that time, Qingtai was also full of fanaticism and didn't think too much. But after coming to Dead Island, the more Qingtai thought about it, the more wrong it became. Then Mrs. Qing, we will give up revenge. The short man asked tentatively. How is this possible? The humiliation that first place brought to me, I will never forget. We just need to kill this guy with the Pokemon we caught. In Team Rockets, killing opponents with Pokemon is allowed by Team Rockets. It's also the rules set by the boss of Giovanni. As long as we keep it secret, no one will know. Seta opened his mouth and bit hard on the browned rabbit legs. In the blink of an eye, Qingtai gnawed the rabbit's legs clean. Even the bone marrow of the rabbit was sliced open with a sharp dagger and sipped one by one. At the end, Qingtai wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said to the short man with satisfaction. Dwarf, this is my most satisfying meal on the island, and I will prepare it according to this standard in the future. You lost your backpack before, but now it's considered meritorious. The merits and demerits are equal, so I won't care about you so much. But if the food is not good in the future, I don't blame me for being rude. Qingtai said fiercely. Qingtai must be strong in order to win the position of leader. A tree house in the forest outside Dead Island. Feng Che lay on the bed, thinking about things. The juvenile tit was pecking at the lasso fruit, and there was a little tapping sound in the tree house. Ditto was lounging by the fireplace. A roaring flame was burning in the fireplace. Firewood crackled in the fireplace. The temperature difference between day and night on Dead Island is huge. Although it is in a tropical climate, the temperature drops by more than 20 degrees at night. This made Feng Che unable to understand something. Because it is in a tropical climate, it is also a tropical oceanic climate. The tropical oceanic climate is characterized by high temperature, and the temperature difference between day and night is not obvious. Mainly humid and hot, the air humidity should be able to reach 80%. There should be some secrets in this dead island. Or is it influenced by ice-type treasures? Otherwise, why do ice-type Pokemon always leave the snowy mountains at night and appear in the forest? Feng Che learned this secret by eavesdropping on Pokemon's heart. There are many secrets in this dead island, but you should never discuss these secrets when you are not strong enough. Feng Che put his hand behind his head and thought to himself. It's all about finding those Pokemon with the keys and boosting the power of Ditto and the young tits. The Arbok that Ditto devoured should be the main Pokemon of a certain cadre. I don't know what caused Ditto to take advantage of him after he died. It can be seen from a series of skills such as the farmer's 3 teeth that this Arbok is very powerful. It's just because Ditto's level is too low, which binds the power of Arbok's form. Feng Che has observed that Pokemon on the periphery of Dead Island are generally between level 10 to 20. But in the middle of Dead Island, Pokemon levels are different. Generally above level 25. If the levels of Ditto and juvenile tits do not increase, it is estimated that they will be besieged by Pokemon as soon as they enter the middle. Feng Che believes that the treasure chests of Team Rockets should be in the center and core of Dead Island. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for Team Rockets to select superior members. Feng Che knew that to get enough points, he had to enter the middle or even the core area of Dead Island. The Seviper leader Feng Che saw was the highest level Pokemon Feng Che saw on the periphery of Dead Island. Such a powerful Seviper could only stay on the periphery of Dead Island obediently. That suggests that there must be more powerful Pokemon in the middle of Dead Island. The rank of the young tits and Ditto. It will likely become the belly of some powerful Pokemon. The map left by the previous owner of the treehouse is Feng Che's golden finger on Dead Island. Although the location of the treasure chest is not recorded on it, it does record the distribution of Pokemon throughout Dead Island. In total, Dead Island consists of 3 large islands, surrounded by many smaller islands. The full name of Dead Island should be Dead Islands. The Dead Island where Feng Che is located is the largest island in the entire Dead Archipelago. Are the most Pokemon resources in it, but the risks that come with it are also the greatest. With the map left by his predecessor, Feng Che can avoid some high-risk regions. At the same time, using the knowledge of his master pharmacist, he can make some potions with smells that make Pokemon loathe. This potion is known in the game as Saffron Bug Spray. Is to emit a smell that makes Pokemon feel disgusted, thereby expelling Pokemon. But high-level Pokemon will also resist the unpleasant smell and attack Feng Che. However, with the medicinal materials Feng Che found now, he could only make a low-grade version of the saffron insect repellent. Feng Che's next goal is to hunt Pokemon. Now with Ditto and Cheekage, Feng Che doesn't want to subdue other Pokemon for the time being. Feng Che thinks that Pokemon is not too expensive, so Feng Che plans to take the superior route. Too many Pokemon will consume Feng Che's time. And if there are too many Pokemon, it will cause uneven distribution of resources. Feng Che came to sleep after thinking about it, and the regular tapping sound of juvenile tits pecking solid lasso fruit had a hypnotic effect. Feng Che tilted his head and fell asleep. Chapter 55 Ditto's Weaknesses. This sleep lasted until the next day. The sun fell directly on Feng Che's face through the window, and Feng Che opened his eyes and woke up. The warm sun shines on the face very comfortably. It is already morning, and the sun will rise completely in a while. By then, the scorching sun will give off a fierce light, which will cause unprepared people to tan a layer of skin. The stomach of Ditto, who was sleeping soundly. After a while, Ditto was tossed by Feng Che. This Ditto has a lot of talent, just a little too lazy. Was also a little speechless about this extremely lazy Ditto. The juvenile tit got up early, flapping its wings and flying around the treehouse. But it is strange that in the treehouse, the sound of the baby tits flapping their wings was not heard. This is Feng Che's technique to teach young tits to hide the sound of their wings. Feng Che also taught the young tits to use the tailwind state all the time. This will develop muscle memory, and wait until the young tits get used to turning the tailwind skill into a passive skill. That baby tits also succeeded. Come on, Ditto, it's time for you to train. Feng Che saw Ditto taking a sip of berry juice. Ditto, epsilon equals omicron backquote well, although I like this kind of life, I feel pain and joy. Ditto, I have to train every day, and Xiaobai can't bear it. Ditto, but the harder I train, the better I eat. Ditto was debating whether to train hard or slack off. Ditto, but as soon as I slack off, Feng Che can feel whether I can separate a clone. Ditto, I train hard with my doppelganger, and then my body eats good food next to it. Ditto, will this work? Hollow down pointing triangle. Ditto thought with some distress, but this thought made Feng Che think. If Ditto can split into a clone, it stands to reason that Ditto's clone can also be transformed into a Pokemon. However, because of the scarcity of Ditto, ordinary people rarely let Ditto fight after they catch Ditto. Some performers will have Ditto perform, and scientists are doing research on Ditto. In the world's perception, Ditto is just a Pokemon who can transform into other Pokemon at any time during the battle. But my Ditto is so different from other Dittos. My Ditto can be permanently transformed by devouring Pokemon's corpse. So is my Ditto a new species, or is it a normal Ditto? It's just that no one noticed. Feng Che looked at this somewhat lazy Ditto, who was hitting a yawn lazily. If Ditto can learn to do two things with one mind, so that he can separate a clone during the battle, it is simply a battle artifact. However, Ditto's stamina is still a weakness. Let's see if we can make some more stamina-enhancing potions. Make Ditto a complete Mega Blood Bowl. Ditto is said to be a Pokemon created by the gene of Mew, the originator of more than 800 Pokemons in the Pokemon world. Mew's body contains all Pokemon cells, and Ditto is a failed clone of Mew's cells. In addition to this skill of transformation, you should be able to learn other skills, if you can sneak into Mewtwo's laboratory. Let Ditto devour Mewtwo's embryos, and Ditto will be awesome. Feng Che secretly thought about his longing for a better life. He thinks it is the most reliable to encourage Ditto to learn the skill of Avatar. Oops, I don't want to go out on a hot summer day. If only I could separate my clone and let that clone train Pokemon instead of me. Feng Che said deliberately. At the same time, Feng Che's eyes also secretly aimed at Ditto. After Ditto heard Feng Che's words, he was even more encouraged. Ditto, trainers all think that way, why can't I? Ditto, I must learn to be self-contained, then my body will be eating and drinking in the shade. Ditto, the clone then trains instead of me. Ditto, it also increases the muscle memory of my cells anyway, it doesn't matter if I train or not. Ditto, at that time, I directly merged the clone, and I was equivalent to getting the memory of the clone training. Ditto, haha, I'm really a Satoshi Akira. Ditto quickly showed a happy expression, hollow down pointing triangle ***. But for now, let's practice honestly. Ditto slammed to the ground, wriggling slowly. Feng Che saw Ditto's mind and knew that Ditto didn't want to train. Surely a lazy bastard. Feng Che despised such a lazy guy as Ditto very much. The control group with Ditto is the juvenile tit. Child tits. Another day full of energy, I have to work hard, I have to work harder. Child tits. Tailwind I must learn to use without interruption. Children. I must be able to use the tailwind skill when I do rest. Feng Che was not moved by the pride and ambition of the young tit. Tailwind can be used when the baby tit rests. Feng Che felt that childish tits didn't need rest at all. However, if the baby tit succeeds, Feng Che will become distressed, and it is estimated that the baby tit is directly locked in the Pokeball. If the baby tit accidentally learns the sleep talk skill, it is estimated that Feng Che will be attacked by the baby tit during the rest. Chapter 56_Beach Adventure. Ditto, stop dawdling, you can't wait to see the young tit's training. Feng Che directly picked up Ditto, opened the door of the tree house and jumped down. The young tit flapped its wings gently and flew out of the tree house without a sound. He used his wings to blow out a breeze and close the tree house again. Children, we're going to the beach for training today. This time we are fighting coconut crabs. Feng Che said to the young tit. Feng Che has long been eyeing that group of cute coconut crabs. The crab meat of coconut crab has a faint coconut aroma because of the frequent consumption of coconut, which is a delicacy in the world. The road from the beach to the forest has long been opened by Ditto. Every now and then, Ditto clears up Pokémon wandering the forest path. Over time, Pokémon near the forest trail dare not wander around the forest trail. Feng Che walked along the forest path towards the beach. Feng Che felt that according to Team Rocket's training, there would definitely be treasure chests on the beach. I just don't know if there will be such a thing as a sinking ship. Feng Che touched his chin and thought to himself. The sinking of the ship is an overnight success. Even an underground organization like Team Rockets would be interested in the gold and silver treasures carried on sunken ships. Pokémons with excellent qualifications. Ditto, help me find the way ahead and clear the Pokémon when you see it. Feng Che explained to Ditto. Although Ditto reluctantly transforms into a Golbat Pathfinder, there is a sense of a foreigner. But Ditto has the advantage that as long as it is promised, it will be done. And it will be done very well. Ditto flapped his wings and flew out. Feng Che only felt a gust of wind in front of him, and the gust of wind made the leaves rustled. Feng Che found several bellsprout fainted on the ground in front of the forest path. These bellsprouts are all incapacitated. Feng Che learned from the surrounding weeds that Ditto, in the form of Golbat, used hurricane skills to defeat these bellsprouts. Bellsprout's saliva produces sweet scent, which is their most powerful means of attracting prey. Feng Che quickly took out some small bottles and caught Bellsprout's saliva. Feng Che judged from Bellsprout's body shape that these bellsprout had grown up. They secrete a lot of saliva. Feng Che caught a full bottle. Just add some berries and herbs to Bellsprout's saliva, and it can be crafted into a sweet spot for lures Pokémon in the wild. Feng Che collected Bellsprout's saliva. He would cross Bellsprout to the beach. These bellsprouts are awake, they will flee the forest trails by themselves, spreading the horror legends of the forest trails to other Pokémons. Feng Che pushed aside the branches of block, the exit of the forest path. Feng Che thought that there would still be many coconut crabs walking and feeding on the beach. But the beach has changed a lot. The coconut crabs have all disappeared, replaced by countless crabbies foraging on the beach. Crabby digs the sand with her sharp claws, and after digging out the shell, uses slash to split the shell in two. It's a pity, I'm afraid I can't eat crab meat with a coconut flavor. Feng Che glanced around and found no coconut crab. Looks like coconut crab and crabby appeared separately. As long as crabby is around, coconut crabs aren't around. After all, crabby is a Pokémon, and he also masters Pokémon moves. The coconut crab is just a little harder. If the coconut crab provokes crabby, maybe the coconut crab will be directly dismembered by crabby and turned into a Chinese meal. Crabby is a bit like fiddler crab. Crabby's body color is composed of red and white flesh. The top half of Crabby's head and two claws are red, and the rest are white. There are two protrusions on the top of the head and teeth-like protrusions on the lower jaw. It has 6 limbs, including pincers. From the corner of Feng Che's eyes, he suddenly saw a corner of a silver-white box exposed on the beach. This silver-white chest is supposed to be a treasure chest, buried deep in the sand by Team Rockets. But because of the storm yesterday, a lot of white sand was swept away on the beach. Added to the fact that the crabbies foraging for food and digging on the beach, only a corner of this treasure chest was exposed. That treasure chest is in the place where Krabby has the most. There were also quite a few curious Krabbies poking at the treasure chest with their claws, making dangling noises. Feng Che raised his head and looked into the distance. A large kingler was patrolling the box. This kingler is domineering with the steps that he does not recognize. This should be the leader of Krabby. Kingler turned red compared to Krabby's body. Kingler's head is covered with bumps, the pliers on the left have grown a lot, and the mouth has a lot of teeth. Only the head and pliers of Kingler's body are red, the rest of the body is white. It has very large claws and can use a crab claw hammer. But because the pliers are about the same weight as themselves, they sometimes get out of balance. Feng Che saw a bright silver key on Kingler's slightly smaller pliers. At this time, we can only use the system to identify the Kingler's level. Then think about how to beat Kingler. Chapter 57_Kingler on the beach. Please subscribe. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Kingler and Krabby are not the same level of Pokemon. Krabby's pliers can bleed, while Kingler's pliers can cut people in half. Kingler is also known as the killer crab in the Pokemon world. Normal Pokemon trainers won't provoke Kingler easily when they encounter Kingler in the wild. Kingler will also take the initiative to attack when he sees humans. After all, Kingler is a carnivorous Pokemon. Feng Che didn't want to provoke Kingler either. But the treasure chest near Kingler, and the silver key in Kingler's hand are what Feng Che wants to get. This is the key to Feng Che being able to pass the test. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon name, Kingler. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, male. Close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent. Orange. Open black lens bracket. Feature, Machamp clamp. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Level, 25. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Skills, water gun, metal claw, harden, glare, arm hammer, mud shot, protect, bubble beam, trample, crab claw hammer, diving. Open black lens bracket. Status, happy. Close black lens bracket. Kingler at level 25 has not learned the guillotine. As long as he develops a perfect attack strategy, it should not be a problem to join forces against this Kingler in the form of juvenile Tidon Ditto Golbat. I just don't know if there is a special Pokeball made by Team Rockets in this treasure chest. Feng Che has a total of 6 official Pokeballs in his hands. In addition to Ditto's own Pokeball, this Pokeball used one for the young Tit, and there are 5 remaining. The regular Pokeball is intended to be used by your own Pokemon. Capture a Pokemon with a regular Pokeball and you are not satisfied, it is not allowed to release Pokemon under league law. Release of Pokemon can cause invasion by alien species, resulting in the death of Pokemon, which has bad effects. Once you are tracked down by the Alliance, you have released Pokemon without reporting it to the Alliance. What awaits you is jail time. For the convenience of management, the Alliance has an identification chip inside each regular Pokeball. These identification chips can effectively record and identify Pokemon. This Kingler's skills are good, and it has reached an excellent level. If he catches it, he should be able to exchange a lot of points. Feng Che glanced at it and found that these Krabbies were almost all Pokemon with ordinary qualifications. Krabbies who have reached the advanced level, and they are extremely small, and it seems that they have not matured. It's like a normal Krabby with the stunted Krabby that Ash caught. Feng Che wanted to attack this Kingler. First thing to do is to kill Kingler's younger brother, this group of Krabby. That's when Bellsprout's saliva comes in handy. Feng Che took out Bellsprout's saliva from the bracelet. Squeeze the juice from the peach fruit and oran berry. Feng Che picked 6 plants very much like pitcher plants from the forest. Feng Che placed the pitcher plants neatly and poured the squeezed peach fruit and the juice of oran berry into it. Then Feng Che mixed Bellsprout's saliva evenly with juice in a ratio of 1:1. At this time, the pitcher plant has an attractive sweet fragrance. Feng Che picked a few palm-sized crest grasses, and after grinding the crest grasses into medicinal mud, they were evenly divided into 6 parts. If you take the most precise electronic scale to weigh, you will find that the weight of the 6 medicinal pastes is the same, which can be accurate to 3 decimal places. When these purees were added to the pitcher plant, the attractive sweet aroma seemed to disappear. But Feng Che knew that this sweet fragrance would become more attractive. Once the pitcher plant is broken, the scent will spread to Hoenn for 1 kilometer in an instant, attracting the surrounding Pokemon to come one after another. Sweet scent is finally done. Feng Che wiped the sweat hanging from his forehead. When preparing a medicine, you need to be very dedicated. Don't look at Feng Che, who seems to be adding tree fruits and medicinal mud at will. When Feng Che was making potions, his brain was like a precise electronic scale. Feng Che can complete accurate weighing and formulate excellent medicines. These sweet scents have a deadly captivate. As long as these crabbies smell these sweet scents, they'll be madly attracted to them. These sweet scents made by Feng Che are enough for Feng Che to use on Dead Island. Just add a drop of sweet scent to the animal blood collected by Feng Che and it will become a bait. When the Island of Death is in danger, as long as Feng Che throws the bait, no matter how ferocious Pokemon is, it will be bewitched by the bait. There are also hallucinogenic mushroom spores in Feng Che's bracelet. If only Ditto and Juvenile Tits were no match for this Kingler. Feng Che will throw out the hallucinogenic mushroom with sweet scent attached. Kingler, attracted by sweet scent, will surely swallow hallucinogenic mushrooms. At that time, this Kingler will become Feng Che's bag. However, Feng Che also had to resist when Kingler went mad because of eating hallucinogenic mushrooms. Stay still, Ditto, don't be so curious about everything. Feng Che put a hand that knocked off Ditto quietly stretched out. Ditto moved his hand away reluctantly. It just smelled a good sweet scent, like a good berry juice. Fortunately, the potion I made of heron grass is the antidote for sweet scent. Feng Che took out a small bottle of spray from the wristband and sprayed it twice on Ditto and Cheekage, whose eyes became a little hot. Sweet scent, which was originally attractive to Ditto and Juvenile Tits, suddenly lost its fragrance. Instead, Ditto and the young Tits made a look that made them sick. Wait, I'm going to set up a trap. We have to make full use of the terrain in the forest, otherwise this Kingler will go crazy and we won't be able to beat it. Feng Che knew that Ditto had singled out a level 25 Raticate. But this Raticate was forcibly upgraded to level 25 in the process of returning to the light. And Raticate was also secretly attacked by Ditto, which ruined Raticate's beard at the beginning, made Raticate unbalanced, and his speed was greatly reduced. Battle against Beedrill at level 25, Beedrill forcibly upgraded the level, not Beedrill's original strength. The Pokemon level is divided into the following realms according to the division of the Pokemon world. Novice 1 to 20, Normal 21 to 30, Superior 31 to 40, Advanced Superior 41 to 50, Gym 51 to 60, Pre-Elite 61 to 70, Elite 71 to 80, Champion 81 to 90, Master 91 to 100. Eudemons are equivalent to third-level gods, and their strength is generally between Elite and Champion. Divine beasts are called first-level gods, and their strength is generally around the head. Only the divine beasts that obtain the Slate of Arceus can break through the limit of level 100 and become super divine beasts. For elites and champions in each region, it can be seen that there are not many people who can reach the ceiling. Ditto, transform into a naughty thunderbolt. Feng Che said to Ditto, who was desperately covering his nose. Ditto squirmed reluctantly. Ditto transforms into Naughty Thunderbolt. Naughty Thunderbolts are round Pokemon without arms and legs. They look like an upside-down Pokeball. Its pre-evolution form, the Thunderbolt Electro Ball, looks like a regular Pokeball in shape and color. The Naughty Thunderbolt, on the other hand, has an inverted color, red on the bottom and white on the top, and has a mouth. I saw a lot of crackling arcs appearing on Ditto's body. After Ditto transforms into a naughty thunderbolt, he finds that the nauseous smell is gone. Ditto, no tilde yo, the disgusting smell is gone. Ditto, it seems that as long as it smells bad and turns into a naughty thunderbolt, the problem can be solved. Ditto, who transformed into a naughty thunderbolt, became especially happy. Indeed, naughty thunderbolts are silicon-based creatures like magnemites, like robots. Naughty thunderbolt doesn't have the senses to perceive the outside air. So naughty thunderbolts can't smell. It's like ash goes to Gringy and smells disgusting, but magnemite and magneton don't respond at all. Feng Che found a very favorable terrain. Right on the grass not far from the forest path. There are many oddish buried in the ground, forming clumps of weeds, and it looks very peaceful. Oddish is a Pokemon with a grassy shape. The lower part of its body, its head, resembles a dark blue plant bulb with rounded feet. It has red bead-shaped eyes and a small mouth. Oddish pulled 5 green leaves from his head, and the top of an arrowroot in the middle was bent back. Oddish will seek out rich and nutritious soil and plant themselves in it. During the day, when it is buried in the soil, its feet deform to resemble the roots of a tree. Its leaves are exposed above the ground and look like a clump of weeds. At this time, unless there is force majeure, such as floods, forest fires and the like. Otherwise, Oddish won't wake up. Oddish leaves just enough to trip over Krabby. Feng Che looked at this favorable terrain and thought to himself. Feng Che considered fighting here not to be afraid of accidentally hurting Oddish. Oddish's body is a dark blue plant bulb, buried deep in the ground. Krabby's attacking water attribute skills are mostly, even if Krabby uses other moves. Attack will also attack Oddish's leaves. Even if all the leaves of Oddish fall off, in the tropical climate, they will grow back after a night of rest. Child tits, help lure Krabby over. Feng Che applied sweet scent to a smooth pebble. Hold the paw of the juvenile tit on the unsweetened side of the pebble. Child tit, just like that, gently flapping its wings to release the sweet scent. Looking Krabby here from the beach little by little. Don't lure too many Krabby, just 2 to 3. Feng Che explained to the young tit. Because Krabby, who was seduced, was almost training the skills of the young tits and Ditto. Ditto, you need to train your Thunder Shock skills to strengthen your familiarity with those skills. Ditto who turned into a naughty thunderbolt. Ditto nodded quickly. In Ditto's mind, the more enemies he defeated, the more rewards Feng Che gave. On the beach. A Krabby is foraging. It rummaged through the gravel, trying to fill its stomach with a shell or two from the sand. Just then Krabby smelled a strange fragrance. The smell tickled his heart like a feather. Krabby was instantly addicted to the smell. Together with its 2 companions, it took steps that it did not recognize, and regardless of the leader's prohibition, it went directly into the forest path. The puppies followed Feng Che's instructions, flapping their wings and fanning out the gentle breeze. Krabby with an alluring sweet fragrance. After a while, after the young tits heard a few rustling sounds, the young tits flapped their wings unhurriedly. From time to time, the young tits exude the smell of sweet scent, and fly towards the place where Feng Che is ambushed. Come on, Ditto, get ready. Feng Che had already seen the baby tit flapping its wings and flying over, with 3 red figures behind him. Juvenile tits place the pebbles they hold on their feet directly on the grass. Krabby's sharp feet rustled on the fallen leaves. Krabby stepped out of the forest path and came to an overgrown area. The scent that captivated them was coming from what looked like pebbles. Ditto, wait until Krabby walks in and use the Thunder Shock ability. Effort to attract Krabby, Feng Che buried the fishing line of the mega fishing rod at the entrance of the forest path. Feng Che felt that when the number of Krabby decreased, Kingler would definitely lead Krabby to come in a rage. If he was really no match for Kingler, Feng Che would press the Thunderbolt button on the mega fishing rod. By that time the fishing line buried at the entrance to the forest trail will emit Thunderbolt enough to bring down the Kingler. Ditto, use Thunder Shock with Krabby in front of you, The arcs on Ditto crackled, saffron-colored arcs flickered. These saffron-colored arcs accidentally hit the fallen leaves in the grass. With just a snap, the fallen leaves turned into a wisp of blue smoke. Soon, the saffron-colored arc condensed into a single spark that directly hit the fastest Krabby. Krabby made a crackling sound after being hit by spark. Krabby seemed to be dancing, swaying unnaturally. Krabby finally fell to the ground, twitching. In addition to a puff of black smoke coming out of his mouth, he also spit bubbles. The stray arc also deals secondary damage to Krabby from time to time. Ditto's confidence surged when he saw how easy it was to take down a Krabby. The other two Krabby had only sweet scent in their eyes. They didn't care that their mate was knocked down by Ditto, and one less competitor would have been better. Ditto brewed another thunder shock, hitting a Krabby again. This Krabby also followed his companion's end, and fell to the ground convulsively, with more air than he could see. Just as Ditto was about to deliver his third thunder shock, knocking the last Krabby down, the baby tit fell from the sky, and the baby tit made a chirping sound in a hurry. Feng Che probably understood what the young tits wanted to say. That is brother variety, these Krabby are all attracted by me, anyway, you can leave one for me as an opponent. In Ditto's eyes, knocking down Krabby equals the quality of your own food. Ditto naturally refused to give in. Just when the two little animals were about to quarrel, Feng Che hurriedly shouted loudly. Okay, Ditto, stop bullying young tits. These Krabbies are all attracted by the juvenile tits, at least one for the juvenile tits. Ditto, who had transformed into a naughty thunderbolt, secretly glanced at Feng Che. Feng Che's eyes express the expression that if you make the childish tits unhappy, I will make you unhappy. So Ditto smirked, and the thunder shock skills that were originally prepared were not released. Ditto quickly transformed into Golbat. Ditto grabbed the pebbles with the sweet scent stuck to them and rushed out towards the beach. Ditto, humph, I'm going to seduce Pokemon, then I'll knock them all down and no one will tell me, I'm really smart. Ditto, remember, don't bring in too many Krabby, too many can't handle it, save Kingler too. Feng Che shouted to Ditto who was about to leave. I hope Ditto doesn't cause me any trouble, otherwise I'll have the urge to tear it up. Ditto left, and the happiest was the young tit, and finally no one was fighting with it. Children use pecking attacks. Feng Che gave an order to the childish tit. The baby tit's beak suddenly stretched, and the baby tit flew straight down from the air and pecked at Krabby's forehead. Krabby felt a tingling pain in the forehead, and suddenly woke up from the state of being confused by sweet scent. It appears that Krabby was released from sweet scent's confusion after being stimulated by pain. Feng Che calmly analyzed. And the pecking attack of the juvenile tit doesn't have a big effect on Krabby, who is covered in carapace. Feng Che hid his figure in the forest to avoid being affected by Krabby's next attack. Feng Che observed that Krabby opened the symmetrical pincers and sprayed a trickle of water from it. The water gun that Krabby uses is really weak. Krabby's attack power was not strong before evolution became Kingler. Especially in the forest, Krabby is not dominant. Krabby in the field is relying on the advantage of swarms to attack the enemy. Krabby's water gun didn't hit the young tit, but swarmed Oddish's leaves, allowing Oddish to drink the sweet water in his sleep. The leaves of Oddish have also become more crisp and green. Children, use Whirlwind. Feng Che took a look at the results of the young tits training this skill in the past few days. The young tits fluttered their wings unhurriedly, fanning the wind. Many leaves were rustling in the wind, and Krabby felt like his body was about to take off. Oddish's leaves with pliers to avoid being blown away by the strong wind. The baby tit's whirlwind skill has already taken the form of a storm. If a twister can be formed, the chickadees will officially learn to storm. Feng Che secretly analyzed. Pokemon isn't easy after all. In addition to skill discs and Pokemon teaching, you can only comprehend skills through Pokemon's own efforts. The better the Pokemon's aptitude, the stronger the Pokemon's perception will be. This is common sense in the Pokemon world. The higher the Pokemon's comprehension, the faster the Pokemon will comprehend skills. Krabby had consumed a lot of energy in the wind. As a result, before Krabby could recover, the fury attack of the young tits accurately hit Krabby again. Krabby's carapace was pierced by the juvenile tit. Krabby also lost consciousness the moment the carapace burst. Very well, baby tit, you beat a Krabby alone and did a great job. Feng Che saw that the childish tit's level had risen to level 7. This Krabby is no match for the young tit, this Krabby is level 10 properly. That's the difference between having a Pokemon trainer and not having a Pokemon trainer. Just then Feng Che heard the sound of Golbat flapping his wings. Feng Che felt that the sound of Golbat flapping his wings was a little hurried, and a series of rustling sounds came from behind, which was much louder than the movement of the baby tits that attracted Krabby just now. Feng Che groaned in his heart. Ditto won't attract a lot of Krabby all at once. The greedy guy. Feng Che secretly supported his forehead and said. At the same time, Feng Che felt that Krabby's walking sound was not quite right. No, this Krabby's walking sound is not right, it's much heavier than the average Krabby. This guy, shouldn't Kingler be brought in directly? Feng Che held his forehead again. The more he was afraid of what he was, the more he felt. Chapter 58_ This is fighting, please don't engage in sleazy manipulations. Sure enough, Ditto is an unreliable thing. If you can count on Ditto to be reliable, then the real sow will go to the tree. Feng Che saw the panicked Ditto rushing out of the forest path. A giant Kingler followed by a dozen or so Krabbies. These Krabbies are twice as big as the average Krabby. It appears to be Kingler's bodyguard. It's really a muddled start. How can there be such a foolish thing? It seems that I can only bite the bullet. Feng Che quickly threw a pitcher plant full of sweet scent from the bracelet. Kingler saw a black shadow flying towards him. Without thinking about it, he waved his crab claws and used the slash trick directly. Feng Che saw a white light appear from Kingler's pliers. The pitcher plant filled with sweet scent was then broken open. Sweet scent sprinkled on Kingler's body. Kingler suddenly smelled a mesmerizing scent on himself. Then it suddenly found that his younger brother looked at him differently. The eyes they looked at themselves were full of scorching heat, as if they had seen something delicious. Krabby all swarmed towards Kingler. Kingler opens his giant pincers to fight. Kingler and Krabby fight each other. Only then did Ditto, who transformed into Golbat, flap his wings and fall from the sky. Ditto, it's too dangerous, I just got chased by this Kingler. Ditto, I'm just wondering why it's okay for the young tits to attract Krabby. Ditto, I just fanned the wind lightly, and Kingler was drawn to it. Ditto, this Krabby nearly blinded my eyes with all the bubbles that Krabby spewed. Ditto groaned inwardly. It suddenly felt a piercing gaze looking at itself. Ditto looked up. He saw Feng Che's black face and sinister gaze. Ditto was so frightened that he stepped back a few steps, hiding among the leaves, not daring to face Feng Che's gaze. Hurry up and transform into a naughty thunderbolt to support Krabby. Feng Che said coldly. This Ditto is usually lazy, but he is so willful when fighting, it's really worrying. It seems that he needs to train well. Feng Che reluctantly complained. Ditto knew that he had made a fortune, flapped his wings resignedly and fell to the ground. His body wriggled and transformed into 17 naughty thunderbolts. Remember, aim for Kingler, don't accidentally hurt allies. Krabby is helping us stop Kingler now. Feng Che warned again and again, I'm really afraid that Ditto will come up with something else. Ditto's spark had been fired at this time, just as Kingler turned aside to avoid Krabby's attack. Thunder Shock ability fell directly on a Krabby, electrocuting the Krabby half to death. Krabby sings and dances in the arc, and then throws his head straight to the ground. The air was filled with the smell of burnt crab meat, and the scene was once embarrassing. Ah, a mistake. Ditto's face is ashen, A dead ball expression. 100. Change. Strange. Feng Che made a voice full of anger. Ditto, this is a fight, be serious, please don't do any more crap. Feng Che endured his anger and prayed secretly in his heart. Ditto, Xiaobai didn't do it on purpose. Ying 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 1A10, ditto, come closer and don't give Kingler another chance. Feng Che suddenly saw a flash of white light from Kingler's huge pincers, and then the white light spread to the entire giant pincers. No, this Kingler should have to use the crab claw hammer, so we can't let him use this skill successfully. Otherwise we will have fewer crabbies to contain Kingler. Kingler will definitely kill us by then. It's really a last resort. I really don't want to use the thunderbolt that comes with the mega fishing rod. Feng Che still didn't want to waste this life-saving trump card. Child tits. Use whirlwind, cover Ditto. Ditto, use the static skill on Kingler's big pincers. Feng Che decided to use paralysis tactics to block Kingler's attack. The young tit fanned a gust of wind with its mighty wings, and Krabby couldn't dodge. In a panic, they clamped down on Kingler with pliers. Kingler opened his mouth and let out a miserable howl. This made Kingler extremely embarrassed, and his little brother Krabby had let him down. Saffron arc flashed on Ditto's body. Then, the arc flew straight from Ditto's body and landed on Kingler's giant pincers. Kingler, who was using the crab claws hammer, suddenly felt his giant claws go numb. The white light on the giant claws suddenly dissipated, and Kingler failed to use the crab claws hammer. This made Kingler vomit 3 liters of blood. Kingler's eyes were scarlet and raging with rage, and he turned suddenly to Ditto and the tits. Just now, these two little guys have been interfering with themselves. The angry Kingler endured the pain of being paralyzed, the giant pincers flashed white light, and Kingler used the slash skill. Ditto, dodge the baby tits. Feng Che shouted at Ditto and the baby tits. At the same time, Feng Che rolled on the ground, avoiding Kingler's white light. Feng Che only heard a snap, and the towering tree he was standing on just now was cut in half. Ditto and the young tits though barely dodged Kingler's slash skill. But more or less injured. This is the power of Pokemon, a power that no human being can shake. Cheer up, Ditto, young tit. This giant pincer is really tough. How about throwing a hallucinogenic mushroom for Kingler to try? Feng Che took out a hallucinogenic mushroom from the bracelet and threw it in the direction of the young tit. Junior tit, help me throw the hallucinogenic mushroom into Kingler's mouth. Although the juvenile tit suffered some minor injuries, its flight speed slowed down. But the juvenile tit still struggled to fly, clutching the hallucinogenic mushroom with both claws. Taking advantage of the moment Kingler opened his mouth, the young tit threw the hallucinogenic mushroom into Kingler's mouth. Kingler just felt something stuck in his mouth. When it wanted to spit it out, it found that this thing actually melted in the mouth. After a while, Feng Che saw Kingler's eyes gradually turning blood red. Kingler's body was also blushing abnormally as if it had been scalded. It looks like hallucinogenic mushrooms are working. Giant claw scorpions are now affected by hallucinogenic mushrooms. I saw the giant pincer's scorpion's double pincers trembled slightly, and his chest heaved violently, like a big balloon about to explode. This is a good opportunity to attack. Ditto uses thunder shock on Kingler. Feng Che said loudly to Ditto. A saffron-colored arc smacked down on Kingler. Kingler was in pain and became more manic. Just then, Kingler's giant pincers glowed white again. Kingler even used the crab claw hammer on his subordinates. Only 5 heavy knocks were heard. Some of these crabby were hit hard by Kingler's crab claw hammer on the tree trunk and then slid to the ground. There are deep pits in the trunk. Some were directly smashed to the ground, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. The carapace of Krabby, who was hit by the crab claw hammer, shattered all over his body. He woke up from the severe pain, and fainted from the pain. Kingler is like drunk, staggering in the forest and constantly using the crab claw hammer to vent his physical strength. Kingler, who originally crawled horizontally, was crawling straight like a spider at this time. It wrecked everywhere with its heavy tongs. Quite a few Oddish were disturbed by Kingler's movement, and quietly poked their heads out of the dirt. As soon as the Oddish probed, they saw the hideous Kingler wielding his pincers, and they slammed back into the ground. Just when Feng Che was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Feng Che saw that Kingler's scarlet eyes were looking at him. Just as Feng Che was about to use the thunderbolt of the mega rod to subdue Kingler, Feng Che found that the mega fishing rod had fallen under the big tree he was just standing on. Run! Feng Che's current thought is to run, spread his legs and run hard. Otherwise, Kingler's giant pincers will cut himself off in the middle. Feng Che didn't want him to have just started in the Pokemon world, and it would end so soon. Now Feng Che doesn't have the undead body in the game. Feng Che observed that when Kingler was using the crab claws hammer, the silver key hanging on his slightly smaller claws finally fell. Little tit, Ditto, pick up the silver key for me. Feng Che is now pinning his hopes on that treasure chest with a Pokeball specially made by Team Rockets. Otherwise, Feng Che could only throw out his own Pokeball. Otherwise, Feng Che is almost 100% feeding the crabs. And now Kingler is surrounding himself with giant pincers. Even if Feng Che throws the Pokeball will be knocked away by Kingler. Because of the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms, Kingler ran in the jungle with a step that he did not recognize. It wasn't very fast, especially with Kingler's hands and feet, which slowed it down. Seeing that Feng Che ran farther and farther, he was about to leave his line of sight. Annoyed, Kingler directly used the slash skill to cut off all the surrounding trees. At this time, Kingler's speed became faster and gradually caught up with Feng Che. Feng Che saw that the childish tit had grabbed the silver key and flew towards him. Feng Che hurriedly turned his head to check how far Kingler was from him. This turn made Feng Che's dead soul work. He actually saw the Kingler open his giant pincers. Countless white rays of light gathered in the giant tongs. Damn it, why is it so fierce? I've clearly detected that this Kingler won't use Hyper Beam. Feng Che was also speechless. Could it be that this Kingler has reached the point where it is about to be upgraded? It just got the experience to level up after taking down its minions. This Kingler has not only been upgraded, but has also learned about Hyper Beam. Feng Che directly guessed the truth. At this time, Feng Che wished he had grown 8 legs. It seemed that he was about to reach the beach, but behind Feng Che was suddenly like daytime, accompanied by a huge strong wind. At this moment, Feng Che felt that his body was suddenly rolled up by something, and he threw himself back. This was enough to dodge Hyper Beam's blow. Feng Che fell heavily into the forest, with multiple scratches on his body. There was a burning pain in the scratched area. Feng Che also felt a strong wind swept across the surrounding trees, and the trees were crushed by the strong wind and fell on both sides. Wait until the wind is gone. Feng Che hurriedly got up and turned his head to take a look. It turned out that at the critical moment, Ditto transformed into Arbok and rolled himself up and threw it aside. Feng Che saw the beach affected by Hyper Beam. A big hole up to 1 meter wide appeared on the beach, and the seawater poured into the big hole. The surrounding trees fell down in the forest. Krabby, who was foraging on the beach, was also alerted by Hyper Beam. They saw their leader wreaking havoc with his bright red eyes. Some Krabbies targeted by it were directly hit into the air by a crab claw's hammer like a golf ball. Then, waving the pair of pliers, he fell into the sea without knowing his life or death. Krabby was irritated by Kingler's behavior, and Kingler still had an alluring sweet scent smell on him. Krabby flocked to Kingler one after the other. Quick, take the time to dig the treasure chest while the dog bites the dog. Feng Che quickly said to Ditto. At this time, Ditto's state was not very good. In order to save Feng Che, Ditto was still affected by Hyper Beam. Arbok that Ditto transformed into and the skin on the surface suffered extensive burns. Ditto fell into a state of burns. Ditto endured the pain, revealing the hideous snake letter, and took a defensive stance, preventing Kingler from getting close to Feng Che. Feng Che and Chitty Tit dug up the treasure box 3 times and 2 times. The treasure box was only 30 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters high. The chest is made of silver-white metal. Feng Che picked up the silver-white key and put it in, and twisted it hard to the right, only to hear the box open with a snap. Inside the case is an intricately crafted device and 6 black pokeballs. This sophisticated device is a special bomb made by Teen Rockets. The gravity decompression system used in the bomb, as long as it is attacked by violence, the entire treasure chest is violently shaken. The bomb will explode automatically. Pokémon who try to violently destroy the chest will be dealt a fatal blow. This is to prevent some Team Rocket's reserve members from directly destroying the chest if they can't find the key. 6 black Pokeballs with Team Rocket's red are printed on them. There is also a score card under the black Pokeball, with a score of 50. Feng Che stuffed his gains into the bracelet. With a special Pokeball from Team Rockets, this Kingler is already in Feng Che's pocket. Ditto, are you still able to fight? Feng Che asked Ditto. Ditto nodded, indicating that he could keep fighting. Ditto turns into a naughty thunderbolt, and we give Kingler the final blow. Feng Che judged by himself that this Kingler's physical strength was about to run out. So Feng Che planned to fight against the backwater and turn Ditto into a naughty thunderbolt, using the most powerful thunder shock skill. Kingler is being attacked by a group of Krabby, and he is wearing a lot of paint. At this moment, Kingler saw that the strange creature transformed into a round sphere again. The electricity emitted by this round sphere was something even Kingler could not resist. The Kingler of the abnormal rage swept the besieged Krabby. Like baseball, these Krabbies were dropped to the sea by Kingler's hammer 940. But more Krabby gathered around. Ditto, use the thunder shock with maximum power. Feng Che felt that the naughty thunderbolt that Ditto transformed into was a masterpiece, and the saffron-colored arc covered Ditto's whole body. Ditto used all his power to suck at Kingler. Kingler suddenly saw an extremely outrageous electric current fly out of the spherical Pokémon. Kingler felt a huge panic. Just as Kingler was about to flee, Kingler was stunned to find that it was surrounded by Krabby and couldn't escape at all. I feel like this level of thunder shock is like Thunderbolt. Feng Che glanced at Ditto's current state, and sure enough he had a Thunderbolt skill. This group of Krabby is also a bit unlucky. Feng Che watched speechlessly as Krabby and Kingler were electrocuted together. In the end, it collapsed on the beach like a domino. There are still a lot of arcs running around on them. Feng Che saw that Ditto's level had also increased by 3 levels, officially reaching level 15. Ditto has already exited the transformation state at this time. It was wearily spread into a ooze, and its excessive transformation exhausted its entire body. Fortunately, Ditto didn't suffer too much damage. After Feng Che checked Ditto's condition, he found that Ditto was just losing his strength. Ditto's tissue was burned. Feng Che took out the burning fruit from the bracelet, which was taken by Feng Che from the tree fruit plantation. The predecessor of the tree house planted a lot of tree fruit that relieved the abnormal state. Feng Che cut the burnt fruit in half and applied the burnt fruit to the place where Ditto was burned. Ditto, get a good night's sleep, and when you wake up, your burns won't hurt. Feng Che comforted Ditto. Feng Che then took Ditto back into the Pokeball. Feng Che didn't have a lock-on Pokeball switch. Feng Che was afraid that Ditto wouldn't be able to get out of the Pokeball on his own when he woke up. Although Feng Che often dislikes Ditto in his mouth, Feng Che treats Ditto very gently. Okay, it's time to clean up here. Feng Che threw the Pokeball at Kingler, who had collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Kingler has lost his fighting ability and was easily included in the Pokeball by Feng Che. But Feng Che saw that at the moment when the Pokeball went out, the Pokeball was automatically locked. This means Feng Che cannot release the Kingler from the Pokeball. It seems that Team Rockets is ready early in the morning, and even if they conquer Pokemon, they can't use Pokemon's power. Only with the power of the Earl Dervish Pokemon distributed by Team Rockets. Fortunately I was prepared and bought Pokeball secretly. Otherwise my baby tits can't be taken out, and I'll cry to death. Team Rockets, of course, also considered a situation where a reserve member would secretly buy a Pokeball. But the average Team Rockets reserve member doesn't have many points on hand. So Team Rockets didn't prohibit reserve members from carrying purchased Pokeballs. It can also be regarded as some preferential treatment for the reserve members who have more points. I didn't expect that the first Pokemon captured on Dead Island would be so dangerous. Fortunately, this battle has yielded a lot of money. I want to inform Jade Tianchen and Alice, they should be alright. Feng Che was also a little tired, and lay directly on the beach. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 59-Shipwreck at Sea and the Arrival of the Little Cutie. Feng Che took a picture in the small group of the three and told them that the Pokemon captured with the special Pokeball made by Team Rockets would be forcibly locked. Sorami, I just captured a powerful Kingler, and this Kingler almost killed me. Sakami, but I found a silver key here at Kingler and successfully opened the silver chest. See, there are a total of 6 Team Rockets special Pokeballs in the silver chest, as well as a 50-point points card. Koromi, of course, there is a bomb embedded in the treasure chest in the silver treasure chest. I suggest that the treasure chest be put away first. Jade Tianchen, Alice and I defeated a Gloom. Jade Tianchen, Gloom dropped a copper key, and we also found a brass treasure chest. Guardian, there are 25 points and 3 Team Rockets special Pokeballs in the brass chest. Jade Tianchen, this Gloom is about level 20. Jade Tianchen, I guess Pokemon at level 20 and below have brass keys. Guardian Tianchen, Pokemon between level 20 and 30, that is, Pokemon superior, hold a silver key. Guardian, Pokemon above level 30 hold the saffron key. Guardian Tianchen, according to your experience in opening the silver treasure chest, the saffron treasure chest is likely to be worth 100 points. Jade Tianchen, in order to get a higher ranking, the 3 of us must collect treasure chests as much as possible. Jade Tianchen, the treasure chest is not big and can be easily stuffed into the storage device. The key is the key that can open the treasure chest. Jade Tianchen, Alice and I have arrived at the place where Team Rockets stored their supplies. Jade Tianchen, unfortunately, only clean water and dry food are stored here, and there are no weapons and score cards as we imagined. Jade Tianchen, Alice and I continue to explore other places to store supplies, and we will keep in touch at any time. After Jade Tianchen finished speaking, he did not continue. Alice took out the Team Rockets special Pokeball from the brass chest and threw it directly at Gloom. Jade Tianchen, you are sure that this Gloom has good qualifications? Alice looked at Jade Tianchen with suspicious eyes. Yes, if my identification is correct, this Gloom's qualifications should be excellent. Didn't you notice that this Gloom is particularly stinky? I almost fainted my Drowsy during the battle just now. Luckily my Drowsy plugged her nostrils with confusion in time. Otherwise you'll be the first Drowsy to be passed out by the smell of life. Jade Tianchen said with lingering fears. We still need to speed up the collection of Pokemon and point cards. As far as I know, there are several very powerful guys in this trial. Alice said with a solemn expression. Well, let's speed up. I don't want to be trapped in this place where birds don't shit for so long. Drowsy next to Jade Tianchen folded his hands. It was covered with confusion. It didn't want to go through the stink of Gloom again. On the beach, Feng Che could see a medium-sized sailboat floating on the sea and stranded on a reef from a distance. This sailboat is quite old. The boat is entirely made of wood, and it doesn't feel like it's a product of the century. Feng Che saw through the telescope that the hull of the boat was covered with dried kelp, seaweed and other plants. Recognize, if, water, first, send. Steal. Book. To sell. Money. Semicolon question mark. Die. Mother. Not far from the reef, there are quite a few sharpedo wandering by the sea. Quite a few wingulls also stayed on the broken boat to perch and pluck seaweed. This ship should have been floating on the sea for a long time. Feng Che saw through the telescope that the ship was very old. It must have been a recent hurricane that blew the ship not far from the reef. Feng Che saw through the telescope that the depths of the broken ship exuded golden light. I had a hunch that there should be good stuff on this ship. But then there's a bunch of sharpedo and wingull around. Wingull obviously regards this ship as his hometown, and if he rashly goes there, he will be slaughtered by wingull. The wingull is mostly white, and it has a long yellow beak that ends in black. Wingull will use its long wings to meet the sea breeze, gliding like a glider, and folding its wings when it rests. Wingulls use updrafts blowing from the sea to spread their slender wings and glide. The long beak is very convenient for picking up food. Wingull looks very cute on the outside, but is also an extremely ferocious bird-type Pokemon. Once they invaded the territory of Wingull, they would be bombarded by Wingull. Therefore, it is really a very difficult thing for Feng Che to board this broken ship. This boat is about a kilometer away from the beach where I am now tilde. It's high tide, and if it's low tide, it should be possible to get there through the exposed reef. When the tide is low, according to my observations, the water is only half a meter deep. It's a huge sharpedo, they're not well suited to this environment. So if you wait until the tide goes out, these sharpedos should go back into the deep sea. Of course, some sharpedos are also stranded because of their size, so it is possible that they will be missed. Feng Che was thinking about it, or wait until the tide goes out to take a look at the broken ship. After all, Feng Che felt that his eyes were not wrong. The golden light emitted by the broken ship should be an item similar to gold. Wingull also particularly enjoys collecting bling. After Feng Che made up his mind, he checked Ditto and Chikage's injuries. These two Pokemon are Feng Che's main fighting force. Feng Che wouldn't allow Pokemon to take damage. Ditto's burn has healed, now it's time to give Ditto some strength. The baby tits are just a little out of strength, and it's good to add some physical strength. Feng Che fed Ditto and the young tits a full bottle of Oran berry sap, helping hand to restore their strength. After a while, the young tits came back to life with full blood. Feng Che also collected some medicinal herbs and applied them to the scratches on his body. Children, since you're all right, start your daily training today. You're going to work on your tailwind form and you're going to hone your claws. Master the wind fighting skills by flapping your wings. Just now I found out that your whirlwind already has the shape of a storm. The crabby on this beach has been cleaned up by Kingler, and there should be no more crabby coming ashore in a short time. After you finish training, I will find you a suitable opponent. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the jungle. Feng Che saw a naive Pokemon sticking its head out of the bushes. This is Zigzagoon. Feng Che looked at Zigzagoon with big brown eyes. Those big watery eyes looked so cute. The Zigzagoon has a predominantly brown body with dark brown hair resembling a raccoon on the face. The light brown serrated hair is looped, giving Zigzagoon a jagged look. Its watery brown eyes made it even more shrewd. Zigzagoon is curious about everything. Often walks in a zigzag manner and sometimes finds items that are hard to spot. This Zigzagoon sniffs the smell of berry juice left in the air. Zigzagoon, I just smelled a good tree fruit fragrance in the forest, and I followed the fragrance to find it. It sniffed the bottle that had been drained of juice and threw it on the beach, and licked it inside. Zigzagoon, luckily, there is still a little bit. Wow, it's really delicious. Immediately Zigzagoon's face showed a happy color. The juices prepared by Feng Che are all added with some herbs, and the taste is much stronger than eating tree fruits alone. Zigzagoon, I almost forgot my business. Of course good things should be shared with my companions. Immediately afterwards, Zigzagoon called out to the jungle, and 6 more Zigzagoons emerged from the jungle. If you come across a Zigzagoon in the wild, don't panic. Zigzagoon is a very curious Pokemon. Zigzagoon does not actively attack people. Sometimes you bring food to Zigzagoon, and Zigzagoon will exchange the treasures he finds with humans. The companion who was called over by Zigzagoon licked the bottle, his eyes lit up. Haha, meeting his fate. Feng Che used the system to identify that the characteristics of these 7 Zigzagoons were all picking up, and he also wanted to curry favor with Zigzagoons. There is also a type of trainer in the game called the pickup player. They have captured a bunch of Pokemon with the pickup ability, and the most common thing every day is to release the pickup Pokemon. These Pokemon will have a harvest every hour, and at worst have a tree fruit on them. These pickup players will get a lot of money from picking up Pokemon alone, and basically raising a family is no problem. Feng Che took out 7 exquisitely crafted small bottles from the bracelet. As soon as Feng Che opened the bottle, the breeze blew slowly, blowing the rich smell of berry juice into Zigzagoon's nose. After Zigzagoon smelled the smell, he surrounded Feng Che and called out to Feng Che. Feng Che handed the bottle full of juice to Zigzagoon. After Zigzagoon drank the juice in one gulp, he respectfully returned the bottle to Feng Che. Then Zigzagoon burrowed into the forest and disappeared. After a while, Zigzagoon drilled out again. They all hold the treasures they collect in their mouths. After Feng Che identified the treasure in Zigzagoon's mouth, he found a miracle seed of good quality. There are also 2 Team Rocket's special Pokeballs that have been used. A used Pokeball doesn't mean it can't be used. Feng Che guessed that these Pokeballs should be former Team Rocket's reserve members who failed to capture Pokemon. It was lost in the jungle by them, and found by Zigzagoon as a collection and brought back to the lair for collection. Zigzagoon, if you can find these Pokeballs, as long as they are in good condition, I can give you a bottle of berry juice per Pokeball. Also, if you can find the chests and keys, please let me know where the chests and keys were found. I can reward you with 3 bottles of berry juice. Of course you have to pay attention to your own safety. If you think you have any particularly good gains, you can also exchange them with me. I will give you berry juice based on the value of the items you brought. Feng Che touched Zigzagoon's small head and said patiently. At the same time, Feng Che took out the key and treasure chest from the bracelet and showed it to Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon nodded. Since you cute little guys are helping me with errands, I'll check your body for you. Feng Che just found out that these little guys seem to have parasites on them, and checked them carefully. There are indeed rice-sized eggs in their fur. Haha, these parasites are parasitic on your hair, and it will usually be very itchy. Wait a minute, there it is. Feng Che looked up and saw a medicinal herb that looked like a sky full of stars. Remember this herb, just mash it up and put it on your backs to get rid of parasites. This one is called starweed, and it's the ingredient in this herb that kills insects. Feng Che picked off the leaves of the star grass, smashed it, and applied it to Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon suddenly felt that the usual itchy place became extraordinarily cool. Okay, as long as you take a shower with clean water later, you'll be fine. The effect of this star grass can last for a month, and your fur will continue to smell of mosquito fatigue. When you rest, you will naturally feel the benefits. Feng Che smiled. The Pokemon in the forest can come to me if they're hurt, and I live near here. You can find me by following my taste. As a master healer, Feng Che naturally has a loving heart, which is also a key to improving Feng Che's treatment level. There is a legend in the game that as long as you heal enough Pokemon, the Viridian Forest will conclude that you are the son of Viridian and grant the power of Viridian. As for how Giovanni got the power of Viridian, Feng Che didn't quite understand. It is very likely that Giovanni established the base in the Viridian Forest and maintained the ecology of the Viridian Forest. After Feng Che finished treating Zigzagoon, Feng Che put away the miracle seed. This miracle seed is very full and can increase the power of grass-type skills about twice as much as grass-type Pokemon. This is a rare treasure in Team Rockets. Feng Che felt that even if he handed in a miracle seed, he could pass the test. But the quality of this miracle seed is so good that I'm a little reluctant to hand it in. Feng Che washed the zigzagoon saliva covering the miracle seed with water. After carefully drying the miracle seed, wrap it in layers of fallen leaves and put it into the bracelet. These 2 used Pokeballs saved me the time of searching for Pokeballs. Feng Che now has 17 Rocket's special Pokeballs in his hands. Feng Che still has to choose some qualified Pokemon to conquer. In this way, you can greatly increase your Team Rocket's points. Feng Che felt that spending time looking for the treasure chest to find the key was the most invaluable thing. Might as well spend that time taking down Pokemon. Feng Che felt that high-quality Pokemon was the key to Team Rocket's assessment. And the resources on this island are very rich, if more suitable medicinal materials can be collected. Natsuki and Ditto don't lack resources for early growth. Baby Tit is ranked 56th on Team Rocket's Rare Pokemon ranking. This rare Pokemon ranking does not count Eudemons and Ultra Beast. It is estimated that the leader of Giovanni felt that Eudemons and Ultra Beast appeared in inaccessible places, so he did not expect ordinary Team Rocket's members to meet them. Juvenile Tits need to be trained from an early age and take some rare ores. Nomads, after gradually hardening the juvenile Tit's bones, the juvenile Tit can resist the backlash of big moves like Brave Bird. In this way, only after evolution becomes the Blue Crow and the Steel Armor Crow, it will have the strength to traverse the storm. Feng Che looked up at the position of the sun. It was exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The tide was already starting to ebb and Ditto was awake. Feng Che had already retrieved the mega fishing rod that was lost in the forest. Come on, Ditto, let's take a look at the wreck first while the tide goes out. After the tide receded, the entire beach was immediately surrounded by small puddles. Under the sun, it exudes colorful colors. Krabby, who was thrown into the sea by Kingler before, is also revealed. They were buried deep in the sand, with only their heads showing. However, Feng Che recognized them from the cracked carapace on Krabby's body. Feng Che also saw Shelter and Cloyster sleeping soundly buried in the sand. If Feng Che threw a Pokeball at this time, he might be able to catch a Cloyster as well. But Feng Che felt that this was not necessary. Because Cloyster is so common, it can be seen everywhere in the Kanto region. Even the Kingler caught by Feng Che was because this Kingler possessed rare skills such as Hyper Beam and Crab Claw Hammer. It was only then that Feng Che had the intention to capture. Nurturing masters generally evaluate the value of Pokemon from 3 perspectives. The first is the rarity of the Pokemon. This is similar to Team Rocket's Rare Pokemon Leaderboard. The second is how well the Pokemon can master the skill. Pokemon with rare moves will be more valuable. At least Kingler who learns Hyper Beam is worth more than Kingler who doesn't learn Hyper Beam. And Pokemon, who can learn rare moves, are also more savvy. The third is Pokemon qualifications. Pokemon's aptitude, the higher the value, whether in terms of growth or comprehension, the better the Pokemon's aptitude, the higher the growth rate. Feng Che also used this 3-dimensional perspective to evaluate Pokemon and conquer it. But if it is to subdue his main Pokemon, Feng Che will have one more evaluation criterion. That is Bond's degree, which is commonly known as Fate. Chapter 60_Shipwreck Expeditions, Treasures on Board. Feng Che stepped on the muddy beach with 1 foot deep and 1 shallow, and his walking speed was really not fast. It was also Ditto who couldn't see it, so he transformed into an Arbok and rolled Feng Che onto its back. It walked swiftly in a zigzag. Wait, Ditto, there's a treasure chest there. Feng Che pointed to the corner of the golden treasure chest exposed after the ebb tide. Ditto took an iron tail and dug out the treasure chest. In fact, the color of saffron and brass is really close. Under the reflection of the sun, Feng Che couldn't tell the color of these treasure chests. After Ditto dug out the treasure chest, Feng Che was sure that it was a saffron treasure chest. It's enough to be buried in such a remote place. The people who are buried should think whether we can observe the ebb tide. Feng Che said to himself. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a shit to have to find the Pokemon who holds the key. Feng Che muttered. This sentence was heard by Ditto. Ditto, unexpectedly, Feng Che wanted to find the key. Ditto, look for me for the key, otherwise how can I run around the farm and no one has been able to find me? Ditto, it is by transforming myself into a key that I can come and go freely in the farm. Ditto, I won't tell Feng Che, let Feng Che be anxious. 100 changes. 1v1. Ditto's voice was heard by Feng Che. This Ditto really does not fight for a day, and it is on the beam. Hey, if someone can help me with this, I'd rather pay for 3 bottles of berry juice. Feng Che deliberately said something. When Feng Che saw Ditto's ears prick up, he immediately fell to play. Fragrant and sweet berry juice. I don't know which Pokemon has such a good taste. Feng Che added another sentence and took out berry juice from the bracelet. He pushed the bottle of berry juice away and fanned the scent of berry juice lightly with his hand. Ditto's harass flowed out for a long time. Ditto, a single-celled creature, sticks its tail directly into the keyhole. I saw Ditto's tail change for a while, and then stir. The saffron chest snapped open. Dude, Ditto, you're really good. Feng Che clapped his hands at Ditto. But at the same time, Feng Che was also secretly thinking about a question. Is all Ditto so good, or is it just my Ditto that has such power? Feng Che really couldn't understand how powerful the technology of Team Rockets was. It was even possible to develop a Ditto that could transform into a Pokemon just by swallowing a corpse. This is for you. Feng Che did not break his promise, and directly gave Ditto 5 bottles of berry juice at 940. The extra 2 bottles are your reward. After you have your helping hand, I just need to try my best to find the treasure chest. Feng Che slipped from Ditto's body. Fall on the beach. Feng Che opened the saffron treasure chest, and sure enough, there was a Team Rockets points card with 100 points in it. There are also 4 silver-white Pokeballs in the chest. This silver-white Pokeball also has the Team Rockets logo on it, just like the Alliance's Great Ball. There is also a broken map, which should have 8 copies in total, judging by its size. A few words are written on the back of the map. I've buried a treasure somewhere on the island, and only the lucky little guy who assembles the map will get a gift. Good skill. It seems that Team Rockets is tempting everyone to chase the map and kill each other. Feng Che murmured. At this moment, in an office of Team Rockets, Instructor Viper was sitting in the office. He was reading with great interest the popular science knowledge about Pokemon lore. The deputy sitting next to the Viper instructor suddenly said in surprise, "Someone actually opened the saffron treasure chest. Look up the codename of the person who opened the saffron's chest." The Viper instructor said calmly. From our positioning, the name of the person closest to this opened saffron chest is Somami. The deputy came to this conclusion after tapping on the computer. Team Rockets can only determine the approximate candidate through the real-time signal from the saffron treasure chest and the signal from the Team Rockets bracelet worn on the body. It turned out to be this little guy. Leader Giovanni is also very concerned about this guy. I hope this little guy can achieve good results in this assessment. The superior players selected this time are going to sneak into the league to become our spies. This time, the reward given to the top 3 by the Giovanni leader is the very good Royal 3. Instructor Viper closed the book together, and looked at his deputy with his deep and dark eyes. Not long ago, the Alliance swept away our spies in the Alliance with lightning speed. This made Leader Giovanni very angry, so Leader Giovanni sent members of the Special Operations team to infiltrate the Alliance. I hope this assessment can surprise me. Otherwise we will be very blind to the Alliance's actions. Instructor Viper said with a sigh. Dead Island. At this time, Feng Che was already close to the place not far from the broken ship. Wingull was staring at himself. A huge Wailord is stranded on the reef. This whalelord was probably stuck on the reef inadvertently while hunting for food. After the tide goes out, you have to endure the pain of being exposed to the sun. Whalelord, help, who can help me? I've been stuck here for almost 20 days and nights. Whalelord, help, who can help me? Whalelord sprayed some of the seawater accumulated in the body to give some moisture to the dry skin. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Whalelord close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent orange. Characteristic, slow. Open black lens bracket level, 35 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Skills, heavy impact, splash, growl, water gun, rollout, vortex, water wave, mist, rest, brine, water spray. Status, hunger, dehydration. This whalelord can be saved. Feng Che saw that the reef stuck around whalelord had loosened. Just let Arbok use Iron Tail and whalelord can get out of trouble. The reason why Feng Che didn't take the easier way of conquering whalelord. This is because Feng Che needs whalelord's helping hand. After all, there are many Sharpedos in the sea. To leave the main island, Feng Che must use the power of whalelord, a water-type Pokemon with such a huge body. And a Pokemon like whalelord would eat too much, if Feng Che caught this whalelord. Feng Che can certainly get a lot of points, but whalelord's ending may be reduced to Pokemon fodder. In addition, whalelord's qualifications did not meet Feng Che's requirements, and Feng Che certainly did not want to use his Pokeball to subdue whalelord. Whalelord, can you hear me? Feng Che patted Ditto's head, and Ditto swam to whalelord immediately. You can taste some tree fruit to recover your strength. Feng Che looked at this emaciated whalelord. It must have been eating nothing recently. Whalelord raised his eyelids with difficulty, and saw a tiny human being at his mouth. Next to its mouth is a pile of fruit that looks delicious. Whalelord opened his mouth slightly and sucked the fruit into his mouth. The rich tree fruit flavor spread on the tip of the tongue, which made whalelord, who was already hungry, even hungrier. There are many more, whalelord. Feng Che released some fruit from the bracelet again. In this way, Feng Che exhausted all the fruit in the bracelet. Whalelord only regained some strength. Whalelord, listen to me, the rock that holds you back has loosened. I'll have Arbok use the Iron Tail to smash this reef on the east side later. Then you use all your strength and jump back so you'll fall into the water. This way you will be saved. Do you understand what I mean? Feng Che repeated it to whalelord. Until whalelord spewed a small stream of water that formed a little celadon, rainbow under the sun. Feng Che knew that whalelord already knew what he meant. Me, Ditto, use the Iron Tail on this part of the reef. Ditto's tail turned silvery white again, and it threw a hard blow at the position Feng Che had calculated. Suddenly a crack appeared on the reef. It works, Ditto, keep using Iron Tail. Feng Che continued speaking to Ditto. Whalelord looked at Feng Che and Ditto who were working hard, and was secretly moved. Whalelord, beloved, really benevolent, if I hadn't met them, I would probably have turned into a rotten flesh. Just then, the most important piece of rock holding whalelord came loose. Okay, whalelord, jump back while you're at it. Feng Che shouted loudly. Fortunately, whalelord has been hungry for more than 10 days, and whalelord's entire body has lost a lot of weight. Whalelord made a great leap and managed to break free from the shackles of the reef. Then whalelord plunged into the sea. There was a huge splash in the sea, and waves were also set off. Come on. Feng Che patted Arbok's head. Arbok swam quickly, but couldn't escape the speed of the waves. Feng Che along with Arbok was swept into the waves. After a while, the waves receded before Feng Che spit out a mouthful of sand. Whalelord swooped briskly into the ocean and swam freely. At the same time, many water jets were sprayed out. Feng Che wiped the seawater from his hair. he was surprised to find that the waves that Waylord had set off just now pounded the broken ship not far from the shore. Feng Che now doesn't have to worry about being trapped in a broken boat when the tide is high. Feng Che waved at Waylord, and Waylord also spit out water jets to greet Feng Che. Then Waylord flicked his tail and plunged into the sea for food. Ditto, let's go up and transform into Golbat. Feng Che patted Ditto's head, and Ditto's body wriggled and turned into Golbat. Golbat flapped his wings and grabbed Gus Che and flew towards the deck of the broken ship. Just then, Wingull flew from the deck of the broken ship. At this time, sweet scent will be used. Feng Che took out a pitcher plant directly from the bracelet and threw it directly on the beach. At this moment, a sea breeze blew, and the entire sweet scent spread to the beach. Not only did it attract Wingull, but it also attracted Pokémon such as Cloyster and Shelder. Sweet scent is really a war artifact that attracts Pokémon. Feng Che said with emotion. Come on, Ditto, let's see what's in this wreck. Feng Che was taken to the deck, and after Ditto landed, he transformed into Arbok again. Arbok is Ditto's strongest transformation form right now. In case of any danger, Ditto can also deal with it in time. The wreck was not a big one, it was a medium-sized sailboat. The deck was already dilapidated, and Feng Che's feet would make a creaking sound when he stepped on it. Since the wreck had been occupied by Wingull, the deck was covered with Wingull's bird droppings. The stench of white bird droppings and rotting seaweed mixed together made Feng Che wretched. Feng Che quickly took out a bottle of berry juice from the bracelet. Through the taste of fresh juice, Feng Che felt a little better. I used a telescope to see a golden glow, it should be the cab. Feng Che stepped on the deck carefully, the deck was very dry and cracked, and the entire hull also had a tendency to fall apart. If there is another hurricane, it is estimated that the ship will completely fall apart. Feng Che came to the cab. Feng Che discovered that this sailboat was entirely made of wood, and even the rudder was made of wood. It seems that this sailboat is a little old. Feng Che saw the white bones dressed up by the captain in the cockpit, and a sharp sword passed through the chest of the white bones. The bones of the finger are also covered with a large number of rings made by saffron. There are also gray gems on the ring face. Feng Che knew that these gems had become gray due to the erosion of seawater. After processing, it can be restored to its original appearance. Feng Che took off all the valuable items on the bones. Feng Che looked at a part of the cab, where there was a glittering golden trophy. It turns out that the golden light I saw at the time was from this trophy. It's a pity that this trophy is made of brass, but it's also a historical relic, so let's put it aside for now. Feng Che stuffed the trophy into the bracelet. Feng Che's areas of focus in the game are healing, nurturing, and training Pokémon. Feng Che is not very clear about the history of the Pokémon world. In the game, there are specialized archaeologists who specialize in the history of the Pokémon world. Look what's in the cabin. After Feng Che got out of the cab, he entered the cabin through the handrail of the cabin. Because the broken ship was swept by the big waves just now, the entire cabin was wet. There was the sound of dripping water everywhere. At this time, the strong light bulb can come in handy. Feng Che took out a strong light from his wristband, and when he turned on the light, he saw a hideous white bone staring at him. Most of the bones in the cabin fell to the ground. Most of them were dressed as sailors. This is clearly the scene of the murder and it looks like there's a mutiny on the ship. Feng Che walked through the cabin and found nothing of value. At this moment, Feng Che discovered that there was still a downward passage. However, when he reached this channel, Feng Che no longer needed a strong light bulb. Because there was a big hole in the room below, the sunlight was pouring into the room along the big hole. A large number of scattered gold and silver treasures appeared in the room. There are also 2 scattered white bones. Feng Che didn't see any marks of stab wounds from the bones. It seems that the Welf and Silk are moving. If I guessed correctly, there should be a rebellion on this ship. The winner was unlucky to encounter a tsunami accident and suffocated directly until a hurricane arrived. The ship was brought to light again. As for these ill-gotten gains, I'm welcome. What is this? Feng Che found that one of the bones was holding a piece of parchment tightly. Feng Che also took the effort of the old man's nose to break open the bones. Feng Che spread out the parchment in the sunlight and saw that it was the map of the Dead Islands. There is a red dot in the middle of the Dead Islands. The craft of making a treasure map is really not simple. The ship has been sunk for so long, and this treasure map has nothing at all. In the middle of Death Island, with my current strength, I am close to death. The middle of the island is simply courting death. Feng Che said unceremoniously. These scattered gold and silver treasures are enough for my wretched development. When I'm strong, I'll enter the middle of Dead Island and see what's going on. Feng Che solemnly put the treasure map into his wristband. He and Ditto are happily collecting gold and silver treasures. Very good. With these gold and silver treasures, it is not difficult for me to be the first. Money is also being exchanged for team rockets. Of course, in the assessment, it must be the treasure that he found on Dead Island. If Feng Che put these gold and silver treasures in the black market of Saffron City, he would definitely be able to make a lot of money. Saffron is still hard currency in the Pokemon world. Suddenly, the sun's light dimmed, and Feng Che looked up, and a dark cloud as black as ink directly covered the sun in the sky. Suddenly it became extremely dark. Then the entire cabin began to shake violently, and a lot of seawater poured in from the hole in the cabin. Go, let's go. Feng Che urged Ditto to transform into Golbat and rushed out of the hole in the cabin. The sea has changed. The gentleness and tranquility of the sea disappeared without a trace. The waves are like a raging lion mercilessly pounding on the beach, spilling white spray. The broken ship just now was overturned by a wave. The broken ship finally couldn't bear the load and was torn apart in the waves. Fortunately, Feng Che left quickly. It's going to rain, Ditto, let's get out of here. Feng Che woke up suddenly when he saw the Pokemon who had been attracted by sweet scent. Chapter 61-Wind Peeling. Don't let me go on rainy days. Feng Che watched as the group of Pokemon scattered like frightened birds. Ditto, we still have to hurry to the tree house. Once it rains, it will become a sea of Wangyang. The air of the entire Dead Island became extremely dull, and Feng Che and Ditto were sweating in a short while. Pokemon also hurriedly fled to the towering tree. Even the sleeping Oddish woke up amidst the thunder and the howling of the wind. All of them stuck their heads out and saw the dark clouds and thunder and lightning in the sky. Feng Che saw that the big tree beside him also began to sway, and a tree that looked like a palm tree was sticking out his head. Feng Che took a closer look, and it turned out to be an executor. This executor is really disguised as a palm tree. If it doesn't move, I can't tell that this tree is executor disguised. The thunder and lightning slammed down, and the jagged lightning just struck a towering tree. Immediately, the tree lit up with a raging fire. It is estimated that it is the most uncomfortable when it is raining on Dead Island, and the risk of being struck by lightning must also be prevented. Feng Che returned to the tree house just as the rainstorm was about to fall. I'm really exhausted today. Feng Che stretched his waist. But luckily, your resources are not short for the time being. When I go out to Dead Island, I can exchange this huge amount of gold and silver for various resources. At that time, I will definitely buy you more advanced fruit. Feng Che said excitedly, hugging Ditto and turning in circles. Ditto was completely paralyzed on Feng Che's arm. Ditto is really tired today. It was too tired to move. At this moment, Feng Che's communicator rang. Alice, Somami, we found some treasure chests. The Pokemon guarding the chests are not particularly strong. Alice, even some treasure chests are just buried underground without a single Pokemon guarding them. Alice, we also found the saffron chest, but the Pokemon guarding the keys is too strong. Alice, Jod Tianchen and I almost escaped. Alice, Instructor Viper is determined, we need to get the key to open the treasure chest. MTC, I have found a special way to open the treasure chest. King me, you bring the treasure chest with you, and I will open the treasure chest when I meet you. Saffron. In addition, try to collect saffron treasure chests. I opened a broken map from the saffron treasure chest. Jade Tianchen. I understand, I will use my psychic to sense the location of the treasure chest. Jade Tianchen. Drowsy and I are the strongest surface detectors together. Jade Tianchen. I also recorded the Pokemon who had the key. Jade Tianchen. We will meet again later, I have something to do with Alice. After Jade Tianchen put down the communicator, he looked at the Puccina gathered around him with a complicated expression. There was a strong wind and rain fell from the sky. The rain that formed a line did not fall on Guardian Tianchen, Alice, Drowsy and Houndour. This is Guardian Tianchen using confusion to shield the rain. It's a nasty smell, so many Puccinas, you can't think of using the heavy rain to ambush these Puccinas. As a psychic, Jade Tianchen didn't like the Pokemon of the Ghost and Dark. Haha, there's no way, and I don't like that these Pokemon are following us. It's like brown candy, you can't get rid of it. Fortunately there is no post-evolution Mightyena here, otherwise we would not have escaped Mightyena's attack. If we don't use this heavy rain to ambush Puccina, according to Puccina's vengeful personality, it will be with us forever. Alice loaded the Desert Eagle and said solemnly. Drowsy, start the fight, manipulate the stone to use the confusion storm. Jade Tianchen knew that pure confusion had no effect on Puccina. But the stone attached to confusion can have a certain impact on Puccina. The second island of Dead Island. A tall, long-haired woman wearing high heels was sheltering from the rain under a big tree. Her partner is a huge Ariados. Ariados looks like a spider, it has only a head and a thorax, and its pupils are purple. Its red head has a horn, it has 2 legs, and its colors are yellow and purple. At this point the Ariados was munching on a Beedrill. The Beedrill's body was still twitching a little. I hate rainy days the most, it's really bad weather. This island of death will flood when it rains. It's really annoying. The long-haired woman muttered with an annoyed expression. Lena, be my subordinate. Rena of Poison, I want you to join my team. A voice suddenly came from the rain screen. A hooded man in a mask walked in from the rain. A Xatu slung over his shoulders, and it was this Xatu helping hand masked man who lifted the rain. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Lena said with a wary expression. You can call me Shingsho-sama, my goal is to get the first place in this trial. Shingsho said to Lena with a burst of electronically synthesized falsetto. Why should I trust you? Lena said angrily. Shingshu's voice just fell. Ariados rushed towards Shinghan. It opened its sharp mouth, and purple venom oozes from its teeth. Ariados is very confident that as long as this masked man is contaminated with this purple venom, he will be blood-stained in his throat. Stupid. Xatu suddenly burst out with an arrogant force, directly hitting Ariados against the tree trunk. Spewed from Ariados' mouth. Ariados, are you okay? Lena asked Ariados with concern. Just because I am stronger than you. You offended me this time, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Next time, I won't be merciful. This time, for the disrespect of Ariados, I just gave it a small punishment. If you don't know how to flatter, don't blame me for killing me. Shinghan said to Lena rudely. Lena bit her lip and took 2 steps back. Then looking at Xatu's ill-faced eyes, Lena lowered her noble head. I see, Lord Star Hunter. Lena said reluctantly. Lena knows the characteristics of Team Rockets, which is to always obey the strong. This man has a Pidgeotto on his shoulders. Very good, you are very good at assessing the situation. You will only know how strong I am if you take refuge in me. Do things for me well, and I will help you achieve a good result. By the way, let me introduce you to you. Companion. Come out, Kazushiro. A shadow walked in from the rain curtain. Pidgeotto was manipulating the flow of air to prevent rain from falling on Fujiro. The first task of the 2 of you is to find out the location of the treasure chest and the key. If there is a problem that cannot be solved, come to me. But once I make a move, I will get 50% of the harvest. Shinsho said with a cold snort. Fujiro has a way to contact me, you just have to do your own work. Shinsho was covered with a layer of blue thoughts, and then Shinsho disappeared in place. Haha, hello, Lena with the title of Poisonous Rose, we will cooperate well next. Fenjiro said to Lena. I'm Kazujiro, and my goal is to become a top flight trainer. I'm good at scouting and tracking. But I'm not good at group attacks, and places with treasure chests and keys are filled with a lot of wild Pokemon. So Star Hunt the adults have come to invite you to cooperate with me. Fujiro said with a smile. Master Shinsho really taught me a hard lesson. Lena said angrily. Haha, Lord Shinsho is a generous person, although I don't know his true colors. But the reward given by Lord Star Hunter is really not low. Fujiro gave a professional smirk. But this rainy day is really troublesome. The tropical oceanic climate means it rains a lot. On a rainy day, my Pidgeotto will increase the humidity of the feathers, which will increase the weight of the Pidgeotto. This is very detrimental to Pidgeotto's detective work. Fujiro complained. But Lena saw that there was still a smile on the corner of this person's mouth, a typical smirk. In the tree house, Feng-Che had already lit the fireplace. Feng-Che found that every rainy day, Abomasnow in the snow-capped mountains would come directly to the forest to make a fortune, turning the forest into ice and snow. The tree house was also affected and became bitingly cold. If there is no firewood to keep warm at night, it will be too cold to sleep. Ditto had already fallen asleep, but the young tits were not yet. Feng-Che found that in the process of fighting, the fighting ability of the young tits was still a little worse. So Feng-Che made a targeted training plan for the young tits. Feng-Che marked a piece of firewood and erected the firewood in the middle of the tree house. The young tit flew in the tree house, and without making any sound, used a peck attack on the location marked by Feng-Che. Feng-Che's requirement is not to peck crooked, nor to peck sideways. This is the basic skill of flying Pokemon practice. If the juvenile tit can master it well, there is a certain probability that the juvenile tit can understand the beak drill. The young tits use the tailwind blessing state to fly silently in the tree house. Then the childish tit's mouth suddenly glowed white, and the childish tit gave a stern peck at the place marked by Feng-Che. The firewood was suddenly torn apart, but the position marked by Feng-Che was not pecked by the young tit. Chicken tit, this looks very difficult, but as long as you master the skills, the problem can be solved. When you use the skill of peck, you have to think about how much force you need to use. Learn to precisely control the strength and accuracy of the pecking. If you use too little force, you won't be able to shake the firewood at all, and if you apply too much force, the firewood will fall apart like this. If you can learn to hit the marker with a sudden dive while flying, and the firewood won't fall apart, you have succeeded. At that time, your mastery of the skills will really reach the level of perfection. Feng-Che faced childish tits encouraged. Ask for flowers. Have you noticed that when you're fighting Krabby, your attacks are tickling Krabby? That's because you pecked in the wrong place. If you pecked Krabby's joints, Krabby's legs and pliers will be pecked off by you. Quote. If Krabby didn't have pliers, he would become a toothless tiger. It would be easy for you to defeat him. Feng-Che smiled. Feng-Che casually threw the torn firewood into the fireplace. The fire in the fireplace grew stronger and crackled. Okay, it's getting late, Cheekage, let's practice again tomorrow. Children, you have to remember that you eat food one bite at a time, and pay attention to the combination of work and rest. If you are overtraining now, it will damage your potential. This is a thing that will outweigh the gains. Feng-Che said seriously to the young tits. The young tit heard it, and it flew to the bed obediently, and soon fell asleep. Good night Ditto, good night baby tits. When Feng-Che woke up the next day, Feng-Che found that it was still raining outside. Feng-Che saw through the window that a deep rain had accumulated outside. The Pokemon on Dead Island are used to this amount of rain. So many Pokemon build their nests on towering trees. The trees here are very tall and thick, and this flood is nothing to the big trees. Feng-Che even saw fish and water-type Pokemon swimming under the tree. It can be seen that the water-type Pokemon rushed out of the lake by the opportunity of the flood and wandered around. However, these water-type Pokemon are extremely common Pokemon in the Kanto region. Zero Poliwag, Goldeen, Shelter, they spit out a string of water guns and frolic there. At this moment, Feng-Che saw a huge Gyarados roaring and charging from a distance. Feng-Che saw with sharp eyes that this Gyarados had a saffron-colored key on it. If Ditto can't open the box, I'll actually snatch the key on this Gyarados. But now I just have to find the treasure chest. But if you can, take the opportunity to grab the keys in these Pokemon's hands. If you meet some people who are in urgent need of keys, you can also take the opportunity to sell at a high price. After this flood is over, I will settle the account with that Qingtai. Feng-Che raised the long-extinguished fireplace again, simply heated the dry food, and took a few bites. Young Tits and Ditto opened their sleepy eyes with the smell of food. Ditto stretches, hits yawn, and then wakes up. Sorry for waking you up, come over for breakfast. After breakfast, we just went out to find the treasure chest. Of course Feng-Che did not forget that Arbok could swim in the water. Just in time, Ditto, you can train Thunderfang and Ice Fang. Feng-Che said to Ditto. Ditto, oh my god, the wind picks up the skin. Don't let me go on rainy days. Ditto, I'm probably the poorest baby in the world. Feng-Che's face darkened when he heard Ditto's voice. Ditto, I count to 3, you have to finish my breakfast immediately and start training. It's a lazy stuff. Feng-Che felt that Ditto had to scold him every day to be comfortable, and he had to slap him once or twice every day. Fortunately, the baby tits gave me some comfort, otherwise I would have been really pissed off. Feng-Che muttered a few words in a low voice. After dinner, Feng-Che changed into a diving suit. This diving suit has propellers and can swim as lightly as a fish underwater. Ditto, transformed into Arbok, pushed open the door of the treehouse, carefully testing the temperature of the standing water. Feng-Che saw that Arbok's whole body was shaking. Go down you. Feng-Che kicked Ditto mercilessly. Ditto fell into the water and caused a shallow spray. His teeth collided up and down, and he was shaking all over. Ditto, as soon as I freeze to death, I really freeze to death. Feng-Che jumped directly from the tree house. Fuck, this water is really cold and biting. Feng-Che's teeth couldn't help shaking. Feng-Che swam in the water for a while before feeling his limbs a little warmer. Go, Ditto. Feng-Che patted Ditto's head and swam into the distance. The rain stopped at this time, and the sky was just sunny day. But the stagnant water did not subside for a while. These water-type Pokemon act as means of transportation in more than 2 meters of water. Some Pokemon who don't want to drip water will greet these water-type Pokemon. The water-type Pokemon will take other Pokemon to where they want to go, and the Pokemon will give the water-type Pokemon 1 or 2 berries in return. These Pokemon just live in harmony. Ditto, let's look in the direction of the lake. Now a lot of water-type Pokemon are gushing out of the lake. It shouldn't be easy for us to explore the lake now to encounter the more ferocious water-type Pokemon. Feng-Che patted Ditto's head. Husband. Chapter 62_Treasure Chest Under the Lake. Revenge of Cloyster. Please subscribe. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Dead Island is very large, with volcanoes, forests, lakes, snow-capped mountains and other landforms. Feng-Che's current location is only in a corner of the outer forest. It's just that because of the serious water accumulation now, Feng-Che's journey went smoothly and he reached the edge of the lake without encountering any obstacles. There are many lakes in Death Island, and Feng-Che is exploring the lake closest to the forest in Death Island this time. The treehouse's predecessor wrote on the map that the lake was suspected to be guarded by Melodic. The whole lake is sparkling in the sunlight. Goldeen, Magikarp, Lotad are all playing on the lake. They spit out the water gun, forming a celadon, rainbow halo under the sun. Children, you take a look around here first, and Ditto and I dive under the water first to see. Feng Che explained to the childish tit. Then Ditto took a deep breath and plunged into the lake. There are many green water plants growing in the lake, and the sunlight shines on the lake to emit a green light. Feng Che discovered that there were actually many medicinal herbs like water hyacinth at the bottom of the lake. So many rubescens developed. Rubescens treats severe burns and heals Pokemon's skin well. Rubescens also has a good effect on human burns. The healing effect of this rubescens is stronger than that of burning fruit. Feng Che suddenly patted Ditto's head. Feng Che swam to the edge of Lingsao and made a reaping motion towards Ditto. The stems and leaves of rubescens are very tough. Its roots go deep into the lake bottom. The best way to pick rubescens is to use Rattata. The specially trained Rattata can use its front teeth to bite off the stems and leaves of rubescens. After the stems and leaves of the water rubs are bitten off, as long as the roots are not damaged, the water rushes, 940, will soon grow out again. I saw Ditto raised his silver-white tail and waved hard at the row of water rushes. A white light rushed out of Ditto's tail. Where the white light passed, Lingsao all fell down. Feng Che looked at the broken part of the water rush grass, and the incision was very smooth. After Feng Che harvested part of it, he continued to swim forward. Not far ahead, a cloister was slowly nibbling on the aquatic plants. The cloister is protected by a double shell, with a protruding horn on the body and some protruding horns on the outermost shell. The cloister has a silver key apparently hanging from its one horn. In the silt under cloister, Feng Che clearly saw a silver box. I'm also drunk on the arrangement of the Viper Instructor, to be able to put the treasure chest in such a secret place. If I didn't dive, I didn't know there would be a treasure chest here. Feng Che thought a little speechlessly. Fighting underwater is a lot harder than fighting on land. Moreover, Feng Che couldn't communicate with Ditto normally, and it greatly increased the difficulty of communication between Feng Che and Ditto underwater. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Cloister close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Characteristic, continuous attack. Open black lens bracket level, 28 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water plus ice. Skills, hydro pump, shell smash, toxic spikes, withdraw, supersonic, protect, aurora beam, water gun, spike cannon, ice shard. Status, eating. Evaluation. This is a well-developed cloister, and it is estimated that it can be exchanged for a lot of points. Feng Che suddenly saw that the system suddenly had more evaluation functions. I miss it so much. The evaluation function seems to be able to be repaired over time. But how does the system repair itself? This Feng Che was quite curious. This cloister has a lot of skills, and Ditto alone might not be able to beat the cloister. But a cloister with good strength, and a cloister with yellow qualifications, should be able to exchange a lot of Team Rocket's points. And there are keys and treasure chests to get, it really kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Feng Che thought secretly. And it seems that this cloister's younger brother should have been sent out to earn fruit. If you don't take this opportunity to capture this cloister, when all its little brothers come back, there won't be such a good time. Feng Che thought of this, patted Ditto's head, pointed to cloister in the distance and made a ball shape. Ditto, the trainer wants me to transform into a naughty thunderbolt and attack this cloister. After Feng Che heard Ditto's heartfelt voice, he immediately gave a thumbs up. Ditto, as expected of the Pokemon who has been with me for so long, he really has the same heart as me. Ditto, then I'll swim closer and use Thunderbolt on cloister. Ditto's voice just hit Feng Che's heart. Feng Che was moved to tears. Ditto was finally not the mischievous Pokemon. Ditto swam slowly to a spot not far from cloister. Ditto then transformed into Naughty Thunderbolt. It arcs all over and uses Thunder Shock on cloister, who is happily eating water plants. Ah, why are you using the Thunder Shock skill? I really shouldn't trust Ditto. Feng Che secretly held his forehead, and quickly turned on the thruster and swam into the distance. Ditto, who was proud to use the Thunder Shock skill, suddenly found that Cloyster had endured his own attack. Cloyster, who looked bad, turned his head and used the Hydro Pump attack on Ditto. Ditto was so frightened that he turned into Arbok and swam hard in the direction of Feng Che. Idiot, don't follow me. Feng Che's face turned green as he watched Cloyster, who had a bad face, chase after him. Ditto is also clever and wants Helping Hand to escape with Feng Che. So Ditto rolled Gus Che's tail and swam quickly towards the center of the lake. Swimming towards the center of the lake, you think I didn't die fast enough, right? Feng Che struggled for a while, but found that Ditto was getting more and more entangled. If it wasn't for Feng Che biting the underwater breathing device in his mouth, Feng Che would have wanted to bite Ditto. Feng Che saw Cloyster use Spike Cannon. Cloyster swished like a torpedo. Many thorns brushed past Feng Che's face. At this moment, Feng Che saw a blue figure in front of him. A Gyarados is sleeping soundly under the lake. A lot of bubbles spit out from Gyarados' mouth, looking a little honest and cute. Feng Che saw a golden key hanging in the middle of Gyarados' trident. Not far from Gyarados, there is a golden treasure chest. Feng Che looked at Gyarados in a hurry behind him and decided to lead the way. He quickly patted Ditto's head with his hands. Feng Che pointed in the direction where Gyarados was. Ditto swam quickly in the direction of Gyarados. There is no water-type Pokemon around Gyarados. The grumpy Gyarados won't allow the water-type Pokemon around to disturb its rest. Cloyster was chasing Feng Che and Ditto, and his speed slowed down a lot as he approached Gyarados' territory. Just when Feng Che wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, Ditto's tail suddenly turned silvery, and Ditto gave Gyarados a sudden jerk. Feng Che stretched his hand in Ditto's direction with a single hand, but he still failed to stop Ditto's tricks. Gyarados has a comical unicorn growing on his forehead visibly to the naked eye. Feng Che took a deep breath. Then Ditto quickly knocked Feng Che down. Ditto's body wriggled and turned the same color as the surrounding lake bottom. Gyarados opened his scarlet eyes. Gyarados, it hurts so much, which bastard dared to beat me? It saw the Cloyster who was about to leave at first sight, thinking that this Cloyster was disturbing its sleep. Gyarados is notoriously unreasonable. Gyarados. Very good, you are the Cloyster, you dare to attack me while I'm at rest. Gyarados, you're done, I'll definitely serve you with my best Hyper Beam. Immediately, Gyarados let out a thunderous roar. Gyarados' body was writhing constantly, causing the surrounding sand to be rolled up. The bottom of the lake was suddenly cloudy, and the 5 fingers could not be seen. The rapid water flow made Feng Che and Ditto feel uncomfortable too. Gyarados' mouth emitted a bright white light, and then a light like day appeared on the bottom of the lake. A huge beam of light traversed the entire bottom of the lake, and all the affected water-type Pokemon were directly stunned. These Pokemons are all rolling on their belly and floating above the lake. The Hyper Beam came. Cloyster used the Hydro Pump on the bottom of the lake to avoid the fatal blow of the Hyper Beam. Before Cloyster could catch his breath, a huge shadow enveloped him. Cloyster begins his escape from being hunted by Gyarados. After Gyarados wandered, it took a while for Ditto to become Arbok again. Feng Che saw that the neighborhood was already devastated. The entire lake bottom seemed to have been plowed by Hyper Beam, and the silt directly covered the green water plants. Ditto, the instigator, wandered around the bottom of the lake like no one else. Feng Che discovered that Ditto could breathe freely at the bottom of the lake. I really don't know what is the basis for Ditto's ability to breathe freely underwater. However, a great harvest, a great harvest. Feng Che smiled proudly when he saw this golden treasure chest. But Feng Che still gave Ditto a blank look. Ditto hooked up a golden key with his tail. It turned out that when Ditto used Iron Tail on Gyarados just now, Ditto took the opportunity to take this golden key into his hands. Feng Che took the key from Ditto's tail and followed the treasure chest guarded by Gyarados. Feng Che and Ditto immediately anointed the soles of their feet with oil and left, and took the treasure box that Cloyster was guarding. It wasn't until Gyarados beat Cloyster to death and returned to his place that he found that the treasure chest he was guarding was gone. The depressed Gyarados rioted again, tossing the entire lake upside down. After a while, Gyarados also felt a little tired after the toss, and closed his eyes again and dozed off. On the lake, Feng Che's head was exposed, and then Ditto also stuck his head out. As the sun rose, the accumulated water quickly evaporated, and the entire dead island became extremely hot. Feng Che and Ditto boarded the lake shore wet and wet. The juvenile tit flew down from the sky, holding several beautiful red flowers in its mouth. Flower of Gracietia, young tit, where did you find it? Feng Che directly recognized the flower of Gracietia, which is the favorite flower of the phantom beast shaman. Legend has it that shaman, the phantom beast, lives only in the place of growth, the flower of Gracietia. The flower of Gracietia has special effects on the whole body, and the flower of Gracietia is very picky about the living environment. The flowers and leaves of Gracietia are well-known medicinal herbs that can treat mental damage and improve mental strength. This works great for psychic Pokemon to boost confusion. The nectar of the Gracietia flower is full of life and works wonders for Pokemon healing and for boosting Pokemon development. Even the bulbs of the Gracietia flower are used to make life powder, which can be used to treat dying Pokemon. Tweet. The young tit pulled Feng Che's sleeve with its claws, preparing to take Feng Che to the place where it found Gracietia. At this moment, an icicle brushed directly across Feng Che's cheek and stabbed into the tree trunk ruthlessly. Feng Che turned his head and saw that it was the Cloyster who was chased by Gyarados like a dog. Cloyster, I was eating well, and I was hit by such an innocent disaster. Cloyster, if I can't kill you, I'll take your surname. This Cloyster was repeatedly attacked by Gyarados, and finally escaped the attack of Gyarados. It happened to be hiding on the shore of the lake and saw Feng Che and Ditto, the two initiators. Feng Che was miserable enough to see this Cloyster. The carapace was punched with cracks by Gyarados. The sharp corners on his head were directly broken, and he looked tattered. Feng Che knew that this Cloyster should have used the Shell Smash skill and greatly increased his speed before escaping the pursuit of Gyarados. Ditto, this is a tough opponent, have the confidence to take Cloyster. Feng Che said to Ditto, who transformed into Arbok. Ditto nodded, the lakeside muddy after the rain. If Ditto turns into 3.4 as a naughty thunderbolt, he will definitely fall into the quagmire. So Feng Che still thinks that Ditto's condition with Arbok will be much better. Ditto, let me see the results of your training during this time. At this point, Cloyster was very impatient. Cloyster glowed white. Cloyster resorted to Spike Cannon. Cloyster's body. Every thorn glowed white. Ditto, use Iron Tail. Ditto's tail turned silver again, and Ditto's Iron Tail collided with the spikes. Ditto felt his tail suddenly become extra heavy. Feng Che saw a large ice lump frozen on Ditto's tail. At the same time, Ditto is also a little bit frozen. This Cloyster's savvy is really powerful, and it used the two skills of Spike Cannon and Ice Shard to form an ice missile. Feng Che saw Ditto throw his tail directly, and slap the ground hard. The big ice block that was frozen on the tail suddenly shattered. Ditto, use the big snake glare to stop Cloyster from continuing to attack. The big snake glare's move is 100% paralyzing the opponent. Cloyster saw the hideous patterns on Ditto's body and took a few steps back in horror. A saffron-colored arc swam across Cloyster's body. Cloyster should have used Shell Smash, so in the short term, Cloyster will not dare to use Shell Smash. Ditto, use Thunder Fang. Saffron lightning bolts gathered on Ditto's teeth. Cloyster endured paralysis and continued to use ice missiles. Ditto quickly zigzagged away from all of Cloyster's ice missiles and flew in Cloyster's direction. Chapter 63 _ Ditto with Graciatia flowers. The longer Ditto transforms into Audiobooks, the more familiar Ditto becomes with Audiobooks' original skills. It was as if Ditto had activated the Audiobooks' cells that it had swallowed. Feng-Che also felt that Ditto became more and more hideous in the form of Audiobooks. A tyrannical aura emerged from Ditto's body. At this time, Feng-Che heard Ditto's unconscious murmur. Ditto, kill, I want to kill the cloister in front of me completely. It's wrong, very wrong. Could it be that Audiobooks' hidden consciousness is recovering? Will Ditto be eroded by Audiobooks' remaining consciousness during the battle? Feng-Che thought solemnly. This means that it is still dangerous for Ditto to devour other Pokemon's bodies. Ditto will be affected by the remaining consciousness in Pokemon's body. So it is necessary to selectively devour in the future. I remember that there are several potions that enhance mental power. Graciatia flower happens to be the main raw material for preparing mental potions. But I still have to ask Jade Tianqian for help to see what happened to Ditto. Did Audiobooks' residual consciousness affected Ditto? Ditto, like a seasoned hunter, quickly avoided Cloister's barrage of ice missiles. At the same time, Feng-Che observed that Ditto's tail flashed a silvery white light. This is definitely not the fighting style Feng-Che taught Ditto. It can only be said that this memory comes from the Pokemon that Ditto devoured, that Audiobooks. Cloister was hit directly at the weakest spot by Iron Tail. Cloister's cracked shell snapped into pieces. Cloister fell heavily to the ground. It has no more power to fight. Ditto's thunder teeth then bite directly into Cloister's cracked shell. The power of thunder and lightning instantly electrocuted Cloister to death. Go, Pokeball! Feng-Che needs to capture Cloister in time, and Cloister will be slaughtered by the fierce Ditto at 17 a little later. Pokeball hits Cloister directly and successfully collects Cloister into the Pokeball. Pokeball kept shaking. Finally the light of the Pokeball went out. But Audiobooks' eyes suddenly turned to Feng-Che. It spat out a snake letter at Feng-Che. When Feng-Che saw Audiobooks' hideous eyes, he felt as if he had been locked on by Audiobooks. Ditto, wake up. It's me, wake up. Feng-Che suddenly thought that it took quite a long time for Ditto to transform into Audiobooks today. Maybe it was because of time that Audiobooks' consciousness that remained in Ditto's body was completely revived. Ditto, seems like the trainer is calling me, I have to try to wake up. In the end, Ditto still heard Feng-Che's call and regained some consciousness. Then Feng-Che quickly said to Ditto, Ditto transformed into Golbat. After Feng-Che finished speaking, Ditto wriggled quickly, transforming from Audiobooks into Golbat. Ditto, strange, wasn't I in Audiobooks form just now, when did I transform into Golbat? After Feng-Che heard Ditto's voice, the alarm bell rang loudly. Sure enough, Ditto was influenced by Audiobooks' residual consciousness. But I'm also a little careless, it seems that the stronger the Pokemon that Ditto devours. As the transformation time continues, Ditto is more disturbed. It seems that we still need to observe the time when Ditto transforms, until Ditto can successfully suppress the remaining consciousness. Feng-Che thought secretly. Then Feng-Che picked up the Team Rocket's special Pokeball that had fallen on the ground. Cloister is also in the bag. It's because of the fierce battle that neither Kingler nor Cloister's performance is particularly good. Will this affect the rating? Feng-Che scratched his head and thought to himself. It seems that next time the persimmons need to be picked softly first. Feng-Che kicked the Pokeball into his pocket. Team Rocket's uniforms have special pockets that are perfect for holding Pokemon. Chitty Tit, take me to the flower field in Graciatia, I want to collect some Graciatia flowers. Feng-Che touched the head of the juvenile tit, and said to the juvenile tit. The juvenile tit jumped back and forth on the ground, looking extremely excited. Children, I can finally help hand to my trainer, I can finally help hand my own trainer. The childish tit rolled in midair, and then the childish tit guided Feng-Che to the distance. Ditto, you are also exploring the way ahead. If there is a dangerous Pokemon, you will shoot in time. Feng Che said to Ditto. Ditto flew forward with the baby tits. The road to the place where the growth Grassidea flower is not easy. There are low bushes and thorns full of thorns everywhere. It took Feng Che about 40 minutes to stop and go before reaching the place where Graciedia growth was. This is a Graciedian flower field hidden in the valley. Diglett and Oddish are working hard in the flower field, and everyone is maintaining the flower field. Children, how did you find this place? Feng Che waved at the childish tit, and the childish tit fell from the air onto Feng Che's shoulder. Tweet tweet. The small mouth of the childish tit pecked Feng Che's fingers. Children, I'm just because it's so boring to wait for you above the lake. Child tits. Oddish and Diglett were accidentally saved from falling into the water. Children, it was Diglett and Oddish who brought me to this flower field. Feng Che walked directly into the flower field after hearing the voice of the childish tit. Oddish and Diglett immediately surrounded Feng Che. They looked at Feng Che with unpleasant expressions. Don't be nervous, I'm not an enemy, I just heard that there is the most beautiful Graciedia flower in bloom here. Children brought me here to see your achievements, and I will not destroy your achievements. Feng Che said with a smile. The baby tits also landed on Feng Che's head from the sky, as if explaining to the Pokemons. After Diglett and Oddish recognized the young tits, they both dispersed. A Diglett is shoveling a withered Graciedia flower. Graciedia, only withered flowers are most useful. A lot of people think that Graciedia is just an annual. That's a misconception. Graciedia is an alternate year. After blooming in the first year, it will take the third year for the Graciedia to bloom again. Feng Che watched as Diglett pulled out the withered Graciedia flower by the roots. Feng Che quickly said to Diglett sincerely, can you give me these withered Graciedia flowers? After Diglett heard Feng Che's words, he placed the withered Graciedia flower carefully in front of Feng Che. Then the other Digletts followed suit, placing the withered Graciedia flower in front of Feng Che. Before long, a bunch of Graciedia flowers the size of a hill appeared beside Feng Che. Fortunately, there are not many people who study Graciedia flowers. I can also cultivate Graciedia flowers again through the bulbs of Graciedia flowers. The most important thing in cultivating Graciedia flowers is sweet spring water and high-quality volcanic ash. It's too late to wait until I get back to Team Rockets and collect it slowly. However, using the naturally withered petals and leaves of the Graciedia flower to create a psychoactive potion would be more effective. Feng Che did not disturb these lovely hard workers. Feng Che put the withered Graciedia flower into the bracelet and walked towards the exit. Just then, Ditto, who transformed into Golbat, seemed to detect something. It fell to the ground flapping its wings, and Ditto transformed into Sandslash. It's the first time I've seen Ditto transform into Sandslash. Ditto was digging on the ground with his sharp claws, and in no time he was digging a big hole. A fiery red stone was thrown directly into Feng Che's arms. At this time, Ditto climbed up from the big pit and lay motionless in Feng Che's arms lazily. Found the fire stone from here, Ditto, you really can. Feng Che praised Ditto. Feng Che really didn't expect Ditto to have such talent. Golbat plus Sandslash equals treasure hunting machine. Evolutionary Stone (ITE) can be said to be the existence of strategic materials in the Pokemon world, and can be divided into top, upper, middle and lower. Take Fire Stone as an example. The best Fire Stone is lifelike, like a burning flame enclosed in Evolutionary Stone (ITE). The top-grade Fire Stone is similar to the top-grade Fire Stone, but lacks some of the charm of fire. The middle-grade Fire Stone has outlined the general outline of the flame. The low-end Fire Stone has only a little spark. Fire Stones can be used to give specific Pokemon evolutions, such as Ponyta, Growlithe, Vulpix, etc. Pokemon. Fire Stone can also be used for training Fire-type Pokemon, and even fire potions and fire-type Pokeblocks can be configured. Because of their versatility, these Evolutionary Stone (ITE) are expensive. The Fire Stone in Feng Che's hand is a mid-grade Fire Stone, which can be sold for tens of thousands of Alliance coins in the Alliance. Although Feng Che is not clear about the exchange price of Team Rockets, it should not be lower than the Alliance. Ditto, why don't you just go back to the Pokeball and take a break? Feng Che still didn't want Ditto to transform into Arbok until he prepared a psychoactive potion. Feng Che was afraid that Ditto's consciousness would be gradually swallowed by Arbok. Ditto nodded. It turned into an Arbok today, and swimming in the lake has consumed a lot of energy. In the end, he had a desperate fight with Cloyster, which was really unbearable. It hit several yawns in succession, then fell into a deep sleep. Come back, Ditto, thanks for your hard work. Feng Che said to Pokeball wearing Ditto. Children, keep practicing. As soon as Feng Che walked out of the cave, a Beedrill flew up. Stop and hand over all your belongings, I only ask for money. A lazy voice came from the front of Feng Che. A man in a ninja uniform jumped down from a tree. The man was probably in his early 30s. Full of handsome silver hair, with mid-parted bangs. He has a faint herbal scent on his body, and he must be a ninja who is proficient in pharmacology. I am the insect ninja, the pillar of insects. My Earl Dervish Pokemon is Weedle, which I have bred to become Beedrill. Your Pokemon doesn't look very strong, so you should hand over your belongings obediently. Pillar of Insects said solemnly with a handprint on it. Okay, let's decide the outcome with a Pokemon battle. Feng Che 940 dispatched Juvenile Tit, while Insect Pillar dispatched Beedrill. I am a member of the third team under the command of the Koga Cadre. This time I came to Dead Island to understand the ultimate meaning of the ninja. Ninja, the technique of substitute. The Insect Pillar made a handprint, and Beedrill heard that 3 substitutes had been split, and rushed towards the young Tit. Ninja, the art of agility. The speed of these 3 Beedrills suddenly skyrocketed, turning into 3 streamers, flashing in the air. Young Tits cannot see Beedrill's actions with the naked eye. If Ditto was there, Ditto turned into Golbat, it would be easy to beat the Beedrill. However, the young Tits must also be given a chance to practice their skills. Feng Che thought secretly in his heart. And this Beedrill mastered Substitute and Agility at level 10, so this guy seems to be a useful skill disc. This guy says he's affiliated with the Koga Cadre, which shouldn't be a blow. Feng Che touched his chin, thinking in his heart whether to capture this person or not, to see if there is any skill disc in his wristband. Child Tits, don't be nervous, just practice as usual. It doesn't matter that you can't see your opponent's movements, the most important thing is that you can feel the flow of the wind. Flying Pokemons have to feel the flow of the wind to capture the opponent's position, which is how Feng Che has always taught the young Tits. Child Tits, close your eyes, I'm sure you can. Facing Beedrill Morihan, SB Sting, Feng Che shouted to the young Tit. With a sense of the direction the wind is flowing, I believe you can avoid Beedrill's attack. Feng Che cheered at the childish Tits again. Haha, it's impossible, it wasn't so easy to capture the direction of its flow at Beedrill agility. After hearing Feng Che's voice, Insect Pillar laughed at Feng Che. How do you know if you don't try it? Feng Che retorted. Beedrill in agility is equivalent to the speed of Pidgeotto flying at full force. And my Beedrill also gave up attack power and mainly increased speed. So your baby Tits are no match for my Beedrill attack, surrender kid. The Pillar of Insects shouted to Feng Che. Otherwise my Beedrill could have killed your baby Tits on the spot. Insect Pillar scratched his head and said. The Pillar of Insects didn't want to offend Feng Che. After all, Feng Che was introduced by Sabrina. The friendship between the 3 cadres cannot be destroyed by him. If Beedrill had killed the baby Tits on the spot, Sabrina would have been furious when she found out. Insect Pillar doesn't want to be a doll and play house wine with Sabrina. Chapter 64_ You have one more chance. If you miss it, wait for the next life. Ninja, double needle technique. The Insect Pillar shouted at Beedrill, while quickly forming a handprint. The young Tit has been talking about the flow of the wind, the flow of the wind. But the young tits have been unable to find the way. What exactly is the direction of the wind? Childish tits are a little puzzled by the two monks. Young tits suddenly recalled the scene where Feng Che taught himself to use tailwind. First, create two wheels on the wings, then gently flap the wings. Then use these two winds to increase your speed. At that time, I realized that I could push myself through the wind group. So can you turn it around and use the trajectory of the wind to sense the direction of the enemy? The childish tits calmed down and recalled everything Feng Che had said to herself. To perceive the wind is to perceive the trajectory of flight. Gradually, the young tits felt as if she had cleared the fog in front of her eyes. When it is calm, the young tit feels that the wind around it seems to be different. There was a very strong airflow rushing from his left, and he was about to hit him. The young tit hurriedly flapped its wings, dodging the attack of the air current. How is this possible? The pillar of insects avoided Beedrill's attack while watching the young tit who was almost motionless in the sky just now. Insect Pilar's pupils shrank, and in his eyes, this was an incredible thing. The speed of his Beedrill, the pillar of insects, is quite clear. The insect pillar isn't lying. Beedrill's full-strength flight is indeed comparable to Pidgeotto. You are a very good trainer, and your Pokémon's savvy is also very strong. Since this is the case, I will no longer be merciful. Ninja, the art of poisoning pin missile. The insect pillar quickly formed a seal, and Beedrill was cooperating with the insect pillar to use the corresponding moves. I've had enough. It's enough to just call out the ultimate trick, and pretend to make a seal there. Feng Che held his forehead. This pillar of insects gave him a cosplay-like sense of sight. But Poison Pin Missile is the same attacking technique as the Beedrill leader who fought before. But the trained Beedrill should be faster than the Beedrill leader, and the Poison Pin Missile will be stronger. Poison Pin Missile is to make the opponent into a poisoned state when hitting the opponent by quenching the poison on the Pin Missile. Pin Missile also has an automatic lock-on function, which can lock on the direction of the enemy. Feng Che thought secretly. Feng Che raised his head and shouted at the puppies, "Children, fly up and avoid the attack of the poisonous Pin Missile. You shouldn't want to fail a second time on this move." After the young tit heard Feng Che's words, it focused on focus energy and felt the flow of the wind. It certainly doesn't want to fail a second time. After being rescued by Ditto against the Beedrill leader last time, the young tits felt that it was a huge shame to be easily defeated by the Beedrill leader. The Beedrill of the insect pillar shoots a large number of purple-black stingers from the twin needles and tail needles. The stingers flew towards the tits like tracking missiles. "Children, avoid the attack." Feng Che saw a gleam in the eyes of the childish tit, and it flapped its wings and flew towards the sky flexibly. The stinger also swarmed away in the direction the young tits left. The juvenile tit used the strength of feeding and flew straight up, and the stinger followed the juvenile tit and rushed towards the sky. But as the juvenile tits flew higher and higher, Stinger felt powerless. The stingers fell one after another from the sky, and fell into the grass on the ground like rain. Beedrill also dodged the stingers through agility, in case the stingers accidentally cut through Beedrill's skin. Even if Beedrill is a poison-type plus bug-type Pokémon, as long as it is scratched by a stinger, it will fall into a poisoned state. The moment the stinger came into contact with the grass, there was a chee-chee sound, accompanied by a large amount of white smoke. Your poison pin missile's trick has been cracked by my young tits. Then I'll show you how powerful my baby tits are. Baby tits, swooping down from the sky, beat Beedrill. Use a peck attack. The juvenile tit turned and flew down sharply, and the strong wind pressure was preventing it from flying down. The childish tits rubbed violently against the air, causing the child's tits to burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, the young tit turned into a ball of fire that fell from the sky at high speed. The young tit was unyielding, its eyes fixed on Beedrill. The mouth of the juvenile tit glowed white, turning red and shiny as the air burned violently. Your baby tits are dying. You'll be burned alive if you dive down from the sky like this. Insect Pillar suddenly said with a big change in his face. No, I believe in my baby tits. I believe in the bond between me and my baby tits. Come on, baby tits, take Beedrill down. Feng Che shouted with a calm face. After the childish tit heard Feng Che's cry, the light in his eyes became more intense. Childish tits are constantly increasing their speed. Finally, the young tits felt as if they had broken through a bottleneck, and the speed suddenly increased. The young tit turned into a red streamer. The fireball grew bigger and bigger, as if a meteorite appeared in the sky and fell from the sky. Embers scattered everywhere, and many dead branches and leaves were lit by ember, emitting wisps of green smoke. My dear, the young tits have realized agility. Feng Che secretly applauded. This childish tit really has the aura of the protagonist. It is decided that you will be called Childish Aocean in the future. Feng Che couldn't help joking secretly. Beedrill flapped his wings in horror, trying to avoid the baby tit's attack. But it was too late. Beedrill was already locked on by the young tits. The baby tit let out a first cry, which seemed to shock Beedrill like a ho-oh scream. Beedrill's black pupils reflected heavy firelight. It found that its body could not move. Young tits and Beedrill collide quickly. Beedrill was scorched by the heat on the young tit, creating a raging fire. Beedrill let out a miserable howl, then stopped abruptly. Because the young tits collided with the ground hard with Beedrill. Just hear a bang. A large amount of smoke appeared on the ground. Insect Pillar looked at the thick smoke on the ground in shock. He did not expect that a young tit could make such a trick. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he didn't know the result yet, Insect Pillar knew that he had completely lost. There isn't a second Pokemon on Pillar of Worms for him to fight. After the smoke cleared, a deep hole appeared on the ground. Beedrill lay immobile in the deep pit, while the young tits stood on Beedrill's body in good spirits. The hair on the young tits was burned off a lot. But in exchange, the young tits realized the skills of quick attack and agility. At the same time, the level of the juvenile tit has also been raised to the 8th level. How come? The Beedrill I carefully nurtured failed. The Pillar of Insects couldn't believe his eyes. Children use pecking attacks. Just when the Pillar of Insects was in a daze, the young tit had turned into a streamer. The young tit's beak was already resting on the neck of the Insect Pillar. Just a little, the young tit's beak can pierce the carotid artery of the Worm's Pillar, the blood of the Pluck's Worm's Pillar. Don't do it, let's talk nicely. At the juncture of life and death, Pillar of Insects hesitated. I saw Pillar of Insect raise his hands up, as if he raised his hands in surrender. Your Pokemon doesn't look very strong, so you should hand over your belongings obediently. Feng Che returned these words to the Insect Pillar intact, almost causing the Insect Pillar to vomit 3 liters of blood. The Pillar of Insects felt that his face was swollen and swollen. I really don't have any possessions. I came to this dead island to prepare for Weedle's evolution. As Koga-sama's direct descendants, we have the unique skills to nurture Beedrill. I finally cultivated Beedrill, and I met you before I collected treasures. When Feng Che was talking in the Pillar of Insects, he had already searched out the bracelet of the Pillar of Insects. There are only a few tree fruits in the bracelet of the Pillar of Insects, and it looks really poor. And my Beedrill was defeated by your baby tit. I still need a lot of herbs and fruit to treat Beedrill. I really lost to my grandma's house. Insect Pillar said without tears. Okay, since you don't have any money, tell me if you have found any treasure chests. Feng Che sat on a large exposed rock and looked at the poor ghost Pillar of Insects with disdain. The Pillar of Insects felt that his weak heart was stabbed by Feng Che's naked contempt. The blue veins on the back of Insect Pillar's hand were exposed, showing that he was in a very unhappy mood. As long as you provide information on where a golden treasure chest is located or information on high-value herbs and tree fruits, I will let you go. Feng Che said slyly towards the Pillar of Insects. I didn't. Just when Insect Pillar wanted to deny that he had seen the treasure chest, Insect Pillar suddenly felt a pain in his neck. A streak of blood appeared on his neck. Think about it carefully, Mr. Insect Pillar. Your next answer will make me unsatisfied. Maybe the carotid artery is pierced by the juvenile tit. You have to know the environment of Dead Island. It's not as convenient as in Rocket Hideout. You can't save 100% of the carotid artery. I hope you think carefully. Think carefully. You still have a chance. You have to take it well. Oh, if you miss it, you will have to wait for the next life. It doesn't matter if you can't answer. The scenery here is so beautiful, and it is also a good place to be buried, right? Feng Che threatened coldly. He has already given the Pillar of Insects a chance. No one can be trusted in Team Rocket's. This is the #1 element of Team Rocket's survival. Even though the three cadres have a good relationship, there is still competition among them. If Sabrina-sama knew about her actions, she would surely praise herself. I found a cave, and according to my judgment, there will be a big guy in it, but I don't know if there is a treasure chest in it. I can be sure that this big guy must have a key on his body. That big guy shouldn't be too weak, but according to my judgment, it should not exceed the strength of superior. At the same time, I also found a tree fruit guarded by Pidgeot, with sand scales on it. After the Pillar of Insects was threatened by Feng Che, said dejectedly. Then tell me the detailed geographic location. Feng Che took out the map and said to the Pillar of Insects. The cave should be right here. The insect pillar pointed on the map and identified the approximate direction. It's a very big cave and I think there should be a lot of good stuff in it. Insect Pillar said with certainty. There's a thick layer of rattan on the outside, and I discovered this cave because Weedle likes to eat the fruit on the rattan. Also Pidgeot is not far from the cave. As soon as the Pillar of Insects finished speaking, there was a dense humming of flapping wings in the forest. The voice was so powerful that Feng Che's face turned black. No, it's the Beedrill group, and there are still a lot of voices. If you encounter Beedrill in the forest, you will be exhausted, but Feng Che doesn't want to entangle Beedrill. Feng Che quickly stepped back, and at the same time called back the young tits. Feng Che didn't notice that the corners of the Pillar of Insects' mouth secretly pulled out a shallow arc. Boy, count me as a loser this time, and I will definitely beat you next time. The insect pillar threw a smoke bomb directly, and disappeared into the smoke bomb along with Beedrill. Then the humming of Beedrill's wings disappeared. Damn, cheated. Feng Che didn't know where, but this Pillar of Insects used ventriloquism to simulate the sound of Beedrill flapping his wings and successfully deceived himself. However, I finally got a place where there might be a treasure chest, Normos. The location of the insect pillar marked on the map, the predecessors in the treehouse did not indicate anything special on the map left behind. It is very likely that this place is so hidden that even the seniors and predecessors did not notice the difference here. After all, there are dangers in the forest, and it is amazing that the predecessors can draw a map of the entire Dead Archipelago. At this moment, the baby tit tilted her head and fainted on the ground. Feng Che quickly picked up the baby tit and saw that there were many burn marks on the baby's body. At this time, the juvenile tit closed its eyes tightly. This was because the intensity of the battle was too great, and the juvenile tit could not bear to fall into a state of disengagement. Both Feng Che's Pokémon fell into a state of drowsiness due to their loss of strength. Without the protection of Pokémon, it is very dangerous to be in the wild. Feng Che took the baby tits back into the Pokeball. Feng Che is going to retreat to the flower field of Gracietia. At least the Pokémon there has been rescued by the young tit. Feng Che will be relatively safe when you get there. At this moment, there was a rustling sound from the grass, and Feng Che froze in his heart. He took out the thunderstorm gun from the wristband, loaded the thunderstorm bomb, and pointed the pistol at the grass. There seemed to be a lot of Pokémon walking in the grass, and Feng Che heard heavy footsteps. Feng Che was afraid that a thunderstorm would not be able to repel Pokémon. Feng Che stared intently at the moving nephew in the grass. At this time, Feng Che was very nervous, and large beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. Just then, a brown and gray Zigzagoon emerged from the grass, with 6 zigzagoons behind it. This happened to be the 7 zigzagoon brothers that Feng Che knew. Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief, and put the thunderstorm gun back into his wristband. Zigzagoon brothers are also looking for Feng Che recently and want to exchange delicious berry juice. No, just after smelling the smell left by Feng Che, he chased after the smell. Chapter 65 _ The Sudden Evolution, The Ordeal of Evolution. Zigzagoon's big watery eyes were looking at Feng Che, and then Zigzagoon spat out the saliva-stained treasure from his mouth. 4 more Team Rocket's special black Pokeballs, and a scorecard. Who the hell did this Zigzagoon rob, and he gave away such a precious scorecard without saying a word? Feng Che thought secretly. Zigzagoon excitedly pointed to Team Rocket's special black Pokeball and scorecard, and made a swap. Haha, don't rush, don't rush. Although the fruit in the Feng Che bracelet had been used up to save Waylord, there were still a lot of berry juice in the Feng Che bracelet. Suddenly Feng Che saw a trace of evolution's white light appear on the leading Zigzagoon. The white light continued to spread, and the surrounding Zigzagoon was stunned after seeing the evolution scene. Pokemon evolution is not as short as in the game, and the evolution can be completed in a few seconds. In reality it may take a day and a night. Each evolution of Pokemon is comparable to Lance crossing robbery, with not only the risk of the evolution failing, but also the risk of being hunted by the enemy. So every time Pokemon evolution will find a remote place, or a place with more clansmen. Don't worry, your little friends are now in evolution. I just checked Zigzagoon's body. It is healthy and should be able to survive the pain of evolution. Feng Che comforted the other Zigzagoon who were somewhat panicked. The surrounding Zigzagoon relaxed a little, but still watched intently, guarding the companion who was going through the evolution. Every evolution of Pokemon is a leap of life. Evolution's failure are also very serious, ranging from a decline in strength to a decline in strength, and affecting life expectancy in severe cases. As a master of cultivating, Feng Che is so popular in the game because Feng Che can let Pokemon go through evolution safely. Feng Che took out a few bottles of berry juice from the wristband, and also added the powder of the Gracidia flower and the bulbous rhizome of Gracidia. After Feng Che mixed these things evenly, he successfully concocted a castration version of the primary evolution potion. The basic evolution elixir can help hand Pokemon reduce the pain of evolution, and slightly increase the Pokemon's aptitude. Zigzagoon, I have prepared a bottle of evolution potion. You can drink it through your teeth. It can help you reduce a lot of pain. 940 Feng Che said softly to Zigzagoon in evolution. Zigzagoon was feeling very itchy all over his body at this time, as if countless ants were gnawing at his fur, flesh and bone marrow. Zigzagoon, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Zigzagoon gritted his teeth, the evolution shivering with pain. Zigzagoon has this feeling is because of the illusion caused by the rapid growth of cells caused by a large number of divisions during the evolution. Of course, not all Pokemon evolutions are so painful, like the bug-type and grass-type Pokemon evolution a little easier. The pain that evolution brings is based on the Pokemon's physique. Zigzagoon suddenly felt that delicious berry juice was poured into his mouth, and berry juice was accompanied by the unique fragrance of grass. Zigzagoon swallowed greedily. Zigzagoon could only feel a gentle force surging out of his stomach, flowing directly into his limbs. The warm current is rapidly replenishing the nutrients needed for cell division. Zigzagoon only felt a lot less pain in his body. Until this moment, Zigzagoon didn't have the strength to open his eyes. Looking at his companions who were surrounded by caring faces, Zigzagoon hurriedly called out a few times, and then closed his eyes again. It needs to concentrate on completing this evolution. Because Zigzagoon's sudden evolution disrupted Feng Che's plan, Zigzagoon naturally couldn't send them to the treehouse. Zigzagoon tribe is generally above level 15, and the forest on the periphery of Dead Island is already a considerable force. So these 7 Zigzagoons are together, and no one dares to provoke them. The sun gradually went down, and the bright and full moon hung high in the sky again. Feng Che was raising a bonfire in an open place in the forest at this time. Red-colored flames shook, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Rustling. Various Pokémon began to hunt at night, stirring up the branches in the vast forest. The shadows of the trees shook one after another. For a time, even the growl BHDE of the ants disappeared. Beyond the flames, the shadows twisted, and from the shadows there was a striking red gaze. However, because of the powerful coercion erupting on Evolution's Zigzagoon, the wild Pokémon that was about to move was deterred. The bonfire was crackling and emitting a plume of smoke. A wild deer is roasting over the campfire, the prey that the Zigzagoon preys on. After a half-day recuperation, Ditto and the young tits recovered as before under the helping hand of Feng Che potion. The fire was burning the wild deer's body continuously, and the roasted wild deer gradually had grease on Saffron's body. Grease dripped on the hot tongue, every drop was swallowed up by the flames. Feng Che was brushing the wild deer with a thick layer of honey, and the rich honey-sweet aroma made the Pokémon around the fire shed saliva. Don't worry, it's not ripe yet. Feng Che knocked off Ditto's hand that quietly reached out to the roasted deer, and Feng Che slashed the roasted deer a few times with his dagger, making the venison more flavorful. Next, I'm going to explore the cave mentioned by the Pillar of Insects, but this cave must be dangerous. Feng Che thought to himself, his hands tightly holding the dagger. It seems that a cold dagger can bring a sense of security to Feng Che. If I want to avoid this risk, I have to invite some good helpers myself, helping hand. This Zigzagoon is a good helper. Feng Che thought to himself. Feng Che had seen this Zigzagoon in evolution through the system, and its level had jumped to level 25. When Zigzagoon evolution is complete, it is estimated that it will increase by 1 to 2 levels. With Lino's helping hand after evolution, Feng Che felt that he should have the confidence to explore the cave well and get a lot of rewards. The members of Team Rockets who came to Dead Island must be very strong. If I don't work hard to improve myself, maybe I will be assassinated on Dead Island. I don't know how many people I have been on the kill list. Seda, who cloned Pokémon, is not a fuel-efficient lamp. But luckily, I also found the herb that can accelerate the collapse of the gene sequence, and that is Gracidia. Gracidia, for normal Pokémon. For Pokémon, it can indeed play a role in enhancing aptitude. It will accelerate cell division and heal Pokémon's injuries. But for cloned Pokémon, which is genetically unstable, it is a catalyst to accelerate their death. After exploring this underground cave, I will join Jade Tianchen and Alice. The problem with Ditto can't be delayed any longer. After drinking and eating, Feng Che took out a whole withered Gracidia flower and put it into the medicine bowl to finally grind the Gracidia flower into granular medicinal mud. With berry juice and other picked herbs. After mixing according to different ratios, Feng Che created a potion as beautiful as Celadon Rainbow. After Feng Che prepared it, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Because of the lack of sophisticated experimental equipment, Feng Che can only prepare medicines through high-speed brain calculations. System, identify this bottle of medicine. Feng Che said silently to the identification function. Celadon Rainbow Pharmacy. Excellent quality, can greatly improve Pokémon's willpower, and can be used as a drug for psychic practitioners to assist in their practice. Excellent quality potion. It seems that my skill in preparing potion has not only not declined, but has improved slightly. In the game, Feng Che can make Celadon Rainbow medicine of excellent quality by making sophisticated experimental equipment. Ditto, you drink this potion. This potion can greatly improve your willpower. This way, when you transform, it is estimated that you will be more handy. Ditto wriggled like a pink ooze body, stretched out his hands from his body, and directly took the medicine handed by Feng Che. Ditto unscrewed the stopper of the potion and drank it directly into his mouth. Immediately, Ditto felt a cool breath wandering in his mind, and his thinking suddenly became extraordinarily agile. The usual irritable mood was suppressed by this coolness. In fact, Ditto had discovered his abnormality long ago. Every time Ditto devoured a corpse, he would be affected by the emotions left on the corpse. That's why Ditto has become heartless, because it wants to suppress the backlash of these wills. With Funch's Celadon, Rainbow Elixir's helping hand, Ditto doesn't have to spend a lot of his energy fighting backlash. Now that the lines of Ditto's brain have become extraordinarily clear, Ditto finds himself able to morph into various Pokémons effortlessly. If it was said that the transformation was completed in 1 second before, it can now be transformed in an instant. However, Ditto's subconscious always felt that he had a past that he had selectively forgotten. Ditto shook his head subconsciously. It doesn't want to recall the past, it just wants to be with its trainer now. When Feng-Che saw that Ditto had taken the Celadon, Rainbow Medicine, it suddenly changed. Ditto's eyes burst into a gleam of light, and then Ditto's level was raised by 1 level and entered level 16. The Celadon Rainbow Potion was initially effective for Pokémon, but the effect became less and less effective as Pokémon took more times. The top priority is to leave Dead Island and collect more medicinal materials, ores, and special tree fruits, so as to gain a lifeline in the future changes. Feng-Che knew that the days ahead were turbulent. The 4 elites of the Kanto region rebelled and launched a campaign to subvert humanity. Ho-Oh and Lokia of the Johto region will be captured by Price, who is hiding very deep. Hoenn region, Team Magma and Team Aqua will chase Kyogre and Groudon in a fierce battle. Sinnoh region, Arceus will wake up, and Arceus, who deeply hates human beings, will launch a disaster of destruction. If Feng-Che didn't hurry up and strengthen himself at this time, then what was waiting for him would be doomed. Feng-Che will then find ways to participate in the Mewtwo research project, steal the embryos of Mewtwo, and make Ditto the divine beast of Psychic. This is the only way that Ditto can break his own limitations, and it is also the only way that Ditto can be promoted to the ranks of the beasts. It was late at night, and Zigzagoon took turns to keep vigil. Because of Zigzagoon's vigil, Feng-Che slept very peacefully. The rustling sound in the jungle also disappeared, and only the Zigzagoon in evolution was emitting the white light of evolution like day and night. And the crackling bonfire still burning. When the sun rose the next day, Feng-Che rubbed his eyes and stretched. When he got up, he saw a blue-eyed head poking into the tent. "Morning, Lino-One, congratulations on your successful evolution." Feng-Che smiled at Lino-One. Lino-One's body is streamlined to help reduce drag while running. Its eyes are aqua blue, its main color is light brown, it has dark brown stripes on its body, and its head is textured like an arrowhead. Because Feng-Che helped hand Lino-One evolution, this kindness was remembered in Lino-One's heart. So Lino-One became Feng-Che's guard, helping hand Feng-Che walked outside the forest on Dead Island. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Lino-One close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent olivine color. Feature, pick up. Open black lens bracket level, 28 close black lens bracket. Attribute, general. Skills, tail whip, iron head, sand attack, smell detection, mud sport, fury swipes, water pulse, dig, thief, quick attack. Status, excited after being immersed in evolution. Evaluation, Lino-One with scavenging characteristics, become a scavenger, trainer. Close black lens bracket. Lino-One evolution, Lino-One up to level 28 has become Feng-Che's biggest help. Feng-Che decided to invite Lino-One to explore the underground cave. After exploring the underground cave, Feng-Che planned to join Alice and Jade Tianqian. Just as Feng-Che packed up his things and was about to leave, someone suddenly heard voices in the distance. Chapter 66_ was taken away. "Boss, it's been so long, we haven't found that guy yet. Has he been avoiding us all the time?" the short man said angrily. "No, it's just that I haven't encountered it. Will the first person to tame Pokemon this year be afraid of us? You haven't seen the horror of his Arbok. Qingtai explained to the somewhat silly little brother Road. Qingtai didn't know if she had really met Feng Che, how good her chances were, and whether she could successfully kill him. Anyway, we will try our best to find that kid and deal with him as soon as possible. Qingtai said, clenching his fists with a hideous look on his face. When Feng Che heard the voice, it was a coincidence that he actually met Qingtai here. Then the old hatred will be settled together. Ditto, transform into an Arbok. Feng Che gave an order. Ditto quietly ambushed in a tree and turned into a 3-meter-long purple ferocious snake. Linoan, please help hand us, we'll stop a Pokemon or two later. Feng Che took out a small glass bottle from the bracelet, which contained the powder of Gracietia flower. Children, I'll trouble you later, help sprinkle the powder of Gracietia flowers on those cloned Pokemon. Feng Che threw the small glass bottle to the childish tit. The juvenile tit caught the vial with great agility and hid it in its feathers. Feng Che lurked secretly, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Qingtai is also very depressed now. The day before yesterday, she actually received a warning from others that they had to find Feng Che's whereabouts as soon as possible. Originally, they planned to continue to grow in a wretched manner, but the few Pokemon they had just captured were killed on the spot. Under duress, they had to come out of the safe house to find the trace of Feng Che. It's strange to say, why no one came to warn us after 4 or 5 days. The day before yesterday, a so-called star hunter suddenly appeared and forced us to kill the first place. And what makes us strange is that this person actually gave us new Pokemon. The little man said with a puzzled expression. I'll give you a new Pokemon to put it to good use. The greatness of Lord Xingqiu is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. The three of you have heard me clearly, as long as you do things well for Lord Xingqiu, that Lord will definitely reward us well. Lord Star Hunter with a powerful psychic is something we can't resist. We must listen carefully to the words of Lord Xingqiu, and use the Pokemon given by Lord Xingqiu to kill the first place. Qingtai said with a grim smile, he has been waiting for this day for a long time. He will never forget the time when the first place stomped his dignity and his pride on the ground and crushed it into mud. Feng Che clearly heard the words of Qingtai and the others, and there were 4 Pokemon beside Qingtai. Golbat, Fearow, Beedrill, Naughty Thunderbolt, these 4 Pokemon, eyes are dull, and they are not normal Pokemon at first glance. This should be a cloned Pokemon from the lab. The strength of these cloned Pokemon is in their early 30s, reaching the strength of Superior. Cloned Pokemon is nothing to fear, they have the power of Superior, but they are just puppets. They just blindly follow the Pokeball owner's orders, and these cloned Pokemon aren't in great shape. Fearow's feathers have begun to fall off, and the smooth exterior of Naughty Thunderbolt has become pitted. Beedrill's double guns were full of cracks, and a fist-sized dong appeared on Golbat's wings. Looks like this Seta and the others aren't treating cloned Pokemon well either, like a tool. These cloned Pokemons are already showing signs of genetic breakdown due to overuse. You can tell from the slight tremors of their bodies from time to time that they are not in a good condition. Even if I don't take action, it's estimated that these cloned Pokemon won't last long. Gracietia's powder is just the right amount to speed up cell division, sending them straight to the road. The world's cloned Pokemon technology wasn't at its peak, at least not until Mewtwo came along. Most cloned Pokemon are extremely short-lived, easily dying from genetic collapse. Feng Che remembered that it was Fuji Professor who presided over this project. This person has a strong genetic foundation. After Fuji Professor's family died in the Alliance's revenge, there was a problem with Fuji Professor's spirit. But even so, Fuji Professional developed Mewtwo. If it weren't for that accident, Fuji Professor would immerse himself in genetics wholeheartedly and contribute to the technology of cloning Pokemon. But in addition to these cloned Pokemon, a guy called Star Hunter also gave these people Pokemon. The strength of these Pokemon is estimated to be very strong. I have to be careful, otherwise it will really easily capsize in the gutter. Feng Che thought secretly, and his eyes caught sight of a black Pokeball on the waists of the four of Chingta. That's the Pokeball specially made by Team Rockets. But what makes Feng Che very strange is that this Pokeball specially made by Team Rockets is not in a lock-on state. Team Rocket's special Pokemon compared to the League's is that this Pokeball is dark. From the outside, you can't even see what Pokemon is inside the Pokeball. What the hell is going on? Isn't this kind of Pokeball automatically locked as soon as the Pokemon is captured? Why is the special Pokeball of Seda and the others opened, and what is the origin of Xinghan? Feng Che, I'm really curious about Xing Hunter's identity. It seems that he is the mastermind behind this preparatory assessment. Children, have you seen the four Pokemon? You pretended to be passing by and sprinkled the powder on these Pokemon. Linoone, Arbok, wait for my signal. Especially Linoone, wait for you to listen to my signal and use quick attack directly to reach these people. Then use the thief skill to steal those black Pokeballs for me. Feng Che said to the young tits. Linoone and Arbok gave orders respectively. The thief is a useful skill that can steal any item from a Pokemon or trainer. Feng Che also cultivated a Linoone with pickup characteristics in the game, which is specially used to steal the props carried by Pokemon. And this Linoone is as fast as a Shandian, and often steals the props before the Pokemon can react. Linoone nodded heavily. It raised its head and let out a slight cry, and the remaining 6 Zigzagoons hid one after another to avoid being affected. The juvenile tit flew out of the bushes and landed on the grass, combing its feathers. Look, boss, there's a Pokemon I've never seen before, the short man said to Seda suddenly excitedly. That's a young tit, a Pokemon unique to Galar region, which is also rare in Galar region. Seda's eyes flashed with greed. It's very rare. Does that mean it's very valuable? Naughty Thunderbolt, use Thunder Shock to capture this young tit. After Fatty heard Chingta's words, his eyes also showed a greedy look, and he couldn't wait to order the capture. Naughty Leiden flashed saffron-colored arcs all over his body, and at the same time, Naughty Leiden was accompanied by wisps of blue smoke. Naughty Leiden showed a painful look. It seems that the gene collapse of Naughty Thunderbolt has reached a certain level. Every use of the skill puts a huge burden on Naughty Thunderbolt's body. Stop, idiot, who made you do this? The baby tits are very weak at this stage. If you use the Thunder Shock skill, you may be directly electrocuted into a roast chicken. Chingtai was instantly furious, yelled at Fatty and ordered Naughty Thunderbolt to stop attacking. Naughty Thunderbolt's prepared skills were forcibly stopped. It was breathing heavily, and the forced stop skill also had a huge impact on its body like a candle in the wind. Look. Seda took out a Pokeball and pressed the switch of the Pokeball. The right thing to do is just take it straight. Go, Pokeball. Seda quickly threw the Pokeball at the baby tits, delusionally trying to subdue the baby tits directly. The young tit made a deft leap, avoiding Seda's Pokeball. At this time, the juvenile tit took the opportunity to flap its wings and manipulate the airflow to blow the powder of the Gracietia flower hidden under the feathers towards the clone Pokemon. Suddenly there was an intoxicating fragrance of flowers in the air. Immediately, these cloned Pokemon suddenly changed their expressions after being contaminated with powder, like being struck by lightning. Ask for flowers. They fell directly to the ground and rolled back and forth as if they were strangled by their throats. Immediately afterwards, their bodies swelled dramatically, and each Pokemon became several times its original size. Quick, get out of the way, these cloned Pokemon genes are broken. Chingtai said quickly, and avoided himself far away. The remaining 3 also panicked and followed Seda and left quickly. Feng Che saw that Chingtai was very close to his position. After a while, these cloned Pokemon genes collapsed, their bodies burst open, and then turned into a pool of black water. The black water gave off the stench of rotting fish and shrimp, causing Chingtai and his party to cover their noses again and again. What's going on, Boss Ching? Isn't it time to clone Pokemon? The little man asked in confusion. It's impossible. Didn't the captain of Yajiro say that it can last for 10 days? Why did the gene collapse after only 5 days? Seida's pupils contracted sharply, and he suddenly felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. What the hell is going on here? Are you really too tired recently? Qingtai glanced around with his eyes and saw nothing unusual. Linowan, ditto, do it. Feng Che seized the opportunity and made an attacking gesture directly at Linowan and ditto. Linowan rushed out suddenly, like a white Shandian, rushed in front of the tall man and the fat man and snatched the Pokeball from their waists. Zero and Arbok, transformed by ditto, flew directly in the direction of Qingtai. Oops, enemy attack, everyone release Pokemon. Ekans was extremely fast, and before Seida could release Pokemon, he saw a giant purple snake using the big snake glare towards him. Suddenly, Qingtai's body fell into a paralysis. He could only watch helplessly as he was wrapped around Arbok, his bones crackling. Qingtai only felt that her internal organs seemed to be crushed by Arbok, her face became red, and her blood-red pupils were wide open, as if they were about to split. Seida's throat let out a quack, like a duck. Arbok's poisonous fangs were deeply inserted into Seida's arm, and Seida's face turned blue in a short while, and only his breath was left. After seeing the tragic appearance of Qingtai, the big tall man and the fat man had no masters and fled into the jungle in a panic and disappeared. Only the short man was left standing there, motionless, as if frightened. Ditto's snake body released Qingtai. Qingtai was paralyzed like a pool of mud, unable to move, and the black and red blood in his mouth kept overflowing like he didn't want money. All the bones on his body have been broken by Ditto, but Ditto has control, so the Pokeball hanging on Seida's body is not affected. Ditto took off the Pokeball hanging from Seida's waist in one bite, and directly locked the Pokeball's Kai Kanto with a snake letter. Ditto and Linowan both stared at the short man, and that was all they had left. Ha ha ha, it seems that you do have 2 brushes in Sora. The short man suddenly made a hoarse voice. The short man raised his head suddenly, revealing yellow pupils like poisonous snakes, with a blue light between them. The short man's eyes were fixed on Arbok and Linowan, like a beast ready to kill at any time. Feng Che saw that something was wrong with this short man, and Feng Che, who was about to harvest the head, hurriedly hid in the bushes. He wanted to see what the short man was selling in the gourd. You don't have to hide, I've seen you, Somami, let's fight it out. The short man threw the Pokeball and released a Starmie from it. Although this body is weak, it cannot support me to play my full strength. But against you, that's enough. Kong Jian, sure enough, you made a formalist mistake. You must know that the more inconspicuous people are, the more they can live to the end. After Feng Che heard what the short man said, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this person was taken away? Why did he suddenly seem to be a different person, and his words became so strange? Feng Che was a little confused. Husband. Chapter 67 _ Behind the Scenes. 67. Behind the scenes, but if I look at the state of this Starmie, I should know what's going on. Feng Che activated the system and scanned Starmie's current state. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Starmie close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent yellow. Feature, analysis. Open black lens bracket level, 26 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water plus psychic. Skills, water gun, water pulse, rapid spin, self-recovery, double team, rain dance, confusion, psybeam, hyperbeam, giga impact. Status, the state blessed by a huge psychic. It seems that this short man is possessed by Xinghan. Can a psychic possess a human body from a long distance like this? Only now did Feng Che understand that this was the psychic who used his special ability to possess his own consciousness on the short man's body. This Starmie originally has psychic attributes. After the confusion blessing of psychic people, it will definitely become more terrifying. Starmie, like its evolution preformed Staryu, looks like a starfish. Its main body is lavender, but it retains the golden structure on the front of its body. It has the shape of two pentagrams overlapping together. There is an octagonal gemstone in the middle of the body, and the color becomes more vivid. This Starmie exudes an overwhelming pressure. Starmie, use Psybeam to say hi to Sora. Short man, said suddenly. I saw that Starmie's ruby-like core of 940 suddenly emitted a colorful light, rushing directly in the direction of Feng Che. Feng Che hurriedly rolled a donkey and left his location. The colorful light hit the trunk the moment Feng Che left. Only heard a boom. Feng Che found that the towering tree that was standing just now had been broken by Psybeam. The tree suddenly fell to the ground, and many Pidgey and Butterfree perched on the tree were alarmed, flapping their wings and scattered away. Countless green leaves have fallen. After Feng Che lost the cover of the big tree, he and a short man looked at each other. Short man's eye sockets are exposed, like a mess. His eyes stared at Feng Che like snake pupils, and the corners of his mouth were raised with a wicked smile. This kind of gaze, like an Arbok looking at Rattata, regards Feng Che as his prey. Feng Che looked directly into the eyes of Short Man. He knew that Short Man had become a puppet. This psychic person directly possessed the body of Short Man, and controlled his every move. This has already subverted Feng Che's common sense, and Feng Che is quite afraid of psychic people. He has never seen a psychic person with such a strange ability in the game. Starmie has blessed Psychic's state, which is really scary. Fortunately, this puppet can only issue commands remotely, with a certain time difference. Feng Che thought secretly. In this case, I can grasp this time difference and turn defeat into victory. The Pokemon Ditto in Feng Che's hands is level 16, but the Arbok after Ditto's transformation is very powerful, which cannot be measured by level. Lino-1 has just made the evolution. Lino-1's level is higher than that of Starmie. With these two Pokemon in hand, Feng Che feels that he has a lot of chances to win. Lino-1, use the Thief skill. Arbok, use Thunder Fang. Feng Che hurriedly gave orders to Lino-1 and Arbok. Lino-1 used Quick Attack to turn into a white shiny and headed straight for Starmie. Its hands emit a little black light, and once it hits Starmie, Starmie will be eroded by Dark's energy, thus greatly weakening Starmie's ability. Ditto opened his bloody mouth, and a saffron-colored arc flashed from his mouth, biting hard at the Starmie ruby core. A mighty thunder tooth was like the chirping of 1,000 birds, and the flickering arc hit the nearby tree trunks, sending out thick black smoke. Starmie uses high-speed spins, then water gun. Short said quietly, his eyes full of contempt. Then Starmie rapid spins, squirting out the water gun. Water gun hits Ditto and Lino-1 with precision. The massive impact of the water gun tackled both Ditto and Lino-1 to the trunk. The trunk was smashed into a shallow hole. Ditto and Lino-1 both splattered blood from the corners of their mouths and fell to the ground again. Ditto's snake scales vibrated, blocking most of the pressure, so Ditto quickly got up and confronted Starmie with a snake letter. Lino-1 also blocked the attack of the water gun because of the thick fur on his body, and his waist collided with the trunk of the tree. It was slightly blue where it was bruised, but Lino-1 gritted his teeth and got up again. Its hair is wet, and it shakes the hair to throw out all the water on its body, otherwise it will affect its speed. Lino-1's fierceness was also inspired by Starmie. Lino-1 lay on the ground and grinned at Starmie. See it or not, this is the gap between you and me, Kong Si. As soon as I learned that you were the #1 tamed Pokemon this year, I felt a vague sense of unease. That's why I want to get rid of you before you are strong. I will never give you the first title this time, you should die of this heart. The short man smiled sullenly, his yellow eyes staring at Feng Che, and at the same time he stuck out his red tongue and licked his dry lips. It's like teasing a snake before devouring its prey. Look at Starmie's status now. Feng Che smiled coldly, while Lino-1 and Ditto used their skills again. They flew again towards Starmie. Do you think you can defeat my Starmie like this? Somami, I'm going to burn you to the ashes this time. Starmie, use Hyper Beam. Short Man said loudly, and Short Man had given instructions to Starmie through telepathy just now. But the long-awaited beam of light did not appear, and Starmie, who was standing beside him, did not move. He looked up, only to see that saffron-colored arcs were running around Starmie's body. Starmie moved. It was like being struck by lightning, and it was extremely painful. Starmie fell into a state of paralysis. Mr. Star Hunter, don't you know that water also conducts electricity? Feng Che asked with a smile. While Starmie was using the water gun, my Audiobook used a thunder fang against the water that the Starmie spewed out. Sure enough, Starmie fell into a state of paralysis, but the reason why you didn't realize it for so long. It should be that the body you are possessing is too short, and it is too laborious to raise your head. Feng Che said jokingly. After listening to Feng Che's words, Short Man almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Baby Tit, use Maximum Peck Attack, attack the red core in the middle of Starmie. Audiobook, use Iron Tail, attack the red core in the middle of Starmie. Lino-1, use Iron Head on the red core, open the way with Quick Attack. Feng Che said loudly. Ditto's tail turned silvery white. It walked fast in a zigzag, and then swooped in front of Starmie, with a direct flick of its tail. Starmie was hit by Ditto's iron tail because of his paralyzed state. Starmie fell to the ground from midair. Just as Starmie struggled to get up, Lino-1 turned into a white shiny, and its head turned silver. It slammed hard against Starmie's red core. A crack appeared in the red core of Starmie. In the end, the baby tit turned into a blue streamer and fell from the sky. Its beak penetrated deep into the red core of Starmie. Only a crisp snap was heard. Starmie's red core shatters directly. Starmie was completely paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. This red core is the source of Starmie's power. No, how could this be? Short Man said loudly, holding his head. Feng Che also saw that the short man's hair changed from black to white, his body was rapidly thin, and finally turned into a mummified corpse in front of Feng Che. Damn, Starmie was beaten down. I really underestimated the empty sea. My confusion is all blessed on Starmie, so the person I possess will perish because of Starmie's defeat. His body can't bear the backlash of my psychic, and his vitality is directly taken away. In Death on the Second Island of the Archipelago, the masked man wearing a mask suddenly became furious. Its eyes flashed red light, and it seemed that it was not a normal person at all. Damn, I actually let Kong Jian escape. I thought I could successfully kill Kong Jian. Unfortunately, this trial has strict restrictions, and my main force Pokemon can't steal Lance crossing over. The strength of the temporarily subdued Starmie is still not enough. The masked man made a sound of electronic synthesis. Kongjian, the next time we meet will be your death, this time I will let you go. Xingqiu said fiercely. Hey, I finally got this Starmie sorted out. Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly checked Lino-1's condition, but luckily it was just a bruised waist. Just put some potion on. Ditto transformed into Audiobook. Audiobook's thick snake scales defended against Water Gun's attack. Ditto didn't take much damage either. It's just this Starmie with a cracked ruby core, just a little embarrassed. But the cracking of the ruby core does not mean direct death. Feng Che directly applied a thick layer of ointment to the red core of this Starmie, which can increase the cell division of the ruby core. Feng Che didn't want to hand over the Pokemon to the Viper instructor to be crooked melons and cracked dates, which would damage his image. Feng Che took the Pokeball handed over by Zigzagoon and Ditto. Feng Che found that none of the Pokeballs specially made by Team Rockets had captured any Pokemon. It was just a pretense to attract him. It turns out that the real killer of this Star Hunter is this Starmie. He found Qingtai because he knew that Qingtai had a grudge against me, and he could lead me out through Qingtai. But thanks to Xinghan, he gave me 4 Pokeballs specially made by Team Rockets. I am really grateful to him. Feng Che directly pressed the release button of the Pokeball and released Starmie directly. Feng Che then used the Pokeball specially made by Team Rockets to capture this Starmie. The owner of this Starmie has a grudge against me. I don't dare to subdue this Starmie 3.4. It's a ticking time bomb. Feng Che is not willing to use his Pokeball to conquer this Starmie, even if this Starmie is a Pokemon with excellent qualifications. The short man was turned into a mummified corpse due to excessive life consumption, and Seta had already died during Ditto's battle with Starmie. As for the tall man and the fat man who escaped, Feng Che saw that Zigzagoon, who had emerged from the bushes, had blood stains on his hands. Although Zigzagoon is so cute, Zigzagoon is a typical carnivore. Feng Che saw that the tall man and the fat man who had escaped had been bitten by Zigzagoon and fell to the ground with their throats pierced. The blood of these corpses will attract more powerful Pokemon. Feng Che hurriedly swept away the belongings of the Qingtai 4. Feng Che got 4 Pokeballs with Pokemon and 4 Pokeballs specially made by Team Rockets. With the remaining Team Rockets bracelets, Feng Che threw them into a flowing stream to destroy the corpses. Zubat, Bellsprout, Geodude, Spearow, the Pokemon on them are really ordinary. These seem to be the Pokemon they assigned at the beginning, but unfortunately they are not qualified. It seems that the Pokemon they used to clone Pokemon to capture again were all star-hunted. Killed. However, adhering to the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, Feng Che kept these Pokemons and waited for Team Rockets to sell them in the underground black market. Everyone pay attention. Let's go quickly. I feel that a big guy is coming. Feng Che heard the sound of a heavy object sliding on the ground in the distance. Chapter 68-Cave Exploration. After Feng Che greeted the numerous Pokemon, he hurriedly walked towards the location of the dong hole mentioned by the Pillar of Insects. A huge snake head was emerging from the grass. It smelled the strong smell of blood just now, and then it crawled over along the smell. If Feng Che stayed at the scene, Feng Che would definitely recognize that this old friend was the leader of the Seviper he saw on the island. Drip drip. Feng Che's communicator suddenly rang. Jade Tianqian, Kongjian, we found a place with many treasure chests, but that is the gathering place of Ursaring. Jade Tianqian, the Ursaring leader there is level 40 and is guarding a saffron treasure chest. Jade Tianqian, the average Ursaring has more than 30 levels. Alice and I both withdrew for fear of being warned by Ursaring Hyper Beam. Jade Tianqian, I can feel that the Ursaring there is in the breeding season, and the Ursaring in this period is the most difficult to get along with. In the wild forest, the 3 most untouchable Pokemon are Gyarados, Ursaring and Beedrill. These 3 kinds of Pokemon are the most stingy, and they will report their revenge. As long as they provoke them with a little trifle, what awaits you is an endless revenge. Kingmi, I know, when I'm done, I'll join you after I'm done with one thing. Kingjian, besides, Jade Tianqian, how long will the days of Juxing Lianju you mentioned last? This is related to Feng Che's chance to open Psychic, which is something Feng Che will never miss. Jade Tianqian, I count the days, it will be about 3 days later, and that time will be the time of Juxing Lianju. Jade Tianqian, if you want to start Juxing Lianju, you must find an open place. Guardian Tianqian, the less you cover up, the better the effect of Juxing Lianju will be. Empire, you can tell me the location, I'll go there to find you then. Feng Che knew that Jade Tianqian and Alice were together, both of them were very strong, and ordinary Pokemon couldn't beat them. After Feng Che finished the call, after walking for a long time, he arrived at the place where the Pillar of Insects said. This place is really easy to find, a vine the size of a waterfall, and there are countless white flowers the size of a slap on the vine. These flowers have attracted many Beedrill, Butterfree and Beautifly to come for honey. There are also quite a few Weedle, Caterpie, Wurmple nibbling on the yellow fruit on the vines. There is actually such a big egg fruit tree here. How long does it take to grow to such a large size? Feng Che said in a stupefied voice. Egg fruit is a kind of berry of growth in the tropics. Berry is like a large egg. The ripe egg fruit has a fragrance similar to mango, and it has a strong sense of satiety. Some donkey friends get lost in the tropical region, and they can usually find egg fruit. Egg fruit is particularly rich in nutrition, and its nutritional value is comparable to moo milk, and the larger the egg fruit tree, the better the quality of the egg fruit. Ditto, baby tit, Lino one, let's pick some egg fruit. Feng Che was the first to find a ripe egg fruit and wanted to pick it off, but found that the cane of the egg fruit was extremely tough. The juvenile tits attacked directly with pecks, and pecked off the egg fruit on the vine. Ditto transformed into Golbat, flapping his wings, using his sharp wings to cut through the cane on the egg fruit like a blade. Lino one received the egg fruit that fell from above, and after a while, the ground was piled up like a hill of tree fruit. This egg fruit tree is very large and full of fruit, so the surrounding Pokemon don't care about Feng Che's behavior of picking egg fruit. Ditto, help me find out where is the Dong Cave under the vines. Feng Che said to Ditto, who had transformed into Golbat. Ditto sent out strong sound waves from his mouth, and according to Feng Che's instructions, he sent out ultrasonic waves to the whole egg fruit tree. Ditto directly found the entrance of Dong Cave through ultrasonic feedback. It flapped its wings and drilled into one end of the rattan, then drilled out again and waved to Feng Che. This is. Feng Che saw a corner of a black cloth among the vines. That's right, this should be the fabric of the ninja suit on insect pillar. Feng Che was not good at picking it up. The appearance of this fabric made Feng Che sure that the pillar of insects had come here. Feng Che pushed aside the vines, and a hole the size of a person appeared. Ditto, you go ahead and explore the path first. Lino one, you follow me, and you see something unusual behind you, juvenile tit. Feng Che quickly divided his positions, and the strongest Lino one stood by Feng Che's side. If he really found danger, Lino one could immediately take action. Ditto transformed into Golbat. His eyesight became excellent, capable of night vision in the dark. Lino one is also a nocturnal creature, capable of night vision in the dark cave. Feng Che turned on the strong light bulb and entered the cave. This Dong Cave is extremely humid, and it is accompanied by a slightly fermented smell. Dong Cave, as well as the sound of wings flapping, which looks a bit gloomy and weird. Creepy. On the dark soil, some fluorescent algae were growing on the wall of the cave. Feng Che saw a black figure walking slowly in front of him. Feng Che took a strong light to look at it, and a pair of pale and absent-minded eyeballs came into view. Then Feng Che saw the huge mushroom on it. It turned out to be a parasect, and this parasect was planting some mushrooms in the Dong Cave. Parasects are Pokemons composed of insect-type creatures and mushrooms. The lower part, which is a bug, is orange all over. After evolution, his eyes turned white, and he had 3 pairs of feet, and the first pair of feet became large pincers. Parasect doesn't actively attack most Pokemon and humans, as mushrooms take over Parasect's primary consciousness. They like to swarm and often wander around the forest, spreading their spores. Parasect is hostile to some mushroom Pokemon such as Lampshade, and often competes with them for turf. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Parasect close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent orange. Characteristic, spore. Open black lens bracket level, 26 close black lens bracket. Attribute, insect plus grass. Skills, paralysis powder, poison powder, sleep powder, drain, / mushroom spore, / growth, vampire, energy ball, force of nature. Status, planting mushrooms happily. Comment, this is a big walking mushroom, and it is the dream Pokemon of many herbalists, although its aptitude is not so ideal. Close black lens bracket. Parasect is a very useful Pokemon, and Parasect, with its powers of nature, is good at growing herbs. You should be able to redeem a lot of points if you capture this kind of Pokemon. Feng Che directly threw the Pokeball specially made by Team Rockets. Parasect can be called the best Pokemon in the world. This is a mystery that only experienced trainers can understand. A white spot on the parasect mushroom is the parasect's power node. Just hit the white spot with the Pokeball. It can be conquered in one ball, which is more convenient than a caterpie. Acknowledge, if, water. First, scent, steal, book, sell, money, to die, mother. Sure enough, after the parasect was hit by the Pokeball, the Pokeball didn't even shake, and the parasect was captured by the Pokeball. Team Rocket's special Pokeball captures the parasect, the switch is automatically locked. If only I could loot some parasect spores. Feng Che picked up the Pokeball on the ground whose switch was locked, and said regretfully. Trast spores are very useful sedatives and also treat burns and scalds. But if I don't use the Pokeball to subdue the parasect's spores, it is estimated that this parasect will pierce my heart with its powerful tongs. Parasect's ability is not weak, but parasect is controlled by the mushroom on its back. Mushroom is the body of parasect. If you collect spores on a mushroom, parasect will think it is attacking itself. The level 26 parasect attacked with all his strength, and Feng Che felt that he might not be able to handle the parasect in this small cave. After Feng Che captured parasect, the number of Pokemon he hunted has reached 4. From a distance, Feng Che could hear the sound of wings flapping in the depths of Dong Cave. But it soon turned calm. After Feng Che walked for a while, he entered a spacious Dong entrance. There were countless pairs of scarlet eyes looking at him in the darkness. Feng Che illuminated it with a strong flashlight and found that it was a typical Dongdong. There were many stalactites above the Dongdong, and countless Zubats were hanging upside down on the stalactites. It was only because of the shock of the strong light that these Zubats were extremely uncomfortable. This suppressed the eagerness of these guys, and they screamed strongly in protest against the strong light in Feng Che's hands. Dong Cave. Feng Che heard countless chaotic voices in Dong Cave. Zubata, humans are here again, and human blood is much better than normal Pokemon. Zubat B. Come, the human blood after astonish is like frozen blood. Zubat C. Here comes another human who doesn't know how to live or die, thinking that with Pokemon around, he can stop our King Golbat. Zubat D. This bright light is so dazzling, I can't stand it anymore. Feng Che's eyes suddenly became much dignified as he listened to these messy thoughts. Most of the Zubats here are only level 8 to 9, not to mention Linoone and Ditto, even the juvenile tits can fight against 10. The strong light of Feng Che shone into the distance, and it was filled with the corpses of a large number of Pokemon. There were even quite a few blue will-o-wisp floating above the corpse. Feng Che knew that this was because the corpse produced phosphine after decaying and changing. The ignition point of phosphine is very low, and it spontaneously ignites in the presence of oxygen, resulting in the will-o-wisp phenomenon. Feng Che's strong light was shining on a place not far from him, and there were 3 black figures lying on the ground. Feng Che took a closer look, but it was 3 long-dead Team Rocket's reserve members. Pokeballs are scattered all over the place. Feng Che picked up the Pokeball and found that the Pokeball no longer worked. But through the translucent sphere of the red and white Pokeball, Feng Che saw that Pokemon still existed in the Pokeball. There is only one possibility. The Pokemon in Pokeball is dead. Under the strong light, Feng Che saw the pupils of these Pokemon dilated. It seems that he must have been greatly frightened before his death, frightened to death. The corpses of the 3 pre-Team Rocket's members have been turned into mummified corpses. The blood on their bodies has been sucked dry, and there are still panic-filled eyes on the skinny bones. Their bodies were shriveled, and their hands were pulling something forward, as if trying to escape from here. There are countless scratches left on the ground, which are the traces left after struggling hard. The blood that had fallen from their fingers had long since dried up, and had dark red spots. Feng Che said suddenly, his eyes were full of determination. This is the cruelty of the wild. Since I chose to be a trainer, this is a road of no return. All I can do is to help you dig a hole and bury you. Ditto, using ultrasound. 940 inches. Lino-1, use noise. Feng Che tightly covered his ears, and even Lino-1 on the side made a lot of noise. Feng Che made Lino-1 emit noise purely to protect Lino-1 from ultrasonic damage, lest Lino-1 fall into a state of confusion. Ditto took a deep breath, sending out ultrasonic waves from his mouth. These ultrasonic waves formed multiple echoes under the blessing of the echoes of Dong Cave. If Zubat, resting above Dong Cave, was struck by lightning, the ultrasonic wave would be a disaster for Pokémon with sensitive hearing. Many Zubats became particularly irritable after hearing the ultrasound. Zubat falls to the point of cannibalism under the influence of ultrasonic waves. Many Zubat went crazy and used skills such as Storm. Even Lino-1's noise made Zubat in the Dong Cave lower his defense, and the Zubat clan was in chaos. The originally huge Zubat clan was also in a frenzy because the group had no leader. There are Zubat flying in disorder everywhere. The sharp growl of Zubat, the sound of wings flapping, the noise of the storm blowing up in the Dong Cave. All these are mixed together, as if opening a symphony event. In a corner, where the strong light did not reach, a shadow swayed, seemingly awakened by the chaotic voice of the Zubat group. The next moment, a scarlet light suddenly appeared. Children, you also use Whirlwind on this group of Zubats, so that you have already realized the storm trick. Feng Che lowered his voice and said to the childish tits. In the ultrasound that Ditto had just radiated, the juvenile tit blocked its ears with its thick wings to avoid confusion. At this moment, a strong light bulb irradiated a few clusters of dark red particles on the ground. These dark red particles are the size of eggs and have no odor at all. Is this Golbat's poop? Feng Che was surprised. How big is this Golbat? Usually Zubat's feces are only a few millimeters in diameter, and the feces that fell to the ground were terrifyingly large. Golbat's feces is another important medicinal material, which has miraculous effects on pain relief. In the face of cold, fever and other symptoms, using Golbat's feces as medicine also has a very good therapeutic effect. In the exchange library inside Team Rockets, there is the purchase price of Golbat feces. 1 gram of Golbat's feces is equivalent to 0.1 Team Rockets points. But not all Zubat and Golbat feces can be used as medicine. Zubat and Golbat have to draw human and Pokémon blood for a long time to have this effect. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind erupted above Feng Che's head. There was a strong feeling of unease in Feng Che's heart. Chapter 69-Capture Golbat. Feng Che remembered the 3 corpses that turned into mummified corpses, and his hairs stood upright. If it's just Zubat at level 8 to 9, even the reserve members of Team Rockets are not good enough. Those who own Pokémon won't suck their blood and die, and even the Pokémon in the Pokéball are scared to death. Feng Che didn't feel anything at first, but when he calmed down, he felt something was wrong. He took the thunderstorm gun out of his hand and gripped the handle of the thunderstorm gun tightly. A harsh and shrill voice came out from the darkness, and at the same time, a huge black shadow rushed out with the voice. Golbat, the leader of this group of Zubats, has finally revealed its mystery. Golbat is a bat-shaped Pokémon with a mostly blue body and purple wing diaphragms. The most notable change compared to before evolution is that its mouth has become unusually large, taking up almost its entire body. 4 sharp teeth separated the upper and lower jaws, which looked very ferocious, and its sharp teeth could bite through even hard skin. Human and Pokémon blood is its favorite. Will circle back and forth in the dark and attack from behind. Golbat has eyes after evolution, while his feet seem to have footplates, but his ears have become smaller than before evolution. The average Golbat is only 1.6 meters tall, but the Golbat in front of Feng Che is 2.5 meters tall. Golbat transformed by Ditto can only be regarded as a little brother in front of this Golbat leader. Golbat flapped his wings, like a wild beast staring at Feng Che, making Feng Che feel the pressure of capturing people. In particular, this Golbat had a golden key on his neck. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name. Golbat close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, male. Close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent. Green. Characteristic, spiritual power. Open black lens bracket. Level, 32/35. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, poison plus flight. Skills, vampiric, screech, ultrasonic, bite, confuse ray, wing attack, haze, air cutter, poison fang, steel wing, shadow ball. Status, half asleep and half awake. Because of the long sleep, the strength has declined. Close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a mutated Golbat, which is of great research value, and its blood seems to have different effects. Close black lens bracket. After Feng Che read Golbat's message, his face became ashen. Damn, cheated by that worm pillar. Feng Che saw that most of the Zubats in the Dong Cave were only level 8 to 9, so he thought that the Golbat in the Dong Cave would only be level 20, but he did not expect it to be as high as level 32. It is 4 levels higher than the strongest Lino one in his hand. This level is much higher than that of Ditto and Juvenile Tits, and it is easy to cause the suppression of the level. Moreover, the Golbat of the Flight Department is facing the Lino one of the Ordinary Department, and it is obvious that Lino one is at a disadvantage. Feng Che retreated in his heart, but the awakened Golbat obviously didn't let him go so easily. After beating wild geese all day long, he was blinded by wild geese, and the pillar of insects deceived him. Feng Che remembered what Uncle Caesar told him, that no one in Team Rockets could believe it. Feng Che couldn't wait to slap himself twice. This is after defeating Xingqiu, and he was a little complacent. If the pillar of insects falls into my hands one day, I will definitely smash the pillar of insects into tens of thousands of pieces. Feng Che said viciously. Akyu. The pillar of insects was lying in the hive at this time, and his beedrill was badly burned, and it needed some nutrition. That Kongmi should have gone to Batdong. After a while, I can collect his body. The Golbat in Batdong, I can judge that it has a very strong strength. At least it's a superior middle-level strength. Even if that Feng Che's young tit is good, it's not an opponent of this kind of Pokemon. Insect Pillar showed a sly look. Although the atmosphere among the 3 cadres is harmonious, the subordinates of the 3 cadres do not think so. To get ahead in the superior tryouts, you must take out as many opponents as possible. Only in this way can you improve your ranking and stand out from the crowd. This Golbat leader had just woken up from a deep sleep, his entire abdomen was dry and flat, and his body was a little emaciated. This Golbat made a sharp sound, and suddenly there were countless sounds of flapping wings in the depths of the cave. A huge bison was captured by a group of Zubat. The Golbat flew directly onto the bison, pierced the bison's carotid artery, and greedily sucked the blood. Feng Che also saw this Golbat devoured the blood of the bison. The bison let out a feeble scream, his head dropped, and he lost his breath. Boom! The buffalo's body fell heavily on the ground, leaving only a hide and a huge bone, and the flesh and blood on its body had disappeared. Golbat was full, he directly opened his giant wings that covered the sky. Good guy, it was 4 meters long. Golbat leader has also jumped to level 35. At the same time, an extremely powerful momentum erupted, causing the surrounding Zubat to shiver. Maybe Golbat was afraid that his momentum would hurt Zubat, so Golbat restrained his coercion. It seems that Golbat's strength has recovered from a short period of decline caused by a long hibernation. Immediately afterwards, the leader of Golbat suddenly disappeared under the illumination of the strong light bulb. There was a short growl in Feng Che's ears, and along with the whistling sound of breaking through the air, Feng Che only saw a black shadow rushing towards him. At a critical moment, Ditto flapped his wings and came to Feng Che's side, turning into Arbok again. Its tail instantly turned silver-white, and in the darkness, it was like the light of dawn piercing the night. Ditto slammed down on the Golbat leader. Hearing a local sound, some embers appeared in the darkness, and Feng Che hurriedly shone the strong light toward the front. Golbat was suddenly irradiated by a strong light bulb, and his body suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Its pupils are constricted, and it is adjusting the focal length of the pupils to avoid damage to its eyes by the strong light. Feng Che directly saw through the strong light that the wings of the leader of Golbat formed a color-like orberg, sparkling under the light of a strong light bulb. But obviously the leader of Golbat is much stronger than Ditto, and Ditto is at a clear disadvantage. This is the steel wing skill tilde. Feng Che thought secretly. Then Feng Che took out the thunderstorm gun and shot the Golbat leader directly. The huge thunderstorm bombs uttered a chirping like 1,000 birds, and the golden snakes danced wildly and the silver snakes walked around and crawled on the leader of Golbat. The Golbat leader gave off a scorching smell, but a thunderstorm was simply not enough for the Golbat leader's huge body. Just when Feng Che was about to fill up another thunderstorm bomb, a strong pain came to arouse the ferocity of the leader of Golbat. Squeak! The thorn-like spikes of the growl suddenly erupted, and suddenly echoed around. Invisible sound waves rushed towards Feng Che. After the surrounding Zubat was affected by this sound wave, all of them froze and fell from the sky like dumplings. Feng Che was affected by this huge sound wave, like being struck by lightning. For a moment, Feng Che felt that the pain in his brain was unbearable, as if it was filled with a lot of things. He felt like his brain was about to explode. The thunderstorm gun that was originally in his hand fell straight to the ground. In an instant, Golbat crossed an afterimage, his scarlet eyes staring at Feng Che. This shocked Feng Che in his heart, and his whole body was tense. Feng Che didn't think too much about it, he just raised the strong light and pointed it at the eyes of the leader of Golbat. Golbat was lit up by a strong light bulb, and the originally dark environment suddenly shone into the light like daylight. Golbat was instantly blinded, and his eyes shed many tears under the stimulation of the bright light. The Golbat leader's eyes suddenly couldn't open, but Golbat originally used his mouth and ears to identify the location of the enemy. So the leader of Golbat turned into a few afterimages, and his sharp wings pierced directly at Feng Che. It will smash the corpse of this human who has hurt itself into tens of thousands of pieces. Ditto, use Iron Tail. Lino-1, use Iron Head. Feng Che shouted loudly, and a donkey rolled on the spot to avoid the attack of the Golbat leader. But after the Golbat leader failed, he opened his mouth wide open. Feng Che, who was close at hand, could smell the stench of blood emanating from the mouth of the Golbat leader. Golbat's 4 teeth were about to bite through the clear carotid artery. At this moment, a strong wind came from above Feng Che's head. Ditto's iron tail finally fell. Ditto and Lino-1 formed a flanking trend. No matter how the Golbat leader dodged, he would definitely be hit by the trick. This completely inspired the ferocity of the Golbat leader. It didn't want to be beaten as badly by its lesser Pokémon, so the Golbat leader chose to take Ditto's attack hard. The Golbat leader didn't dodge or dodge, flapping his wings and crashing into Ditto. It opened its mouth, revealing 4 sharp teeth. Ditto felt a sharp pain in his tail, and blood spurted out of his tail. The tingling and numbness came from the tail. Feng Che swept the spot where Ditto was injured with a strong light bulb. A bite mark appeared on Ditto's tail, and blood was flowing with black blood. It was the Golbat leader who ran the risk of being seriously injured by Iron Tail and used Poison Fang against Ditto. The Golbat leader was slapped into the air fiercely, and the Golbat leader stabilized in midair. One of its wings, however, flapped feebly, with an unusual twist, clearly shattered by Ditto's iron tail. The sharp pain caused the Golbat leader to break out a sharp growl again. At this moment, the chaotic Zubat tribe hovering over the sky began to act. They were restored to normal order under the orders of Sharp Growl. They flew towards the poisoned Ditto like sharp arrows. HMPH, now I'm thinking about more people bullying less people, right? Lino-1 and Cheekage help me hold on for a while, and I want to relieve Ditto's poisoning. Feng Che saw that Ditto's face flashed an unusual cyan color, and knew that Ditto was in the middle of toxic at this time. Fortunately, Feng Che was well prepared and had antidote with him. Feng Che quickly took out the concentrated berry juice of peach and peach fruit from the bracelet and gave it to Ditto to drink. The moment he saw Golbat, Feng Che had long anticipated that there might be this moment, and prepared the antidote, concentrated peach fruit juice. Lino's claws glowed white, and it used the crazy fury swipes on the flying Zubat. 2 to 3 Zubats were incapacitated for each grab. The young tit used the whirlwind skill, it fanned the storm in the Dong Cave, and countless Zubat tackled to the stone wall in the sudden gust of wind, losing the ability to fight. Golbat is completely obedient, hiding in the Zubat group, waiting for an opportunity to attack Linoone and the young tit. Ditto poured in the juice of the peach tree, it took a while for Ditto to recover. Feng Che scratched Zubat who came to attack with a dagger, and Feng Che's hands were also attacked by Zubat. Gurgling blood flowed from the back of Feng Che's hand, and the smell of blood irritated Zubat even more. This made Zubat rush towards Feng Che desperately, and Feng Che was in deep danger. Ditto, transform into a naughty Thunderbolt and use Thunderbolt. Seeing that Ditto was awake, Feng Che quickly said to Ditto. Ditto squirmed and quickly transformed into a naughty Thunderbolt, and Ditto exuded countless arcs. The arc crackled and hit Zubat directly above. Thunderbolt dyed the entire cave a saffron color, and even Golbat, who was hiding behind Zubat and attacked secretly, received a violent thunder shock. Zubat, who was suddenly knocked unconscious by Thunderbolt, fell to the ground like a dumpling. The remaining Zubat, who was not affected, was completely frightened. They spread their wings, flapped desperately, and flew into the depths of the Dong Cave. Golbat fell to the hard ground in an embarrassed manner, both of his wings showing an unnatural twist. Saffron-colored arcs roamed the Golbat leader. Ditto hated the Golbat leader. Under rage, Ditto used Thunderbolt again against the Golbat leader. A smell of burnt incense came out of the leader of Golbat, Normos, and the leader of Golbat had been electrocuted to the point of unconsciousness. It twitched and turned black. Hee hee. Feng Che sneered at the Golbat leader, threw a Pokeball specially made by Team Rockets, and took Golbat inside. If it wasn't for Ditto's strength this time, maybe Feng Che would have gotten colder. Childish Tits and Linoone are both gasping for breath. Feng Che discovered that after the battle, the young Tits had been upgraded to level 10. Even Linoone, who had just been in the evolution, was upgraded to level 30 because of his huge combat experience, reaching the peak level of superior. Ditto also reached level 20 because of this battle. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, we should hurry to find the treasure in this Dong Cave, and then evacuate this Dong Cave. Feng Che found a saffron-colored treasure chest among the corpses of Pokemon and humans. Then Feng Che stuffed the treasure box into the bracelet and hurried out of the cave. Of course, Feng Che also fulfilled his promise, burying the corpses of the prospective Team Rockets members on the spot. This time, the Arbok that was able to defeat Golbat was due to the fact that the Arbok swallowed by Ditto had a lot of fighting experience. In addition, Feng Che unexpectedly used a Thunderbolt to deplete part of the Golbat leader's stamina. And the Golbat leader didn't let the Zubat tribe end because he underestimated the enemy. Combining all these factors, Feng Che narrowly defeated Golbat, his nephew. Otherwise, just relying on reckless struggle, there is really no chance of winning. However, the gains from this battle were also huge. Feng Che gained a saffron key and a saffron treasure chest. After getting the saffron treasure chest, Feng Che's points were as high as 400 points. There are also 12 silver-white Team Rocket's special Pokeballs on hand. This brings great convenience for Feng Che to capture Pokemon. After Feng Che walked out of Dong Cave, the communicator suddenly kept ringing. Chapter 70-Uninvited Guests by the Sand Scale Fruit. Jade Tianchen, Kongjan, we have found a suitable place, which is a swamp. Jade Tianchen, I have a hunch that there will be great opportunities in this swamp. Jade Tianchen, however, this swamp is not easy to pass through, and it is full of a large number of poison Pokemon. Jade Tianchen, we are waiting for you on the outskirts of the swamp. Alice, there are other reserve members here. It is dangerous for me and Jod Tianchen to wander around the periphery. Alice, we hid for the time being. If you come, look for the mark left by me and Jod Tianchen. After reading the messages sent by Jod Tianchen and Alice, Feng Che took out the map left by the previous owner of the treehouse. There is a place called Poison Swamp on the map left by the former owner of the treehouse. It is said that there are a large number of poison Pokemon in it, which is not easy to deal with. The former owner of the treehouse also drew a skull symbol on the map of the Poison Marsh area. It is important to remind and warn latecomers not to step into this area without adequate preparation. This poisonous swamp is indeed the best place to receive gifts from Juxing Lianju. The periphery of Poison Marsh has a large number of poison-type Pokemon, which can effectively resist the attack of other Team Rocket's reserve members. It is indeed a good place. Since that's the case, I'm going to collect more detoxification herbs. Feng Che thought secretly. So Feng Che walked towards the side of the forest, where he found a lot of detoxifying herbs the next day. The clear sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone down from the sky, dispelling all the darkness on the earth. The soft wind blew the treetops, and the Pokemon's voice began to sound, playing a melody that belonged to the morning on the Isle of the Dead. In the forest, Feng Che was grinding medicine. Feng Che was busy all night yesterday. After the fresh herbs are picked, according to the different state of each herb, the amount of material used by Feng Che is different. Because the moisture, growth state, and volatile smell of each herb are different, the content of the active substances contained in it is different, and the medicinal effect is very different. Pharmacy is just like that, which emphasizes the word, fine. If a certain ingredient is added too much, the properties of the potion will change. Antidote also becomes toxic elixir. Peach tree juice is also used by Feng Che as the main ingredient of the antidote, and the stock 940 has been exhausted. Feng Che's coat was already wet with the morning dew, but Feng Che was in good spirits. There is a batch of high-quality primary antidote in the Feng Che bracelet. This potion basically detoxifies the poisonous Pokemon on Dead Island. Kaka. Feng Che moved his already stiff muscles and bones, and made a crackling sound. It's almost time to look at the sand scale fruit that the Pillar of Worms speaks of. Feng Che knew that the information from the Pillar of Insects was true, but there would be some moisture. That is, the level of the Pokemon guarding the sand scale fruit should not be low. Pidgeot is easy to find, on a towering tree near the egg fruit tree. Just when Feng Che saw that the Pidgeot level guarding the sand scale fruit was as high as level 45, he immediately backed off. Confirmed his eyes, this is a big guy who he can't afford to offend. Although the sand scale fruit is important, this Pidgeot's level has reached level 45, which is the strength of a naked high-level superior. Feng Che observed this colorful Pidgeot from a distance. The appearance of Pidgeot is very similar to that of Pidgeotto, except that the feathers on Pidgeot's head are yellow and white, and the tail is red. Gorgeous wings can act as a deterrent and can whip up huge storms. Pidgeot's sharp eyes and wide wings all give Pidgeot a kingly air. Pidgeots are extremely capable of flying, and they can whip up winds that can bend trees. It also has incredible flying speed. Pidgeot also has excellent eyesight and can see up to 1,000 meters away in the air. Pidgeot spreads beautiful feathers to scare off enemies, and can fly fast through the sky at Mach 2 speeds. The muscles in the chest are very developed, and it is a powerful Pokemon that can set off a huge wind as long as it is lightly padded. And there is not only one Pidgeot guarding this sand scale fruit, but two Pidgeots with two superior levels. It appears to be two Pidgeots, one male and one female, taking turns guarding the sand scales. These two Pidgeots are both Pokemons with sharp eyes. Even Feng Che used a telescope to observe Pidgeot's every move in the dark. Through his keen eyes, Pidgeot had already noticed Feng Che hiding in the distance. However, Pidgeot is a more docile Pokemon. In addition, Feng Che did not act excessively, so the two Pidgeots did not care about Feng Che. Feng Che's highest level Pokemon is still a level 30 Linoone. If these two are level 45 Pidgeots at taunt, it is simply courting death. Just when Feng Che was about to quit Snatch, Feng Che accidentally saw a purple-red horn in the telescope. Feng Che found that as the sand scale fruit matures, the fragrance of the sand scale fruit has attracted many uninvited guests. A Scolipede, a Ninjask, and a Yanmega stay near here, occupying 3 corners. Scolipede is a centipede-like Pokémon. Its body color is mostly made up of purple and black. The pupils are yellow, the body has purple markings in the shape of a circle, the antennae are purple and red, and the abdomen is gray-black. Scolipede chases down enemies with agile movements, attacks with the horns on his head, and never stops until he's dead. Scolipede used to grab the prey with the claws on the neck, and would throw the opponent directly to the ground, and then stab the poisonous spikes into it, killing him with one blow. Toxic on Scolipede's horn. Feng Che can clearly see that Scolipede's horn seeps purple-black venom, and its body exudes a purple-black poisonous mist. In the places covered by these poisonous mists, the grass turned yellow and even the towering trees withered instantly. You can see how powerful the poison on this Scolipede is. If Pidgeot stays in the poisonous fog for a long time, he might fall into the state of toxic. Scolipede has long been waiting for will also become a barren land. The Scolipede looked greedily at the sand scale. The Scolipede, which already has the acceleration characteristic, will become even more extreme speed if it gets the sand scale. This Scolipede has a level of 43 and is a proper superior Pokémon. Yanmega is more like a large dragonfly. It has a pair of huge compound eyes, the abdomen has also changed, and there are many red spots all over the body. Yanmega's complexion is dark green and has 3 pairs of wings in total. 2 pairs of wings grow on Yanmega's back, and there is an oval red dot on the wings as thin as a cicada's wings. The remaining pair of wings grows at the tail of the Yanmega's aircraft-like structure. 3 pairs of wings make the Yanmega extremely fast. Yanmega is good at high-speed flight, able to grab adults with 6 legs and fly with ease, balances with tail fins when flying. It flaps its wings so powerfully that the shock wave it generates can cause lethal damage in the body of its opponent. The strength of its jaw is also very strong. It can bite off the opponent's neck in the moment of passing by, and is keen on this fighting style. This Yanmega is very old, and its body is full of scars, and even the wings on its tail have fallen off. This Yanmega should have wanted to give it a try and grab a sand scale fruit for the tribe before dying. The level of this Yanmega was 48, but its strength kept declining. Feng Che saw that the momentum of this Yanmega kept declining. The remaining Ninjask is only level 41, and it can be said to be the weakest force that came to Snatch. BHDE Ninjask is shaped like a flying cicada with a pair of transparent wings with triangular red markings on the edges of the wings. It has a pair of sharp claws, which can quickly harvest the life of the enemy. It is yellow and black, with ruby-colored eyes. Ninjask is as fast as the wind and is also known as the ninja in the wind because it can only hear the growl when it flies. But even for the weakest party, it would be easy to kill Feng Che. In the game, there are underground forces specializing in cultivating Ninjask. It was used to assassinate the high-ranking officials of the Alliance. After only seeing a glimpse of light, the heads of the high-ranking officials of the Alliance disappeared. The Ninjask, who can fly at high speed, is much more powerful than the Yanmega who is old and weak. The Pidgeots looked at the 3 Pokémon with disdain, and their sharp eyes shot one after another with sternness. These sharp lights penetrated into the hearts of the 3 Pokémons like knives. The Pokémon twitched for a while, but didn't retreat for the sake of Sandscale. Female Pidgeot. Oops, it doesn't look good right now, because I'm pregnant, so my strength has dropped a lot. Female Pidgeot. These timid creatures, who I used to scare away just by looking at them, are not afraid of me now. Feng Che heard the voice of the female Pidgeot. It turns out that the female Pidgeot is pregnant. Because of the physical disability of pregnancy, that's why Scolipede, Yanmega and Ninjask dared to come up to Snatch. Feng Che put down the telescope. If he hadn't seen the arrival of these three worm-type Pokemon, maybe Feng Che would have retired long ago. That's right, Feng Che intends to fish in troubled waters, first sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Sand scale fruit is a tree fruit that looks a lot like a combination of sakya and pine nuts. It is cyan when immature, and when mature, the entire epidermis will turn red, and it will emit an attractive fragrance. Pokemon is highly medicinal and can boost the activity of Pokemon's neurons so that they can more easily master their bodies. This is why Pokemons who have taken Sandscale have greatly increased their speed. However, the Sandscale fruit needs to be combined with other herbs to make Pokeblocks or potions, in order to better play the effect of the Sandscale fruit. Otherwise, the effect of Sandscale fruit will be greatly wasted. Scolipede. It seems that Pidgeot's pregnancy is true. If earlier, Pidgeot would not have allowed me to appear within the confines of their territory. Scolipede. If Pidgeot hadn't been pregnant, they would have killed me long ago. Over the years, Pidgeot has killed quite a few people. Scolipede. This time I'm going to avenge my clan's hatred, and by the way, I'll be able to get the Sandscale fruit. Scolipede. I want a place for my people that will produce a steady stream of Sandscales. Yanmega. My life is running out. My clan is gifted with extraordinary talents. If they take Sandscale fruit, they will definitely lead the Yanmega clan to prosperity. Yanmega. No, I'm going to use my strength. Yanmega. I have felt the loss of vitality. I have to survive these few days. Ninjask. Fight, you fight hard. My partner has been ambushed by digging the ground. Ninjask. When you guys fight, I can fish through muddy waters and let my buddies take the sand scales. These three powerful insect-type Pokemon all have their own thoughts. Pidgeot lives on one of the largest trees in the forest. Sand scale fruit, like egg fruit, is an arabesque plant. Its roots are stubbornly stuck on the towering tree, and it is integrated with the tree. Originally there were many Pidgeotto and Pidgey living on this tree. Only because of the arrival of these uninvited guests, Pidgeot kicked them all out. Feng Che observed the big tree not far from Pidgeot for a day and a night, and saw that the sand scale fruit was turning from green to red. Sand scales work wonders not only on Pokemon, but humans as well. The body that Feng Che possessed was really bad. Even if Feng Che prepared a lot of medicines, they would have little effect. Only the rare tree fruit of the sand scale fruit can let Feng Che improve the neurons of the body and improve the flexibility of the body. The sand scale fruit ranks 5th in the tree fruit list, and it can be expected that the sand scale fruit is precious. If this sand scale fruit is put up for auction on the underground black market, it is estimated that it can be sold for a sky-high price of hundreds of millions of alliance coins. Moreover, sand scale fruit is a tree fruit that cannot be artificially cultivated. Feng Che has also tried to grow sand scale fruit in the game, but without exception, they all died. At this moment, a seductive fragrance burst out from the sand scale fruit, and even many Beedrills were attracted by this fragrance. Yanmega's body moved, Yanmega dodged, and Beedrill, who was flying in the air, was caught by Yanmega. Yanmega opened his huge mouthparts and bit Beedrill's head directly, while the rest of Beedrill's body kept shaking. Ninjask turned into a streamer, and wherever he went, Beedrill was like a slap in the face, losing consciousness and falling from the air to the ground. Feng Che observed through the telescope that these Beedrills had a slight wound on their heads, and they were killed by Ninjask with one blow. And Scolipede launched a huge amount of poison sting through the huge unicorn. The moment Beedrill touched the poison sting, Beedrill turned into a pool of pus. These three powerful insect-type Pokemon completely shocked the other insect-type Pokemon that were just around the corner. The other low-level insect-type Pokemon shivered, flapping their wings and leaving. At this moment, the aroma of the sand scale fruit, which originally exuded a strange fragrance, suddenly stopped, as if the fragrance had never appeared. Chapter 71 I'm already tired of eating sand scale fruit. These scumbags are still treasures. This sand scale fruit is indeed a rare treasure, and it will automatically restrain itself. The fragrance suddenly disappeared, which means that the sand scale fruit is completely mature, and it automatically hides the fragrance characteristic absorbed to protect itself. This is a special skill possessed by many rare treasures. Before in the game, I only use the picked ripe sand scale fruit to make high-grade medicinal materials. I have never really experienced the process of sand scale fruit ripening. I didn't expect that sand scale fruit would have restrained skills. Or maybe it's the unique skills of the sand scales guarded by these two Pidgeots, maybe. Feng Che looked at the sand scale fruit that had turned red with interest, and sighed darkly. At this time, Scolipede, the ancient dragonfly, and Ninjask also stared at the ripe sand scale fruit closely. Male Pidgeot, hey, actually, I'm already tired of eating sand scale fruit, and these scumbags are still treasures. Male Pidgeot, sand scale fruit has little effect on us. Male Pidgeot, but we still have a huge population that needs sand scales. Male Pidgeot, and once these sand scales are occupied by these insect-type Pokémon, their venom is likely to destroy the sand scale fruit tree. Pidgeot, no matter what, I will protect the inheritance left by my ancestors. Male Pidgeot's deep pupils radiated sharp eyes, spread his strong wings, and faced Scolipede and Yanmega like arrows unsheathed. A majestic and tyrannical breath continued to pour out from the body of the male Pidgeot. This momentum is as majestic as a big river. A sense of oppression spread out everywhere. All the Pokémon present suddenly felt their bodies tense and could not move. The terrifying power made it difficult for them to breathe, and they almost collapsed to the ground. This is the infinite power that the sky's top predator, Pidgeot, the Sky Overlord exudes. Suddenly, the male Pidgeot turned into a colorful streamer and rushed towards Scolipede. Scolipede could only feel a horrific sense of fear welling up in his heart as he faced the oncoming claws. This is a kind of insect premonition ability that it has after becoming the leader. This trick will kill you, you will definitely die. Scolipede didn't even think about it, and regardless of his own embarrassment, he instinctively rolled on the spot and used the rollout skill. Scolipede forcibly escaped the pressure of Pidgeot's power, dodging Pidgeot's fatal blow. Its huge body formed a meat bomb chariot that directly crushed a towering tree during the rollout process. Feng Che saw that there was a deep pit where Scolipede had been staying, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Scolipede was gasping for breath and terrified, and was nearly killed by Pidgeot on the spot. Originally, Scolipede had been suppressed by the male Pidgeot, and with a quick blow, he could kill it smoothly. Pidgeot didn't expect to throw himself in the air with all his strength, and looked at Scolipede who was running away with a displeased expression. The original male Pidgeot wanted to kill the most threatening Scolipede in one fell swoop. Pidgeot then went head-to-head against Yanmega and Ninjask. Male Pidgeot, too bad, Scolipede escaped. Pidgeot, so I'm going to fight 3 bug-type Pokémon with similar strength. The male Pidgeot incarnates into a streamer and fights with Yanmega. Yanmega, Scolipede, and Ninjask all suddenly exuded a powerful pressure, and the sudden burst of aura surprised the other Pokémon who were watching. This soaring momentum drove most of the Pokémon around, and many Pokémon hurriedly fled everywhere. Feng Che also directly felt this powerful power. However, Feng Che was a top trainer in the game, and even dared to challenge divine beasts. He was accustomed to this kind of coercion in the game, and naturally he was not afraid. To Feng Che's surprise, both Linoone and Cheekage had difficulty breathing due to this powerful pressure. However, Ditto didn't react at all, instead he played a yawn sluggishly like a play. This Ditto's body must have a big secret. This is the coercion of high-level Pokémon against low-level Pokémon. I only became accustomed to this level of suppression after I was exposed to the coercion of divine beasts in the game. The fact that the Ditto was able to resist the pressure without training shows that this Ditto is unusual. Feng Che looked at Linoone and the young tit who were shivering, but gave them a firm look. He also has no choice but to overcome them on his own, which is also a good opportunity to train Linoone and young tits to adapt to the powerful pressure of high-level Pokémon. This is the power of high-level Pokémon, they can affect low-level Pokemon just by their coercion. Mental disintegration of their willpower to take control of the life and death of low-level Pokemon. Feng Che raised his head and continued to stare at the battlefield. The three bug-type Pokemon seemed to have reached an agreement to join forces. Scolipede has the most health, and it is the main force against Pidgeot. Yanmega and Ninjask turned into streamers, harassing the male Pidgeot. At this time, Yanmega has changed, and Yanmega no longer has that old feeling. The ancient dragonfly flapped its huge wings and circled at high speed, giving off a ghostly figure. Attack the male Pidgeot from time to time like an assassin. Feng Che knew that this Yanmega was just like the original Raticate, using its last vitality to return to light. Unfortunately, if Ditto can devour this mighty Yanmega, it will be even more powerful. This Yanmega still has a level of 48 strength when it is on the verge of death. It can be imagined how strong it should be in its heyday. Yanmega is several times stronger than the Golbat swallowed by Ditto. As long as Ditto devours Yanmega, Ditto's strength will grow by leaps and bounds. Feng Che knew from Ditto's sudden riot last time that Ditto's devouring of corpses has great drawbacks. Ditto is affected by the residual consciousness left in the corpse. Feng Che hesitated in his heart. He didn't want to miss the opportunity, but he didn't want Ditto to get hurt. There is another way, that is, Feng Che uses Pokeball to first conquer this dying Yanmega. Then, wait until Ditto is strong enough, or can find a way to truly resolve the effects of the residual consciousness, before devouring this Yanmega's corpse. Feng Che just got an anonymous Pokeball from a dead Team Rocket's reserve member, which might just come in handy. Forget it, let's wait and see what happens, everything is still based on Ditto's health. Feng Che made up his mind, and the situation in the field changed. The male Pidgeot and the three bug-type Pokemon are inseparable. A pair of 3 pairs of male Pidgeot caused a lot of physical consumption, and the speed of the male Pidgeot slowed down a bit. Under the stalemate, the female Pidgeot reluctantly chose to fight. The female Pidgeot spread out its giant wings, and Feng Che found that the female Pidgeot was twice the size of the other one. The female Pidgeot made a loud cry and turned into a colorful streamer and rushed towards the battlefield. Good chance. When Feng Che saw that the female Pidgeot finally left the nest, he knew that his chance had come. Feng Che learned from Pidgeot's inner voice that the two Pidgeots didn't really care about the ownership of the sand scale fruit. Pidgeot is more concerned that their lair will not be damaged in any way. They can't give these bug-type Pokemon places where they can grow Sandscale. Ditto, transform into Weezing. Feng Che said to Ditto, who was watching the tension. Ditto is not afraid of the coercion of high-level Pokemon at all, and it is the most suitable for Ditto to shoot. Ditto directly transformed into Weezing like a cloud of smoke. Ditto used Weezing's floating ability to drift little by little in the direction of the sand scale fruit. Ditto's movements were extremely light, and neither the two Pidgeots nor the 3 worm-type Pokemon who were fighting did not notice Ditto's movements. Slowly, Ditto was getting very close to the red sand scales. Just as Ditto was about to pick the sand scale fruit, a sharp bug buzz sounded. Damn! Feng Che's pupils shrank sharply, clenching his fists nervously. It was a Shedinja emerging from the soil. It saw Ditto, who was sneaking about to harvest the sand scale fruit Ditto at a glance, and suddenly made a sharp chirping. Shedinja is a Pokemon created by the worm cocoon taken off by the Earth Ninja and has its own soul. This Pokemon is immune to multiple stat attacks, but its HP is extremely low, with only a little HP. Shedinja's growl awakens Pidgeot, Yanmega, Ninjask and Scolipede who are fighting. Ask for flowers. They beat them to the death, and this Weezing dared to steal the house, trying to reap the benefits. Really, it is tolerable and unbearable. Scolipede sprayed out the stinger first, but before the stinger could get close to the tree, it was cut by the wind blade that returned to Pidgeot. Pidgeot will not tolerate any damage to his habitat. Ditto took a deep breath and took the opportunity to sneak away. Ditto didn't want to hit any Pokemon that looked very powerful at this time. The exposed Shedinja simply joined the fight. After this time, both Pidgeot and the 4 Worm-type Pokemon raised their vigilance, and from time to time during the fight, they aimed their eyes at the big tree. In order to avoid them being beaten to death, but being picked by others. At this time, the female Pidgeot felt that her lower abdomen had a tendency to drop during the battle. The female Pidgeot knew she was about to give birth, and the period of birth was hastened by the violent fight. The male Pidgeot also felt the female Pidgeot's movements start to slow down. So the two Pidgeots looked at each other. They understand each other's meaning. We can't continue the stalemate, we must fight quickly. Only by pulling these 4 insect-type Pokemon away one after another, one Pidgeot can win against 2 insect-type Pokemon. Pidgeot began to split up. 0 female Pidgeot against Yanmega and Shedinja. And the male Pidgeot played against the stronger Scolipede and Ninjask. Looks like I'll have to help the Pidgeots. As the saying goes, the truth can be seen in adversity. Pidgeot just wants to protect his home, and these bug-type Pokemon want to drive Pidgeot out. With Pidgeot's strength and my familiarity with Pokemon traits, I should be able to defeat these bug-type Pokemon. Feng Che thought secretly in his heart. With this life-saving grace, we may be able to continuously obtain the special tree fruit of Pidgeot from Pidgeot. Feng Che, who originally just wanted to quietly reap the benefits of the fisherman, planned to join the battle. At this time, Feng Che saw that the female Pidgeot led Yanmega and Shedinja to fly over. Female Pidgeot, oops, I'm about to give birth. When Feng Che saw the female Pidgeot's face, it turned extremely pale. Subsequently, the female Pidgeot's movements became slower and slower, and finally fell directly from the air. It even knocked down a row of low bushes and fell into the bushes, where the spikes pierced the female Pidgeot in multiple places. Blood gushed out from the wound. At this time, the female Pidgeot was extremely embarrassed. Large clumps of blood gushed out from the female Pidgeot's abdomen, gradually moistening her abdomen, turning her cream-colored abdomen into a bright red. No, this female Pidgeot is bleeding profusely. At this time, the male Pidgeot is tired of challenging Scolipede and Ninjask, and he has no time to take care of the female Pidgeot at this time. The female Pidgeot is surrounded by danger and is in a very dangerous situation. Only see. Yanmega is flapping its wings hard, ready to use the air cutter. Shedinja's hand condensed a shadow sneak flashing black and bright arcs. Crap, this Pidgeot is going to be killed by Yanmega and Shedinja. Feng Che looked at the situation on the field, his brows furrowed, and his heart was extremely anxious. Feng Che really couldn't bear Pidgeot to be killed like this. After all, only Pidgeot knows how to grow and maintain this rare sand scale fruit, which is equivalent to cutting off Feng Che's fortune. However, at this time Feng Che couldn't take a huge risk and order Linoone and Ditto to directly aid Pidgeot. After all, this level is too far. Linoone and Ditto are both at risk of being slaughtered on the spot by Yanmega and Shedinja. Using a Mega Rod, Thunderstorm Gun, it's impossible to hit accurately, and it can't hit Yanmega and Shedinja at the same time. Once one of them is alerted, they will turn their heads and kill themselves in an instant. The risk is too high. No, no. Feng Che shook his head helplessly. What a pity. Yanmega and Shedinja's attack was ready, and this Pidgeot was about to die. Husband. Chapter 72-Capture Shedinja. Suddenly, Feng Che flashed. Yes, I remember that I used to do insecticides. Feng Che found the insect repellent from the bracelet that was extremely disgusting for the insect-type Pokemon. The insecticide comes in a bright silver tin can. Go on, insecticide. Feng Che aimed in the direction of Yanmega and threw it fiercely. Feng Che knew that Yanmega was very vigilant about the surroundings, and if there was a slight disturbance, Yanmega would just avoid it. But this Yanmega is already very old, and it's time to count down. So Yanmega didn't react until the insecticide was about to hit Yanmega. Yanmega flapped his wings, turned around and used the air cutter against the insecticide that flew from nowhere. Several lines of cold light flashed across the insect repellent. The tin can containing the insect repellent suddenly fell apart, and a large amount of yellow-brown liquid was spilled from it. Yanmega, who couldn't dodge, was drenched, and Shedinja, who was not far from Yanmega, was also affected. A stench that Yanmega couldn't avoid overflowed Yanmega. Yanmega almost fainted. At this time, Yanmega was running around, trying to expel the stench from his body. Even Shedinja couldn't help but disperse the smell of the insect repellent from Shadow Sneak and found a place to hide. The whole scene suddenly became extremely chaotic, and even the intensity of the battle between Scolipede and Ninjask was slowed down by the insecticide. It's dangerous, thanks to Yanmega's cooperation. If the insect repellent bottle hadn't been instantly shattered, there would have been no way for the potion to spread out at the same time and stop the Yanmega and Shedinja's attacks at the same time. Feng Che wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but luckily this time, he was able to help Hand Pidgeot successfully escape the danger of 953. Now Yanmega has no intention of giving Pidgeot the final blow. As for Shedinja, who was still on the scene, Feng Che took a more effective approach. That's throwing a Pokeball. Shedinja has only one blood, so Shedinja is powerful. But throw multiple Pokeballs, and there's a chance to get this Shedinja under his command. And Shedinja is also a Pokemon who dares to face up, as long as he can attack Shedinja. Even a small flame, Shedinja would immediately lose strength and fall to the ground. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Shedinja close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, no gender close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent yellow. Characteristic, strange guardian. Open black lens bracket level, 41 close black lens bracket. Attribute, insect plus ghost. Skills, vampire, grab, sand throwing, fury swipes, miracle eye, spite, chaotic light, shadow lurk, shadow sneak, grudge, hyper beam, will-o-wisp, digging dong. Status, no emotion whatsoever. Close black lens bracket. Evaluation, Pokemon associated with Ninjask. It and Ninjask are a very rare one-piece dual soul, and it will progress with Ninjask. Close black lens bracket, one pair of souls, this is a very rare Pokemon. It's a pity, if these two Pokemon can stay in his hands, maybe they can reveal the secret of one soul and two souls. Shedinja is immune to 12 attributes. Only fire, evil, flying, rock, ghost, and fairy moves can damage Shedinja. But Shedinja is another Pokemon with a very strange whereabouts. With only a little health, it simply does not dare to reveal its true colors easily. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che knew that Shedinja had the best chance to throw the ball when he was preparing for Shadow Sneak. Feng Che chose the best pitching position. This Shedinja was sitting on the big tree where the wind was standing. Its hands once again condensed a black and bright Shadow Sneak, ready to kill Pidgeot completely. The soul of a powerful Pokemon is the tonic for a ghostly Pokemon like Shedinja. Feng Che held his breath, his palms were sweaty. If the throw is unsuccessful, Feng Che is likely to be killed on the spot by Shedinja who reacted. Feng Che threw Team Rocket's special silver-white Pokeball just as Shedinja was about to throw Shadow Sneak. Before Shedinja could release Shadow Sneak, his back was hit by the Pokeball and turned into a red light into the Pokeball. Shadow Sneak, who lost Shedinja's control, fell directly not far from Scolipede. With a bang, a deep pit was blasted out of the ground, disturbing the male Pidgeot who was fighting. Male Pidgeot then turned around and saw that his beloved wife was lying on the ground and moaning. The feathers on his abdomen were covered with a lot of blood. Suddenly, the male Pidgeot burst into madness, and his eyes became extraordinarily scarlet. It flapped its wings and set off a 13th level storm, blowing Ninjask and Scolipede tightly to the big tree beside them, barely not being blown away by the storm. The wind blew the leaves rustling, and the countless Pokemon nearby shivered with their heads bowed, knowing that Pidgeot was extremely rage at this time. The frantic air blew some of the smaller trees to the ground. Yanmega was also hit by this storm. Its body was shaky, and Yanmega had little energy. It stabilized its body in the air and looked up at the few fully ripe sand scales. At this time, Pidgeot turned into a streamer, used Brave Bird, and attacked Yanmega. Pidgeot, wrapped in air armor, slammed into Yanmega with a mighty force. Unfortunately, this Yanmega is going to be killed here by Pidgeot. Feng-Che also stopped the thought of throwing the Pokeball at the moment Pidgeot shot, because doing so would definitely offend Pidgeot. Forget it, anyway, Ditto's problem hasn't been solved yet, so I'll stop thinking about it. Feng-Che shook his head. Yanmega is Brave Bird who didn't escape Pidgeot after all. Yanmega's body was cut in half under Brave Bird's tackle. It also has a pair of wings attached to its upper body, and it feels as light as a fallen leaf now. Yanmega landed on the ground, reminiscing about his heroic past, and gradually stopped breathing. And Yanmega's lower body is in the male Pidgeot's mouth. I saw male Pidgeot throw Yanmega's body directly to the ground. Just then, Ninjask and Scolipede fight again, and they won't allow the male Pidgeot to save his wife. If the two Pidgeots joined forces, they would not be the opponents of the two Pidgeots. At this moment, the Pokeball containing Shedinja shook violently and burst open. Shedinja was released from the Pokeball, and Rage stared at Feng-Che. Shadow Sneak appeared in Shedinja's hand again. Take this opportunity, Linoone, to use your thief ability. Ditto, use Fire Fang. Before Shedinja could react, he was forced to dodge aside by the sudden attack. Because Shedinja has only one drop of blood, once he is hit, he will lose his combat effectiveness instantly. So Shedinja is very careful to deal with every attack of the opponent. Linoone and Ditto didn't hit Shedinja. This was a great opportunity wasted. This is also related to Linoone being suppressed by the level, and naturally his skills are not as flexible as before. Shedinja dodged the attack, a counterattack would be launched. Ditto and Linoone will face a stormy attack from Shedinja. Be careful to dodge, Shedinja is about to attack. Feng-Che reminded Ditto and Linoone loudly, and quickly dodged aside. At this moment, the young tit who was hiding by the side gathered up his courage, and it resisted the enormous pressure on Shedinja. The young tit turned into a blue streamer. Before Shedinja could react, its beak pecked Shedinja's head fiercely. Shadow Sneak in Shedinja's hands dissipated immediately. It fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Shedinja lost all her physical strength under the attack of the young tits. Nice job, young tits, you're a brave guy who saved everyone in times of crisis. Feng-Che took out the Silver-White Team Rocket's special Pokeball. Shedinjas like this, who have reached a high level of superior strength, can only be conquered with this level of Pokeball. If you use the black Pokeball, it is very likely that the Pokeball will automatically burst due to the Pokemon's struggle. After Feng-Che saw that Shedinja was successfully captured by the Silver-White Pokeball, he felt relieved and put the Pokeball in his pocket. Mighty Shedinhaget. At the moment when Shedinja was captured, Ninjask was crazy, and it attacked Pidgeot desperately. This made the male Pidgeot too tired to deal with it, and Ninjask, who was originally engaged in a sneak attack, actually resisted Pidgeot head-on. Scolipede was dumbfounded. When did Ninjask become so fierce? After Feng-Che captured Shedinja, he trotted all the way to the place where the female Pidgeot fell. The female Pidgeot's breathing was very weak at this point, and her body was covered in broken branches and fallen leaves. The hemorrhage in the abdomen caused Pidgeot to lose energy quickly. Oops, the situation is very serious. Female Pidgeot, child, my child. The pupil of the female Pidgeot suddenly dilated, and it was time to blur. Sorry, this female Pidgeot was traumatized during the fight just now, plus this Pokemon egg is huge. The Pokemon egg got stuck right in the cervix, and the tear in the cervix caused the female Pidgeot to lose a lot of blood. If the female Pidgeot has the strength, she should be able to lay the Pokemon egg by clenching her teeth. Feng Che quickly formulated a plan to treat the female Pidgeot. As long as the female Pidgeot is rescued, it is equivalent to saving the Pidgeot family. Feng Che could also gain Pidgeot's friendship by virtue of his kindness for saving Pidgeot. At that time, it would be no problem if he wanted 1 or 2 sand scales. Fortunately, I got the Gracietia flower. Otherwise, even the gods wouldn't be able to save the amount of bleeding. The bulbous rhizome of the Gracietia flower is the main ingredient in the treatment of dying Pokemon. Feng Che took out the medicine bowl and the Gracietia flower from the bracelet, and directly removed the flowers and leaves of the Gracietia flower. Feng Che ground the bulbous rhizomes in a medicine bowl, and also added the juice of the egg fruit. Originally, it would have better effect with Oran Berry, but when Naihi Feng Che fed Wailord last time, he had already used up Oran Berry. When Feng Che was treating Pidgeot in an emergency, Ditto changed back to his original body, and he was approaching Yanmega's body step by step. Ditto suddenly felt that the corpse had a captivate force on it. The cells in its body were cheering, and it devoured the corpse. Ditto remembered the urge only when he devoured Arbok's body. This murmur from the devil, the blood boiling of the cells, made it unable to refuse this devoured covet. Ditto found Yanmega's upper and lower body. Yanmega's body has become extraordinarily rigid, and the juices exposed from its wound have solidified. Ditto's face became quite happy, like a child with a beloved toy. Ditto's mouth became longer and longer, and finally swallowed the entire Yanmega directly. But after swallowing such a big Yanmega, Ditto's stomach didn't bulge at all. As if Yanmega was digested by it in an instant. Feng Che was busy for a while, and finally prepared a bottle of orange potion. This potion heals a dying Pokemon and provides the Pokemon with stamina. Feng Che, together with Linoone, pulled open the female Pidgeot's mouth with great effort, and poured a third of the potion down. The female Pidgeot, who was already in a dying state, swallowed the potion unconsciously, and swallowed it with a thump in her throat. The effects of the drug kicked in quickly, and the blood gushing out of the female Pidgeot's abdomen began to diminish. Gradually, Feng Che also felt that the temperature on the female Pidgeot began to rise. The female Pidgeot's heart also beat faster and more vigorously. After a while, the female Pidgeot recovered and opened her hazy eyes. Female Pidgeot, am I dead? It hurts, or it hurts. Feng Che heard the voice of female Pidgeot. Pidgeot, I woke you up. Your Pokemon egg is stuck in the cervix because the Pokemon egg is too big. That's why you need to work hard to lay this Pokemon egg. Female Pidgeot nodded, looking at Feng Che with resolute eyes, indicating that she could. In the Pokemon world, Pokemon are egg-laying creatures, so it is not easy for Pokemon to lay eggs. So there are also people in the game who specialize in Pokemon nursing, just for 3.4 to make Pokemon less painful when spawning. Okay, cooperate with me and take a deep breath. Feng Che said to the female Pidgeot. At the same time, Feng Che also poured the medicine into Pidgeot's mouth from time to replenish Pidgeot's strength at any time. It's a tug of war, and if it's at a Pokemon center, it's possible to operate on Pidgeot to remove the Pokemon egg from its abdomen. But in the wild, there is no way to do it. The wild environment is extremely prone to wound infection. Feng Che opening Pidgeot's abdomen will only hasten Pidgeot's death. The female Pidgeot gritted her teeth in excruciating pain as maternal instinct overcame her fear of pain. A gigantic Pokemon egg was splattered with Pidgeot's blood. Pidgeot finally gave birth to this Pokemon egg that was twice the size of a normal Pokemon egg. Afterwards, Pidgeot passed out completely in pain, and Feng Che's forehead was covered with sweat. Feng Che put the blood-stained Pokemon egg aside. By this time Linoone had collected hay and carefully spread a thick layer on the ground. Feng Che felt that he could really open a breeding house to teach Pokemon skills and Pokemon hatching. Feng Che fed the remaining potion into Pidgeot's Pidgeot's mouth, and he ground the herbs again, this time using Lily of the Valley grass. Lily of the Valley grass is capable of producing silvery bell-like flowers that tinkle in the breeze. Its flowers are the best hemostatic agent. As long as it is crushed into mud and applied to the bleeding area, the wound will heal in a short time. Feng Che finally crushed the Lily of the Valley grass into medicinal mud and spread it evenly on Pidgeot's wound. It took a while for Pidgeot's wound to officially stop bleeding. At this moment, Feng Che felt that the top of his head was shrouded in a black shadow, accompanied by a huge storm. Chapter 73 Obtain Sandscale Fruit and Go to Poison Swamp. Feng Che raised his head, his scalp went numb, and Ninjask was already caught by male Pidgeot. The male Pidgeot's claws are deeply embedded in Ninjask's body. The male Pidgeot knew that Feng Che helped hand his wife, otherwise Pidgeot would have blown Feng Che's head with a single paw. Feng Che saw that Scolipede had collapsed on the ground, unable to move. A bowl-sized dong appeared on its head. Scolipede's yellow pupils were staring at Pidgeot. Scolipede, I didn't expect to lose the whole game by accident, but you can't live if I die. You have already hit my toxic, ha ha ha. Next, Scolipede twitches and twitches all over his body, and then he's out of breath. Feng Che felt a little regretful that Scolipede died too quickly. If only Feng Che had put Scolipede in the Pokeball before Scolipede died. Just then Pidgeot suddenly tilted his head and fell to the ground. Feng Che saw that the face of this Pidgeot was purple and blue, and his body was twitching continuously. Thinking of just hearing Scolipede's voice, Feng Che knew that Pidgeot had hit toxic. Feng Che observed that there was no wound on Pidgeot's body, but black blood was constantly seeping from Pidgeot's feathers, dripping on the ground. This is... Feng Che pushed aside Pidgeot's thick feathers, and then saw 2 bite marks visible to the naked eye under the feathers, and black blood gurgling out of the wounds. This is poison fang of Scolipede. Scolipede's toxins are generally neurotoxins. The antidote I just prepared should work. Feng Che took out an antidote from the bracelet without hesitation and poured it into Pidgeot's mouth. Scolipede's toxin spreads very quickly, and it needs to be detoxified as soon as possible, otherwise, the gods will be exhausted when the toxin spreads. Then Feng Che took out the dagger, and directly cut open the place where the black blood flowed from Shang Pidgeot. The black blood spurted out, but Feng Che didn't waste it. He took out some glass jars and carefully packed the black blood. These black blood contains Scolipede's toxin, which can be used to make poisonous bait, which is very useful for Feng 17 Che to go to the poisonous swamp next. Black blood contains the blood power of Pidgeot's high-level superior Pokemon, and it is also a good choice to feed some poison-type Pokemon. After Feng Che squeezed for a while, the black blood gradually became lighter, and finally bright red blood flowed out. The male Pidgeot's breathing also gradually became stable, and the toxins of the nervous system usually act on the neurons, causing the heart palsy to be unable to breathe normally. Fortunately, Feng Che discovered it in time. If it takes a while, this Pidgeot will definitely be cool. At this moment, Feng Che felt that Ninjask, who was holding Pidgeot's claws, suddenly moved. This Ninjask, who was only knocked down by Pidgeot, gradually had a tendency to regain consciousness. There is no other way, only to subdue you. Feng Che threw out the Silver-White Team Rocket's special Pokeball again, and collected this Ninjask of the high-level superior level into the Pokeball. Probably because Pidgeot was too hurt, Ninjask was subdued by Pokeball without even struggling. It's weird, what about Ditto? Feng Che suddenly felt that the surroundings were so quiet, turned his head to look around, and found that Ditto was gone. When Feng Che found Ditto, he found that Ditto was sleeping soundly under the big tree. It seems that Yanmega's corpse was picked up by the Yanmega's clan. Feng Che searched everywhere and couldn't find Yanmega's corpse, a little regretful. Yanmega is in a dying state. A Yanmega corpse of a high-level superior level has very important value. Researchers can dissect Yanmega's Pidgeot's corpse to understand how Yanmega was accelerated. Yanmega's wings are as thin as cicada's wings, and they can also fetch high prices on the black market. Feng Che did not suspect that Ditto swallowed Yanmega's body, because Ditto's stomach was very dry. It didn't look like it devoured Yanmega's corpse at all. Feng Che just thought that Ditto should be fighting against Shedinja, because he was too tired. Come back, Ditto. Feng Che took Ditto back into the Pokeball. Lino 1 guards Pidgeot from other Pokemons. Almost all Pokemon shivered from Pidgeot's fights with Yanmega, Scolipede, and Ninjask. The Pokemon in the 5 miles of Hoenn escaped. Pokemon's physique is extremely strong, and its resilience is dozens of times that of humans. Within half an hour, Pidgeot woke up one after another. They looked at Feng Che intimately, and thanks to Feng Che's treatment, they let them lance crossing out of danger. After Pidgeot communicated with each other for a while, the male Pidgeot flapped his wings and flew to the nest. I saw that it flapped its wings and released countless tiny wind blades. After the wind blade cut off the sand bulb stems, Pidgeot flapped his wings to form a whirlwind and rolled the sand bulbs down to the ground. This demonstrates Pidgeot's masterful control to transport the sand scales to the ground without damaging them. Pidgeot put these sand scale fruits in front of Feng Che and called out in a low voice. Pidgeot, all I need is 2 sand scales. There are a total of 5 sand scale fruit. Feng Che is not greedy, just with this sand scale fruit, Feng Che can win the first place in the entire competition. But Feng Che wouldn't do this kind of one-off business, and he was counting on being able to harvest sand scale fruit continuously. But Pidgeot was unyielding, and it directly pushed the 5 sand scales to Feng Che. Pidgeot, these sand scales really don't do as much anymore, and it's still a while before the babies hatch. Pidgeot, we can definitely wait for the next batch of Serata to ripen. After Feng Che heard Pidgeot's voice, he suddenly had an idea. He intends to make the sand scale cannon into a potion, but this requires more precious tree fruits and medicinal materials. Even the blood of the powerful dragon-type Pokemon is needed. This potion can greatly improve the quality of the body and increase the speed at the same time. Okay, then I'll take it. Feng Che said happily. Besides, Pidgeot, I want to ask you one thing. I'm going to Poison Marsh for a while, and I want you to teach my little tit. Feng Che pointed at the young tit and said. Pidgeot nodded solemnly as he saw the baby tits jumping on the ground. In the next time, Pidgeot will practice the juvenile tits well, and let the juvenile tits learn some unique skills of flying Pokemon. Skills like Steel Wing, Air Cutter, and Pidgeot to manipulate airflow are all things that young tits need to master. Feng Che didn't let Pidgeot go to Poison Marsh to help him. Feng Che didn't want Alice and Jade Tianqian to know his relationship with Pidgeot. At this time, the male Pidgeot took out a purple-red irregular crystal from Scolipede's body. It carefully handed the purple-red crystal to the front of Feng Che. Is this a toxic crystal? Feng Che's face changed greatly. With his current physique, if he came into contact with toxic crystals, he would definitely die. Feng Che quickly took out a glove from the bracelet and took the toxic crystal out of Pidgeot's mouth. This is toxic crystallization. No doubt, if this luster is made into toxic orb, at least it is a medium grade. To be a top-quality toxic orb requires careful polishing by skilled craftsmen. Toxic crystals can be said to be the most poisonous part of poison-type Pokemon. Only poison-type Pokemon that live for a long time can produce toxic crystals. Toxic crystal is polished, it is the prototype of the toxic orb, and it is also soaked in various poisons to finally make the toxic orb. Toxic orb has a miraculous effect on poison-healing Pokemon, and can continuously restore the poison-healing Pokemon's stamina. Feng Che carefully put away this toxic orb, and only a poison like Scolipede that has survived for a long time can condense toxic crystals. If Feng Che has a Pokemon with poison-healing properties, he can use the poison of toxic orb to continuously restore his stamina. Strange, toxic crystals have toxic, why can Pidgeot hold it through its beak? Feng Che asked very curiously. Male Pidgeot. That's because we take Scolipede all the year round, and already have a certain resistance to Scolipede's venom. Feng Che suddenly realized after hearing Pidgeot's thoughts. Okay, thank you, Pidgeot, this thing is very helping hand to me, so I'll take it. Feng Che solemnly took out a well-made small bottle and put the toxic crystals in it. Scolipede's body was also given to Feng Che by Pidgeot, although dead Pokémon were not as valuable as living Pokémon. But Pokémons like Scolipede can also sell for high prices. The poisonous blood of high-level Pokémon is the best raw material for cultivating poisonous Pokémon, and Scolipede was killed by Pidgeot, so most of Scolipede's poisonous blood still exists in the body, and not much wasted. Feng Che directly used the space attached to Team Rocket's bracelet to force Scolipede's body into it. Children, you have to learn flying skills with Pidgeot here. Feng Che touched the small head of the childish tit, and walked in the direction of the poisonous marsh. After a war, it was already noon, when the sun was at its hottest. Ditto transformed into Golbat, flying lightly among the trees, bat wings scraping branches from time to time. Feng Che sat on Linone's back and followed Golbat towards the poisonous swamp. Linone's footsteps touched the branches and trunks lightly, and they jumped a few meters away. Linone had been jumping nimbly on the tree trunks, weaving through the thorny terrain. Feng Che didn't know that the road to the poisonous swamp was so difficult to walk. The trees were overgrown, surrounded by poisonous insects, and it was full of miasma. If only relying on his feet, he would not know that he would have to travel the year of the monkey to reach the poison marsh. Feng Che did not contact Alice and Guardian Tianqian through the communicator. Because he was afraid that the signal on the communicator would reveal his current position, although he was allies with Alice and Jade Tianqian. But Feng Che was always vigilant. On the ground, some Pokémon appeared from time to time, staring at Linone passing by their territory, and seeing Linone just passing by, disappeared in place. Feng Che found that the Pokémon here are extremely territorial, and what should be offended and what should not be offended. These Pokémons are quite clear in their hearts. If it weren't for Linone, the Pokémon at the top of the superior, maybe some grumpy guys would attack directly. In midair, Linone jumped vertically and horizontally a few times and landed on a tree canopy to rest, his body rhythm swaying gently following the swaying tree trunk. Feng Che sat on Linone's back and didn't feel flustered. Feng Che has the idea of taking Linone away from Dead Island. This Linone is really a perfect means of transportation. In places with complicated terrain, he can still run in the canopy with such agility. At the edge of the poisonous swamp, miasma filled the air, and the blue-colored miasma covered the entire poisonous swamp. The vegetation here is dense, and the tall ancient trees block the sky and the sun above is surrounded by water, making it dark and dangerous. Many toxic-type Pokémon are resting in the shadows, and many toxic-type Pokémon are walking on trees full of black moss, making rustling sounds. When he got here, Feng Che found that he could no longer receive the signal from the communicator. Even the strong light bulb could only shine at a distance of 5 meters. The thick miasma actually blocked the penetration of the strong light. There is such a powerful miasma in the periphery of this poisonous swamp. If it reaches the poisonous swamp, how much must be there? No wonder Jade Tianqian wanted to choose the center of the poison marsh to start the inheritance of Psychic, which is indeed an inaccessible place. In the wild, the miasma in the mountains is the most deadly, especially this miasma is also mixed with the poisonous gas emitted by many poisonous insects Pokémon. Even those trainers who are proficient in poison Pokémon dare not enter it easily. Because these miasmas are mixed with the poisonous gas emitted by many poisonous insects Pokémon, these miasmas are complex toxins, and it is very difficult to detoxify them. Feng Che entered here based on his grasp of the antidote he made. Jade Tianqian dared to enter the center of the poison swamp through his psychic. After all, poison-type Pokémon are most afraid of psychic Pokémon's attack. Coupled with an Alice with super melee ability, Feng Che couldn't understand why other people also entered the poisonous swamp together. Isn't it fatal? Lino One didn't stay on the trunk for long, and continued to jump forward. Feng Che saw red, green, and cyan rays of light emitting from the darkness. These were all the luster emanating from the eyes of poison-type Pokémon, and it was horrifying to see in the dark. However, because of Lino One's strength, plus a strong Ditto, these Pokémon retreated. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Che saw a trace of light appear in front of him. Chapter 74 _ Enter the Poison Swamp. For collections, for flowers, for subscriptions, for monthly ticket evaluation tickets. The data in the early stage of the new book is very important. If you use the cute little hands of your parents, Niunu is very grateful, and you can do your best in the code word _A. Finally, Feng Che broke through the forest and entered the poisonous swamp. Feng Che could clearly smell the stench of rotting sludge in the swamp. He looked down. I saw that these swamps were densely covered with silt, and the hoot-hoot was bubbling with various bubbles, exuding a stench that covered the nose. Krogunk and Toxicroak were laying flat on the swamp, their cheeks bulging and croaking. Krogunk is a dark blue Pokémon that resembles the real-life poison dart frog. It has yellow eyes, orange expandable pouches on its cheeks, broad, flat teeth, and white stripes in the middle of its body that look like bandages. Krogunk will first inflate the poison bag on his cheek, threaten his opponent with a creepy sound, and then attack with a fingerful of toxic when his opponent is timid. The Toxicroak is similar to the Krogunk, except that it has a red vocal cord under its chin and 3 fingers on the back of each hand. It has muscular legs with 3 toes, a red middle toe on each foot, and a sharp spike protruding from its heel. Toxicroak has a poison sac in his throat. If the sound comes from the throat, the stored toxin is refined to be stronger. Krogunk and Toxicroak are both poison-type Pokémon with bad personalities, generally living in the Everglades. During courtship season, their cheeks make a deafening croak. Toxicroak and Krogunk are extremely territorial, and as long as they exist, they won't let any Pokémon into their habitat. On the outskirts of this swamp are Toxicroak and Krogunk, both level 20 to 30. Feng Che thought secretly. But luckily I made sweet scent. Feng Che directly threw out a tube of Nepenthes, and the Nepenthes fell on the swamp and flowed out in gusts, exuding a strong smell. Immediately, the surrounding Toxicroak and Krogunk were attracted by sweet scent and flocked to Nepenthes. The obstacle in front of Feng Che was swept away. The other side of Poison Swamp. A well-built Team Rocket's reserve member directly kicked a Krogunk that came up, and the Krogunk immediately fell into a state of paralysis. Damn, monkey, what do you think the leader thinks to send me to this place? It really stinks, and there are such ugly poison-type Pokémon. The big man covered his nose and said in dissatisfaction. Strong Bear, the leader said that this place is inaccessible and poisonous insects crawl. Maybe there will be a saffron treasure chest here. Another man with sharp ears and monkey gills said to the big man. Monkey and Strong Bear are the codenames for these two to get Team Rockets. If Feng Che had been there, he would have recognized the person with the sharp-eared monkey cheeks as the one he had seen on the bus at that time. The two of them were sitting on a giant muck. I feel that the smell here is really unpleasant, even my muck smells a lot. Strong Bear complained. Fortunately, Zhuangshang, you know more about poison-type Pokémon, and you are proficient in acupoint pointing skills. These Pokémons are all paralyzed by you, and it's easier for us to capture them and pick them up. The monkey said with emotion. Behind Muck, there are Krogunk and Toxicroak being tapped one after another. These Pokémons twitched and fell to the ground twitching, their eyes white, as if they had been exposed to high-voltage electricity. It's a prize, it's a legacy of our family's ancestry. I've only learned part of it, and it's not a problem to deal with this kind of Pokémon. Strong Bear's tone was full of pride. But why did you join Team Rockets? Isn't it bad to just be a free-spirited bounty hunter with this skill? The monkey asked inexplicably, Someone like Zhuangshang who has the skill of acupuncture shouldn't be so embarrassed to join Team Rockets. Something must have happened. The League's prosecutors took a fancy to my ancestral craft. They forced my family to hand it over. It's a craft we've had for generations, and we've also captured Pokémons like Salamence, Tyranitar. So the people in the Alliance regarded us as poachers, and then killed my clan on the spot. I still escaped because I went out to capture Pokémon. When I returned to the clan, my clan fell in a pool of blood. I can't revenge the Alliance by myself, so I joined Team Rockets, which can fight against the Alliance. Strong Bear was sobbing at this moment, and Muck put his muddy hand on Strong Bear's shoulder and patted it lightly a few times. Strong Bear knew that he shouldn't tell this secret, but the monkey and the leader took good care of him, and he had kept these words in his heart for a long time. It's not that the man didn't cry, but when the tears were not over, the monkey looked at the Strong Bear who was crying like a child, and his nose was sore. He remembered his daughters, because they weren't affiliated with the Alliance and couldn't afford the high hospital bills at the Pokémon Center. So he was kicked out of the Pokémon Center, and in poverty, the monkeys could only choose to join Team Rockets. People living at the bottom do not enjoy the benefits of the Alliance. But it's good to join Team Rockets. As long as you work hard, you can get a chance to change your destiny. I am also valued by the leader because of this unique acupuncture method. Strong Bear wiped his tears. Let's continue to search for the ruins. I feel that there is an unusual change in the poison marsh. We will look for another 3 days, and if we can't find it, we will withdraw from this poisonous swamp. The Strong Bear said solemnly. Originally, the monkey wanted to ask something, but after seeing Zhuangshang's face, the monkey opened his mouth, but said nothing. The other side. Feng Che looked at the swamp, braving large dark green bubbles. The swamp is terrifying. Once you sink in, your body will slowly sink into the mud, and the more you struggle, the faster it sinks. Until it was completely engulfed by the swamp. And this swamp also has a slight toxin. In addition to the poison-type Pokémon being able to survive in the swamp, the average Pokémon is estimated to die in a swamp for 2 or 3 days. Feng Che still turned Ditto into Arbok. Arbok has a larger force area and can slide in the poisonous swamp. Feng Che also saw many traces of snake Pokémon slithering on the edge of poisonous swamp. Ditto's transformation is large enough to accommodate Linoone on his body. Ditto presents the movement of the trip, so as to stabilize his body from sinking in the swamp. It's really a paradise for poison Pokémon. Feng Che watched Grimer and Muck play in the swamp. Ditto slid, watermarks were left behind, showing colorful colors under the sunlight. Boo! Blue-colored bubbles emerged from the swamp, and after breaking, a large amount of poisonous gas overflowed, filling the air, forming a miasma. If you take a breath, you will feel dizzy. If Feng Che didn't bring enough antidote, maybe Feng Che would really be planted in the poisonous swamp. At this moment, 2 Grimers suddenly burst out in the mud of the swamp. They opened their mouths wide to swallow Ditto. Linoone, use Slash. Ditto, use Ice Fang. Linoone's claws turned white, and it charged at Grimer with Ditto as a pedal. Linoone's claws directly split Grimer in 2, and then Linoone jumped back on Ditto's body with the reaction force of the skill. Feng Che grabbed Ditto's body tightly, and Ditto opened his sharp snake teeth. A force of ice was condensing on Ditto's sharp serpentine teeth, and Ditto bit Grimer hard. Ditto, stinks, bah. Ditto's little face was wrinkled together, and Feng Che also smelled the sour smell that was close at hand. After solving these 2 Grimers, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Grimer began to gather around, their faces were extremely black, and the leader of the Muck leader let out a loud roar. It's ordering the Grimers to attack. Grimer's body is made of mud, with dark purple stripes all around him. Since it has no feet, it may use a peristaltic method to walk, and it has hands. It usually lurks underground, disguised as a cloud of silt. If a Pokemon who doesn't know the details of it passes by, it will open its huge mouth and devour the Pokemon. Muck was covered in mud. Obviously his mouth became bigger and fiercer after evolution, and his arms became longer. It will give off a very foul smell, and people will be attacked when they step on the Muck, thinking that people have violated its territory. Muck's fluid oozing from his body gave off a strong smell that would contort his nose. A drop of this liquid can make the water in the pool all cloudy. Plants will wither instantly if they get in contact with the liquid. Grimer generally has to be level 38 to be able to evolve into Muck. Therefore, there is only one Muck in the general Grimer group. Muck is a wide-hitting Pokemon that can learn the farmer's 3-punch. Its racial value reaches 500. If it hadn't exuded an unbearable stench, Muck would likely be the favorite of many poison trainers. Like Koga, he likes to shrink Muck to become his own shoulder armor. With a unique secret technique, he can control Muck to emit a stench. In the special chapter, Koga directly trapped Gary with Muck. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Muck close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent orange. Characteristic, poisonous hand. Open black lens bracket level, 38 close black lens bracket. Attribute, poison. Skills, harden, minimize, disable, sludge, screech, toxic, melt, sludge bomb, poison jab. Status, think the territory has been violated. Evaluation, this is a mediocre Muck. It has become a leader in a mediocre way, and its lack of skills is also very happy. If you lack a waste to clean up kitchen waste, you can consider it. Close black lens bracket. TEM, the system's evaluation of this Muck is just a place to store kitchen waste. But Muck of level 38 is not to be provoked like this. Run, Ditto, this is not an enemy we can provoke. Feng Che patted Ditto's head and made it quickly avoid the enemy. At this moment, the Muck leader let out a loud roar, and the surrounding Grimers opened their mouths. They all spewed clumps of sludge out of their mouths towards Ditto. If Ditto is hit by the mud, Ditto's speed will be greatly reduced, and then he will be surrounded by Muck. Ditto slid quickly across the swamp, dodging the attack of the mud. Ditto rode next to Juchin. The speed was very fast. Feng Che and Lino hugged Ditto tightly, so as to avoid being thrown out by Ditto directly. Just when Feng Che successfully escaped Muck's siege. The situation of Alice and Jod Tianchen is not optimistic. They are in a huge underground building. They are now surrounded by a large number of poison-type Pokemon. At this time, Jod Tianchen and Alice were besieged by a group of Ekans. These Ekans seem to have lost their souls, attacking them like puppets. Noli is good. After entering this ruin, the Pokemon here are weird. I hope Sora can see the mark we left and enter here. Alice said suddenly. I wonder if Feng Che knows how to enter the ruins. Jod Tianchen couldn't help scratching his hair. Jod Tianchen is an expert in the study of relics. He joined Team Rockets for one of the biggest purposes, and that is to infiltrate the ruins of this dead island. This relic is said to be the place where the legendary Pokemon Jirachi was worshipped. If the power of Jirachi is left here, the power of Juxingrenju will be better gathered. Jod Tianchen can also rely on the power of Juxing Lianju to break through the bottleneck of the primary psychic. Of course, Jod Tianchen, who joined Team Rockets, never thought of leaving Team Rockets. Once you leave Team Rockets, you will be hunted down by Anbu of Team Rockets. Even a big family like the Guardian family would not dare to confront a huge organization like Team Rockets. Most of the treasure chests in the swamp have been collected by us. I hope there is a way to open these chests. Alice said helplessly as she looked at the overwhelming Ekans around her forehead with cold sweat. Past. The guard Pokemon above the ruins is extremely powerful. You and I used tricks to get in here. I don't know if Kong Jian can find it. Alice said with some concern. There should be no problem. Kong Jian's observation ability is so powerful, he should be able to detect the hints I left him. Jad Tianshan's eyes turned pale blue, and he used confusion all over his body to resist Ekans' attack. Even the poison sting spit out by Ekans was used disable to stay in the sky. At this moment, a trace of blood gurgled down from the corner of Jad Tianshan's eyes, streaking across his fair and handsome cheeks. Chapter 75 _ The Masked Man and the Super Scolipede. For collection, for flowers, for subscription, for monthly ticket evaluation ticket. Come on, let's go to the next ear room, I can't hold it anymore. Jad Tianshan has a splitting headache now, which is a sign of overusing psychic. Alice hurried over and supported Jad Tianshan, who was about to fall. On the poison swamp. Feng Che gradually approached the center of the poisonous swamp according to the mark left by Alice. Ditto slid quickly, passing through the territory of several poison-type Pokémon, including some powerful Pokémon. Dangerous situations are resolved by Feng Che's characteristics of poison-type Pokémon. At this time, Feng Che met a masked man. Long time no see you soon. The masked man made an electronically synthesized voice. It's strange why this person knows me so well. Feng Che scratched his head, but he could clearly feel the huge hostility coming from this masked man. This kind of hostility that I can't wait to kill myself on the spot. Suddenly Feng Che had a flash of inspiration, and he suddenly remembered a name. You are Star Hunter. Feng Che said with certainty. Haha, I thought you thought about it for a long time. So me, as Sabrina Sama's subordinate, you are my natural antagonist. If the news of your death is passed on to Lord Athena will definitely be happier. Lord Athena will give me higher authority then. Space, don't blame me, who made you attract the attention of the leader of Giovanni. This is a place where mountains and rivers are exhausted. Just to be your burial place. Xingqiu said sullenly, his words were full of great malice. Come out, Girafarig, Slowbro, and help me get rid of Void. Girafarig resembles a giraffe. The main color of the front half is yellow, with brown markings and horns on the head, while the color of the back half is the opposite of the front half. The tail at the back has a small head, and the head also has a brain, which can attack even with its back to the opponent. Girafarig also has small brains on its tail that respond to odors and sounds to attack. Although the head on the tail is too small to think, it doesn't matter if it doesn't rest, so it can continuously monitor the surrounding situation 24 hours a day. When Girafarig is in crisis, the tail uses incredible power to drive enemies away. The Slowbro's head is almost identical to the Slowpoke's, with a cream-colored ribbed belly. Slowbro also has longer limbs due to his upright walking, with 3 claws on his front paws and 2 on his hind paws. Top shell on Slowbro's tail can be said to be Shelter's evolution material. Shells have visible eyes. The shell's teeth clung to the bite's tail, which was dotted with spikes and dark markings. Open black lens bracket Slowbro. Level 36 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Girafarig. Level 35 close black lens bracket. These two Pokémons are Pokémons that are nearly twice as high as Ditto, and they will have attribute restraint on Ditto's current Arbic form. This Star Hunter is a squad leader level character in Team Rockets. Why did he participate in this trial? What purpose does he have, and how did he escape from the Viper instructor's search and get in here? Feng Che suddenly felt a huge crisis, and his head was spinning rapidly. Star Hunt manipulates confusion, directly blessing the state of psychic Pokémon through confusion. I just like to knock you guys out into the abyss. Kong Jian, when I meet me, I can only say that your life is not good. Xinghen smiled proudly, psychic condensed in the sky to form a huge hammer. This was Zen Headbutt's trick, and I saw this trick smashed hard in the direction Feng Che was in. Immediately, silt splashed everywhere, and a lot of silt even splashed onto Slowbro and Girafarig, making them very uncomfortable. At this moment, a strange fragrance rushed out from the mud, and it turned out that Feng Che took the opportunity to throw out the bottle containing sweet scent. Most of these sweet scents sputtered onto Slowbro and Girafarig as Zen headbutt fell. Why, Slowbro and Girafarig's attacks didn't hit you? Star Hunter said in disbelief. It turned out that at the moment when Zen headbutt fell, Ditto turned into his body and quickly moved Linowan and Feng Che out of the attack range. Then Ditto quickly changed back to Arbok, looking like he wasn't attacked. BHDE. But in fact, both Feng Che and Ditto knew that if there was another attack, Ditto and Feng Che would definitely not be able to escape. Cammy, I don't believe you can dodge Slowbro and Girafarig again. When Xingqiu raised his hand high and was about to continue to release his ultimate move, there was a sudden shock on the ground. It's as if there are a lot of Pokémon constantly approaching. What the hell happened? Star Hunter released Psychic and looked into the distance suspiciously. He saw the poison-type Pokémon in the swamp running in his direction. Feng Che and Xingqiu were now located in the middle of the poison swamp. As soon as the smell of sweet scent spread, it immediately attracted a large number of poison-type Pokémon. Good chance, Arbok, head straight for it. Feng Che was very confident in Ditto's crawling speed on the swamp. When Xinghan reacted, he saw the figure of Ditto who had transformed into Arbok and walked away. Damn. While Xinghunter was hesitating, countless poison-type Pokémon had already formed a tendency to surround Xinghunter. You guys are forcing me to kill. Under the mask, Xinghan's voice was full of anger, and the scarlet eyes were full of anger, like a ghost. A huge stream of psychic then poured into Girafarig and Slowbro. Girafarig and Slowbro continued to climb, and extremely powerful coercion erupted from them. But facing the poison-type Pokémon attracted by sweet scent, they covet the smell of Girafarig and Slowbro like hyenas. The poisonous Pokémon rushed towards Girafarig and Slowbro. Song Jian, I've put a psychic mark on you, don't think about getting rid of me. When I'm done with these ants, I'll wipe you out completely. Star Hunter said fiercely. Since the Pokémon in the vicinity of Poison Swamp were attracted by sweet scent, Feng Che arrived at the center of Poison Swamp very smoothly. Just as Feng Che approached the center of the Poison Swamp, he motioned Ditto to stop, and Feng Che saw that the mark left by Alice was interrupted here. Feng Che looked at the center of the swamp with a suspicious look on his face, where there were bursts of coercion. In the interlaced light and shadow, a behemoth lay there quietly sleeping, with a purple-red horn. Scolipede, so big. Feng Che suddenly widened his eyes and held his breath. This Scolipede was twice the size of the Scolipede that had appeared at Pidgeot before. Between breathing, Scolipede absorbed the boiling miasma in the swamp directly, and a string of colorful liquid flowed out of his mouth. These liquids suddenly turned into a colorful miasma, wrapping the Scolipede in circles, showing the horror of its strength. Feng Che felt that as long as he was contaminated with a trace of Scolipede's venom, he would turn into dead bones. Feng Che was afraid of disturbing the Scolipede. So, he took out the binoculars from the wristband to examine the details of this Scolipede from a distance. This Scolipede has many scars on his body, many of which are bleeding purple pus. It appears to be fighting some powerful Pokémon. One of its purple-red horns has been cut off by Chigan, and the top half of the other one has also been broken, giving it an indescribable desolation. This Scolipede's body erupted with enormous coercion. Even the system can only come up with the Scolipede level 57 prompt. All other information is a question mark. Jim Scolipede. Feng Che said with a solemn expression. Feng Che has no confidence in this kind of Pokémon. Feng Che is no longer the top trainer who dominates the game and holds 6 divine beasts. Now he's just a freshman from scratch. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Feng Che saw an ancient stone tower behind Scolipede. The top of the stone tower is engraved with crooked A.S. This is Alice's imprint, which proves where Alice ended up appearing. There may be ancient ruins there. Feng Che's heart is uncertain now. If Feng Che hadn't been hunted down by Xingqiu, maybe Feng Che had already left from the other side of the swamp. But if he didn't solve the serious trouble of Xinghan, Feng Che felt that his heart was always at ease. In particular, Xinghan has developed a strong hostility towards himself. Then it would be better to leave Xinghan in the poisonous swamp. Feng Che secretly thought about the feasibility of the plan. Although the scolipede was bruised and restrained by Girafarig and Slowbro. But a level of 57 alone is enough to erase that disadvantage. Even if Xinghan can rely on Psychic to bless Pokemon's state, I think this should have limitations. Feng Che's fingers tapped on Ditto's back. Did it try to win at risk? Since Feng Che was reborn, he has always given priority to Go. He never expected Feng Che to make such a risky decision. Ditto, let's hide to the side and wait for the presence of the Lord Star Hunter. The corners of Feng Che's mouth showed a slight arc, and the deep and dark eyes were filled with a cold smile. After Feng Che made his decision, he set his eyes on the ruins behind Scolipede. Ruins are no strangers to Feng Che, and Feng Che has also experienced many ruins in the game. The ruins were built by the ancient Pokemon ancestors to worship the powerful Pokemon, and have magical effects. Moreover, the places where the ancient Pokemon ancestors chose to build relics have been carefully investigated, and they are all selected places where natural energy can be gathered. Ruins are also one of the sources of special abilities in the game. Feng Che's chance to open Psychic this time is in the ruins. Jade Tianqian and Alice should have already entered the ruins. Let me see how the ruins are opened. The ruins have specific opening rules and are limited by a specific number of people. Feng Che found that there were 3 gems on the beads on the ruins, 2 of which had become dull. Based on his experience in the game, Feng Che judged that these 3 gems were the keys to entering the ruins. It also represents a limit on the number of people who can enter the ruins. If I'm not mistaken, all you need to do to enter the ruins is to touch the gem. Then just wait for Xingshu's arrival now. I want to present a big gift to Xingshu. Feng Che smiled coldly. The middle of the swamp. Slowbro and Girafarig have fought off this wave of poison-based Pokemon. The ground is littered with poison-type Pokemon who do not know whether to live or die, and they have accumulated into a pile of hills, including the leaders of various poison-type groups. Sorry, you did a really good job. Under the mask came the sound of Xingshu gnashing his teeth. Girafarig and Slowbro had exhausted most of their stamina by this time. Girafarig, Slowbro, hold on, as long as we kill Kong Mi, we're done. Lord Athena has given a generous reward of points this time. As long as I complete this task, I can be promoted to captain. Star Hunter said to Girafarig and Slowbro. This kid has escaped so far, but it doesn't matter. Come out, Xatu, and take me to the place with the psychic mark. Xingshu's psychic has been consumed by more than half. In order to save Psychic, Xingshu decided to let Xatu flew with himself. Girafarig and Slowbro followed behind Star Hunt, flying with confusion. Feng Che has been in the center of Poison Marsh for a while, and Ditto's physical strength has also recovered. Feng Che found that except where Scolipede was extremely terrifying, the rest of the place was safe. And because of the enormous coercion released by Scolipede, no Pokemon dared to come near here, which just gave Feng Che a chance to breathe. Come on. Feng Che's ears moved slightly, and he heard the sound of the wings pound. At this time, only Xinghan dared to break into Scolipede's territory. Feng Che patted Ditto's head and motioned Ditto to bypass this area and sneak behind. Feng Che came directly to the front of the ruins, and he and Linoone hid in the shadow of the ruins to avoid being discovered by Xingshu. This location is not far from where the gem is located and is within easy reach. Feng Che had tried how to enter the ruins while he was waiting. He put his hand on the gem and could feel a faint suction coming. This is the prelude to entering the ruins. Ditto, transform into Golbat, hide in the dark, and give Xinghan a fatal surprise. Feng Che gave a sneer to Ditto with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 76_Calm down. I said it wasn't me doing it, do you believe it? Ditto's body wriggled into Golbat, flapping its wings and hiding in the shadows. After a while, Shinghunter caught Zatu's feet and flew over, with Girafarig and Slowbro behind him. However, after a period of recovery, it seems that Girafarig and Slowbro have recovered a lot of energy. That Zatu was like a green vulture. It had a pair of long white wings with red and black stripes at the top. It has a black neck, a pattern of red eyes on its chest, which is a bit like Unknown, 2 long red feathers on the back of its head, 2 yellow stripes on its waist, red claws and white toes. Zatu has the uncanny ability to see the future, and it is also a powerful psychic Pokemon. Shinghen's face was solemn at this time, and he noticed that the center of the swamp was filled with an extraordinary atmosphere. When he found the sleeping Scolipede in the center of the poisonous swamp, he suddenly groaned. The mighty Scolipede. This Scolipede exudes a vigorous and powerful coercion, and there are countless poisonous gas condensed in one body. Even in the heyday of Shinghen was no match for this centipede, king. Just when Shingsho was retiring in his heart and wanted to retire. Suddenly, a white wind blade shot out of the shadows and hit Scolipede, who was sleeping soundly in front of him. Then a red light came from a distance, which was the infrared rays of the Pokeball retracting the Pokemon. Shingsho looked up and looked into the distance, just as he saw Feng Che waving at him with a smile. Then Feng Che touched a gem, and the brilliant light disappeared in the distance. "See you in the sky," Shingsho said through gritted teeth. The next moment, Scolipede suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were fixed on the Star Hunter who was flying high in the sky. When Scolipede was sleeping soundly, there was a sudden tingling pain in his forehead, and he opened his eyes and saw the human in front of him. When the wind blade hit Scolipede, Shinghunter had a strong feeling of unease in his heart. Seeing Scolipede rage, eyes fixed on this side, Shingsho quickly tightened his heart. ZZ tilde. Scolipede let out a sharp growl, its bulky body wriggling slowly, raised its head and spewed a poisonous mist. The poisonous mist was dispelled by Zatu using confusion before it even got close to Shinghen's body. "Calm down, keep calm. I said, I really didn't do this, do you believe it?" Shingsho was so frightened that his soul was dying at this time, and he said to Scolipede with a trembling voice. Under the enormous pressure of Scolipede, the mighty Star Hunter was no different from a shivering little mouse. "Run, run as far as you can, Girafarig, Slowbro, you stay here for me. Zatu, run, fly as far as possible." Shingsho gave orders loudly. Girafarig and Slowbro had a look of sadness on their faces, knowing that they were meant to die if they stayed. However, both Girafarig and Slowbro followed Star Hunt's orders, and burst out of the few psychic in their bodies. Shinghen was extremely regretful at this time. Why did he consume so much psychic just now? If he's in his prime, even if he's no match for Scolipede, there's no problem escaping with psychic. Now the psychic in him isn't enough for him to teleport long distances. In desperation, Shinghen could only give up his 2 main Pokemons. This time chasing Feng Che was really a loss for his wife and soldiers. Not only failed to kill Feng Che, but also lost 2 main Pokemon. Shinghen almost took a bite of Silver Fang Crunch. He glanced at the ruins angrily. Then, without looking back, he urged Zatu to use his milk-feeding strength and fly into the distance. When Feng Che touched the gem with his hand, it was as if his fingertips had been bombarded with electricity. Suddenly Feng Che felt a brute force pulling him. Feng Che took Linoone directly into the ruins. Feng Che felt a sense of weightlessness, and by the time his butt hit the ground, he had come to a place like an ear room. I don't know where Jade Tianchen and Alice were sent to. This relic should be deeply submerged under the swamp. It's just that the swamp did not pour into the ruins because of a mysterious force. Although Feng Che did not have a deep understanding of the ruins. However, Feng Che also accompanied the archaeologists in the game and entered the large-scale ruins for investigation. In the ruins, there is usually a legendary item bestowed by a divine beast to maintain the basic operation. Like Ho-Oh or Logia's feather etc. Once the power of the legendary item is exhausted, the relic will cease to exist. The guardians of the ruins are usually psychic Pokemon or ghost Pokemon. Among them, Claydol and Golurk have the largest number. Of course, some Pokemon who strayed into the ruins will also become the guardian Pokemon of the ruins and multiply in the ruins on a large scale. The torches on the walls of the ruins were still burning, and the ear chamber was filled with bright yellow flames. Under the blessing of mysterious power, these flames will not be extinguished after burning for thousands of years. This is. Feng Che saw the murals in the ear room through the flames on the wall. There is a bright yellow star on it. The star has 3 green stripes. It sits high in the hall, overlooking the worshipping crowd like a god. The yellow star, that should be Jirachi, and this ruin should be the temple dedicated to Jirachi. Jirachi is a psychic plus steel-type Eudemons. It's a good place to open psychic here. But the most important thing now is to find Jade Tianqian and Alice. If I remember the time correctly, tomorrow morning will be the time for Juxing Lianju. By that time, the Tengu will eclipse the moon, and all the planets will gather together and burst into an extremely powerful force. Feng Che thought secretly. Opening psychic is the top priority of Feng Che's plan. This is a way for Feng Che to quickly strengthen himself in the Pokemon world. And after possessing psychic, it is easy to be favored by Sama and accept Sabrina's protection. At this moment, Feng Che heard the sound of rustling and crawling from outside the ear room door. This ruin is below the poison swamp, so there should be a lot of poison-type Pokemon who strayed into this ruin. Ditto, transform into Arbok and we rush out. Feng Che had already seen that the door of the ear room was filled with countless pairs of scarlet eyes. The glow from the flames in the ear chambers reflected by Ekans' pupils. Arbok then burst out of the ear chamber with a loud roar, and a fierce battle ensued. Another part of the ruins. Alice hid in a corner of the ruins with Jade Tianqian, who had passed out. Drowsy also lost consciousness due to overuse of psychic, and has been included in Pokeball by Alice. The flames flickered on the ruins, and Alice heard the sound of rustling and crawling all around, along with the hissing growl. A circle of white powder was sprinkled on the ground of the ruins, exuding a faint herbal scent. After the Pokemon in the ruins smelled this fragrance, they all avoided it as if they smelled a stench. Oh well, with a burden, but at least we have a lifelong friendship. At that time, they had been completely trapped in the ear chamber by Ekans. Even if Jade Tianqian restrained the poison-type Pokemon, so many Ekans rushed forward without fear of death. This greatly consumed Jade Tianqian's psychic. Just when Jade Tianqian fainted and Alice was helpless. Alice remembered the powder that Feng Che had made that poisoned Pokemon. So he quickly threw it out of the bracelet. After Ekans smelled the powder, he rushed out of the ear chamber. Alice and Jade Tianqian only saved a small life. At this moment, Alice heard the sound of battle in the distance. A figure rushed out of the flickering firelight, accompanied by the roar of a huge Arbok. Numerous Ekans are suppressed by Arbok. They vomited snake letters and stayed 3 meters away from Arbok, and they were suppressed by Arbok's powerful momentum. Alina 1 is attacking Ekans with crazy fury swipes. Its dexterous hands are like a Shandian, and with each paw, 2 or 3 Ekans fall to the ground. See you, here we are. Alice hurriedly shouted with joy, and finally waited for the rescue. I've been looking for you for a long time, Alice. Although Feng Che and Ekans have been fighting fiercely, they seem to be able to handle it easily. Although there are a lot of Ekans, Feng Che knows the physiological structure of Ekans very well, so Ditto uses Poison Sting to directly stare at the 7-inch position of Ekans. Immediately, Ekans, who was stared at 7 inches, slumped to the ground, unable to move. In this way, Feng Che walked and retreated, directly passing through most of the ruins, and then found Alice and Jade Tianqian. For flowers. Jade Tianqian is psychic overconsumed, right? Feng Che glanced at the pale face, with sweat beading on his forehead, and Jade Tianqian, who was twitching all over, asked Alice. Indeed, he fainted from over-exhaustion of psychic. Not only him, but even his Pokémon collapsed because of over-exhaustion of psychic. Alice nodded. Fortunately, I made a potion that can replenish spiritual power. Feng Che took out the potion made from the Gracietia flower from the bracelet. This potion is very expensive. I used a very precious medicinal herb. As an ally, I will sell it to you at the cost price. Feng Che took out 5 bottles of pale green potions from the bracelet and handed them to Alice. Each vial is a 10 milliliters dose. This potion is psychic, giving your Pokémon a bottle to resist Psyshock. Afterwards, Feng Che took out 5 more bottles of potions. He opened Jade Tianchen's mouth and poured potions into his mouth. Feng Che saw that Jade Tianchen was swallowing the medicine unconsciously. After a while, Jade Tianchen's twitching behavior got better. After Feng Che poured 2 bottles of medicine into Jade Tianchen's breathing began to stabilize. Qianjian, what is the state of Jade Tianchen? Alice asked worriedly. It's good, it's just a little bit of strength. After I gave him the medicine, it should be able to improve. Feng Che didn't lift his head, and said directly, he was still confident in the medicine he had prepared. Feng Che, a temporary small team, also has its own advantages. Alice, a melee expert, has a lot of connections at the top of Team Rocket's. Jade Tianchen, psychic, archaeologist, has a lot of contacts in the Alliance. Feng Che, a top trainer, cultivator, and master healer. Feng Che also wanted to hook up with the Alliance through Jade Tianchen's relationship. After all, Feng Che, who has been in the Alliance for a long time, knows the privacy and no small secrets of the big figures, and these resources should be put to good use. Feng Che thought that maybe he might become a member of Team Rocket's in Alliance skin, like Koga, Will, and Karen. After all, Giovanni developed to the end of the man who almost unified the entire Pokémon world and established Celadon, Rainbow Team Rockets. Feng Che wanted to rub Giovanni's thigh well. At this moment, Jade Tianchen woke up. Thanks, Kongsi, I knew you would have a way to wake me up when you came. Jade Tianchen opened his eyes and said calmly. But if you don't wait for me, it is very likely that you will also be killed by Psychic's backlash. Feng Che said calmly. It's a potion that heals you. It boosts your psychic power. Give it to your drowsy. I also collected the rare medicinal herbs unique to Dead Island and prepared this potion, and I don't have much on hand. Feng Che's direct sentence put an end to Jade Tianchen's thoughts of asking himself for spiritual medicine again. In fact, Feng Che prepared a bottle of spiritual medicine with a volume of 100 milliliters, but in order to reflect the principle of rare as the most expensive. Feng Che divided the bottle of spiritual potion into 10 parts. This psychoactive potion is very effective in treating psychic backlash. If it weren't for your psychoactive potion, even if I woke up, my psychic would definitely regress. Thank you, I accept your enthusiasm. Jade Tianchen said solemnly. Let's not talk about that, the first thing we have to do now is how to turn on psychic, we are running out of time. Juxing Lianju will start soon. Feng Che quickly said to Jade Tianchen. I observe the entire ruins, we are now in the middle layer of the ruins, we are going to enter the core layer of the ruins. There will be an altar there, and there should be a place on the altar to pull the 9 stars. All we have to do is stand directly on the altar and have a certain probability to turn on psychic when the 9 stars are falling. Of course someone with psychic talent has a better chance of successfully unlocking psychic. I've observed that both of you have the talent to unlock psychic, and Alice has psychic in the first place. It's just that, Alice, your psychic source seems to have been taken away by someone, which led to the complete loss of psychic later. Jade Tianchen said and looked at Alice. My psychic was taken away. Alice looked incredulous, she thought she had always been a person who didn't know psychic. Husband. Chapter 77 _ The Promised Thing, you don't want to temporarily break the appointment. If I guess correctly, it is basically certain that your twin sister took away your psychic origin, so she has a powerful psychic. Jade Tianchen analyzed Alice, who was full of surprise. Of course she took your psychic, and she paid a great price. Is she much weaker than you? Living on the bed all the time and having severe headaches from time to time. And their physical fitness is also several times that of ordinary people. Quote. That's because she took something that wasn't supposed to belong to her. If you want to get rid of this predicament, it is very simple, that is, kill you, and her current pain will naturally heal without medicine. Before that, Alice never understood. I don't know since when, my sister suddenly hated her, and later she regarded herself as an enemy and wanted to kill herself. It turned out to be so. This kind of secret technique is not uncommon in our twin psychic family. Jod Tianchen continued. So when the clansmen found out that I was a descendant of the psychic family, but my psychic was weak, my twin sister Caitlin was heavily examined, and they all suspected that Caitlin had taken my psychic. But after a long investigation, found that I was really born psychic weak. No matter how precious a psychoactive potion is given to me, my psychic is always maintained at the elementary level. Compared to my sister Caitlin, it's not at the same level at all, and I was abandoned by the clan because of this. Jod Tianchen said, his eyes were a little lonely. But I found a way to improve my psychic, and, 953, is the relic where Jirachi once stayed. As a relic built by Jirachi's former family, the people of the stars, there is an altar where Jirachi stayed. This altar has the power of Jirachi, and it will involuntarily absorb the power of Jushingrenju. That's why this ruin can still maintain operation underground. As long as I am supplied with the huge energy of Jushingrenju, and under the support of the power left by Jirachi, I should be able to break through the bottleneck. The method I am going to tell you now to open psychic is actually very risky. Especially you, Alice, once you turn on psychic again, your sister's condition will worsen. By that time, your sister must kill you and then hurry up. Jod Tianchen looked at I with a serious face. Liz. Don't you know my current situation? I'm the one to be abandoned. She has long hated me. Now that she is the squadron commander of Athena, she has long since been tested this time. Under the secret hand, to completely eradicate me. Since she took my things, why don't I get them back through my own efforts? Alice said coldly, her eyes were full of firmness, without a trace of concern. Then, see you in the sky. The power of Jushing Lianju is extremely huge. Although you have the potential to open psychic, it is only the potential. Once you can't open psychic, you will die because you can't bear the huge energy explosion. Can you accept it? Jade Tianchen said to Feng Che. Since I want to awaken psychic, I have already considered the consequences, so I don't need to persuade me anymore. Feng Che was not frightened by Jod Tianchen's words. After all, the deal between you and me included a way to unlock psychic. You don't want to break the appointment temporarily and continue to fulfill the deal. Feng Che said without changing his face. No waves could be seen in his eyes that were as bright and dazzling as obsidian. Well, what we have to do now is to reach the altar of the ruins. Our entry into the ruins is equivalent to being a tester. This ruins was built to unlock special abilities for the people of the stars. Jod Tianchen had done a lot of homework before he came, and he was very familiar with this ruins. In the 3 outer corners of the ruins, there are 3 Pokémons, which are the keepers of the ruins. We have to defeat these 3 Pokémons, and then get a gem from them. Only by getting 3 gems, we can open the door to the altar. During this time, we will be chased by a large number of Pokémon living in the ruins, trying to drive us out of the ruins. Jod Tianchen simply drew a sketch on the ground and motioned to everyone. Now we are on the northeast corner of the ruins, which is very close to the caretaker. But there are a lot of Ekans on the road to the guards. We must pass through here to reach the guards' territory. Jod Tianchen said to Feng Che and Alice. I don't think it's a problem to break through Ekans' territory. After all, I still have the medicinal powder Feng Che gave me. As long as the Ekans smell this medicinal powder, they will run away one after another. It's not a big problem. The key is that we don't know how strong the Guardian is. If we can't beat it, can we escape the pursuit of the ruins Pokémon? Alice said suddenly. Let the caretaker leave it to me to deal with. Jod Tianchen, I want you to see my Arabic first. I always feel that my Arabic is a little abnormal. Look. Feng Che was still worried that if Ditto remained in Arabic's form for a long time, there would be a riot, and he still asked Jod Tianchen to use psychic to detect what was going on. I'll see. Guardian Tianchen used confusion to surround Arabic, relax, I'm going to put a little thought into your sea of consciousness, and I want to see what's wrong with you. Jod Tianchen just put his thoughts into Ditto's sea of consciousness. Within a second, Jod Tianchen was struck by lightning. His face turned white in a flash. Very powerful and malicious consciousness, so terrifying. Jod Tianchen opened his eyes and frowned. I don't know why, but there are so many terrifying consciousnesses in Arbic's sea of consciousness. If Arbic's consciousness is in contact with these evil consciousnesses for a long time, it will be assimilated by these evil consciousnesses and become extremely bloodthirsty and violent. What you have to do is to keep Arbic taking psychoactive drugs to improve Arbic's willpower. When Arbic grows to a certain level, he can naturally swallow these evil thoughts. This should be the way I can think of. Jod Tianchen said apologetically. Seeing that Jod Tianchen was attacked by the sea of knowledge for detecting Ditto, Feng Che took out 2 bottles of spiritual medicine again and handed it to Jod Tianchen as compensation. What's so funny about that? While saying polite words, Jod Tianchen took the medicine from Feng Che's hand. Feng Che. Jade Tianchen, what you mean is that Arbic's current consciousness has no way to fight against these evil consciousnesses. The only way to increase Arbic's consciousness is through psychopharmaceuticals, and then engulf these evil consciousnesses. Can these evil consciousnesses be enhanced? Arbic's soul. Feng Che grasped the point. After all, the source of the evil consciousness came from the Pokemon corpse that Ditto swallowed. According to Feng Che's observation, these evil consciousnesses should be the consciousnesses that exist in these corpses. The stronger the corpse, the stronger the residual consciousness. Yes, these evil consciousnesses are also unconscious, and they won't take the initiative to attack. Your spiritual medicine has a very good protective effect. Jod Tianchen nodded heavily. Come on, we're running out of time. Jod Tianchen didn't say anything. He led Feng Che and Alice to the depths of the ruins. The periphery of Poison Swamp. Star Hunter had just escaped Scolopede's pursuit. At this time, Xinghan was extremely embarrassed. Many places on his body were corroded by Scolopede's venom, and even Zatu, who was protecting him, was nowhere to be seen. Xinghan really suffered heavy losses this time. Sora, I've put a psychic mark on you, as long as you come out of the ruins. I will use teleport to transfer to where you are, and at that time, I will smash you into pieces. Losing 3 main Pokémons at once made Xinghan furious. Xinghan directly released a Natu, and then with the help of Natu's psychic, he left the Poison Swamp. Another part of Dead Island. Ariados, use the string shot skill. Roselia Lena directed Ariados to attack a huge Beedrill. The Beedrill, with thick stingers growing on its body, was rampaging through the web. Beedrill's tail is about to stab Ariados in a few blows. Lena, let this Beedrill leave. Lord Star Hunter has ordered us to join him immediately. From a distance, Fujiro's voice came. What a disappointment. Roselia Lena blew a whistle, and Ariados spit out a cobweb directly, blocking Beedrill's attack, and then followed Kazujiro away. Underground ruins. Feng Che, Jod Tianchen and Alice came to Ekans' lair, where Ekans are everywhere. There were quite a few Ekans lounging on the ground to rest. There are also quite a few Ekans fighting each other here. But when they heard footsteps outside, Ekans all stopped. They twisted their bodies, and their yellow pupils aimed at Feng Che and the others. My darling, how many Ekans are there? Jod Tianchen said. This dense Ekans, at a glance, is almost endless. None of these Ekans are very high grades, which is a lucky thing. I have always had a question. There is no water or food in the ruins. How did the ruins feed these Pokémon? Alice asked inexplicably. By killing each other. Jod Tianchen gave the answer. The Ekans who live in the ruins all year round will be more fierce than the outside world, because there is a shortage of food here, and the only source of food is their own companions. This is the fate of the Pokemon guarding the ruins. If you have any Pokemon you like, you can bring them out, that's a good thing. Jod Tianchen said with some regret. After all, Jod Tianchen is a psychic and is only interested in psychic Pokemon. And Alice is determined to become a fire trainer, so naturally she has no interest in Ekans. Let's go. Feng Che took out the insect repellent spray directly from the wristband and sprayed some on everyone's body. The moment these Ekans smelled the insecticide spray, they seemed to smell a stench, and couldn't wait to spread out to both sides. The effect of this spray is so good, you can sell me 2 bottles later. Jod Tianchen said to Feng Che with a smile. He was very envious of the strange things in Feng Che's hands. No problem, I need some medicinal materials, but these medicinal materials are very rare. Let's see what special channels you can find for me. In return, I can help you treat specific Pokemon, or prepare potions and Pokeblocks. Feng Che said calmly. He showed strong confidence. Yes, after completing this assessment, you can send me the names of these medicinal materials, and I will use my contacts to find 3.4. Alice was the first to say yes. No problem, my guardian family also has a lot of rare medicinal herbs. If you list the list for me, I will try my best to find them all for you. Guardian Tianchen also agreed. The ground is full of slippery mucus because Ekans has crawled over it, and if you are not careful, you will fall to the ground. Feng Che was sitting directly on Linowan's back, and Linowan's sharp claws could walk very well in such a place. At this moment, Feng Che suddenly felt that there was something beside his buttocks, which was rubbing his buttocks. Feng Che touched back and saw a rock like a green leaf. However, this rock only outlines the outline of a leaf, and does not feel lifelike. The rock also had slippery slime sticking to it. This is a mid-grade leaf stone, and it seems that Linowan's pickup feature is at work. Having a Pokemon with a pickup feature can only make a profit no matter how you explore the wild. The Ekans looked at Feng Che who was far away with fear. Their snake letters stuck out their bright red tongues, but after the snake letters caught the smell of the bug spray, Ekans spat on the ground in disgust. The 3 Feng Che walked for about half an hour before they reached the end of the passage. There are white cobwebs hanging here. Under the light of the fire swaying on the wall, it became particularly hideous. Feng Che saw a lot of cocoons hanging in the spider web. Then Feng Che heard a rustling sound, as if a bug was crawling on a spider web. A 2-meter-long Ariados was crawling out from the depths of the spider web. Chapter 78_Catch Poison Pokemon. The level of this Ariados should not be very high. Alice said with a worried look on her face. She saw Ariados had sharp stingers on her body. No, the ruins have their own rules for ruins. This ruin was originally used for the assessment of the people of the stars. If the Pokemon guarding the gate is too strong, it's not a test, it's a life-threatening attack. Jod Tianchen shook his head and said. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Ariados close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Characteristic, sniper. Open black lens bracket level, 31 close black lens bracket. Attribute, poison plus insect. Skills, swords dance, drain, stalker, scary face, night shade, shadow sneak, fury swipes, sucker punch, spider web, pin missile, agility, poison jab. Open black lens bracket status, rage close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is an Ariados made of Spinarak evolution that strayed into the ruins. Because of preying on Ekans for a long time, this Ariados has mutated, and its toxicity has become stronger. See blood seal its throat. Close black lens bracket. Ariados with yellow qualifications are really rare. Generally, Ariados qualifications are mostly red or orange unless they are specially trained. Bug-type Pokemon dominate the Pokemon world. Because of their high reproduction speed, their aptitude is generally not high. There are also research institutes or farms that specialize in cultivating insect-type Pokemon. Optimize the genetics of the insect line Pokemon by cultivating it from generation to generation. Feng Che was able to see Ariados with yellow aptitude in the ruins. It was really the environment of the ruins that enhanced the aptitude of Ariados. It seems that special circumstances made Ariados. Linoone, I'll trouble you this time. Feng Che patted Linoone's head. Linoone nodded with a hard-working look. This Linoone, Feng Che intends to not take it away from Death Island for the time being. Linoone and a group of friends live on Death Island. Feng Che doesn't have that many Pokeballs in his hands. Feng Che also needs to be able to find a shelter to store the Linoones. If the Zigzagoons were captured with Team Rocket's special Pokeballs, they would be sent to the lab 100%, which Feng Che didn't want. Look, these cocoons are full of Ekans with only skin and snake bones left. Alice said loudly, pointing to the sloughed cocoon. Alice accidentally touches a cocoon. The cocoons fell to the ground in a clump, revealing the shriveled Ekans, skin and shredded bones. It's not surprising that Ekans, if not Claydol, Baltoy, are the most in the ruins. Ariados hunts Ekans when they're hungry. Ariados will use the string shot skill to wrap Ekans into a cocoon, and then inject venom into Ekans' body. These venoms will dissolve all parts of the Ekans except the bone and skin into a liquid. Then Ariados will drink like a drink, sucking Ekans' bodily fluids. Feng Che said to Alice Scoop. Ariados made a rustling sound on the web. Linoone lowered his head and let out a low growl. A dozen or so purple poison stings spewed out of Ariados' mouth, while Ariados' abdomen also spewed cobwebs. Linoone, avoid poison sting's attack, jump back, and fake out on Ariados. Linoone jumped straight back a few times, dodging Ariados' poison sting attack. Poison sting rubbed down on the ground, emitting a purplish black glow. If the average Pokemon encounters these poison stings, they may die directly on the spot. Linoone's claws appeared a mass of black dark energy, which looked a little fierce in the swaying firelight on the wall. Linoone stomped both feet on the ground, avoiding Ariados' string shot attack. Linoone's fake out hit Ariados hard in the stomach. Ariados kicked the ground and stepped back a few steps. The poison jab skill he was about to use was interrupted by Linoone. Ariados' head also dissipated. Just when Ariados was a little embarrassed and ready to attack again, Feng Che's order also arrived. Linoone, use Crazy Fury swipes. Linoone stretched out his sharp claws and scratched directly at the weakest part of Ariados' body. Ariados suddenly burst into a high-pitched cry. Ariados' claws glowed white, and its side-like claws were about to slash at Linoone. Linoone dodged Ariados' claws with a single turn. Ariados used a ghostly movement speed, and Ariados quickly moved on the spider web, pulling a certain distance to prevent Linoone from attacking it again. At the same time, a faint white light appeared on Ariados' body. This Ariados is preparing to use the Swords Dance trick. Linoone, using Iron Head against Ariados. Feng Che observed carefully. Feng Che, as a cultivator, is too familiar with all kinds of Pokemon. As long as he saw Pokemon's movements, Feng Che could guess what trick this Pokemon was going to use. Linoone also used agility. Its head turned bright silver, like a heavy chariot, and hit Ariados hard. Ariados suddenly felt like his internal organs were being knocked out. Linoone's Iron Head exacerbated Ariados' injuries. Ariados moved a little, and its wounds sent bursts of tearing pain. It's over. Linoone, use the slash skill to slash all the spider webs around Ariados. Linoone's claws stretched directly, and it swiped heavily against the spider web ahead. I saw a few flashes of white light, and the cobwebs in the sky suddenly collapsed into broken spider silks. Ariados also fell from midair, hitting the ground hard. Ariados fell directly into the eyes of gold stars. Go, Pokeball! Feng Che threw the Pokeball directly, and before Ariados could react, he threw the Pokeball directly to Ariados' horn. Ariados turned into a red light into the Pokeball, and soon the red light on the Pokeball gradually went out. So powerful Ariados is so subdued, Alice said incredulously. The most powerful thing about Ariados is the toxins on its body, so ordinary Pokemon are afraid to come into close contact with Ariados. Ariados is not only poisonous, but also contains toxic on its body surface. As long as it is touched by Ariados' body surface, it is possible to have toxic in the body. But my Linoone took the antidote I formulated early, and it is no longer afraid. The poison on Ariados. And Linoone has been careful to avoid Ariados' spider web, which is the key to restraining Linoone's speed. This Ariados usually uses poison to attack the enemy when he fights. The most powerful aspect of it has been abolished by me. It's like a tiger without teeth. It's nothing to be afraid of. Feng Che explained. He slips the Pokeball into his trouser pocket. Now Feng Che has hunted many Pokemon, enough for Feng Che to pass the assessment of Team Rocket's. But Feng Che wanted to give it a try to see if he could get the top 3 in the Team Rocket's assessment. It is said that the top 3 can get the Royal 3 with excellent green qualifications at the Team Rocket's farm. Come on, help me and collect the cocoons of Ariados, Feng Che said to Alice and Jade Tianchen. The bones of Ekans can be used as medicine after being ground, and the snake skin of Ekans can be used as a natural deworming medicine after drying and grinding. Feng Che originally did not want to hunt Ekans specifically for the raw materials of Ekans. Since there are Ekans that have been devoured, Feng Che will naturally not let it go. After Feng Che and the 3 obtained the ruby, they returned on the same path. Feng Che looked at the densely packed Ekans on the way back, and suddenly felt a burst of emotion in his heart. It would be nice to be able to scan Pokemon in large batches at the same time to discover the qualifications of Pokemon. There are thousands of Ekans in front of him. If Feng Che scans them one by one, he won't be able to finish the work for a few days or nights. Ding! Scanning for Pokemon. Feng Che only felt that a large screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and the system was constantly scanning Pokemon. Ekans, Level 8, Normal Red Ekans. Level 9, Normal Red Ekans. Level 8, Fine Orange Ekans. Level 7, Normal Red EMMM. Really okay, why didn't I discover this feature before? Feng Che thought secretly in his heart. The system, can you only display Pokemon with excellent qualifications or above? Feng Che thought silently in his heart. Immediately after the system was refreshed, all Pokemon with excellent qualifications and below were blocked, and only Pokemon with excellent qualifications and above remained. In less than a few minutes, the group of Pokemon was scanned. There is not one Ekans with excellent qualifications, which makes Feng Che very frustrated. Come on, let's hurry up to the next guard point and get the other 2 gems. The other 2 guard points are in more remote locations, one of which requires a long corridor. The corridors are densely packed with statues of Baltoy. When Feng Che and the 3 of them stepped into the corridor, these statues began to rustle. Then the statue opened its eyes, and Baltoy was fully resurrected. When Feng Che wanted to let the system turn on the scanning function to scan Baltoy. Acknowledge. Accurate. If. Water show. F.A. Pirate. Book. Sell. Money. Death. Mom. Feng Che found that the system ignored him at all. There seems to be a limit to the number of times this scan can be used. I don't know if it can be used once every few days. Feng Che couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. Why waste such precious Pokemon scans on Ekans? Doesn't it smell good on Baltoy? Baltoy is small, with a brownish appearance that appears to be made of clay. Baltoy's eyebrows are red arched stripes. The eyes are usually closed in a line. The red stripes are in a circle around the stomach and waist. The hands are flat and long, and there is a spike on the top and bottom of the head, and the spikes at the lower end are like the feet, used to move, rotate, and even stay standing while resting. Baltoy uses psychic to float, and the spikes at the upper and lower ends are used as axes for rapid spin. Baltoy is a Pokemon who really guards the ruins. After the special ability 953 of the ruins, its Pokemon qualifications are much better. When these Baltoy saw Feng-Che and the three of them, rapid spin attacked his body. Countless Baltoys at rapid spin appeared in the air of the corridor. Baltoy usually floats with psychic, and if it finds an enemy, it will attack with rapid spin. Stay away, let's exit the hallway. Feng-Che turned and ran. These Baltoy mechanical movements still attack according to the positions of the three lock on Feng-Che. The group of Baltoy tackled fiercely on the ground of the ruins, and their bodies were torn apart, forming countless fragments. But Feng-Che saw blue confusion on the cracked Baltoy. The fragmented pieces of Baltoy then came together. These Baltoy recovered as before, and then floated in the air, continuing to rapid spin their own bodies, preparing to continue to attack the three Feng-Che who rushed out of the corridor. Sora, give me that ruby and I'll stop these Baltoys. Jade Tianchen said loudly to Feng-Che. Okay, then. Feng-Che took out the ruby from the bracelet and threw it directly to Jade Tianchen. A blue confusion flashed across Jade Tianchen, and with the help of ruby as a medium, a powerful coercion erupted on Jade Tianchen. Baltoy stopped rapid spin after feeling this powerful confusion wave, and then stayed calmly in midair motionless. Finally, these Baltoys were reattached to the pits in the corridors of the ruins and turned into statues. Jade Tianchen, what method did you use to make these Baltoy retreat? Feng-Che raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. This ruin was originally the place where the Star Nation examined the nation. The Pokemon guarding these ruins was only to expel the invading humans. We entered the ruins without any token. We are equivalent to intruders, so these Pokemon will attack us. Quote. But Feng-Che, after you defeated the Ariados and obtained this ruby, we are equivalent to walking in the ruins legally. Since we have become our own, of course we will not be attacked by Baltoy. However, Kongjan, I'm going to take a Baltoy here and take it with me. If you need a Baltoy, I can help you choose it. Jade Tianchen intends to show off a favor to Feng-Che. Alice is also, if you can become a psychic in the 9 stars, Baltoy is a pretty good Pokemon. Jade Tianchen turned around and said to Alice. Chapter 79-Conquer Baltoy. I'm only interested in fire-type Pokemon. If I conquer psychic Pokemon, it must have the fire attribute. Alice directly shook her head and rejected Jade Tianchen's kindness. Then I'm welcome. Feng-Che said to Jade Tianchen. Baltoy is not the Pokemon that Feng-Che likes, but Feng-Che wants to catch a psychic Pokemon with excellent qualifications for Uncle Caesar. After all, Uncle Caesar is kind to himself, if there is this Baltoy plus Uncle Caesar's Hypno. The exchange of these two psychic Pokemon should improve the safety factor of Uncle Caesar a lot. Team Rockets has lived a life of licking blood, plus the infighting of Team Rockets is getting more and more serious. It is getting more and more difficult to survive safely in Team Rockets. Uncle Caesar was a benefactor who helped him when he was at his worst. Feng-Che wanted to give Uncle Caesar a strong guarantee. The guard Pokemon in the ruins can be taken away, we can use this ruby. I saw Jade Tianchen holding up the ruby token in his hand. This ruby exudes a colorful red light. The red fluorescence overflowed the ruby, turning into a circle of red ripples. Baltoy, who was turned into a stone sculpture by the red ripples, came back to splash again. But these Baltoys did not break away from the stone wall. These Baltoys are alive again, but why haven't they escaped from the stone walls? Alice asked Feng-Che in a low voice. She was afraid of disturbing Jade Tianchen who was using Psychic. If I'm not mistaken, Jade Tianchen should be using Psychic to select Baltoy's qualifications. Only a Baltoy who meets his criteria will answer his call and come to him. Feng-Che said affirmatively to Alice. Jade Tianchen used Psychic continuously, and beads of sweat seeped from Jade Tianchen's forehead. Jade Tianchen was as if his body was dehydrated, and his back was wet with sweat. After a long time, there was a sound of breaking air in the distance, and two Baltoys flew quickly from a distance. In the end, he landed in front of Feng Che and Jade Tianchen. Phew! Jade Tianchen breathed a sigh of relief. Junior Psychic, S are still too weak. I just picked Psychic Pokemon, and I almost used up all the Psychic on me. Jade Tianchen took out the psychoactive potion prepared by Feng Che from the wristband, raised his head and drank it. Sorry, the psychoactive medicine you prepared is too effective. It turns out that I use Psychic too much, which will cause severe headaches. And the recovery time of Psychic is quite slow, but the psychoactive medicine you gave me is different. I only felt that after drinking the psychoactive potion, within a few minutes, a cool breath flowed out of my stomach. This cool breath is quickly turning into Psychic to fill my dry sea of consciousness. You give me a list of medicinal herbs, and I will use the Guardian family's channels to collect medicinal herbs. I will give you a reward that is enough to satisfy you. Guardian Tianchen said to Feng Che carelessly. The most important raw material for making this spiritual potion is Gracietia flower. At present, Gracietia flower can only be grown on Dead Island, and there are still sand scales on Dead Island. This Dead Island is really to me. It is very important. If I grow Gracietia by myself, I need to find a very suitable geographical environment. Feng Che thought to himself, he felt that Death Island was really his blessed land. This blessed land must be captured by all means. After all, if you can plant Gracietia flowers, you can plant other precious fruits. It would be great if he could turn Dead Island into his own planting base. Feng Che still prefers the current environment of Dead Island. No problem, I'll give you a list later, you can prepare the medicinal materials for me. But I have to explain in advance that such advanced psychoactive medicines are depleted. The success rate is not high, you need to prepare more herbs. Feng Che said to Jade Tianchen. In fact, the loss rate of Feng Che, who is cultivating everyone, is extremely low, and the purpose of such exaggeration is to collect more medicinal materials. This is also the reason why everyone in training has a fat waist and round shoulders. As long as the attrition rate is falsely reported, the falsely reported part will be included in their own pockets. No problem, I understand. Jade Tianchen expressed his understanding. After all, some advanced spiritual medicines are indeed difficult to make, and it is not a big mistake to prepare more medicinal materials. Come on, Summy, take down Baltoy next to you. Jade Tianchen directly used the Pokeball to subdue Baltoy who was motionless around him. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Baltoy close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, no gender close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Feature, floating. Open black lens bracket level, 15 close black lens bracket. Attribute, ground plus psychic. Skills, harden, mud slap, rapid spin, confusion, rock tomb, power trick, psybeam, ancient power. Status, calm like a stone sculpture. Evaluation, this is a Baltoy living in the ruins. Under the blessing of the mysterious power of the ruins, its aptitude has changed slightly, which can be subdued or not, if you are just to complete your Pokédex. Close black lens bracket. Feng Che glanced at Jade Tianchen's Pokémon and found that Baltoy was also a Pokémon with yellow qualifications. After all, the green qualified Pokémon is already one of a kind. It's normal to find Pokémon with green credentials. Feng Che thought secretly. In the Pokémon world, the Pokémon used by gym trainers are generally Pokémon with yellow aptitude to green aptitude. Author's note. In the future, the color of the Pokémon will be used to represent the qualifications of Pokémon, so that it is easy to remember and understand, and it will not make everyone feel too confused. Only the leader of an underground organization like Giovanni can use Pokémon with cyan qualifications Pokémon. Pokémon with cyan qualifications, that is, Pokémon with epic qualifications, can be compared to the legendary Pokémon, that is, Eudemons. So the Ditto in Feng Che's hands is a green qualified Pokémon, which is very rare. In the Pokémon scenario game, most of Feng Chie's Pokemon aptitudes are built up through potions. This is also the reason why Feng Chie is popular in the game. Feng Chie took Baltoy into the Pokeball. At this moment, Lino-One scratched Feng Chie's sleeve. Lino-One pointed at the Pokeball in Feng Chie's hand and wanted Feng Chie to include himself in the Pokeball. Lino-One, this way, I can become a trainer's Pokemon. Lino-One, do you really want to? If I take you down, you're going to be separated from your brother. I have a limited number of Pokeballs, and it's impossible to get you all out of Dead Island. Feng Chie said seriously to Lino-One. He was deeply afraid that Lino-One would go back on it. Lino-One nodded firmly. Lino-One, I want to be a trainer's Pokemon. See you, if you don't have enough Pokeballs, I can lend you them. I brought a lot of Pokeballs here. I'll transfer the Pokemon to your name after I get out of Dead Island. Alice saw Feng Chie's difficulties and said to Feng Chie. Dead Island is not something we want to come to. If you like Pokemon, you'd better take it out of Dead Island. The top management of Team Rockets is very serious about Dead Island. They are heavily guarded here. It is very difficult for you to enter Dead Island again. Even if you become a high-ranking cadre, you can only enter here with the orders of Chief Giovanni. Alice saw Feng Chie's hesitation and said to Feng Chie. Then I'm welcome. When I need Pokemon, I'll ask you for Pokeball. Feng Chie originally wanted to find an opportunity to come back to Dead Island and take Lino-One away. But after listening to Alice's explanation just now, Feng Chie changed his mind. If he leaves the Island of Death and can't come back, Feng Chie will take all the Pokemon he likes out of the Island of Death this time. It doesn't matter if the aptitude is poor, Feng Chie has a lot of medicinal formulas to improve his aptitude. After all, the rare tree fruit is gone, and you can find other places to plant it. If the Pokemon from Bonds is gone, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Feng Chie took out a Pokeball from the wristband, pressed the switch, and the Pokeball suddenly became the size of an apple. In the future, I'll ask you for more advice, Lino-One. Feng Chie said to Lino-One with a smile. Lino-One's paw lightly landed on the Pokeball, and it instantly turned into a red light and received it into the Pokeball. Pokeball dimmed immediately, and Feng Chie successfully subdued Lino-One. Okay, Kongmi, let's go to the next guard point. Jade Tianqian said to Feng Chie. At the end of this corridor is the next guard point. A huge Claydol was already floating in the air. Beside Claydol, there is a sapphire with a blue glow. Claydol's body is black with a pattern similar to Unknown. It has many eyes, some open and some closed. Claydol will continue to float in the air rest. The two arms, which are separated from the body, are controlled by Psychic to make it fly. What surprised Feng Chie was that this Claydol was only level 25. Arbok, it's up to you to fight. Feng Chie said to Ditto. Ditto walks around spitting out snake letters. And Claydol just raised its two arms, and at the same time a red light burst out of his eyes. The arms spun like a drill, and then swooped at Ditto like a cannonball. Arbok, dodge Claydol's attack and use Iron Tail. Feng Chie paid great attention to the name of Ditto, for fear that he would be exposed in front of Alice and Jade Tianqian. Be careful, this is the survival law of Team Rockets. When you have little ability, hide yourself as much as possible. Ditto kept swimming on the ground, dodging Claydol's rapid spin attack. Claydol's two arms collided directly on the ground, creating two deep pits. Then Claydol used confusion, and its two arms suddenly appeared beside Claydol. This Claydol is the equivalent of a rocket launcher with an infinite magazine. If Ditto can get close to Claydol, he might be able to open Claydol with Iron Tail. Feng Chie knew that Claydol's body was easily broken. Just because of the psychic blessing, the broken body is also extremely easy to recover. Arbok's body curled up like a spring, and with a swoosh, he made a sound of breaking through the air, and made a motion of a dragon swinging its tail in the sky. A bright silver light smashed in the direction of Claydol along with the strong winds. These strong winds also blew the swaying firelights on the walls, and the firelights in the ruins flickered and flickered, as if the torches would go out the next moment. With a bang, confusion soil Norihau, suddenly a teleport disappeared in place, which made Ditto's iron tail hit the wall of the ruins. The wall was Ditto-slashed with a deep ravine. Ditto unhappily pulled his tail from the wall, bringing out a lot of fine stones. Continuous use of iron tail. Feng Che gave orders, but Ditto's attacks failed every time he was about to hit Cladle. Ditto also consumed a lot of physical strength because of the constant rushing, gasping for breath. Moreover, Feng Che found that Cladle's teleport was irregular, and he couldn't predict where Cladle would appear. Jade Tianchen, can you use the direction of psychic lock on Cladle teleport? Feng Che suddenly turned his head and asked Jade Tianchen. No, my psychic is too weak, I can't do it. Jade Tianchen shook his head helplessly. But I can give you a hint, that is, when Cladle is using teleport, a blue light spot the size of a grain of rice will appear in another place. It's hard to capture accurately. And from what I just observed, Cladle's teleport is about 3 seconds long. That is to say, it takes about 3 seconds from the appearance of the light spot of the rice grain to the complete appearance of the Cladle. After Cladle appeared, once it was found that something was wrong, Cladle disappeared after 2 seconds. That is, your Audiobook only has 5 seconds to attack. Jade Tianchen explained. If his sister, Caitlin, can effortlessly lock on Cladle's space with powerful psychic. Chapter 80_Hidden Mystery Pokemon. Leave this to me, I once won the first place in the league's archery competition. Alice said confidently. Feng Che looked at Alice's fiery red eyes and nodded immediately. In order to get the first place in the archery competition, his observation skills must be very ordinary. Audiobook, prepare to follow Alice's direction and use Ice Fang against Cladle. Feng Che said loudly to Ditto. Ditto nodded, and it opened its hideous fangs, and a frosty breath focused on its fangs. It looked around and waited for Alice's order. Alice looked up, and immediately saw the signs of Cladle's imminent appearance. Audiobook, right there, look up at a 45-degree angle. Alice pointed to the top and said loudly. Ditto curled up again, like a spring, and jumped to the designated position with a swoosh, using his ice teeth. As soon as Cladle appeared in midair, he saw a ferocious bloody mouth exuding a frosty breath and swallowed him in one bite. Cladle was frozen in ice the moment it appeared. Ditto's ice fangs froze Cladle into a lump of ice and fell from the sky, with a loud bang on the ground. Cladle was torn apart along with the ice, and there were scattered pieces of Cladle everywhere. At this time, Cladle has lost consciousness. If Cladle is still awake, he should condense into a complete form again soon. Jade Tianchen, are you interested in this Cladle? Feng Che asked Jade Tianchen, and he saw that this Cladle was also a Pokemon with yellow qualifications. No, this Cladle doesn't suit my eyes, so I won't accept it. I still like to grow Pokemon from Earl Dervish form, which increases the bonds between us. See you soon, you should use it to exchange points. Jade Tianchen shook his head and said to Feng Che. Okay, then I'm welcome. Feng Che directly threw the Pokeball to capture the Cladle. Feng Che thought that the Pokemon he captured were all crooked, and he wondered if it would affect his final score. Guardian Tianchen used confusion to remove the sapphire suspended in the air. There's one more spot, get another gem, and we'll be able to open the ruins. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni, a laboratory full of sophisticated instruments, watches a growing embryonic 953 in a petri dish. This embryo is purple and white, beating as forcefully as a heart, and you can hear a thumping sound when you get closer. A tall, thin professional with gray-black hair was accompanying Giovanni next to him. Fuji Professor, how's the Mewtwo project going? Giovanni looked at the embryo for a while before speaking to Fuji Professor. This embryo is the second embryo that has been successfully grown, only this time we have to be extra careful to prevent it from escaping like the first embryo. Eventually, we didn't find any trace of the first embryo either. However, the first embryo we made had a fatal flaw, and it would die from a lack of energy in the body's cells. The second embryo is now stable and growing on the absorbed nutrient solution. If you want this embryo to grow into a mature size, you need a lot of psychic supplies. At the same time, in order to ensure that the experiment can be carried out stably, I am still cultivating new embryos. Fuji Professor confidently faced Giovanni said. There are rows of petri dishes behind the Fuji Professor, but most of the petri dishes have only one dividing tissue structure, which is not as complete as the embryo in front of Giovanni. Thank you for your hard work, Fuji Professional. Team Rockets will never forget your credit. I only have one request, that is to nurture Mewtwo to maturity as soon as possible, and the League is pressing us step by step now. Some time ago, the League pulled out the nails that we inserted into the League, causing us to lose a lot. It is estimated that it will be a while later. In time, we will go to war with the League in full force. Quote. At that time, we need a Pokemon that can control the field, a Pokemon that can deter the Alliance. Your family will be taken care of, please don't have any worries, Fuji Professor. You work hard for Team Rockets. And Team Rockets will pay you handsomely, too, Giovanni said to Fuji Professional with a serious face. Okay, Chief Giovanni. I will do my best to nurture Mewtwo for success. Fuji Professor respectfully said to Giovanni. If you need any resources, please feel free to speak, and Team Rockets will do their best to meet your requirements. After Giovanni said this, he left with a group of elite soldiers. Fuji Professor brought Giovanni away with the lab's researcher. Aiko, you wait for Dad. Dad will get the results of his research soon, and then we can be together. Fuji Professor tightly held the necklace hanging around his neck and said excitedly. Dead Island Ruins. The three Feng Che came to the last guard point. Feng Che looked at a dead Arbok lying down here, and this Arbok had been dead for a while. Arbok's body has shown signs of ossification. A yellow gem is floating in the sky. I didn't expect the last guardian to die suddenly. What a pity, Alice hissed. Alice, don't go in yet, be careful of the danger. Feng Che suddenly shouted loudly. What's wrong? Alice asked in confusion. However, Alice obeyed Feng Che's advice and stood still on the ground. This Arbok is not the guard of this site. This Arbok is most likely an alien Pokemon who was killed by a real guard. Feng Che expressed his judgment. The first place is where Arbok fell, don't you think it's strange? General Guardians should be heading in our direction. And this Arbok is heading in the direction of the yellow gem. Also, you observe the head of this Arbok. Feng Che pointed to the position of Arbok's skull. There's a bulge here, and you can see cracks on the skull, which means Arbok was killed by the guards here using confusion. Feng Che directly figured out the cause of Arbok's death. Then what are the Pokemon guarded here? We don't see any trace of Pokemon. Alice looked around. Something must have been overlooked by us. But one thing is, as soon as we go to get the yellow gem, we're going to be attacked by the guarding Pokemon. Feng Che looked at the mural at the end of the passage. The frescoes were the same as the frescoes Feng Che had seen in the ear room, but there was an extra layer of text on the frescoes. Jade Tianqian, help me to see what it says. Feng Che doesn't understand ancient Pokemon. I'll take a look. Although Jade Tianqian is very weak in psychic, Jade Tianqian's archaeological attainments are very strong, and he also has the ability to remember him with psychic. When I hide in front of you and find my trace, I will appear soon and make a symbiotic covenant with you. Jade Tianqian translated the names on the murals. It seems that this is the time to find an opponent and test our skills. Feng Che's attention was looking for the guard Pokemon, and he didn't care about the meaning of the second half of the sentence. Feng Che took out a strong light bulb from his wristband. In fact, he already had a vague guess in his heart, but he was not sure yet. Feng Che used a strong flashlight to carefully check the descriptions one by one. Finally, Feng Che saw that one of the letters in these words was different. The words next to it had more or less traces of erosion due to the perennial humid environment of the ruins, but this word was a little dusty, but it was close. If you look closely, it is intact. Sure enough, BHDE, my guess was right. I've found you, unknown, come out. Feng Che pointed to the text and said. Suddenly, a strong blue light erupted on the wall, and a letter-like Pokemon emerged from the wall and floated in the air. Unknown is like an ancient script, with 28 different forms, corresponding to 26 letters, question marks, and exclamation marks. The body is said to be thin enough to be embedded in a wall. When the pattern is question mark and exclamation mark, the eyes are half open and half closed. Sure enough, unknown. Feng Che looked like he was scheming. Unknowns are very rare Pokemons, generally only found in ruins. Unknown is rumored to have 28 different abilities. It is said that when 2 or more unknowns appear, there will be some kind of incredible power. After identification, Feng Che found that the unknown in front of him was a capital letter A. Unknown only had the skill of hidden power, but if unknown gathered together, it would produce incredible power. When unknown gets together, they can use power beyond time and space. However, Feng Che once heard a rumor in the game. That is, all unknowns are split from 28 unknowns. Only these 28 unknowns have different abilities. Pokemon name, True. Unknown, A. Open black lens bracket gender. No gender close black lens bracket. Qualification. No display. Feature. Floating. Level. No display. Open black lens bracket attribute. Psychic close black lens bracket. Skill. Hidden power. Status. Awakened from a deep sleep. Evaluation. This is an unknown with special abilities. Catch it. Catch it. Catch it. Don't let him escape. Close black lens bracket. This is a system state that Feng Che has never seen before. The unknown, which Feng Che had encountered in the game before, also had a level. Unlike this unknown, such a strange evaluation appeared. Just when Feng Che was in a daze, this unknown burst out with a strong light. In the dark ruins, a strong light like daytime suddenly erupted, and the 3 Feng Che and Feng Che were stimulated by the strong light to close their eyes. There were even tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Taking advantage of the strong light, this unknown flew directly to the back of Feng Che's hand, and then disappeared into the skin on the back of Feng Che's hand. After Feng Che's eyesight recovered, he found that the rare unknown had disappeared. Unfortunately, this unknown slipped away quietly. Feng Che couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. He just observed that this unknown was in a very unusual state. It has a faint black streamer on its body, sparkling, and it is not ordinary at first glance. Let's go, Kong Si, what are you still doing? Jade Tianqian took the yellow gem directly and said to Feng Che. Oh, good. Feng Che suddenly came back to his senses and took the yellow gem that Jade Tianqian handed over. These 3 gems are the keys to the altar. As long as you hold the gem, the silent teleportation will enter the altar position in the ruins. Jade Tianqian said to Feng Che and Alice. Wait. Feng Che hurriedly stuffed Arbok's body, which fell to the ground, into the bracelet. This made Alice and Jade Tianqian speechless for a while. Is this the so-called goose plucking? Haha, this is something I am used to. I won't let go of any resources that I can use. As an excellent cultivator, Feng Che has a hobby of hoarding goods. That's why Feng Che often lamented that the mega storage ring he had in the game didn't come with him. After disposing of Arbok's body, Feng Che held the yellow gem tightly, thinking of teleportation in his heart, and suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness in his body. When Feng Che touched the ground with his feet, Feng Che came to a place covered with rich purple-red crystals. So many psychics have become solid. Feng Che's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise. This ruin has not been opened for thousands of years. It is expected that so many psychic have condensed into a solid. This altar is constantly absorbing the natural energy in the sky and surrounding, transforming into psychic, accumulating sand into a tower. It's normal. Jade Tianqian also shuttled over and said to Feng Che. It's a pity that we can only enter this ruin once. and I can't store so many psychic in the wristband space I prepared. What a waste. Jade Tianqian was also secretly amazed at so many purple-red crystals. Jade Tianqian, we've already delayed one night, and it's almost time for Juxing Lianju. Tell me the steps to activate psychic. At this time, Feng Chie's mood rippled, and he didn't want any accidents. Have you seen the top of the altar? The gem in our hands is the key to pull the power of Juxing Lianju. We only need to sit directly on the top of the altar when Juxing Lianju is on. Jade Tianqian said to Feng Chie. Alice, Sora, I will now tell you the method of psychic cultivation. After you receive the power of Juxing Lianju, run psychic in the way I told you. Feng Chie's mind suddenly had some more psychic cultivation techniques and cultivation experience. The name of this practice that Jade Tianqian gave him was called the Starry Sky Calm Mind Method. This method is extremely dangerous, and it is very likely that you will explode and die. If you too want to quit, there is still time. Jade Tianqian emphasized again that, after all, the decision was about life and death, and he still hoped that the two partners who had died with him would not regret it. Chapter 81-Break the boat, let it go. No, wealth and wealth win at risk. If we don't turn on psychic, under the powerful infighting of Team Rockets, we will all be wiped out by everyone. It's better to just let it go. Alice shook her head. She was pretty sure she wouldn't back down from the opportunity. Me too, this is my chance. Even if I die, I won't quit. This is what Feng Chie meant as well. He came to this world inexplicably, so he would have to work hard to save his life. Well, if you really can't stand it anymore, you have to get out of the altar in time, and maybe there is a chance to escape. Jade Tianqian saw that the two were still sticking to their own opinions as before, so he didn't say anything more. After all, it's hard to persuade the damn ghost. Jade Tianqian has said it several times in a row. Since Feng Chie and Alice are so determined, let them go. Feng Chie was observing the altar. The altar was made of jade, with sparkling waves. It was divided into 9 layers in total. There are varying numbers of statues of Baltoy and Cladle on each altar. Each level of the altar is painted with reliefs depicting the people of the stars visiting Jirachi. Suspended high in the air like a god, Jirachi's lucky chant raft is represented by 3 green ribbons. Cladle and Baltoy are accompanying the ancient ancestors, offering various precious treasures to Jirachi. 3 people were sitting above the altar, each holding 3 gems. Clusters of star power radiated from Jirachi's body and fell on the 3 of them. This altar perfectly depicts the scene of ancient ancestors visiting Jirachi, and the last 3 people should be practicing on the altar through gems. What Feng Chie didn't notice was that, 953, Feng Chie's Pokeball quietly opened. Ditto popped out of the Pokeball. Its eyes at this time became extremely greedy. Every cell in its body felt extra thirsty, and Ditto sipped swallow around a human-sized psychic crystal. It's weird, why do I feel like there's something moving behind me? Feng Chie said suspiciously, and when he turned his head, he found nothing. Forget it, the chance to turn on psychic now matters. Feng Chie, Alice and Jade Tianqian looked at each other and set foot on the stairs of the altar. Just as the 3 of them stepped on the altar, the entire altar was shaking. Feng Chie saw that Cladle and Baltoy, who had been turned into statues, were recovering. These Cladles and Baltoys floated slowly in the air, their eyes bursting with red light. Don't be impulsive, it's okay, these Pokemon are part of the altar, and they will form a complex pattern that draws the power of the 9 stars. Let's keep quiet and just walk quietly to the bottom of the altar. Jade Tianqian said in a low voice. Sure enough, these Cladle and Baltoy didn't even look at the 3 of them, but scattered into the sky to form complex patterns. The 3 Feng Chie came to the top of the altar, only to find a crystal statue of Jirachi hanging not far above the altar. Exactly the same as the scene in the altar fresco. Come on, the time for Juxing Lianju is coming. After Jade Tianqian finished speaking, he sat cross-legged in one of the positions and began to close his eyes and rest. Alice and Feng Che also learned the way of Jade Tianqian and sat down with their legs crossed, waiting for the arrival of Juxing Lianju. Baltoy and Cladle were running on a regular basis. Feng Che looked at Jirachi's statue and found something unusual. Jirachi's statue has 9 dots of light moving as if it were the 9 planets of the solar system. Jirachi's stomach glowed orange-red like the sun, and the 9 planets were about to line up with the sun. The ancients were really amazing, and they were able to make a statue that senses the 9 stars. Feng Che secretly stuttered. The 9 stars are lined up in a straight line, and a huge amount of energy is emitting from the sun, forming a strong and vast solar storm that rushes towards the major planets. Pokemon World suddenly came to a standstill. After this energy came to the Pokemon World, a part of it was intercepted and buried in various ruins. A force as bright as a starry sky was slowly injected into Jirachi's crystal statue under the lead of Cladle. Feng Che saw a faint light from Jirachi's crystal statue, and then the light became brighter and brighter. Immediately afterwards, the statue of Jirachi glowed brightly. The whole altar was irradiated so that Earthquake kept moving. Cladle and Baltoy were running at high speed, maintaining the balance inside the altar. Then the position of the Lucky Chant raft on the Jirachi statue moved, and it formed 3 streamers and shot at Feng Che and the 3 of them respectively. Come on. After Jade Tianqian reminded, he immediately entered the state of calm mind cultivation. Feng Che immediately drank a bottle of spiritual potion, and then began to practice with the help of this huge power according to the calm mind method that Jade Tianqian gave him. But what Feng Che didn't notice was that the unknown symbol appeared on the back of Feng Che's hand, and this symbol was absorbing enormous power. This caused the original Jirachi's energy to be equally distributed, and as a result, about 90% of the energy was absorbed by unknown. But even if Alice and Jade Tianqian have only half of their energy, they are still extremely large, and they can easily explode and die if they are not careful. After unknown absorbed this enormous power, it transformed into a gentle psychic and slowly transported it into Feng Che's body. Feng Che could only feel a warm aura flowing through his limbs. Feng Che suddenly felt very confused. It wasn't that this power was extremely violent, but why did I feel that this power was quite docile? Alice and Jade Tianqian had a feeling of being overwhelmed. They saw that their 2 fists were clenched, trying their best to control the body that was shaking violently. They felt that they were being baptized by a storm. The power of Juxing Lianju was running wildly in their bodies, and they forcibly insisted on running the calm mind method silently. Feng Che made a circle according to the Starry Sky Calm Mind method, and broke through the first layer of the Starry Sky Calm Mind method without any problems. Suddenly, Feng Che felt that his senses became more thorough. He could clearly feel that Alice and Jade Tianqian were struggling to support them, and they were working hard to absorb the power of Juxing Lianju. At this time, Alice and Jade Tianqian gritted their teeth, and traces of blood spilled from their eyes, nose, and ears, which was quite terrifying. Why is my reaction different from the 2 of them? Is this the reason why I drank the psychoactive potion? I was just in an emergency. I suddenly remembered and tried to drink a bottle. Will this psychotropic potion have such a great effect? Can Helping Hand absorb the energy from Jirachi? Feng Che began to think wildly, and almost led the psychic operation to the wrong place. Feng Che quickly retracted his mind, completely calmed down, and honestly began to practice according to the way the calm mind method of the Starry Sky works. Below the altar, Ditto was devouring the psychic crystals one by one, and he felt the great satisfaction of the cells of his body. This is an extremely comfortable feeling that it has never experienced, and it has not been so refreshing for a long time since its birth. Ditto at this time is like a hungry beast, tirelessly devouring psychic crystals. Garter Family Castle. Caitlin looked at the scene of Juxing Lianju. She suddenly felt a huge psychic being transmitted to herself through her brother Jade Tianqian. That idiot brother, he managed to find the ruins. Caitlin and Jade Tianqian are twins with special telepathy. The psychic between the 2 of them can be transmitted to each other, but because of the limited qualifications of Guardian Tianqian, Caitlin has not transmitted psychic to Guardian Tianqian. Caitlin uses the huge psychic to make various props to protect Jade Tianqian. At this time, Jade Tianqian should have lost his self-consciousness, and the huge psychic with nowhere to vent is constantly expanding Jade Tianqian's meridians, and transmits it to Caitlin along the twins' special telepathy. Caitlin was doing his best to suppress the psychic transmitted by Jade Tianqian at this time. The sudden surge of psychic makes Caitlin faintly out of control. Caitlin are floating in the air. "Miss, are you all right?" Shi-Lan, dressed as a housekeeper, asked worriedly. "Don't mind me, I'm fine, I'm going to retreat right away. Don't report everything to me until I finish the retreat," Caitlin said, enduring the discomfort. Then, Caitlin staggered to the basement of the castle and began to digest the skyrocketing psychic. Team Rocket's headquarters. Team Rocket's medical center. A pale blonde girl suddenly screamed. Then the blonde girl clasped her head tightly with her hands, and the surrounding instruments made a high explosive sound. Drip drip. The blue veins on the blonde girl's forehead were exposed, and at this time, the severe pain was making her unbearable. Doctor, Bed 18 is getting headaches again, and this time it's worse than ever." The nurse quickly picked up the emergency communicator and shouted at the communicator. A doctor arrived in a hurry, and he looked nervously at the girl who was struggling violently. "Her condition is more serious, and it has reached the point of collapse. First, inject tranquilizers into this girl. I will think of a way," the doctor said to the nurse with a serious expression. "Doctor, the tranquilizer can't be injected," and the patient's psychic bent the needle directly. The nurse said loudly and helplessly. "Blissey, use the song," and sedative the blonde girl. The doctor pulled a pokeball from his pocket and released a Blissey. Blissey then sang an elegant song, and after the girl heard the song, her mood gradually eased. Eventually Blissey seized the opportunity and did so with a sedative. "Kong Na, your condition is getting worse and worse, and I can't find the reason. I don't even know how to explain it to your father." The doctor sighed after seeing Kong Na quiet down. "Call me urgently if you have anything." The doctor warned the nurse and left the ward. This quiet girl had no blood on her face at all, but her appearance was somewhat similar to Alice. Dead Island Ruins. Juxing Lianju only lasted less than half an hour. Feng Che slowly opened his eyes only after he completely felt that he could not absorb psychic. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che discovered that Alice and Jade Tianqian were a terrible word. The two of them almost bleed from their apertures and fell to the ground. But judging by the faint heave of their chests, they appeared to be alive. Cough cough. Jade Tianqian suddenly spit out a large cloud of blood from his mouth. "Kong Si, I can't move now, can you give me another bottle of psychotropic medicine?" Jade Tianqian's face was pale, and he said to Feng Che. "Of course, as long as you remember your promise." Feng Che took out two 100 milliliters bottles of spiritual potion from the bracelet and poured them into the mouths of Alice and Guardian Tianqian respectively. After a while, the two men were able to control their bodies and staggered to their feet. "Saved, Kong Jian, your psychic potion saved me again. Without your psychic potion, I would not be able to control my soaring psychic at all," Jade Tianqian said with lingering fears. "Come on 3.4, these two bottles are helping hand's potion to restore your body." Feng Che took out the potion made from the roots of the grassetia flower. Feng Che was afraid that Jade Tianqian and Alice would bleed from their internal organs and die directly in the ruins. After Alice and Jade Tianqian took the medicine, it was not long before their pale faces turned bloody. "I was saved and came back to life. Just now, I felt that my internal organs were crushed by heavy objects, and I thought I was definitely dead," Jade Tianqian said with lingering fears. Jade Tianqian looked at Feng Che's light-hearted appearance, which was much better than his and Alice's situation. As expected of a potion master, Kong Jian must have a lot of precious potions in his hands. "I can't understand why such a national treasure-level pharmacist has to come to participate in the death assessment of Team Rockets." As a direct descendant of the psychic family, Jod Tianqian's eyes are not ordinary. However, how could Jod Tianqian know that the reason why Feng Che wanted to participate in the Team Rocket's assessment was to let Team Rocket solve his problem of black households? However, I have finally broken through to the stage of an intermediate psychic now. Jod Tianqian took out a box full of small black beads from the bracelet. These beads looked to be made of obsidian. Jod Tianqian injected his confusion into the beads, and then nearly 100 black beads rose into the air. Phew, the stage of a reluctant intermediate psychic. Jod Tianqian grinned. He finally didn't have to be laughed at as the tale of the Jod family's crane. Moreover, Jod Tianqian also feels that as long as he keeps practicing, he will soon be able to reach the level of a high-level psychic. Chapter 82 Psychic Tests _ Coming to the ruins of Death Island this time, although Jod Tianqian has benefited a lot, Jod Tianqian feels that his sister Caitlin has benefited even more. Because of the special connection between their twins, if Jod Tianqian's psychic skyrockets, Caitlin's psychic will also skyrocket. And he found that unconsciously, his mental shield against Caitlin was lifted, and he also sent a huge psychic past to Caitlin. It is estimated that Caitlin must be scolding her mother now. Originally, the psychic on her body was extremely large and difficult to control. With my psychic, Caitlin will probably run wild all the time. Jod Tianqian thought secretly. Jod Tianqian did not expect that both Alice and Feng Che had successfully become psychic. According to the records of ancient books, this kind of empowerment-like inheritance method is simply a life and death experience. It may not even have a Johto, because it has never been recorded that anyone has succeeded. I did not expect that the success rate this time would be so high. Looks like there's a huge secret in both of them. However, I'm also thankful that I met these allies in the first place. Jod Tianqian knows that it is impossible to leave Team Rockets easily by joining Team Rockets. It is very important to find suitable allies at this time. Jod Tianqian can be considered to have explored adventures with Feng Che and Alice, and has a certain understanding of both sides. Jade Tianqian, what is that in your hand? Feng Che asked curiously. This is a bead for measuring psychic levels. A junior psychic can control up to 50 beads. A mid-level psychic is about 50 to 200 beads. A high-level psychic is about 200 to 1,000 beads. The top psychic is at least 1,000 beads. I don't know where the upper limit is. See you can try. Jod Tianqian handed these beads to Feng Che. Feng Che took the beads and his hands sank. These beads look small, but they are quite heavy. Use psychic using the way I taught you how psychic works. Feng Che drew his psychic out of the body according to the calm mind method taught by Jod Tianqian to him. Afterwards, Feng Che attached these psychic to these beads. These beads are so heavy, I feel like these beads are powerful. Feng Che felt his back wet with sweat in a short while. 1, 2, 3. The black beads were suddenly lifted by Feng Che's psychic and floated in the air. There are 51 in all. Jod Tianqian counted the number of beads carefully. Song Jian, congratulations, you became an intermediate psychic practitioner after your first practice. After Jod Tianqian finished speaking, his heart was a little sour. As a descendant of the psychic family, he has been stuck in the primary psychic stage for a long time. He took advantage of this opportunity to break through. I didn't expect this kid to have such a shrewdness and suddenly reach the intermediate stage. You've just been able to use psychic, so you're not very proficient, and when you're proficient in using psychic, your improvement is expected to be even greater. Congratulations, see you. Jod Tianqian sincerely congratulated and said that he understood that without Feng Che's helping hand, he might have died on the dead island long ago, let alone breaking through the primary stage of psychic. Congratulations too, psychic has made a breakthrough. Congratulations, we all passed this life and death catastrophe. Feng Che smiled and patted Jod Tianqian on the shoulder. Then, Alice also tested the current level of psychic, and can use psychic to lift 29 beads. Alice was already very satisfied, and she had tried her best to regain psychic and survived. It was a great luck. Alice didn't know how she succeeded. Alice scratched her hair. As a single-celled creature, she felt that she was right. Later, Jod Tianchen told Feng Che and Alice in detail how to enhance psychic. Only then did Feng Che know that cultivating psychic has so many particulars. Junior psychic users can only bend spoons at most and manipulate objects the size of water cups to move. Basically the same as ordinary people, but with stronger senses than ordinary people. Although Jod Tianchen is a junior psychic, he has many items that Caitlin poured into confusion, so Jod Tianchen can use short-distance teleport. Intermediate psychics can teleport short distances and teleport with Pokemon. Advanced psychic players can teleport at medium distances, use psychic to attack, teleport with Pokemon, and can open up a small storage space of their own. As for the top psychic players, it is even more powerful. Not only teleports and venue exchanges over long distances, but also barrier-free communication with Pokemon. It also has a huge space of its own and has powerful attack power. Jod Tianchen reminded that if he encounters intermediate and advanced psychic people, there is no chance to escape. Once you meet a top psychic, don't think about running away. This top-level psychic broke out in a short period of time, and its strength is comparable to that of a new demon's. However, the top psychic practitioners, as far as he knows, only a few people such as Caitlin and Sabrina. As for the resources for psychic practitioners to assist in their cultivation, the best is the Crystal of Psychic, followed by the Pearl of Clamperl. Dragon teeth and scales that drop from psychic eudemons are also resources to improve psychic. Fortunately we have so many psychic crystals this time. Ah, why are the psychic crystals gone? Jod Tianchen looked down as he spoke, and was suddenly surprised that the dense purple-red psychic crystals had disappeared. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, as if someone had licked it. Jod Tianchen's face suddenly collapsed. I didn't expect to use so many psychic to open an altar. Jod Tianchen's voice trembled a little, because his heart was bleeding. Since we each have psychic, let's move on separately from each other, so that it will be easier to collect supplies. Alice suddenly suggested. At this time, Alice is already a psychic. After she has psychic, she is several times stronger than before, whether it is jungle exploration or searching for treasure chests. What's more, Alice has Fletchling and Houndour, which are very mobile. Jod Tianchen has also broken through the bottleneck of junior psychic users, and now he does not need Alice's protection. With Drowsy and Baltoy, Jod Tianchen can successfully escape through psychic even if he encounters a formidable opponent. Our goal now is to win the top 20 in this assessment. We gather together, and the speed of collecting materials is far from enough. Alice continued. How many saffron treasure chests and silver treasure chests have you collected this time? I will be responsible for opening the treasure chests. The materials in the treasure chests will be divided equally, and I will trade them for you according to the same amount of points. How? Feng Che suggested. Yes. Alice and I have collected a total of 3 saffron chests, 6 silver chests, and 2 saffron keys. Jod Tianchen took out the treasure chest and said to Feng Che. 3 saffron chests have 300 points in them, and 6 silver chests have 300 points in them. Let's split it straight, so I'll trade you 200 points each. The Pokeball in the treasure chest, I have it on hand, and I will give each of you 4 silver-white Pokeballs. Black Pokeball, I don't have that much, so I owe it first. I will keep the maps in Saffron's treasure chest. After I successfully collect the maps, I will come back to you. Do you think this arrangement is reasonable? Feng Che asked Alice and Jod Tianchen. I have no opinion. I also have no opinion. The two nodded and agreed with Feng Che's arrangement. And it was agreed that in the event of an emergency, whoever is close to the other party will rush over to rescue the other party. After Feng Che discussed it, he directly took out the points card from his wristband and traded it to Alice and Guardian Tianchen. The Pokemon guarding the key is too powerful. Since Kong Jian has a way to open the treasure chest, we will focus on collecting the treasure chest. Jod Tianqian suggested. Next is the question of how do we teleport out of the ruins. There is a very powerful scolopede at the exit of the ruins. Feng Che suddenly raised this crucial question. This is not a big problem. We can directly teleport from the ruins to Hoenn 10 miles away. We won't encounter that scolopede. Jod Tianqian explained. When the ancestors of Pokemon built the ruins, they considered this kind of problem, so they set up a long-distance teleportation array in the gem to facilitate us to leave here. Jod Tianqian added. Well, let's get out of here now. Now that we've been on Dead Island for half a month, we must hurry up to collect resources and capture Pokemon. We're embarrassed if we don't make it to the top 20 when we can. Jod Tianqian directly triggered the long-distance teleportation and disappeared directly into the ruins. See you, I'm leaving too, thank you, take care. Alice then also activated the teleportation device and left the place. Only Feng Che did not leave in a hurry, he looked up at the statue of Jirachi. Jirachi's statue is carved from a unique yellow crystal. This is the greatest treasure in the ruins. Feng Che showed a meaningful smile. This statue of Jirachi has 3 colored ribbons, which makes Feng Che a little surprised that these 3 colored ribbons seem to be Jirachi's lucky chant raft. What a big deal this is. The lucky chant raft was taken off by Jirachi's volition. And the ancestors of the people of the stars had such great courage that the lucky chant raft who got Jirachi didn't even make a wish. Although Feng Che did not have much research on archaeology, Feng Che systematically identified the 3 lucky chant rafts of Jirachi as genuine. Jirachi's lucky chant raft. The lucky chant raft running in the Millennium Ruins, possesses incredible power, finds the lucky chant star Jirachi, or is able to grant one of your wishes. Jirachi's Millennium Statue. It has incredible power, and it can draw the power of stars when placed in the starry sky. The specific effect is yet to be explored. Death Island Poison Swamp. Suddenly, the poisonous swamp shook for a while. Even the sleeping scolopede woke up again, and it suddenly felt that the entire poisonous swamp sank. On a big tree not far from the center of Poison Marsh. Feng Che suddenly appeared there. It's so dangerous, I almost got caught in the ruins. I didn't expect that this relic has experienced thousands of years of operation, and there are not many mysterious powers to maintain the relic. After Feng Che took Jirachi's statue, the entire ruins collapsed completely. It took a lot of effort for Feng Che to escape. However, the harvest this time is also huge. Although I don't know what the Jirachi statue is for, I have a vague hunch that this thing is great for my helping hand. Feng Che looked at the surrounding environment and found that he was still in a poisonous swamp. So Feng Che quickly released Ditto. He turned Ditto into Arbok, and left the poison swamp. However, after receiving the enormous power of Juxing Renju, I feel that my voice is much stronger. Originally, Feng Che could only eavesdrop on Hoenn's voice within 5 meters, but now Feng Che can eavesdrop on his voice within a range of almost 20 meters. And now I seem to be able to block out the voices I don't want to hear. Feng Che thought to himself. Feng Che felt that Ditto was a little different at this time. He felt that Ditto's aura had become much calmer. When he transformed into Arbok, there was still an untamed vicious aura. But now Feng Che watched Ditto become extremely peaceful. Feng Che attributed this reason to the possibility that his psychic was turned on, and the things he saw were different. Now Feng Che glanced at Pokemon. Feng Che was able to know Pokemon's body structure, whether he was injured or not, and where his weaknesses were. It can be said that Psychic has become Feng Che's second pair of eyes. Feng Che can even use Psychic to formulate more perfect medicines, which previously could only roughly identify the active ingredients of medicines. With the assistance of Psychic, Feng Che can even pinpoint the active ingredient of the drug to the unit of microgram. 1 gram equals 1 million micrograms. I guess I can prepare such a legendary potion. Pokemon pharmacists who can prepare legendary potions can be said to truly nurture everyone. Hey, why did this start earthquake? It just knocked me out. I was injured by a mysterious person half a day ago, I managed to escape here, and earthquake happened again. Really, disasters are coming one after another. Feng Che suddenly heard a heartbeat. He looked up and saw a huge bubble appeared not far from the poison swamp. It's like there's a Pokemon hiding in the ground. Ditto, watch out for enemy attacks. Feng Che said calmly. Just then, the swamp suddenly burst, and a Drapion crawled out of the muddy swamp. Drapion is covered in shades of purple, with blue spots on his forelegs and tail. There are many ferocious teeth in its mouth, and many venoms are adhered to it. Drapion is covered in hard armor, and his physique is very strong. The claws on both arms have the destructive power to tear a car into scrap metal, and the toxins are released from the ends of the claws. Drapion with poison plus evil properties is definitely a Pokemon that Feng Che doesn't want to encounter. This Drapion looked a little miserable, with cracks appearing in its armor, and one of its claws was pulled halfway up. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Drapion close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent yellow. Feature, sniper. Open black lens bracket level, 35 close black lens bracket. Attribute, poison plus evil. Skills, poison fang, bite, toxic spikes, bug bite, venom blast, knock off, scary face, pin missile, fire fang. Status, seriously injured. Evaluation, this is a lookalike of Gold Fluff, and in the face of serious injuries, it will not hurry up and throw Pokeballs to enrich Pokédex. Close black lens bracket Feng Che looked at this Drapion with his teeth and claws. His heart was very calm, his face was expressionless. He wasn't at all frightened by the Drapion in front of him. Hee, the system has all evaluated it as a fake, and pretending to be vicious there, who are you deceiving? Ditto will not launch any attacks without Feng Che's orders. Drapion, oops, this human isn't frightened, I'm going cold. Pound Drapion, just now is the biggest move I can make. Drapion, ouch, I'll go, why are you a human trying to hit me with a ball? In the face of Drapion, who was seriously injured, Feng Che fired a Pokeball directly. Ditto, transform into Golbat. Feng Che suddenly remembered that Linoone had already been included in his Pokeball, so why not let Ditto directly transform into Golbat? Feng Che patted his head and thought to himself. It took a long time for Feng Che to escape from the poisonous swamp. Just after he stepped on the solid ground, Feng Che suddenly found an Alakazam appearing in front of his eyes. Chapter 83_transaction with Alakazam, for collection, for flowers, for subscription, for monthly ticket evaluation ticket. At this moment, Feng Che's Team Rocket's bracelet suddenly lit up, and then a projection screen appeared in front of Feng Che. Instructor Viper appeared in the projection screen. Ahem, dear Team Rocket's reserve members, how are you? It's been half a month, I don't know if you're doing well or not. According to the statistics, there are still 59 people on Dead Island. You should not be doing well recently. 59 people are competing for the top 20 spots. This is a fierce chase. Of course you can also continue to live on the island of death and wait for the next opportunity. However, not all of our annual assessments are on Dead Island, so we won't know when the next opportunity to leave Dead Island will be. I'll keep it short here. There must be a lot of people thinking that the captured Pokemon has no place to trade, these captured Pokemon can't be used, and there is no way to store Pokemon in the bracelet. As the number of Pokemons increases and brings all kinds of troubles, Team Rockets has launched a thoughtful service. Team Rockets dispatched 6 psychic Pokemons that will randomly appear in various places in the Dead Archipelago. You can trade the collected resources with them, and they will give you a certain point card based on the value of the resource. These psychic Pokemons are great appraisers for Team Rockets, so don't suspect they'll have a misapprehension. You can use these psychic Pokemon to exchange your resources into points, and you can also use the redeemed points to buy some necessities for living on Dead Island from psychic Pokemon. Each psychic Pokemon only stays in place for half an hour, and stops trading after half an hour. Don't try to attack these psychic Pokemon, they are very high level, and they also have the ability to kill you directly on the spot. Okay, the reserve members of Team Rockets, let's unleash your wolf nature. Team Rockets only needs superior, not incompetent people. Hope to see you again. After speaking, the Viper instructor closed the projection. Rocket Hideout, Lieutenant, you should be able to see everyone's rankings this time. Haha, it is estimated that after these people know the remaining number, they will start hunting frantically. Whether it's human or Pokemon, it's going to be extra crazy in the last half month. The top 20 with the most points will return to Team Rocket's headquarters with honors, which is really exciting. Instructor Viper spoke to the adjutant beside him and laughed wantonly. Dead Island. Hello, reserve member of Team Rockets, what do you want to exchange? Feng Che just looked up at the Alakazam in front of him, and a majestic male voice sounded from Feng Che's sea of consciousness. Alakazam, who was closing his eyes and resting, also opened his eyes and looked at Feng Che. Feng Che clearly saw that Alakazam released a kind smile. Alakazam, this is a funny little guy with a nice psychic on him, should I give him special treatment? I like the psychic aura on you very much, little guy, what Pokemon did you capture, let me take a look. A blue thought suddenly flashed in Alakazam's eyes, and then a stainless steel tray appeared in front of Feng Che. The tray is also carefully padded with velvet. Feng Che immediately understood what Alakazam meant, asking him to put Pokemon on the tray and let Alakazam slap his eyes. Little guy, you can just put the Pokemon you hunted here. I will scan these Pokemon directly, and then give the most intuitive evaluation. Don't worry, I do things fairly. I have the title of appraiser, some rare items, you can also give it to me to appraise you. Quote. Of course, this is a private job. This is an unwritten and spoken rule in our Team Rockets. After all, Pokemon life is not easy. Tilda. Alakazam said ramble. Alakazam, equals oh, well, I wouldn't want to say so much if I hadn't wanted to see what this little guy had to collect. Feng Che took out the captured Pokemon and the Pokemon captured from the killer. Fearow, Graveler, Kingler, Golbat, Cloyster, Starmie, Ninjask, Shedinja, Ariados, Claydol, Drapion and many more. Feng Che thought about it for a while, and put a 10 ml bottle of spiritual medicine on the tray. Little guy, it looks like you caught quite a few Pokemons. What is this? Alakazam looked curiously at the blue potion. But it seems to be an extraordinary potion. Did you make it yourself? How did you know that I could also identify potions for you? I forgot to introduce you. I am also a master of potions. For the sake of to survive, I have to learn more, Alakazam muttered. Please, Mr. Alakazam, this is the potion I made, just as a small gift from me to Mr. Alakazam. Feng Che said with a smile. A gift? I haven't received a gift for a long time. Alakazam uncorked the filled vial and sniffed the potion with his nose. What a fresh smell, like Celadon, rainbow after the rain. I only smelled the smell of this potion, and I felt the psychic in my body was unusually calm. Can I taste this? Alakazam asked Feng Che very gently and humbly. Of course, I have given you this bottle of potion. This is the psychoactive potion I made, and it has a great effect on psychic and psychic Pokemon. Feng Che said to Alakazam. Alakazam drank the psychoactive potion in one gulp, and after a while, Alakazam took a long breath. It tastes like good vodka. Sure enough, I feel that if there are more potions, my bottleneck for many years will be loosened. Well, little guy, I have to admit that the potion you gave me aroused my interest. You do have good attainment in the field of pharmacy. If you can successfully escape from Dead Island, you may wish to come to the Logistics Exchange Office of Team Rockets to find me. My name is the diligent and learned old Alakazam, the Exchange Office of Team Rockets. All employees know me. Quote. Little guy, I'll secretly tell you a little secret, that is, the assessment of Team Rockets does not end when you leave Dead Island. There is another assessment waiting for you. After all, Team Rockets is more than Dead Island. Alakazam said to Feng Chie's mind. I've said enough things today, I can't say any more. I really don't understand why others call me a talker, obviously I have very few words. Although Alakazam muttered, but Alakazam's actions were very specialized. It took out a precision-made instrument and placed the Pokémon captured by Feng Chie in the instrument. A quick scan of the Pokémon revealed an accurate identification. Little guy, I also want to remind you, don't beat Pokémon too badly when you catch Pokémon. None of the Pokémons you captured are intact, they were all cleaned up by you. If other psychic Pokémon come, it will definitely lower the price of redeeming points, but you are lucky to meet my generous Alakazam. Alakazam said, wiping his long beard. This is the result of Pokémon identification. We Team Rockets have a comprehensive score for Pokémon. We will evaluate Pokémon from 3 aspects. Pokémon rarity, Pokémon qualification, Pokémon level. You should have taken the rare Pokémon course of Team Rockets. You should know that the rarer the Pokémon you capture, the higher the value. But except for Shedinja and Claydol, other Pokémon are not too rare, so this score has been discounted. But because these Pokémons are savvy and have learned a lot of skills, the score has increased a lot. I have handed you the last points that can be redeemed. Look if you can accept this point. I can tell you with certainty that there are 5 psychic Pokémon left, but I am not as generous as the old Alakazam. Alakazam said and passed a piece of paper to Feng Chie. Alakazam, haha, I have given the little guy in front of me the biggest favor, I hope to have a good relationship. Feng Chie took the paper that Alakazam handed over, and made a very detailed analysis on it. This is like a rigorous identification report. But Alakazam did exactly what he promised, and in the Pokémon Health section, he directly commented on the health option. It can be regarded as giving Feng Chie a face. These Pokémons appear to have suffered severe skin injuries, but those injuries were easily healed in the medical bay of Team Rockets. And the Pokémon you captured are relatively aggressive, so the points I give you are based on the original. It has increased by 10%. And you also captured 2 Ninjask and Shedinja who are 1 body and 2 souls. This research material is really rare. Alakazam continued to analyze Feng Chie. Ninjask and Shedinja did give a lot of points, and they gave Feng Chie a Pokémon 1000 points directly. In addition, the 2 Pokémons, Golbat and Drapion, each gave 500 points due to their level and qualifications. Most of the remaining Pokémon are between 100 to 300 points. In the end, it also adds up to 4,500 points. To be honest, your Pokémon qualifications are really good, so I'll give you a little more points. I have 10 minutes left to stay here. If you have anything to redeem for points, please hurry up. Alakazam said suddenly and seriously. Team Rockets, rules are strict, saying that if you stay for 30 minutes, you will stay for 30 minutes. Alakazam can't dare to disobey Team Rocket's orders. It didn't want to be sent to Team Rocket's lab as a test subject. I also collected some materials. Feng Chie took out the Fire Stone and Leaf Stone, as well as the remains of Arbok and Scolipede. Feng Chie wanted to empty his bracelet as much as possible. A mid-level Fire Stone and an intermediate-level Leaf Stone can be exchanged for 1,000 points each. Alakazam gave an offer. Perfect Arbok remains, can be used for medicine, can be exchanged for 100 points. A high-level superior Scolipede corpse. Unfortunately the toxic crystals condensed by Scolipede are gone, otherwise the value will be higher. A simple corpse can be exchanged for 500 points. If this Scolipede is alive, I can get it out. 1,200 points. Alakazam said regretfully. If this Scolipede is alive, it is estimated that it will be able to condense toxic crystals with good appearance. You can trade a total of 7,100 points, you'll see if you want to redeem something. This is a big customer, so Alakazam is extra gentle, but he didn't expect the first order to be a mega order. I don't need it for the time being. How many points can you give me if I want to trade spirit potions? Feng Chie asked Alakazam back. If you can trade, within my purview, I'll give you 500 points for a bottle. But I don't recommend that you trade this potion, if the powerful psychic of Team Rockets knows the purpose of the psychic potion. They may imprison you directly and produce these medicines for them, so when you don't have a certain strength, you must not expose it. Noli is good, I swear by my psychic. I will never reveal to anyone, any Pokemon, that this human being can make psychoactive drugs, otherwise my psychic will never be improved. Alakazam should have seen Feng Che's worries and made a heavy oath to Tien. Feng Che knew from the information left by Jade Tianqian that psychic Pokemon swore that his psychic could not be improved, which was a very serious oath. The average psychic Pokemon wouldn't do such a thankless thing. And Feng Che also heard from Alakazam's heart that Alakazam will firmly keep the secret about the psychoactive medicine. You should be able to trust me now. After you get out of Dead Island, you will come to the logistics office to find me, and then we will discuss how to trade the psychoactive potion. Alakazam said to Feng Che, his eyes full of cunning. Look. Okay, I still have the last 30 seconds. Boy, you hold this bending spoon. You just use psychic on the bending spoon. I will be able to sense, and then I will use teleport to arrive go near you. If you have anything good, you must deal with me. Alakazam can certainly feel the unusualness of spiritual medicine, which contains extremely high value. I really don't know why the people from Team Rockets let a pharmacist enter the Dead Island assessment. Is this introducer blind? Alakazam secretly slandered that the person Alakazam did not know it was slandering was Sabrina, the psychic powerhouse famous in Team Rockets. Okay, we are destined to meet again. Alakazam hurriedly handed the point card to Feng Che, and then Alakazam disappeared in place with a teleport. At this moment, when Feng Che packed up the score card and was about to turn to leave, he found that the bushes behind made a rustling sound. Chapter 84_Meet Lance Crossing. Boy, hand over your Team Rockets points, or this uncle will cut you into pieces. A silver-haired man stepped out and blocked Feng Che's path, followed by a lowly girl eating a lollipop. The lowly girl was wearing a pair of high heels like stilts, looking a bit funny. Taro Sasaki, solve it quickly, don't waste time, we still have to meet the team. Lowly made a soft and glutinous voice. Yin Yin, don't worry, my scyther will kill this guy on the spot at a very fast speed, just wait for me for a while. Sasaki Taro said in a low voice to the little lowly in front of him. From the attitude of the two people, it can be seen who is in the leading position. Feng Che didn't want to pay attention to this silver-haired boy. No toast, no penalty, go, scyther, use the II/. Sasaki Taro saw that Feng Che didn't speak, and angrily released a green Pokemon. Scyther is a bipedal worm Pokemon. It has a reptile-like head with 3 discrete horns and a scythe with sharp arms for hunting and fighting. The thighs are full of thorn-like edges and corners, and each of the feet has 3 toes with sharp claws. Although Scyther's blade-like wings allow it to fly, Scyther is rarely seen flying in the air. Scyther will use a sharp sickle to cut through the grass and move forward. Scyther uses the sickle too fast for the human eye to see clearly. Arbok, use Iron Tail to block Scyther. Feng Che directly dispatched Ditto to challenge. HMPH, like this Arbok, my Scyther doesn't know how many I've cut. It's impossible for Arbok to see my Scyther's movements. On the contrary, Arbok's snake letter is stimulating my Scyther to use more violent attacks. You might as well just surrender, haha. Sasaki Taro said confidently. Both Electabuzz and Scyther encounter red things, and the retinas are stimulated, producing rampant Pokemon. Arbok's snake letter is red. This was just a little bit to stimulate Scyther's pupils to continue to congeal. With a bang, Scyther's Zan was directly stopped by Ditto. Scyther 953 feet scythe-like arm and Ditto's tail savagely tackled together. Suddenly sparks splattered. Scyther flew upside down, flapping his wings from the air, barely holding himself back. Then, Scyther attacked Ditto frantically. Scyther jumped back and forth at a very fast speed. Hearing a few thumps, Scyther unsheathed like a long sword, constantly using the chop skill. Ditto returned to the defense with Iron Tail and fought vigorously with the airship Mantis, constantly colliding with each other and out of Mars. It's a lie, my Scyther's movements were actually detected by the Audiobook in front of me. Sasaki Taro looked like he couldn't believe it. Idiot, Audiobook's eyes have dynamic vision and of course they can capture your Scyther's movements, didn't know you were such a stupid person. Even when the little loli cursed, her voice was soft and glutinous. Oops, there's not enough time, Taro Sasaki, let's go, or the boss will get angry and we won't be able to handle it. Little Lolita said to Taro Sasaki. Yin, I finally met someone, and he made a deal with Alakazam. Are we going to watch so many points slip away from our fingertips? Sasaki Taro said unwillingly. You are really stupid. You all know that this person has a lot of points in his hand. He must be a powerful character. You still dare to provoke him. Do you want to live? Little loli Yin cursed at Taro Sasaki. Sasaki Taro smiled shyly and did not reply. But when Taro Sasaki wanted to go, Ditto stopped them. At this point, Scyther had been knocked to the ground by Ditto. Since everyone has been delivered to your door, I don't want to rob you of the points in your hands. It seems a little embarrassing to say it. Hand over your valuables, I can let you go. Feng Che said with a sneer. Anyway, time has been delayed, and there must be some harvest. HMPH, don't think you'll be able to fight Scyther with your tail up, come out, my sweetheart. Little Lolita threw out a Pokeball and released Galar Region's wheezing from it. Galar Region's wheezing becomes taller, heavier, darker, with a top like a chimney and BHDE, like a top hat. The gas turned into a beard around his mouth, like a gentleman. Wheezing from Galar Region, looks like you have a good background. Feng Che raised his head and said to little Lolita. Galar Region wheezing, using explosion. Suddenly, Feng Che saw that Galar Region's wheezing body began to expand rapidly, while glowing and hot. Not good. Feng Che lay on the ground, intending to avoid Galar Wheezing's explosive attack. Unexpectedly, this Galar Region wheezing spewed out a black smoke. It turns out that the explosion just now was a fake action of Galar Region wheezing. I was fooled, but the move just now really looked like an explosive attack. Feng Che raised his head and glanced at the position where Scyther was lying down, and sure enough, Scyther had disappeared in place. Feng Che scratched his hair with a headache. Feng Che could imagine that the news that he had a point in his hand would soon spread throughout the entire Dead Island. At that time, many people will find themselves looting points. There are still half a month left, and the further back I get, the more crazy I get. I nod my head thinking about it. I don't know if Alice and Jod Tianchin have any news about other teams on Dead Island. Okay, it's time to go to the puppies. I don't know what the puppies learned from Pidgeot. It would be great if you could learn Pidgeot's wind fighting skills, and the puppies' fighting ability would be greatly improved. Feng Che planned that after he left the Dead Island, Feng Che would collect various materials to improve the qualifications of Cheekage and Lino-1. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni was furious at the moment. What did you say? The new Elite Lance Crossing disappeared, fell into the sea and disappeared. Koga, I set a net, and you let Lance Crossing escape. I'm so disappointed. Giovanni said very angrily. Leader Giovanni, Lance Crossing has been hit by my secret toxic before falling into the sea. It is impossible to survive, please rest assured. Koga bowed his head respectfully and said to Giovanni. All in all, I want to see people in my life, and I want to see corpses in death. Give me all my strength to search the nearby sea area. You have to know that Dead Island is in that sea area. If Lance Crossing discovers our secret base and reports it to the Alliance, the consequences can be imagined. There was anger in Giovanni's voice, and Koga instinctively wanted to back off. And Lance Crossing seems to have known that we were working on an entirely new species, and couldn't let Lance Crossing break the news to the Alliance. Once the League knew we were working on Mewtwo, It was a disaster for the fledgling Team Rockets. Giovanni gave the order immediately, and intensified the search in the waters where Lance Crossing was missing. He asked the Viper instructor to release a message to all the people still on Dead Island, trying to find a young man with red hair. This red-haired youth is characterized by a dragonite by his side. Giovanni is not the man who unified the entire underground force and founded Celadon, Rainbow Team Rockets. At this time, he was only the leader of Team Rockets in the Kanto region and the gym leader of the Viridian Gym in the Kanto region. By the time Feng Che arrived near the area where Pidgeot was located, it was already evening. The sun is setting and quite a few Pokémon are rushing back to their lair, because at night, some terrifying nocturnal Pokémon will appear. Feng Che suddenly discovered that a big battle had just broken out near here, and the ground was covered with twigs and leaves of trees. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che saw that the Pidgeots were lying on the ground with bruised faces, motionless. It was only a faint breath that the two Pidgeots were still alive. An orange-yellow dragonite the size of a hill was standing nearby, releasing a huge pressure. There was a series of black blood scattered on the ground, and it seemed that someone had been poisoned. Behind Dragonite, there was a young man with red hair, spitting black blood. The young tits are braving the huge pressure of Dragonite, constantly using pecking attacks on Dragonite. Since defeating Shedinja, the young tit has reached level 16. It is precisely because the defeat of Shedinja gave the young tits strong confidence, and the young tits are now not afraid of strong coercion. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Dragonite close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Feature, multiple scales. Open black lens bracket level, 75 close black lens bracket. Attribute, Dragon plus Flight. Skills, Storm, Fire Punch, Thunder Palm, Binding, Glare, Twister, Rest, Twister, Dragon Rage, Agility, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt, Psybeam, Flamethrower, Thunder. Status, seriously injured, poisoned by the poison of time. Evaluation, this is an extremely powerful Dragonite, run away, you are simply no match for Dragonite's punch. The taunt behavior of the young tits made Dragonite a little black. A strong electric current suddenly burst out from Dragonite's hand with a bad face. Dragonite, this bird is so annoying, I even let it go and attacked me, let me punch it out. This Dragonite is also extremely embarrassed at this time, with scars, burns, and frostbite all over the body. Feng Che even saw 2 or 3 bullets sandwiched between Dragonite's scales, and many of the scales were even pierced. A trace of blood was flowing from the rupture of the scales. The peck attack of the baby tit just now should have hit the sore spot of Dragonite. Ahem, Dragonite, don't do anything to the tits. Just when Feng Che wanted to take the baby tit back to the Pokeball, the red-haired youth quickly stopped Dragonite's attack. The moment the red-haired youth raised his head, Feng Che recognized that the red-haired youth was Lance Crossing. Dragonite's lightning punch hits the tits will surely die on the spot. Lance Crossing couldn't bear to have this young tit killed by Dragonite just like that. Who? The red-haired young man felt someone approaching, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly. At the same time, the young tits fluttered their wings and flew backwards, as if smelling a familiar scent. The red-haired youth immediately saw the young tit flapped its wings and flew to the shoulders of a Team Rockets member. The red-haired youth suddenly changed his face. Kill him, Dragonite, and don't let him reveal my existence. Dragonite opened its wings, only to hear a swooshing sound, and came to Feng Che's side. Dragonite made Feng Che unable to move and had no resistance. If Feng Che asked to wait, stop, don't wait and beg for mercy at this time. Maybe Dragonite directly killed Feng Che on the spot. Dragonite, kill me, and Lance Crossing will die too. I can detox Lance Crossing's poison. After killing me, no one will detoxify Lance Crossing. His time is running out. Facing the powerful pressure of Dragonite, Feng Che said to Dragonite calmly. Dragonite's fist stayed on the tip of Feng Che's nose and did not smash down. Dragonite's eyes widened in anger, and rage was forcibly held back on his Han's face. It was suspicious of Feng Che's words. Feng Che bet right. Dragonite attaches great importance to Lance Crossing, and naturally he will not watch Lance Crossing die. Losing his trainer is a torture for a long-lived Pokemon like Dragonite. And this Dragonite from Lance Crossing was injured and hit toxic. Feng Che was in the Alliance camp in his previous life, so he naturally knew the secrets of the Alliance. This Dragonite is arguably the most powerful Dragonite in the hands of Lance Crossing. If it weren't for the problem with this Dragonite of Lance Crossing, maybe Lance Crossing would have secured the position of the Kanto region champion. This Dragonite is also the most talented Dragonite in Lance Crossing's hands. Unfortunately, it was poisoned. This is a special toxin developed by the Alliance. It should be the toxic called time displayed by the system. The specific principle is not clear, only that after the poison, the speed of Dragonite's cell division will increase. Dragonite's strength will increase by leaps and bounds for a period of time, and then plummet like a roller coaster. The physical function will be serious slipping. Feng Che flashed some past events in his mind. Let him come here, Dragonite, I smell the herbs on him. Only someone who has been in constant contact with herbs can leave such a strong fragrance on him, Lance Crossing said in a hoarse voice, spitting black blood out of his mouth with every word he uttered. Feng Che checked Lance Crossing's current state and found that Lance Crossing's state was very bad. The toxin is so strong that your internal organs are failing. Now you should be able to feel that your internal organs are like being eaten by insects and ants. This kind of pain cannot be endured by ordinary people, Feng Che said to Lance Crossing, secretly admiring this person's strong willpower. Fortunately, you should have taken antidote in time to avoid further deterioration. But the antidote you used has no good effect on the poison on your body. I have a bottle of antidote here. Although it can't remove the poison you are currently in, it can temporarily suppress your poison. Feng Che confidently said to Lance Crossing. How can I trust you? You're from Team Rockets. Lance Crossing's eyes widened. Chapter 85 Elite Burial, not bad. Believe it or not, you don't have to believe me anyway. When I die, I can still have an Alliance Elite buried with me. It's not bad. It is estimated that Team Rockets will give me a heavy burial. On the contrary, after the Alliance lost your Elite, the situation will be even more difficult. Feng Che said with a smile. Feng Che knew that according to the normal development of the plot, Lance Crossing would rebel against the Alliance later on and set off the Pokemon natural disaster, but at this time Lance Crossing was still the Elite who was dedicated to the Alliance. What surprised Feng Che even more was that even if Lance Crossing defied the Alliance openly, there was nothing wrong in the end, and they still became the Elite of the Kanto region. After a while, he was transferred to Johto region and became champion of Johto region. Therefore, Feng Che intends to hold the thigh of Lance Crossing well. Lance Crossing's eyes stared at Feng Che, struggling violently. After a long time, Lance Crossing nodded. Okay, you cure me, I'll let you go, if you can't cure me, you will be buried with me. Afterwards, Lance Crossing took the antidote from Feng Che's hand, bit the stopper with his teeth, and drank it. Lance Crossing found this antidote unexpectedly delicious. Lance Crossing originally felt the pain like 10,000 ants eating bones, but it gradually eased, and the body no longer twitched violently. The place where the cough had been heart-wrenching also felt a lot relieved. Lance Crossing's face gradually improved. This bottle of antidote can only temporarily suppress your toxins and ease your symptoms. Let me see your wounds. Feng Che took off Lance Crossing's cloak. With the last rays of the sun, Feng Che saw a bowl-sized black pustule on Lance Crossing's right arm. Poisonous blood was pouring out of the pustule. Feng Che saw that there was a thumb-sized wound on the pustule. Lance Crossing should have been hit by a hidden weapon, and then the hidden weapon was smeared with poison. From this point of view, it is the unique assassination method of Koga family, but it only lasted for so long because of Lance Crossing's great life. Feng Che also had a headache after knowing how Lance Crossing was injured. Koga comes from a family of assassins, is good at making drugs, and is a famous toxicologist himself. The toxins he formulated were often mixed toxins, which were extremely difficult to crack. In order for Feng Che to completely remove the toxins from Lance Crossing, he must pass a large number of precise instruments. Then use the results of the precise instrument test to expel the toxins from Lance Crossing one by one. But the people at the Pokemon Center have their own way of helping hand Lance Crossing to detoxify. What Feng Che is doing now is to keep Lance Crossing's physical condition from getting worse. Lance Crossing Elite, do you have any Pokemon like Zubat on you? Feng Che looked at Lance Crossing's injuries, and then asked. This is not far from the underground cave, and Feng Che is considering whether to go in and capture a Zubat. Yes, I just caught a Zubat with good qualifications a few days ago, and I'm going to focus on training. Lance Crossing is known as the Dragon Elite. The title of Lance Crossing's Dragon Elite has a lot of water. Because 60% of Lance Crossing's Pokemon are not Dragon Pokemon, most of them are flying Pokemon. So Feng Che asked casually, but he didn't expect Lance Crossing to really capture a Zubat and prepare it for training. This Zubat's qualifications are good, and it's still a Pokemon of different colors, so I plan to focus on training. Lance Crossing blushed, and he knew what he was criticized for. Lance Crossing struggled to get a Pokeball out of the storage ring. Then free a green Zubat from the Pokeball. Lance Crossing saw Feng Che curiously looking at his storage ring, so he introduced it to Feng Che. This is the Alliance's newest storage ring that can hold Pokemon. Lance Crossing has a faint idea now, that is, to turn against the boy in front of him and make him Lance Crossing's inner response in Team Rocket's. Zubat has been released by me. If you have any action, just tell Zubat directly. Lance Crossing explained to Feng Che. A trace of exhaustion flashed across Lance Crossing's face. Zubat, use the blood-sucking skill on the pustules on Lance Crossing. Zubat's teeth secrete an anesthetic that numbs Pokemon's senses. This makes it impossible for Pokemon who are sucked by Zubat to notice that Zubat is sucking their blood. Zubat's razor-sharp teeth gleam slightly in the sun. Its teeth pierced directly into Lance Crossing's body, and it swallowed. Zubat is a poison-type Pokemon, and poisonous blood is its best food. And Zubat will not be poisoned by swallowing poisonous blood. The pustules on Lance Crossing descended at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lance Crossing, who lost part of his blood, also fell into a state of anemia. His face was pale, but his life was not in danger for the time being. Feng Che also took this opportunity to treat the Pidgeot couple. Although Dragonite attacked hard, it avoided Pidgeot's key point. After Feng Che fed the Pidgeots a bottle of physical strength medicine, the Pidgeots recovered their spirits. They fled back to their lair with flapping wings. Come, drink this potion. Feng Che took out a bottle of orange potion and handed it to Lance Crossing, who was a little weak. This potion has a very good blood tonic effect. Although this place is guarded by Pidgeot, it is not very safe. You should follow me. Although it's getting darker now, it's not good for you or me if it's seen by other Team Rockets. I have a hidden tree house. When Feng Che saw that Lance Crossing drank the potion, his complexion became a little rosy, and he quickly said to Lance Crossing. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Lance Crossing drank the potion. Dragonite hugged Lance Crossing like a princess, which made Lance Crossing blushed. Dragonite, hey, Lance Crossing rarely blushes. I really want to use a camera to capture Lance Crossing blushing. After Feng Che heard Dragonite's heartfelt voice, he suddenly laughed. Due to the massive blood loss, Lance Crossing slowly fell into a state of lethargy. When Lance Crossing woke up, he smelled a strong fragrance. He opened his eyes and found himself in a room. The size of the room is not large, but the furnishings are very neat. At this time, Dragonite was quietly taking something like jelly. Dragonite has been treated by Feng Che and coated with a thick layer of medicinal mud. There were also a few more potion bottles on the ground, which seemed to have been drank by Dragonite. Lance Crossing only felt that Dragonite's mental state was very good at this time, and there was no such weak feeling. As the inheritor of the Viridian power, Lance Crossing knew how much the wounds on Dragonite's body were so severe that even his own Viridian power could not heal. Originally, Lance Crossing planned to go to the Pokemon Center to give Dragonite a good treatment after getting rid of the pursuit of Team Rockets. Unexpectedly, in this small island where Team Rockets are scattered, a member of Team Rockets rescued them. This is quite funny. Feng Che was quietly grinding the medicinal materials with the medicine bowl, and from time to time he used Psychic to add medicinal materials to himself. After Feng Che discovered that he had awakened Psychic, many potions that used to require ultra-precise instruments could be made with the help of Psychic without much effort. And the quality of the medicine produced is still very good, basically at the level of excellence. You're awake. After Feng Che heard the movement behind him, he continued to work without raising his head, and said directly to Lance Crossing. On the bedside table, there is a bottle of green potion, drink it, it's antidote potion. Feng Che continued. As a psychic, Feng Che has spread his psychic throughout the treehouse, and Feng Che is very aware of Lance Crossing's every move. Lance Crossing found himself wrapped in a leaf bandage, and the location of his wound was no longer painful. I have already removed some of the poison from your body. There is also some residual toxin hidden in the body. I have no way to determine the composition of the toxin, but I can give you a formula. If the Pokemon Center is at a loss, you can try it. I can't guarantee that it will be 100% detoxifying, but there are still 9 successes. Well, thank you. Lance Crossing looked at the wind with gratitude. Che said. By the way, I found that Dragonite has a very complex toxin in it. If you have time, take it to the Alliance's Pokemon Center for a detailed and comprehensive examination. Feng Che thought about it for a while, and then it's better to tell Lance Crossing this information. Right now the toxin is just hidden in Dragonite's body, but as the toxicity increases, Dragonite will fall into a state of rapid increase in strength. Then the Dragonite's strength will drop rapidly, and eventually it will die of old age because the cells divide too fast. This toxin is called time. Feng Che raised his head and said to Lance Crossing with a serious expression. Ah, this. Lance Crossing's mind went blank. This Dragonite is Earl Dervish Pokemon of Lance Crossing. Lance Crossing is watching Dratini grow into Dragonite step by step. I don't know how much hardship it took. I didn't expect Team Rockets to use this poison to deal with me. Lance Crossing's fist slammed hard on the bed. No, this is not the work of Team Rockets. The toxin of time is very delicate, and Dragonite must be taken continuously for a year before it accumulates in the body. It should be the League's handwriting. It should be you who got in the way. Don't be so impulsive, or your scarred wounds will start to open again. Ask for flowers. Feng Che shook his head and said to Lance Crossing. The hands and feet of the people from the League. Lance Crossing couldn't believe it, and never doubted it would be someone from the League. Feng Che's words made Lance Crossing, who had always believed that the Alliance was the righteous side, have a little doubt about the Alliance. That's why I asked you to take Dragonite to the Pokemon Center to find acquaintances and conduct a toxicological analysis. If there is really no cure, if you trust me, come find me again. Feng Che suggested again. I have already checked Dragonite's body. It has some old wounds. If it is not treated properly, it will definitely affect Dragonite's body. This is my Pokeblocks. It can effectively improve Dragonite's physique and strengthen Dragonite's immunity. Feng Che pointed to the Pokeblocks Dragonite was eating and said to Lance Crossing. By the way, what is this place? Lance Crossing asked curiously. This is Dead Island, one of Team Rocket's secret bases. Feng Che fiddled with the bonfire on the fireplace, which was roasting a few big, fragrant fish. Feng Che skillfully turned the fish over, sprinkled various seasonings, and a strange fragrance erupted. Come and try it, this is my grilled fish. Feng Che handed the grilled fish to Lance Crossing. Lance Crossing's stomach made a rumbling sound, and his face suddenly turned red, but he did not refuse. Dragonite. I didn't expect Lance Crossing to blush again. It's rare to see Lance Crossing blush twice in one day. After eating and drinking, Lance Crossing spread out on the ground and touched the yo-yo's belly with a satisfied face. Your craft is really good. Your current situation is very dangerous. I just received an order. If I find your trace, please check with Team Rockets. Once you report it, you can immediately be exempted from the death assessment and become a full member of Team Rockets. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing calmly. There was an eerie silence in the treehouse. What do you think now? Report me to Team Rockets. Lance Crossing's eyes burst into a bright light, and asked Feng Che. If I were going to report to Team Rockets, I would have waited and let you pass out. Why should I try to save you? And saving you is equivalent to betraying the organization. I'll make my way into Team Rockets. Feng Che gave Lance Crossing a white look. Lance Crossing smirked and said nothing. It's a recipe for a potion, see if you have it in your collection. If I can configure this potion to increase the speed of Dragonite, I guess you can also escape the pursuit of Team Rockets. That's right. Feng Che's plan is to use the sand scale fruit as the main material to prepare the sand scale medicine. This agent dramatically increases the speed of neuronal responses and enhances the activity of Pokémon and human cells. Feng Che handed over a note that had already been written, on which was written the names of several precious tree fruits. It is full of herbs. Feng Che knew that an elite's collection was very terrifying, and that elite would often go to inaccessible places, so the probability of being able to find treasures from heaven and earth was higher. Lance Crossing's head grew big when he saw the densely packed names. Lance Crossing took off the storage ring in his hand and threw it in Feng Che's direction. Look at it, this is my storage ring. You can take the fruit or medicinal materials that you think are useful for your preparation of medicinal materials. I don't know most of the fruit and medicinal materials. If I see something I'm not familiar with, I will collect a bunch of them and put them in a storage ring. I usually also give the fruit and medicinal materials I collected to the pharmacist I am familiar with. But I've been really busy recently. I haven't returned to the League for more than half a year, so I have accumulated so many resources. The storage ring stopped in midair, and Feng Che used Psychic to move the storage ring to his hand. Jade Tianqian said that since Psychic has been turned on, it is necessary to be familiar with his Psychic all the time, and practice often to keep improving. Feng Che looked at Lance Crossing's storage ring, and it was indeed large enough, about 100 cubic meters. There's a lot of stuff in here. Ah, this is the iceberg snow lotus. Why don't you find a good place to keep it, and ruin it? Ah, this is the flame flower, one of the main raw materials for preparing the flame potion. How come there are only half of the petals left, and where are the remaining half petals? Feng Che was simply heartbroken. He had the urge to beat Lance Crossing to death, even though he couldn't beat Lance Crossing. Husband. Chapter 86 _ become the target of public criticism, for collection, for flowers, for subscription, for monthly ticket evaluation ticket. Lance Crossing's storage ring have lost some of their medicinal properties due to poor storage. Although some of the herbs in the formula are missing. But I found some new herbs to replace, which can make up for this missing part. Feng Che scoured all the precious medicinal materials in the Lance Crossing storage ring. Feng Che handled the main raw materials for the preparation of the sand scale potion in high spirits, while Lance Crossing watched with interest as Feng Che processed the medicinal materials with superb techniques. Looking at the result of the boy's skilled movements and medicinal herbs handling, this Team Rocket's member is definitely a highly skilled pharmacist. But looking at the appearance of Team Rocket's, it's clear that the pharmacist didn't notice how powerful this pharmacist is. It's just burying such great talent. Is it possible to dig this guy into the League's camp? Lance Crossing thought to himself that at first Lance Crossing wanted Feng Che to be his inner partner in Team Rocket's. But Lance Crossing changed his mind when he saw Feng Che making potions so skillfully. From the fact that he was able to find the injuries on Dragonite when he checked Dragonite, it can be seen that this person's knowledge of nurturing is also very strong. Immediately Lance Crossing moved his love for talent. Dragonite has not rested for several days and nights in a row. Feng Che lit a faint incense, exuding a seductive sleepy smell. Dragonite eats and eats Pokeblocks, and the Pokeblocks in their hands fall to the ground with a snap. This was swallowed directly by the quick-witted Ditto, who had been staring at the Pokeblocks in Dragonite's hand just now. It's a pity that Dragonite is very protective of food, so 953 blocked it. Ditto devoured the Pokeblocks. An unnatural look appeared on his face. Ditto, spicy, it's killing me, my mouth is on fire. Haha, Ditto, it's spicy enough. Dragonite's taste is on the spicy side, so I prepared slightly spicy Pokeblocks. Feng Che rubbed Ditto's little head and said, Here's berry juice, to ease the spiciness in your mouth. Feng Che did not avoid suspicion in front of Lance Crossing at all, because Lance Crossing was not from Team Rocket's. Ditto hurriedly drank berry juice down, then Ditto looked saved. You have a great relationship with Pokemon, why did you choose to join Team Rocket's? Lance Crossing said suspiciously. Because, when I was at my worst, I was taken in by a kind person from Team Rocket's. In order to repay him, I participated in this Team Rocket's recruiting selection and conducted a formal member assessment on Dead Island. Feng Che said thoughtfully. The question of Lance Crossing reminded Feng Che of the hardships when he first arrived in this world. However, life always has to go on, and now my idea is to pass the test, and then go to the Pokemon world to see and become a great Pokemon trainer. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing, with a look of longing and determination on his face under the flickering bonfire. If this person becomes an enemy of the Alliance, that would be quite scary. Lance Crossing thought to himself. He held the Pokeball tightly, his face uncertain, as if he was thinking about whether to kill Feng Che on the spot. Besides Dragonite, Lance Crossing has other Pokemon. After a long while, Lance Crossing's grip on Pokeball loosened. Feng Che didn't seem to pay attention to Lance Crossing's actions. Anyway, if Lance Crossing really killed him, no one would detoxify him. Lance Crossing put his hands behind his head and smelled the good incense. Lance Crossing gradually fell asleep. At this time, Feng Che took out the sand scale fruit from the bracelet. Sand scale fruit is also called snake scale fruit, and its shell is like the thick scales of snakes. The shell of the sand scale fruit is extremely hard, and it needs to be uncovered layer by layer from top to bottom to reveal the white and tender flesh of the sand scale fruit. Feng Che used Psychic to hold a piece of scale on the top of the sand scale fruit and pulled it out, and suddenly a strange fragrance floated out from the gap of the sand scale fruit. The scent of the sand scale fruit also has the effect of activating cell neurons, so when the scent came out, the juvenile tits practiced dodging skills much faster in the treehouse. Feng Che used Psychic to quickly shell the sand scale fruit, and after a while, the fat white flesh appeared. The flesh of the sand scale fruit is crystal clear, white and tender and very cute. The amount of one sand scale fruit can be used to make the sand scale potion 3 times. If you are lucky, you may be able to make it once. I used to make sand scale potions. If I'm lucky, it will be excellent, but with Psychic's assistance, it should be much faster. Feng Che prepared a few bottles of psychic medicine to replenish the psychic that he had consumed too much at any time. He cut the sand scale pulp into small pieces and put them in a medicine bowl to grind them. At the same time, He added the freshly processed medicinal materials in batches, and slowly boiled them over a small fire to purify some medicinal liquid. Finally, Feng Che combined and mixed all the raw materials according to the microgram level of precision, and used the psychic rapid spin to remove impurities from the medicine from time to time. Feng Che crafts potions in much the same way as Pokeblocks. However, the difference is that after Pokeblocks are made, they are solid Q bullets, while potions are liquid. In the end, Feng Che got a cloud of blue-green medicinal liquid like a clear sky. If you look closely, it seems that the color of lapis lazuli is exuding inside. The original sand scale medicine should be the color of the sea. After I replaced the formula, the color became like this, and the efficacy of the medicine has also improved a lot. Feng Che nodded with satisfaction. He was extremely confident in his ability to cultivate masters. Master breeder must be proficient in pharmacy, Pokemon genetics, etc. Feng Che used psychic to divide the prepared sand scale medicine into 10 equal parts and put them into the reagent bottle. When Feng Che was at the Team Rocket's headquarters, he had expected that he would need to make various potions on Dead Island. Therefore, before entering Dead Island, Feng Che customized a large number of medicine bottles at the Team Rocket's headquarters, including 100 milliliters, 50 milliliters, 10 milliliters, and 5 milliliters. Feng Che took out 10 100 milliliters bottles from the bracelet and used psychic to pour the medicine into the bottles. In the end, Feng Che also used the system to identify the quality of the sand scale medicine. Sand scale potion, legendary potion, can greatly increase the reaction speed of neurons. Both humans and Pokemon can take it. It's finally a breakthrough. The sand scale potion I occasionally prepared in the game reached excellent quality. I didn't expect that the first time to make such a high-level potion after owning Psychic was not only a success, but also made the sand scale potion reach the legendary level. Feng Che had originally prepared 3 materials, but he did not expect to succeed in one attempt, which made Feng Che a little overjoyed. Feng Che poured the spirit potion into his mouth, rested for a while, and then went back to the intense production. The dark night passed, the sun rose slowly, and the sun cleared the heavy fog and cast innumerable golden rays of light. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Early in the morning, Lance Crossing and Dragonite were woken up by this thumping sound. When Lance Crossing opened his eyes, he saw that it was a juvenile tit flapping its wings, practicing the skill of pecking in the treehouse. I'm sorry, this is the daily training of young tits, and it woke you up. Feng Che said apologetically. Haha, I haven't had such a good rest for a long time. I feel all the exhaustion from my whole body has been swept away. Lance Crossing stretched and made the sound of popping beans. Even Dragonite is in high spirits. This is the sand scale potion I prepared last night. After Dragonite drinks this potion, it can greatly improve Dragonite's reaction speed. However, the flying speed of Dragonite will also increase greatly. You must practice well. With this potion, you should be able to escape Team Rockets. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing, and handed a bottle of azure medicine to Lance Crossing's hand. Thanks to these medicinal materials you have collected, the quality of the medicine I made is very high. This bottle should be regarded as the reward for the medicinal materials you gave me. Feng Che took out another bottle of sand scale medicine and handed it to Lance Crossing. This bottle of medicine also has a strong effect on the human body. After taking it, the reaction speed will be greatly improved. Thank you, Lance Crossing said to Feng Che, looking at the bottle of potion that radiated light like lapis lazuli. Lance Crossing threw the potion directly into Dragonite's hand, and one person and one dragon drank all the potion. Aren't you worried about me poisoning? Feng Che asked. The master cultivator is also a master of toxicology, so don't offend a powerful master cultivator. They are poisoned in minutes, and even you can't react. If you wanted to poison me, you would have already poisoned me, and you wouldn't have tried to save me and Dragonite, Lance Crossing said bluntly. Lance Crossing's boldness won Feng Che's favor. Feng Che packed up the things that belonged to him around him, and put Linowan and Cheekage into the Pokeball. This hut, I won't come back again, you can rest here in peace. I've put the antidote and Pokeblocks for Dragonite in your storage ring. I've made a lot of Dragonite's Pokeblocks, about a year's amount. Continued consumption can improve Dragonite's physique. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. By the way, I never knew what your name was. Lance Crossing's amber eyes looked at Feng Che. Right now, my codename at Team Rockets is Somami. After Feng Che finished speaking, just as he was about to leave, a broken sound suddenly came from his ear. Feng Che picked it up and found that it was the badge of a senior prosecutor of the Alliance. If you can't get along in Team Rockets, you can take this badge to any Pokemon Center and tell Nurse Joy to contact me. I'll be there as soon as I hear from you. I owe you a huge debt this time. Thank you for saving me and treating Dragonite. Lance Crossing bowed to Feng Che, who turned back to express his gratitude. I see. A slight smile appeared on Feng Che's mouth, and then Feng Che left the tree house. Feng Che wouldn't foolishly report Lance Crossing. One is the official Team Rockets member spot, which Feng Che has already obtained. One is the great kindness of saving Elite. Feng Che knew very well which one was more important. Who is this person in front of me, and why is such a powerful pharmacist appearing on the dead island of Team Rockets? What research is Team Rockets doing? In fact, Lance Crossing didn't find out what Team Rockets were researching, but Giovanni, who was stunned, would rather kill them than let them go. Feng Che was walking on the path in the forest, and he was going to deliver the sand scale medicine to the Pidgeots. Sand scales have a very limited effect on Pidgeot. But sand scale potion is different. After being harvested, the sand scale fruit can be stored for up to 20 years without deterioration, so Feng Che still wanted Pidgeot to help him keep the sand scale fruit. But in this case, Feng Che will try his best to return to Dead Island again. Drip drip. At this moment, 3.4 Feng Che's communicator rang. Alice, Somami, you have to hide for a while, now it's rumored that you traded with Alakazam to get a lot of points. Alice, now several teams want to kill you and take your points. Alice, be careful and cherish everything. After a while, another message from Guardian Tianchen came from the communicator. Jade Tianchen, Kongjan, what the hell have you done? So many people are looking for you. Jade Tianchen, I ran into several waves of people who were looking for you with your portrait. Jade Tianchen, the number of people on the dead island has decreased now, but the people left behind are all elite soldiers, you have to be careful. Jade Tianchen, wait, I finally know the reason. Jade Tianchen, the points you traded with Alakazam were discovered. Jade Tianchen, every psychic Pokemon can check the points redeemed by everyone at present. Jade Tianchen, and your points are now at the top of the list. After seeing Jade Tianchen's information, Feng Che suddenly understood the reason. It turns out that everyone's points are public, and my information has been spread all over the island of the dead so quickly. It seems that Team Rockets did it on purpose. The purpose is to make me the target of public criticism, and then put pressure on me to see us kill each other. Feng Che thought secretly. I found it, Swami is here. Suddenly there was a loud cry from the jungle. Chapter 87-100 turns into prey. Feng Che heard a series of hurried footsteps, and Feng Che was immediately surrounded by a few reserve members of Team Rockets. It's him. It turns out that his name is Swami. We saw with our own eyes that he traded with Alakazam. There is absolutely no mistake. The silver-haired man Sasaki Jiro said to a dark-skinned man behind him with a smug look. Yin Yin, chewing gum, also stood beside Ban Kun too. I'm Elm, the leader of this team, Kong Jian, hello, as long as you hand over your points, I'll let you go, okay. Ban Kudu walked up to Feng Che and said. Feng Che saw a glint of greed in the eyes of this man named Elm. Not much, these points are still safer in my hands. Feng Che shook his head and said. Or else, to convince you, let's have a duel. If you lose, you will hand over the points. If you win, I will hand over all the points of our team. Elm's eyes widened. Turn around and suggest to Feng Che. Can you control your team's points? Feng Che asked back. Of course, the points in my team are all in my hands, and not only can I contribute points, but I also have a few treasure maps here. Elm said to Feng Che. Okay, I have a condition, you answer my question first. Now who else is looking for me besides your team? Feng Che saw that there were 7 people in the team, so he might as well find out some useful information first. Haha, you are looking for information on other teams, but since you are about to lose your points to me, I will tell you. Now you have become the hunting target of some teams, but, I've already been preempted, haha. Now there are 4 teams in Dead Island. One is a team of ninjas under the command of Lord Koga, and their leader is called the Serpent Pillar. The other is a team of psychic people under Lord Athena, and their leader is called Zhang 17 Field. A team is a team formed spontaneously, and their leader is called Wild Bear. The last team is the team I led. Elm introduced to Feng Che. Among them, the Wild Bear team is the largest, with about 15 people. Elm told Feng Che what he knew. Have you ever heard of a man named Xinghan? He should be a psychic. Feng Che knew very well that this was a psychic who had always had strong malice towards him. He wanted to find Xinghan as soon as possible, and then take the opportunity to kill him on Death Island. Feng Che was very sure that the Pokemon in Xingshu's hands had suffered heavy losses, and this was the best time to defeat Xingshu. Xinghan. I haven't heard of this. This person should be a small team that is not very famous. Elm thought about Calm Mind for a while, but he really had no impression. Come on, let's fight. If you want my things, you can take them away. Feng Chejian couldn't ask any more valuable information, so he threw out a Pokeball and released Ditto, who transformed into Arbok. If you lose, you don't have to give me your points. These points should be regarded as the reward for providing me with information before. Feng Che said calmly. The tone is quite big, but I don't know if your strength is that strong. Don't think it's easy to beat the weakest member of Team Rockets. Every one of us has the strength to beat a regular member. Elm said with a look of disdain. If I hadn't been waiting for this opportunity to become a superior member, I would have been an official Team Rockets member. The first place in this competition can be promoted directly to the captain, which is much better than the qualifications in Team Rockets. Come out, Absol. Elm released Absol. Although Absol is a dark Pokemon, it has white fur. The color of the part without thick hair is gray-blue. To the right of the head is a sickle-like horn that Absol uses to predict disaster. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Absol close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Characteristic, heart of justice. Open black lens bracket level, 25 close black lens bracket. Attribute, evil. Skills, quick attack, glare, double team, knock off, detect, taunt, slash, night slash, focus energy, scary face. Status, war intent eruption. Evaluation. This is an extremely powerful Absol. If it is not handled carefully, it is likely to overturn. Close black lens bracket. The Calamity Beast. This is a powerful opponent. The system gave this Absol a very high rating. Ditto, be careful. Feng Che said to Ditto's telepathy, since after Psychic, Feng Che can finally use telepathy to Pokemon. However, Feng Che's current psychic level is still unable to communicate with Pokemon without barriers. In other words, Feng Che could only transmit his telepathy to Ditto in one direction, and Ditto could not teleport back. Ditto was spewing bright red snake letters, which were capturing the characteristic scent of Absol. Absol, using focus energy. Elm said confidently. He looked up at Feng Che. My Absol was caught by myself, and it's not the same as the Pokemon I got from the farm. After Feng Che saw this Absol using focus energy, the momentum of the entire Pokemon was different. Absol's eyes suddenly burst into a gleam. Focus energy is a move that can hit opponents better. Ditto, use Glare the Serpent. Feng Che's soul transmission. Absol, use scary face. Ditto made a terrifying look at Absol by shifting the pattern on the snake. Absol was about to use the scary face. He was frightened by the terrifying pattern of the Audiobooks in front of him. However, as soon as Absol lifted his leg, a saffron-colored arc flashed over his body, which caused Absol to be extremely distressed. Oops, Absol, hold on and take this hemp fruit. Elm quickly took out a hemp fruit from the bracelet and threw it into Absol's mouth. Absol bit down the yellow and speckled hemp nuts in one bite, the juice splashing all over the place. After a while, the saffron-colored arc around Absol disappeared suddenly. Unfortunately, it is allowed to use tree fruit to unlock Pokemon's special state during the game. Otherwise this Absol would have been killed by Audiobooks. Feng Che secretly regretted. Absol, use substitute. Elm said to Absol, and Absol split into 3 identical clones. Substitute is a good skill, but unfortunately the CD of substitute is not easy to find. Feng Che was very envious. Absol, use Night Slash. The 4 Absols moved at the same time, and a black light flashed from their claws. Ditto, use Iron Tail. Feng Che continued his spiritual transmission to Ditto. Look, this person called Soma has never given instructions to his Pokemon, but his Pokemon is able to fight on his own. Sasaki Jiro lowered his voice and said to the little lowly Yin. It's normal, if I'm not mistaken, he should be a psychic. He's using telekinesis to communicate with Audiobooks. Little Lolita said while blowing a big bubble gum. I think Elm is just too confident. You didn't realize that back then, the mighty Alakazam was polite to the air. Instead, when Elm went to redeem the points, Alakazam didn't even bother him, which proves that Kongjian must have a great backstage. Otherwise, Kongjian has a very strong strength, so Alakazam is optimistic about this person's future and deliberately befriends him. Little Lolita voiced her thoughts. This person, we should not offend him, we should focus on friendship. Wait, if Elm loses, let us take action in a fit of anger, we should not act rashly. This Audiobooks alone is so good, I'm worried Sora has other good Pokemon on him. Little Loli Yin took out the communicator directly, took off a snap-like chip from her neck, and inserted it into the communicator. Hey, my little ancestor, if the snake instructor finds out, we'll have to pull out a layer of skin. Sasaki Jiro suddenly let out a whimper. Have. Yin secretly used the keyboard projected by the communicator to quickly enter a string of codes on it, and then press the enter key. It immediately showed what Feng Che had exchanged for Team Rocket's points. Don't worry, my hacking skills have improved a lot. This kind of seamless invasion, the Viper instructor will not find anything. Look at the Pokemon captured by this man called Somi. Ninjask at level 41, Shedinja at level 41, damn, this is a Pokemon at the superior level. At our average level, there are only about 20 pre-assessment members. To be able to capture this level of Pokemon, I have to admit that he is very powerful. Sasaki Jiro was shocked, his pupils quickly dilated. Not only did this guy get full marks for his culture class and tame Pokemon, but he also publicly beat an official Team Rocket's member with a Pokemon like Raticate. Whether this Raticate is dying of old age or not, he managed to turn Ekans' evolution into an Audiobooks not long after he got Pokemon. You can imagine how capable this man is. Every Pokemon in evolution, Pokemon is like a lance crossing robbery, you can imagine how rich his heritage is. Little Lori Yin and Sasaki Jiro DD Hoot Hoot said. They came to a unified conclusion, that is, Kongjian cannot offend this person. Little Loli Yin and Sasaki Jiro immediately drew a clear line with Elm. What if he asks us to settle accounts then? Sasaki Jiro was suddenly astonished. At that time, we can only give him the one thing we found on Dead Island. Little Lolita said with some heartache. Ditto's Iron Tail swept the 4 Absols directly, and the 3 Absols disappeared in the air like bubbles. Absol's body was hit hard by Ditto's Iron Tail. Immediately, Absol was smashed into the air, and he quickly flipped in the air before landing on all fours, making a long scratch on the ground. Absol was gasping for breath. Beads of sweat ooze out of his face. Ditto, watch out, Absol is really serious about this time. Feng Che spoke to Ditto's mind through voice transmission. 953 Absol was originally a Pokemon who didn't like fighting. Although Absol doesn't like to fight, but the rabbit will bite with red eyes when he is in a hurry. Absol was beaten so badly by Ditto's, he must fight back. Sure enough, after Absol's injury, his pupils suddenly lost their minds, and it growled loudly. Wave after wave of huge sound waves were echoing in the woods, making the leaves rustled. Absol then turned into a white streamer, which struck Ditto with great speed. Absol's afterimage still remains where Absol used to stay. Haha, Absol is finally provoked hemorrhagic, so Mummy, I have to thank you very well. Elm laughed out loud. Feng Che's naked eyes could no longer capture Absol's figure, but Feng Che had another method, and that was psychic. Feng Che's eyes suddenly flashed a blue light, and Feng Che's pupils dilated sharply. Under his psychic dynamic vision, Feng Che saw that Absol was running fast. White shiny appears in the corner of Absol's head. Absol stomped on the ground with 4 hooves, and then Absol splashed high. 3 blinding white lights flashed on its head, slashing in the direction of Ditto. Ditto, be careful, Absol used avoided Slash's attack with a zigzag move, and then used Iron Tail. Feng Che telepathically said to Ditto. Did you see it just now? A blue light flashed in that Kongjin's eyes. Little Lolita said in a low voice. That's absolutely not wrong, that Soma is a psychic. Little Lolita said to Sasaki Jiro with certainty. Then why didn't he join Nakata's team? Sasaki Jiro asked puzzled. That's the only thing that Sora can see. I have a gossip. Sora is from Sabrina. Little Lolita whispered to Sasaki Jiro in a voice the size of a mosquito. Sir Sabrina. It's that top psychic Sabrina. Sasaki Jiro's mouth suddenly opened wide, and he said in shock. According to the computer's records, this idiot would not use psychic. If he could use psychic, he would have been attracted by Athena. It should be that Sabrina secretly passed on the way of practice to Sora, so he could have psychic in a short time, so he must not be offended. I don't want to be turned into a doll by Lord Sabrina secretly. Thinking of this, little Lolita Yinyan was covered with goosebumps all over her body. Team Rockets knows Sabrina's special hobby. Chapter 88 Unspoken Rules of Team Rockets. Ditto and Absol are still fighting fiercely. I saw that Ditto dodged Absol's attack with great speed. The 3 white lights emitted by Absol directly cut off the towering tree behind Ditto. Suddenly, the leaves flew around, and the Pokemon who lived in the trees fled. Immediately afterwards, Ditto's iron tail slapped Absol into the sky hard. Then Ditto's body curled into a spring and shot straight into the air, biting hard against Absol with his frost-filled teeth. This Ice Fang's skill is Ditto's best skill, which may be related to Ditto's liking to drink frozen juice. Absol was completely frozen into a large ice lump, and then fell from the air, hitting the ground hard. Suddenly, Absol fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Elm, you lost, shouldn't you let your people get out of the way? Feng Che said lazily. Who allowed you to leave? How dare you beat my Pokemon so badly? Your Pokemon must have lost a lot of stamina after Absol's attack. Elm showed a sly look. Let's all unleash the Pokemon, and let's work together to deal with Kongmi. Elm showed a conspiracy successful expression. Haha, I just said how could the boss honestly agree to play. It turned out to be a strategy that was done early in the morning, but if you can't beat the group fight. Haha, I like the boss, it's despicable enough, it's enough. Cunning. The crowd threw out Pokeballs. Cloyster, Pinsir, Tauros, Weepinbell. Elm also released a Mankey, which was the Pokemon he dispatched at Team Rockets. Haha, Swami, surrender. Although your Pokemon is powerful, It is also invincible with 2 fists in the face of so many Pokemon. Otone, Sasaki Jiro, why don't you send Pokemon? Elm's face darkened immediately. Looking at Otone and Sasaki Jiro doing nothing, he was immediately angry. Jiro Sasaki and I have quit your team, and your actions have nothing to do with us. Yin quickly cleared her relationship with Elm. HMPH, then the points we plundered this time have nothing to do with you, you go farther. Elm said to Yin fearfully. He is a mad woman who is afraid of Yin. If Galar region wheezing is released, it would be bad to have a self-destruct. Okay, please, I'll just go far. Don't drive me away like the plague god, I'll just go by myself. Yin said nonchalantly. It seems that you are planning to keep bite, so let's have a quick fight together. Come out, Linoone. Feng Che threw a Pokeball and released the fat and strong Linoone from it. Linoone came out of the Pokeball. He instantly turned into a white light, knocking the Pokemon in front of him to the ground in 3 or 2 blows. Crap, it's over. Elm was stunned. By the time Elm reacted, Ditto had grabbed Elm's neck tightly. Elm blushed and struggled. Will you be beaten by me, or will you honestly hand over all your points? Feng Che said with a half smile. Cough, you have to promise that after I hand over the points, don't kill me. Elm said with a shaky voice, gasping for breath. I won't kill you, but I will keep you for the new year. Are you still automatically demoted to a handyman? Feng Che said with a sneer. Yes, the Viper instructor doesn't want to lose too much, and there is an extra option in Psychic Pokemon Tilda. That is, after defeating the opponent on the spot, the opponent can be demoted to a handyman, so that the remaining Team Rocket's members are all superior. Elm said quickly. What's in it for me? Feng Che said dissatisfiedly. Points can be redeemed in Psychic Pokemon merchants. 1 person is equivalent to 50 points. Another Team Rocket's reserve member said quickly. The cold sweat came out of him. Jiro Sasaki, is this the case? Feng Che asked Sasaki Jiro and Yin in the distance. There is indeed more of this option. If you don't want to hunt down your opponents, you can choose to let the Psychic Pokemon merchants take these people away. The Pokemon in their hands can be exchanged for a lot of points. Sasaki Jiro said to Feng Che. But at that time, you may be hated by the forces behind these people. I suggest that it is better to cut the grass. Anyway, if they die here, no one will know that it was you who did it. Sasaki Jiro said nothing, said mercifully. Jiro Sasaki, you. Elm suddenly became annoyed. Aren't they going to be relegated to chores? What do you mean? They still have hope of coming back. Feng Che took out the bent spoon given by Alakazam from the bracelet, and secretly input a psychic from it. Feng Che waited for the arrival of Alakazam. Rule is dead, people are alive, as long as they change their faces, they can naturally become full members of Team Rockets. Team Rockets are currently short of people. Even if leader Giovanni knows about this matter, he will not deal with it. As long as just uphold his stated rules. Quote. Yin seemed to know the inside of Team Rockets very well, and she told Feng Che the truth. It's no wonder that so many people are demoted to chores every year, but I don't actually see many of them. The chores who used to have backstage turned around and became full members again. Unspoken rules. Feng Che thought secretly. After a while, Feng Che felt a powerful psychic appear in the space beside him. Alakazam teleport is here. Alakazam arrived. He saw everyone lying on the ground. Haha, it looks like you've beaten a few more opponents, kid. 50 points for a Team Rockets member, and extra for the Pokemon on a Team Rockets member. Of course what they get is all yours. Alakazam used Psychic to bind these people with ropes, and then the treasures hidden by these people were found by Alakazam and fell to the ground. Alakazam also forcibly returned the Pokemon of these people into the Pokeball. After doing this, Alakazam directly gave Feng Che 750 points. Alakazam used a venue swap to move the guys straight away. Will these people eventually be reduced to handymen? Feng Che asked Alakazam curiously. Then it depends on whether the forces behind them will hunt them down. The people in front will die when they die, and the guys who stay are all good, so we have the task of taking them back. If it hadn't met you, they wouldn't have suffered so easily. Alakazam said meaningfully. With the points you have now, I judge that you should be able to enter the top 20 directly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to reveal the information on your points. It was the examiner of Team Rockets who asked us to update the rankings in real time. Alakazam said to Feng Che with a guilty look on his face. Alakazam is afraid of affecting his relationship with Feng Che. I understand, don't worry, it won't affect our cooperation. Feng Che gave Alakazam a reassurance. But you have to be careful, now more and more teams are hunting you. Alakazam doesn't want his investment to go to waste. By the way, Alakazam, I want to ask you something. Do you know a person called Xingqiu? After Feng Che asked this sentence, Alakazam's face changed greatly. Alakazam, oops, how did this kid mess with Xinghan? This is the number 1 seed player of Lord Athena. Athena's top seed, it seems that Athena has high hopes for this match. Feng Che thought to himself. He already knew from Alakazam's heart who the backstage behind Xingqiu was. This is a tough character you can't mess with. The backstage behind him is something you can't mess with. Alakazam said something concisely, and then closed his mouth and stopped talking about Xinghan. Alakazam suddenly felt that these 30 minutes were quite difficult. Alakazam's forehead was oozing with beads of sweat, looking quite nervous. It pondered calm mind, trying to change the subject. By the way, there are very few people exploring the snowy mountains. Do you want to exchange some equipment to go to the snowy mountains to explore? The equipment of the snowy mountains is not expensive. Do you want to buy a set to go to the snowy mountains to explore? I went to the snow-capped mountains a few days ago, and there was no bird at all, and I was asked to wait for 30 minutes in vain. There was no scenery there, except for snow or snow. Alakazam complained. Wait a minute, I really have something to exchange, wait for me to check these people's bracelets. After Feng Che checked these bracelets, he found that they really had quite a lot of items. Even regular Pokeballs are in abundance. Give me a snow mountain suit. There are a lot of people looking for me recently. Since there are few people in the snow mountain, I will go to the snow mountain to hide. Feng Che still has a lot of points in his hand, so he made a deal with Alakazam. Transaction. After Alakazam finished the transaction, it was almost 30 minutes. In order to avoid Feng Che's questioning, he hurried away. As expected of the first place this year, the strength is really strong. Yin Yin walked over on high heels. If I can provide more information, can you spare me and Sasaki Jiro's disrespect to you before? Yin Yin said leisurely to Feng Che. She was sure, Feng Che must feel the information about her. Interest. Yin Yin really didn't expect Kong Jian's strength and backstage to be so powerful before, so she has to seize the opportunity to make up for it with some useful things, leave a good impression, and see you in the future. Yes, as long as you give me information that satisfies me, of course there is no problem. Feng Che nodded. I came to Dead Island this time just to search for treasure, so I don't want to be evil with people. Seeing that you are very interested in Xinghan, I know some information. The backstage of this star hunter is Athena. He is very mysterious, and no one has seen his true face. He just appeared so suddenly, no one knows his origin. But he is really strong. When he was still a reserve member, the Pokémon in his hand could defeat the Pokémon carefully trained by the squadron leader. Yin Yin said to Feng Che. Is there any mystery in this assessment? Feng Che asked, very puzzled. This time it's the superior assessment. It's different from the usual petty fights. It's very strict. Leader Giovanni wants to select some superiors and send them to the Alliance to spy on him. The Alliance suddenly swept the undercover team that Team Rockets had planted in the Alliance, causing Team Rockets to lose a lot. Although Team Rockets still have some deeply hidden nails that have not been pulled out, the intelligence system of Team Rockets in the entire Alliance has been paralyzed. Intelligence, trends and everything of value. Quote. This is not a good job. As far as I know, the first person will definitely be entrusted with the important task of being sent to the Alliance, and will continue to transmit information for Team Rockets. This risk is particularly high. Risk of death. Quote. Xinghan should think that you robbed him of the first place, so he has to come back with a good revenge. The reward for the first place is very generous, and it is said that it will reward a Pokemon with Cyan qualifications. There will also be a big reward. The title of captain and the status of an official alliance. Yin Yin explained. This assessment, not only the current Team Rocket's reserve members can participate, but the previous Team Rocket's reserve members can participate. Some people specifically did not become the official members of Team Rockets just for this assessment. So you are not only facing a strong enemy this year, but also a strong enemy in the past. Yin Yin explained. This tree fruit is an extremely precious tree fruit I found. Just take it as my apology for you. I'm an intelligence dealer of Team Rockets. If you need any information in the future, you can come to me. Yin Yin took out a beautifully made box from her wristband and handed it to Feng Che. Feng Che opened the box and saw that there was a special defense tree fruit, the Mist Lotus fruit. Increases defense for steel and rock type Pokemon. This tree fruit has the same value as the sand scale fruit, and it is a very rare tree fruit. Interesting, Dead Island really contains huge treasures. This island still has to be in the bag. After Feng Che collected the Fog Lotus fruit, he turned around and walked in the direction of Pidgeot. Chapter 89-1. I don't care. In the treehouse on Dead Island. Lance Crossing took the potion prepared by Feng Che. He suddenly felt that the cold aura was running through his limbs. Lance Crossing felt that his reaction speed suddenly became faster and his movements became more sensitive. He smiled and glanced at Dragonite. Dragonite nodded immediately. It also felt the effect of the sand scale medicine, and Han-Han's face showed a happy expression. Dragonite, we're getting ready. There are Team Rockets all over the place now. We'll wait until the evening to be careful. Lance Crossing felt that his physical state had never been easier, although the residual poison on his body still had some influence on him. But compared to the previous state of inconvenience and coughing up blood as soon as I walked, it was much better. Dragonite, we'll go back to Yulong family to give you a full inspection. I hope the doctors in the clan can check out the toxins in your body as soon as possible. Lance Crossing carefully put the bottle of Sandscale elixir into the bracelet. Lance Crossing is very curious about the ingredients of this Sandscale medicine, and it has such a miraculous effect, so that its speed has been greatly improved in a short period of time. There is still a trace of Sandscale potion left in the potion bottle, and Lance Crossing intends to bring it back for testing. In the forest, Feng Che had seen several Team Rocket's helicopters flying past, searching for the trail of Lance Crossing. This is Team Rocket's helicopter number 1. After the search, no trace of Lance Crossing was found. This is Team Rocket's helicopter 2. After the search, no trace of Lance Crossing was found. Team Rocket's control room. The Viper instructor divided the entire Dead Island into 16 areas, and let these gunships patrol constantly. Helicopter patrol missiles are released as soon as the Lance Crossing trail is detected. At such a close distance, no matter how powerful the Dragonite is, once it is hit by a patrol missile, it is estimated that it will be blown to smithereens. Instructor Viper, do you think this trial will be stopped urgently? The adjutant of the Viper instructor asked the Viper instructor. It may also be called off. As soon as Lance Crossing appears, the operation of Dead Island must be stopped. Then all Team Rocket's examiners 953 left the Dead Island in a hurry. Presumably the island will be abandoned by the leader Giovanni. Unfortunately, the Dead Islands are extremely rich in resources, and they also provide Team Rockets with a lot of important resources every year. If the Dead Islands were abandoned, it would be a huge loss. Instructor Viper said with a sigh. But once the Alliance finds out here, we can only be forced to give up. After all, the Alliance is powerful. Really by then, it is estimated that this superior assessment will become a joke. Instructor Viper said very unwillingly. Feng Che looked at the helicopter hovering in the sky, and a huge gust of wind blew, and the disorderly airflow blew the surrounding vegetation to sway. It appears they suspect lands crossing on this island. Fortunately, the sand scales were picked. If there is such a large-scale search, the sand scales will be found sooner or later, and the wealth is moving. If Team Rockets finds lands crossing in this place, it will be a good thing for me. Then Team Rockets, under pressure from the Alliance, will withdraw from the island and be taken over by the Alliance. According to the laws of the Alliance, if I have a certain contribution in the Alliance, I can use a part of the funds to buy the island. Perhaps I can also make this request to Lance Crossing based on my life-saving grace to Lance Crossing, and put this island in his personal name. 4 elites can enjoy unowned territories. At that time, I will be able to swallow most of the island's resources. Feng Che thought to himself, the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously. On the way to Pidgeot's lair, Feng Che suddenly saw the 6 Zigzagoon brothers drinking water by the stream. When they heard that Feng Che wanted to take them away from Dead Island, the 6 Zigzagoon brothers danced with joy. These 6 Zigzagoons have also reached the stage of the upcoming evolution. After the Zigzagoon evolution, I would have 7 Lino ones, and the fighting power in the early stage was enough. Feng Che came to a conclusion after examining Zigzagoon's body. Lino 1, Feng Che can only train Ada, the eldest of Lino 1. This Lino 1 is the most qualified in this group of Lino 1s, and the other Lino 1 Feng Che intends to be fostered in the breeding house. The best way is to buy a cultivation house, so that I have a base, and Lino 1 won't feel like being under a fence. Feng Che thought secretly. Feng Che included Zigzagoon in Pokeball. At this time, the Pidgeots saw Feng Che coming and flew out of their old nest. At the same time, behind the Pidgeot couple, there is a string of Pidgeotto and Pidgey flying. Feng Che could see that the Pidgeots were in good spirits. Pidgeot, this is the potion I made. It is made from sand scale fruit. After taking it, it can greatly increase your speed. Feng Che handed Pidgeot 2 azure-colored potions. Male Pidgeot, isn't it so amazing, the sand scale fruit has no effect on us. Pidgeot, our speed has reached the limit, there will be no improvement. Pidgeot, in order not to make the humans who helping hand pass us sad, I should pretend to be very happy. The Pidgeots had this idea in their hearts, and they both pretended to be very happy. Pidgeot grabbed the vial directly with his beak, gulping down the potion. Suddenly a cool breath gushed out from their stomachs and submerged into their limbs. Pidgeot, this potion can greatly increase your speed, so you may have to get used to it slowly at first. As soon as Feng Che finished speaking, he saw Pidgeot flap his wings lightly, hitting a towering tree like an arrow from the string. Hearing only a thud, Pidgeot fainted directly to the ground, with a big hole dented in the tree trunk. Was also a huge meat bun on Pidgeot's head, like a single horn. Pidgeot, you're going to get faster and faster, so you have to learn to control your speed slowly. Feng Che said to the female Pidgeot, who was still in place, with a bit of tears and laughter. Suddenly, the whole forest sounded one after another with the sound of hitting the trees. The Pidgeots struggled to overcome the effects of increased speed on their bodies. Male Pidgeot, I have to say, I underestimated this human being, and the medicine he made was so terrifying. Female Pidgeot, it's just a bit of a waste of time. The Pidgeots uttered their heartfelt words with bruised faces. The 2 of them also made up their minds. Since the berry of the sand scale fruit has little effect on them, the sand scale fruit that will be produced in the future will be kept for Feng Che to make medicine. Anyway, the sand scale fruit can be stored for a long time once it is mature. Pidgeots is huge. The Pidgeots, who were originally able to fly with all their strength, can reach the speed of Mach 2. It's almost twice as fast now. I will leave 2 bottles of sand scale medicine for your family. If your sand scale fruit matures, you can keep it for me, and I can make the medicine. The potion will be more effective than simply eating the sand scale fruit. After the Pokemon eggs hatch, you can also feed some potions. This BHDE will make your next generation faster and faster. Four hot eyes looked at the potion in Feng Chie's hand. The effect of this potion is generally the most effective the first time, just like the sand scale fruit. If you eat too much, it will have no effect. After Feng Chie handed the potion to the Pidgeot couple, he left. Feng Chie found that more and more people were entering the forest to search for their traces, and they couldn't stay here anymore. Feng Chie's next destination is the Snow Mountain region. The other side of Dead Island. Isn't there any trace of Kongjian yet? The masked man Xinghen shouted in dissatisfaction. Sorry, Lord Xingqiu, we didn't find any trace of Kongjian. It's just that I saw that his points have already ranked first, and he has far surpassed you, my lord. Fujiro said to Hoshiharu. At this time, Xinghen was as irritable as a mad beast, and the huge psychic overflowed from his body, which immediately caused a great impact on the surrounding. What a terrifying psychic! Is this the strength of Lord Starhunter? Roselia Lena felt an overwhelming pressure that nearly took her breath away. No matter what, I will ensure the first place this time. This is my promise to Lord Athena. Help me contact Serpent Pillar, Wild Bear, and Nakata, and find Kongjian's whereabouts. There are many rewards. Star Hunter said fiercely. Fujiro felt that Hoshikari exuded a very strong malice. But my lord, if Kongjian is found by other teams, won't they keep it a secret? Kongjian has a lot of points on him. Fujiro asked suspiciously. If I ask you to get in touch, just get in touch. You don't have to say anything extra, and don't say anything. Did you hear it? Fengjiro suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a beast, and he quickly lowered his head with a low brow pleasing to the eye. In a dense forest. A man dressed as a ninja was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, a white ekans constricted around his neck. This man is the Serpent Pillar, the leader of the ninja team. Feng Chie's old friend, the Insect Pillar, was kneeling on one knee and reporting to the Snake Pillar. What did you say, Insect Pillar? That fellow Xingqiu wants to know the whereabouts of Kongmi. Snake Pillar suddenly opened his eyes and said with a dissatisfied face. We are all looking for Kongjian's whereabouts, but he has a lot of points on him. Insect Pillar added. Reject Xingqiu directly. We are a ninja team under the command of Lord Koga. No matter what reward Xingqiu proposes, we are not uncommon. Snake Pillar said lightly. The Serpent Pillar appears to have two purple striped shoulder armors, and a shrunken muck is lying on the Serpent Pillar's body. Okay, Lord Insect Pillar, I will send the message back immediately. Insect Pillar nodded, gave a big gift to Snake Pillar and then withdrew. Can you see, a strong competitor, an appraiser who belongs to the three cadres, it's better to take care of it. I've been turned into a doll by Lord Sabrina and played with her for 3 days. Now I don't want to experience humiliation again. Serpent Pillar said with lingering fears. Recognize, quasi, if, water, first, fa. Steal, book, sell, money. Die, mom, there was a big cold sweat on his face, and he didn't look majestic at all. If Master Sabrina defeats Soji, then Master Sabrina will definitely not say anything, and at most he will turn me into a doll for a day. If Master Sabrina knows, I will join forces with outsiders to fight against Master Sabrina's most powerful subordinate. Lord Sabrina's anger, I cannot bear it. The white ekans seemed to sense the fear in the Pillar of Worms. It raised its head lazily and rubbed against the Pillar of Snakes. Xiao Bai, you still understand me. Volcanic zone of the Dead Islands. A huge Ursaring is throwing a Camerupt on the ground in one fell swoop. A hyperbeam then knocked Camerupt to the ground. What? You said that Xingqiu wanted us to provide him with unseen information. How could he think so beautifully about his grandma's bear? Shouted. It's too late for me to catch Pokemon now, I still have to find someone. Wild Bear threw a Pokeball directly and caught Camerupt into the Pokeball. Sir Wild Bear, now this vacant person ranks first in the standings. He has 7,850 points in his hand. If you can catch him, your points will definitely be the first place. Monkey discouraged the wild bear. I'm stupid when you're an old bear. You know how many points we have to catch a camera up? Only 100 points. He has 7,850 points in his hand. You think how terrifying his strength is. Not long ago, I heard that Xingqiu suffered a big loss in the swamp. I guess it was the work of this guy Kong Jian. If the order goes on, the people in our team will not provoke any chance. If he can get the first place, then he will be the first. I will never take the initiative to provoke this guy. We might as well hunt Pokemon honestly, right Ursaring? Ursaring suddenly let out a roar, and many Pokemon around were frightened when they heard Ursaring's growl trembling. We don't need to pay attention to Xingqiu's request. I don't rely on any forces, Old Shang. So I don't need Athena behind Xingqiu to oppress me. Old Shang, I don't want to do this. Wild Bear said cursingly.